Chapter 491. The hunters, fully prepared and reloading all their remaining artillery, were still awaiting the next attack from the molten dragon. Instead, they watched as the dragon stood there, panting for a moment, then twisted its massive body and slowly turned back toward the entrance to the leyline corridor. Shock, bewilderment. These emotions rippled through the hunters' hearts, then transformed into surprise. The molten dragon retreated. They hadn't let the molten dragon set foot on the ley line flowing with boiling magma behind them. Cheers erupted instantly. Even the fire dragons circling overhead were affected by the sentiment, letting out high-pitched roars. The commander-in-chief watched the molten dragon retreat and let out a long, relieved sigh. He felt his strength drain from him instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, his surroundings frightened and rushing to his aid. "It's okay. I'm fine." Slowly rising, the commander-in-chief sniffed the air, the rich scent of sulfur, and announced to the expectant crowd that they had perfectly achieved their objective in this battle. As the molten dragon retreated, Little Loren and Little Nergigant, who were engaged in a fierce battle, also noticed the situation. Watching the molten dragon pass beneath them, having expended a great deal of energy, yet unable to even touch Little Loren's body, Little Nergigant regained consciousness in due time. His still clear, vertical pupils glared angrily at Little Loren, who hovered in the distance, maintaining a safe distance, surrounded by a swarm of radiant crystal butterflies. He would memorize the image of this disgusting creature, sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, Little Nergigant flapped its wings and swooped down after the molten dragon. Despite the danger, for now, compared to the visible but untouchable Little Loren, he ultimately set his sights on this initial giant. Little Loren made no attempt to stop the Little Nergigant from leaving. Over a third of his radiant crystal butterflies had been lost during the battle. But the Little Nergigant remained unscathed, not even a scratch. Even a punching bag would get tiresome after a while. Furthermore, the Little Nergigant, like a punching bag, could bite. In such a tight environment, if caught, it would be a real nuisance. Thus, Little Loren had no desire to continue the fight. Since his goal had been achieved, he let the enemy leave. The hunters, cheering, saw Little Loren flying back, and the cheers, which had begun to fade, returned to their peak. At the pass, joy filled the air, but within the Miasma Valley, a different atmosphere prevailed. The Hazak dragons, all planning to leave and return to their lairs, had barely taken a few steps when, through the pervasive miasma, they sensed a surge of immense, scorching life energy returning to the Miasma Valley. This energy, no longer as stable as before, became incredibly active, poised to erupt at any moment. As the masters of the Miasma Valley, having handled countless ancient dragon corpses throughout history, they knew that if the returning molten mountain dragon were left unattended, even the Miasma Valley's unique environment would be unable to contain the energy explosion of its death. If it were to explode here, the chain reaction it would trigger would likely impact the very ecology of the entire new world. No one knew what the molten mountain dragon had experienced within the underground corridors. It had only been inside for a short time and probably couldn't have walked far, so how could it look like it was about to explode? The Hazard dragons couldn't figure it out, but they knew that if they didn't hurry, every minute of night would increase the risk of the Miasma Valley being bombed. Two Hazard dragons, which hadn't gotten very far, let out harsh, hoarse roars, flapping their rarely used, tattered wings, fearing they would slow down. At the same time, thick miasma rapidly erupted from the piles of fetid corpses at the entrances of the underground corridors throughout the Miasma Valley. Dormant Hazard dragons spread their wings, covered in rotting skin, and, with a strong whiff of morning air, they carried vast quantities of miasma as they rushed towards the molten mountain dragon. Pairs of crimson luminous organs flickered in the thick miasma, like the utterly irritated and depressed mind of a Hazard whose sleep had been disturbed. The Little Nergigant, stealthily concealing itself behind the molten dragon, suddenly noticed that the miasma in the air had suddenly become denser. Even the molten dragon's molten lava-filled body began to blur under the enveloping miasma, leaving only the towering volcano unengulfed. Just as he was about to move closer to ensure the molten dragon stayed within his sight, a pair of luminous organs, like lanterns, emerged from the dense fog, carrying a strong stench. The Hazret, transporting the miasma to try to contain the molten dragon's constantly overflowing high-temperature life energy, immediately spotted the sneaky Little Nergigant, hiding behind the giant conch. If there were a ranking of the ancient dragons that Hazak hated the most, Nergigant would undoubtedly be on the list, even ranking alongside Skeleton Dragon at one point. One of them loved stealing bones. The other enjoyed causing trouble when the ancient dragons were nearing death. This was definitely making things more difficult for Hazak. If it weren't for the unique environment of the Miasma Valley, which gave Hazak a near-infinite supply of energy, their smaller bodies wouldn't have been able to defeat Nergigant. Thus, upon seeing the little Nergigant, a dragon clearly intent on causing trouble, and having noticed that many of its kind had arrived in the area and were working together to manipulate the miasma to alleviate the life energy emanating from the molten dragon, the Hazak felt relieved. Without hesitation, it stopped its work and unleashed a breath of miasma, bringing the little Nergigant, along with its cover, into its attack range. In this environment, saturated with miasma, carried by several Hazred dragons, they could easily defeat even a common, unrestricted level Elder Dragon, let alone a juvenile Nergigant. Without incident, the Nergigant, already exhausted from its battle with little Loren, couldn't even muster a moment to dodge before being struck by the powerful miasma. The miasma continuously robbed it of its vitality, its incredible force sending it careening into the distance. Followed by the sound of cracking stones and a mighty breath, the Nergigant was nowhere to be found, its entire body blasted away by the breath. After a brief venting of its pent-up irritation, the Nergigant's resentment, awakened by the molten dragon's immense life force, finally subsided somewhat. Its ferocious jaw rose and fell, and after making an unpleasant roar, it turned again towards the molten mountain dragon and continued to inject life energy into the miasma in the air, allowing them to remain active enough in the high temperature. Chapter 492. 3 days passed in a flash. The good news was that the molten mountain dragon had indeed given up on entering the earth vein corridor. The bad news was that, for unknown reasons, the miasma concentration within the miasma valley near the entrance to the earth vein corridor, where the investigation team was located, had suddenly increased dramatically, reducing light visibility to less than 1 meter. In the dim and deep environment of the miasma valley, this concentration was no less than blinding. What's more, this was miasma, not ordinary fog. Even hunters equipped with miasma resistance beads couldn't remain in this level of miasma for long. Hunters without miasma resistance beads couldn't move far before being succumbed to the miasma. Had they not been rescued in time, they would have likely perished. Even hunters wearing protective gear suffered this, let alone the larger fire dragons, who were more susceptible to the miasma. Just as a reckless fire dragon attempted to break free at its own speed, it hadn't gotten far when the miasma completely overwhelmed its consciousness, draining away its vital energy. It instantly transformed from a sturdy dragon into a skeletal form. Even then, the fire dragon stared with its eyes, now completely gray, as it stumbled deeper into the miasma, finally disappearing into the thick fog. It must be said that in any world, creatures that are either too large or too small are the most terrifying. In this miasma, even a hunter of Darren's caliber had no real solution. A natural disaster of this magnitude required either technological solutions, or locating the source, and attempting to address it. But now, neither of these two methods was feasible under the current conditions. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, watching their food reserves steadily deplete, and the already irascible Yao fire dragon nearing its limit of patience, little Loren stepped forward. He commanded the Yao crystal butterflies to fully absorb the life energy from the Earth's veins. After ensuring sufficient reserve energy, they ignited with flames and resolutely charged into the miasma. Relying on their powerful memory, they forcibly flew through tunnel after tunnel, almost blindly. The life energy within their bodies was rapidly depleted, maintaining sufficient fire on their surfaces to ward off the pervasive miasma. As one Yao crystal butterfly after another collapsed, after crossing a vast pool of sulfuric acid, little Loren finally sensed wisps of updrafts. This meant he had finally emerged from the bottom. Without hesitation, he decisively followed the current upwards. After a full 3 minutes of flight, during which he forcibly smashed countless land corals, he finally saw sunlight again. As his figure, shrouded in flames, broke through the yellow to black miasma and soared into the sky, little Loren, who had been holding his breath, took several deep breaths. This miasma, enhanced by the life energy of the Hazak dragon, was extremely heat-resistant, significantly increasing the rate at which little Loren's life energy was consumed. To minimize the loss of life energy, he often held his breath for a while during flight, minimizing his breathing rate. This reduced the loss of life energy after inhaling the miasma, which he then converted into fire energy to offset its side effects. The pervasive stench took a long time to dissipate. At this moment, little Loren looked down and saw that the miasma concentration in this area had actually risen to the coral plateau above. The entire area had completely transformed into a sea of miasma, drowning any creature unsuitable to the miasma. Even with the blood of an ancient dragon, whose vitality and combat power far surpassed those of ordinary creatures, he couldn't survive in such an environment for long. Unless he could possess the strength of his old father, little Loren's eyes lit up at this thought. He was currently on the coral plateau, near the volcanic area. Instead of the original plan of seeking assistance from the mobile research base and asking the scholars to find a way to support the investigation team trapped at the entrance to the Earth Vein corridor, it would be better to go directly to the Dragon Crystal Land to find Luo Yun. Having made his decision, Little Loren began to sense the flow of the Earth Veins and quickly located the area between the volcanoes where the life energy was most abundant. After identifying the direction, he flapped his wings vigorously and flew swiftly in that direction. Dragon Crystal Land. Subtle arcs of electricity swirled around his body. Luo Yun carefully controlled the intensity of the arcs, fearing that a single exertion would destroy the attribute energy he had so painstakingly concocted. These days, as the Yaojing butterfly fed back more and more information, his understanding of the conversion of Taijing energy into ordinary attribute energy has deepened. It's just that, perhaps it's a matter of compatibility. Currently, Luo Yun only has some idea of fire, thunder, and dragon attributes. He has no clue about water and ice. Of course, this also has something to do with the lack of monsters with these two attributes in the Dragon Crystal Land. However, Luo Yun had a feeling that he might not be able to transform these two attributes. After all, their compatibility was so poor. Are you done with today's practice? Want to eat something? In a corner of the crystal platform, the Grand Captain, who was roasting a pterosaur, watched Luo Yun descend from the sky and waved his hand in a gesture. But seeing that Luo Yun showed no interest in even trying a bite, he sighed. Like some ancient dragons, Luo Yun no longer needed to rely on regular food for energy due to the high energy levels of his organs. Simply absorbing the pure life energy transported by the Yaojing butterfly was enough to meet his daily needs, not to mention that he could absorb life energy himself. The only food he could find that rekindled his appetite was probably the mushroom pig. The Grand Captain's roasted pterosaur was clearly not on Luo Yun's menu. Lying on the giant crystal figurine of Aji, Luo Yun, as always, calmed down and sensed the Earth's veins. As always, the pheromones released by the Dark Lantern Dragon cocoon continued to spread throughout the Earth's veins, but due to the high concentration of life energy in the Dragon Crystal Land, it was still impossible to track the dragon's traces by tracking its life energy. As for the Molten Mountain Dragon, it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. The abundance of life energy in the Earth's veins had indeed increased slightly 3 days ago, and it had not decreased in the past 3 days. But this increase was far less than the life energy of an ancient dragon after its death. Could it still be holding on? Luo Yun wondered. Suddenly, a very familiar dragon roar was heard in the distance, and a familiar life energy burst into the Dragon Crystal Land with such clarity. This foolhardy behavior was like a light turning on in the dark night, enough to attract the attention of all kinds of malicious creatures in the darkness. Chapter 493. Luo Yun's eyes darkened instantly. It was because this young fool, who had intruded into the Dragon Crystal Land, was clearly his eldest son. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Yun and the brilliant dragon were constantly unleashing their imposing might, their life energy aura undisguised, little Loren's actions would have likely been spotted by the Nergigant the moment he entered the Dragon Crystal Land. Some ancient dragons whose nests were within his flight path would have considered his actions a provocation, and a battle was inevitable. Although somewhat angry, Luo Yun was more curious about why little Loren had come to the Dragon Crystal Land. With his ancient dragon bloodline, he wouldn't normally choose to suffer in such a place unless he was trying to reproduce or push his limits. Furthermore, Luo Yun sensed a considerable sense of anxiety from little Loren's dragon roar. There was nothing he could do. After all, he was his offspring. Even if he had already left home to live on his own, Luo Yun couldn't let him get into trouble right under his nose. Slightly spreading his wings, the entire dragon instantly soared into the air, driven by the updraft. With a loud boom, it flew towards the direction of little Loren's life force. In a corner of the crystal platform, the head captain, who was cutting a large piece of barbecue from the grill, intending to let Luo Yun taste it, stared at Luo Yun's back, a bit confused, scratching his head. Roar! Little Loren, sniffing the sulfur in the air and roaring continuously, searched for Luo Yun. Before Luo Yun could even appear, a crystal hedgehog, roaming nearby, searching for prey, arrived first. The world-destroying Nergigant hadn't expected that, having lost so much energy from a recent beating, he actually encountered an immature ancient dragon without his parents. And a clueless youngster who didn't know how to hide himself. It was a walking buffet. Thinking for less than a second, the world-destroying Nergigant concealed himself and stealthily pursued little Loren. At that moment, little Loren, delighted to discover that the Dragon Crystal Land was overflowing with energetic radiant crystal butterflies, was about to use his highly ranked second-generation radiant crystal butterfly to summon these scattered ones and replenish the ones he lost. Thanks to the radiant crystal butterfly's warning, he narrowly avoided the sudden attack. The world-destroying Nergigant, covered in diamond thorns, crashed headfirst into the massive dragon crystal pillar, staring at little Loren soaring through the air in disbelief. He hadn't expected his sneak attack to fail again, and this time, he was defeated by a young ancient dragon. He couldn't accept it. Roar, roar, roar! A long, deep bass emanated from the world-destroying Nergigant's throat. Its pair of vertical pupils coldly gazed at the buffet in the sky, attempting to intimidate it with its roar. Unmoved, its limbs tensed, its wings flapping again and again, constantly gathering strength, attempting a successful strike. In the sky, little Loren, his body trembling slightly, roared continuously, his limbs flexing in various ferocious gestures in an effort to intimidate the enormous, specialized Nergigant below. At the same time, he summoned the surrounding radiant crystal butterflies to supply him with energy. The world-destroying Nergigant gave little Loren a completely different feeling. Its icy eyes, like those of the skeleton dragon before, were the gaze of a superior looking at food. The sheer disparity in power also made little Loren instinctively fearful, wanting to flee. But he knew that facing an opponent like the world-destroying Nergigant, even the slightest weakness would result in a fatal blow. Escape was impossible, resisting it might even offer a glimmer of hope. What's more, stalling for a while might attract his father's attention. Given his father's speed, he'd surely be here soon. Just as little Loren was contemplating this, he suddenly saw the world-destroying Nergigant launch itself up like a cannonball, so fast it was already within reach. Only then did he hear the sound. Without giving it a second thought, little Loren instinctively urged his radiant crystal butterflies to charge at the world-destroying Nergigant, buying himself some time. But something he hadn't expected happened. Faced with a swarm of radiant crystal butterflies swooping down, the world-destroying Nergigant didn't mindlessly charge forward like little Nergigant did. Instead, it twisted its body in an unusual way, evading the swarm. It was as if the creatures swooping down on him weren't crystal butterflies, but a swarm of small missiles. His evasive movements weren't quite as deft. He had only intended to buy himself some time, but the Nergigant's evasion had allowed little Loren to gain considerable distance, and he looked at it warily. Nergigant, meanwhile, soared through the air, its limbs drooping as it stared blankly at the swarm of crystal butterflies that had missed its target. They exploded in its place, the cascading fire grenades like fireworks. It seemed to mock his fuss. The Nergigant's body trembled slightly, a fierce sense of humiliation filling its heart, its eyes gradually turning red. They were all the same little bugs, exploding in the same way. When Liu Yin pounced on him, the self-destruction of the radiant crystal butterflies was like a TNT explosion, easily blasting through his diamond spines. It was a pure explosion of energy, as strong as the dragon energy within him. But what about little Loren's radiant crystal butterflies? The clusters of calamity flames, like flowers, bloomed in a dazzling blue-purple hue. He had been tricked. Ah! The diamond spines on the regenerating shell exploded again. The Nergigant's teeth clattered, and its broad wings, carrying a fierce gust of wind, dragged its body towards little Loren. Unaware of the opponent's sudden rage, little Loren didn't think twice. He decisively turned and dove through the air, performing one difficult maneuver after another to confuse and evade the Nergigant's attacks. But this wasn't a long-term solution. The overall disparity in strength between the two sides was significant. Little Loren would have a tough time even facing an ordinary Nergigant, let alone a Nergigant. That flying method seemed quite immature even for the experienced Nergigant. After merely blocking a few positions, little Loren's flight began to slow. A bloodthirsty glare, a full-throttle punch, threatened to land on little Loren's back. The wind from the Nergigant's punch chilled the scales on little Loren's back. Just when both sides thought they were done, a laser shot out from a distance and hit little Loren very accurately. The impact force caused little Loren's body to flip abnormally. While falling, he narrowly avoided the attack of the world-destroying dragon. Chapter 494. The world-destroying Nergigant strike missed, a ferocious expression frozen on his face. He had never expected that, even after all this, he could still miss. And why did that laser just now look familiar? He suddenly felt something was amiss, but after repeated failures, the world-destroying Nergigant was already in extreme rage. Before his mind could react, his body instinctively turned in the direction of the laser. Roar! The roar was barely uttered when his crimson eyes spotted the icy blue light. Although the distance seemed far, the world-destroying Nergigant, with his many experiences, knew that at this distance, retreat was impossible. He could only mobilize his life energy to further strengthen the thick diamond thorns on his wings, using them as shields, trying to conceal his strong body within them. This was the experience he had learned from the frequent kicks he received in the demon-gathering land. Little Loren, feeling the burning pain in his wings, but actually not seriously injured, struggled to steady himself. The next second, he saw his old father, transformed into a stream of blue light, his entire body ablaze with crystal, unleashing a flying crystal kick. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the terrifying Nergigant was blasted from the sky, transformed into a cannonball, and slammed directly into the dense dragon crystal forest below. Only then did the crystal membrane covering Luo Yun's body slowly fade, revealing its massive form. Through the smoke and dust, Luo Yun quickly locked onto the Nergigant's rising form in the dust below. Energy rapidly accumulated in its mouth. After its throat flushed crimson, a massive beam of light, 2 meters in radius, pierced through the smoke and instantly descended upon the world-destroying Nergigant. As if anticipating this, the moment it rose, the world-destroying Nergigant once again spawned a vast array of diamond thorns, enveloping itself tightly. Though deeply distressed by Luo Yun's appearance, it was not overly frightened. Resignedly taking Luo Yun's blow, feeling its body thrash between destruction and regeneration, the world-destroying Nergigant, without the slightest hesitation, used the impact of the laser to rapidly distance itself and plunge into the dense dragon crystal forest. Its body, still throbbing with pain, quickly rolled into the cavernous passage carved out by the strange-faced tribe, swiftly leaving its position. As the laser's breath faded, the dragon crystal forest resembled scalded skin, a gully, still tinged with crimson from the intense heat, slashing through the jungle. Woo-woo. Calming the energy within him, Little Loren eagerly flew to Luo Yun's side, a whining sound emanating from his nose. Luo Yun turned to look at this rebellious son, who had been used as a ball in childhood and had become rebellious as an adult. He was utterly furious. His upbringing was far too easy. He could even do something as foolish as not concealing his aura and entering a place where ancient dragons gathered. He was clearly a fool who had never experienced a beating. Even more infuriating was that this fool was his child. The thought of this infuriated him even more. He seemed to realize that his behavior was inappropriate. Although it had not been his intention, it had happened after all, and he had to admit his mistake. Seeing little Loren's tangled scales, with several languid, half-dead crystal butterflies clinging to him, his pitiful appearance calmed Luo Yun's anger slightly. Admittedly, due to his monster nature, his kinship with Loren had dwindled significantly after he turned 5, but the notion of blood ties from his previous life still allowed him to maintain a baseline of kinship. Thus, seeing the little creature in such a state, he still felt a certain pity. With a slight flutter of his wings, a swarm of crystal butterflies, disguised as scales, flew out and quickly descended upon little Loren. With the infusion of pure life energy, Loren's spirits rapidly recovered. Only when little Loren's wings began to flap with renewed strength did Luo Yun snort coldly and, without looking back, flew towards the Taijing nest. Knowing Luo Yun was furious, little Loren timidly lowered his head, following closely behind, using the vortex Luo Yun unconsciously created. The Grand Commander, having devoured half a roasted pterosaur in one sitting, was preparing the remaining meat into portable feed. Before he had even cut much of the meat, he saw Luo Yun return. But why did the dragon following Luo Yun look so familiar? Looking closely, it was actually little Loren, whom he hadn't seen in years. Although little Loren's bones had fully grown over the years, some of his sharp edges had faded, his overall lines had become more balanced, and his muscles had become significantly stronger. But his unique New World appearance still made the Grand Commander recognize the little prince immediately. "Hey! Little prince, what are you doing here?" Landing behind Luo Yun, the quail-like little Loren heard the sound and glanced up to see the Grand Master, wearing no protective gear, standing by the fire, waving at him. Looking at the Grand Master, whose hair had turned completely white, and whose face no longer resembled his youthful appearance, little Loren didn't recognize him for a moment. After all, the last time they met was 5 years ago, during the battle against the skeleton dragon. Back then, little Loren was still too young, barely old enough to leave the nest. Even with the ancient dragon's remarkable memory, little Loren stared at the Grand Commander for a long moment, pondering him carefully. He finally locked onto his memory. The figure who resembled a golden lion, who, with a tiny human body, had defeated him in a wrestling match. Roar! Seeing an old friend, little Loren was instantly excited. He was no longer the rebellious, ignorant little blazing sun dragon of the past. Facing the Grand Commander, little Loren wanted to wrestle him like he had in the past, to see who was stronger now. But before he could make a move, a muffled, cold snort echoed from the side. Excited, little Loren instantly lowered his head, huddling in place like a quail once again. There was no way. Even though they were father and son, within the increasingly strict hierarchy of the ancient tree, His relationship with Loren was more like that of a ruler and his subject. Now, he was admitting his mistake. Without Yaji by his side, he truly didn't dare to make any unnecessary moves in front of Luo Yun. Sensing a sense of unease, the Grand Commander glanced at Luo Yun, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, then at little Loren, who was cowering, his scales disheveled, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. His eyes shifted, and he took the remaining half of the roasted pterosaur and approached little Loren. "Would you like to try it, young prince?" Chapter 495. The Grand Commander's words fell on little Loren's ears like a heavenly sound, instantly shattering the current atmosphere. Little Loren glanced cautiously at his father, who lay sprawled on a giant, redesigned dragon crystal figurine. Noticing no movement, seemingly oblivious to the situation, he decisively opened his mouth and bit down on half the perfectly roasted pterosaur. As he tore at it, he mentally complained that his father, a dragon in his 40s, still couldn't leave his mate. He was hardly a worthy ancient tree king. Watching little Loren devour half the roasted pterosaur without hesitation, the Grand Commander's smile deepened, showing no reluctance to lose the next few days' worth of food. Sitting cross-legged on the warm crystal floor, he glanced at Luo Yun and asked curiously, "Young prince, what brought you here?" "Roar! Roar!" He quickly devoured the roasted meat, feeling his stomach's powerful digestive power transform the meat into energy, and growled in response to the Grand Commander's question. From his memory, he knew the Grand Commander understood their language, so he didn't make any physical gestures. As little Loren finished his concise description, the Grand Commander's smile quickly faded, his brow furrowed. Unexpectedly, the investigation team successfully intercepted the molten dragon, but was trapped within the Earth's corridors by a massive miasma. With thousands of people, and thousands of voracious hunters at that, the daily food and water consumption, especially, was an exorbitant figure. Furthermore, through years of investigation at the bottom of the Miasma Valley, combined with the unknown ancient dragons previously observed within the Miasma Valley by the Third Corps, he was absolutely certain that this miasma must originate from some ancient dragon, not some natural phenomenon. However, according to little Loren's description, the miasma covered an enormous area, making it impossible for hunters to locate the enemy quickly, or even engage them within it. Based on his knowledge of the mobile research base, he likely wouldn't be able to create the necessary tools in the short term. After all, miasma doesn't just invade the body through the respiratory tract. At high enough concentrations, the body surface is also a target for these microorganisms. Thus, little Loren's purpose for coming here became clear. The Grand Commander turned to look at Luo Yun, who had raised his head at some point, and, pushing himself up with his hands, said, "Boss Fire Dragon, I'm afraid I have to trouble you again. Don't worry, as usual, we send someone from the Starry Stronghold to Blazing Fire Village afterward. Friendship is friendship, but to make it last, some things must be clearly distinguished." Over the years, no matter how close the Grand Commander's friendship with the Luo Yun couple had become, or how close the relationship between the Star Stronghold and Blazing Fire Village had become, any attempt to mobilize the fire dragons atop the ancient tree would inevitably involve a transaction. As soon as Luo Yun heard little Loren's words, he understood the situation. He had originally assumed that the molten mountain dragon would be repelled by the investigation team, as in the original novel, near the coastal area of the Earth Vein Corridor near the Dragon Crystal Land, forcing it into the deep sea, where the seawater would cool the life energy released upon the molten mountain dragon's death. Unexpectedly, thanks to his intervention, along with sufficient manpower and a vast amount of resources, the investigation team had actually blocked the molten mountain dragon directly at the entrance to the Earth Vein Corridor in the Miasma Valley. I have to admit, this performance was truly remarkable. Although the prototype of a new continent emerged in the sea near the New World after the world lost 10,000 years, the New World's absorption of the molten mountain dragon's life energy will be more complete. It's hard to say which of these two outcomes is better or worse, but at least it was handled properly. However, dealing with the molten mountain dragon's corpse without affecting the existing ecology of the New World would be impossible with just one or two hazmat dragons. Even hunters equipped with miasma-resistant beads couldn't penetrate the miasma environment. Couldn't more than half of the hazmat dragons in the Miasma Valley be here? With this number of hazmat dragons, and this concentration of miasma, even a reincarnated ancient dragon would be in trouble. Realizing that his foolish son wasn't deliberately rushing into the Dragon Crystal Land as a fool, but rather hoping to find him faster this way, although he was still speechless about little Loren's behavior, he knew it had a reason, and at least he hadn't embarrassed himself. Luo Yun naturally had no reason to refuse the Grand Commander's request. The distance wasn't far, after all, and there would likely be considerable time between the molten dragon's death and the corpse Hazal's complete filtration of its life energy. A return trip wouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, Luo Yun activated his radiant crystal butterflies, summoning those that had bred nearby to quickly replenish little Lauren's depleted life energy. With a dragon roar, Luo Yun and little Loren soared into the sky. Visibly swirling winds propelled little Loren through the sky, allowing him to experience super-fast flight. On the way, little Loren diligently adjusted the angle of his wings, attempting to imitate Luo Yun's airflow control. Watching Luo Yun's flight, which was so different from that of a typical flying dragon, he deeply doubted whether he was Luo Yun's biological son. Was he really not an egg that Luo Yun and Yaji had found outside? When he grew up, would he really become what Luo Yun was now? Little Loren was unsure, very unsure. With this confusion, the journey that once took little Loren half a day to fly was now completed in just 2 hours. And this was even after Luo Yun intentionally controlled his speed, taking into account Loren's ability to withstand it. Up in the sky, Luo Yun looked down at the dense miasma below, sensing the immense life energy within it. It was obvious that this miasma was stored for years within the Hazard dragon, not something naturally generated. Cleaning a passage through this miasma that would allow the hunters to successfully evacuate would be quite challenging. The main problem was that Luo Yun wasn't sure if the route he was clearing would pass through the molten mountain dragon's resting place. If he disturbed those diligently working Hazard dragons, he'd be doomed in this situation. Summoning the panting little Loren, Luo Yun asked him to carefully reconstruct his route. After double-checking that he hadn't encountered any Hazard dragons, and that the molten mountain dragon he'd last seen wasn't in that area, Luo Yun decisively plunged into the miasma below. The next second, countless radiant crystal butterflies flew in a powerful vortex. The miasma that little Loren had been able to isolate with his calamity flames was directly separated by this current, and then by the scales of the radiant crystal butterflies. This miasma was indeed controlled by the Hazard dragons, infused with their life energy, making it incredibly active. Thus, to successfully isolate the miasma, Luo Yun would have to infuse these scale-scattering radiant crystal butterflies with sufficient Thai crystal energy to create a long-term energy countermeasure. This required an energy level that only Luo Yun, now transformed, could withstand. He couldn't do this before. Chapter 496. A vast amount of new Thai crystal energy was generously injected. To little Loren, Luo Yun's energy seemed endless, completely different from his frantic reliance on the Yao crystal butterflies as a backup energy source. Compared to little Loren's somewhat symbiotic relationship, which bordered on relying on the Yao crystal butterflies, these Yao crystal butterflies were truly mere tools for Luo Yun. These, so vital symbiotic creatures to ordinary fire dragons, were merely vassals, relying on Luo Yun for survival. With little Loren's continuous guidance, an isolated passage lined with animated Yao crystal butterflies descended. The Hazard dragons, working together to envelop the dying molten mountain dragon in miasma, naturally sensed Luo Yun's arrival. This tyrannical and overbearing approach, coupled with Luo Yun's unwavering aura from the dragon crystal land, made it difficult for them to fail to notice. What made the Hazard dragons even more nervous was that Luo Yun was descending very close to them. This unfamiliar ancient dragon aura made them unsure. What kind of ancient dragon was Luo Yun? Was he heading for the molten mountain dragon's corpse? Hoarse voices echoed among the Hazard dragons, and scarlet luminous organs flickered in the thick miasma that made normal vision impossible. Whatever Luo Yun's intentions, they had to prepare in advance. But after a discussion, none of the Hazard dragons present were willing to take the initiative to confront Luo Yun. Yes, in such a dense miasma, a Hazard dragon wouldn't be afraid of a restricted ancient dragon in a one-on-one fight. They couldn't defeat it, but they could outlast it. But what about the beatings they received in the process? For these creatures, who had lived for countless years, and were deeply bound to the miasma, even a final beating would be worth it, unless the opportunity arose to relax in the ancient tree forest. But now, wouldn't it be too much of a loss to proactively charge forward and get beaten without even knowing Luo Yun's intentions? This unprofitable deal made these increasingly lazy creatures stay away. Negotiations failed, and in the end, all the Hazard dragons remained where they were, silently feigning death. Their stance was the same: if we were going to fight, we all do it together, and no one could slack off. Time passed in this tranquil atmosphere. Finally, after Luo Yun rushed toward another passage and passed by the molten mountain dragon's resting place, all the Hazard dragons breathed a sigh of relief. Other ancient dragons disliked fighting because they were proud and wouldn't attack unless they posed a threat. But Hazard dragons were simply lazy. Otherwise, they wouldn't passively counterattack after a clawed dragon had clung to their back and was tugging at them. Besides, those counterattacks only wounded and repelled the opponent, not even bothering to spare any extra energy. Otherwise, With the Hazak's ability to control the miasma, a tiny clawed dragon would have drained its life force in an instant. It must be said that miasma is truly a miraculous thing. It appears to be a gas, but it's actually microorganisms. After being infused with a large amount of life energy by the Hazak, it can surprisingly mask the presence of so many Hazak. If Luo Yun hadn't passed by and noticed the pairs of crimson glowing bodies, he wouldn't have realized he was so close to the Hazak. Fortunately, the two sides weren't on the same route, thus avoiding a pointless battle. As they went deeper underground, the corpses of monsters, drained of their life force by the miasma, began to pile up. However, the vast majority of these monster corpses were those lost in other areas of the Miasma Valley. Those native to the Miasma Valley had already sought refuge elsewhere through the hidden underground tunnels long before the miasma began to surge. All I can say is that the local creatures of each region have their own unique methods for dealing with the ancient dragons that frequently appear in that area. This is something the creatures of the old world cannot match. This kind of scene can only be found in the new world, where ancient dragons are prevalent. Roar! Little Lauren's voice echoed again. Luo Yun easily turned a corner in the narrow passage and took one of the forked roads. Before entering the fork, he gazed thoughtfully into a corner. Not long after little Loren and Luo Yun left, the little Nergigant, holding its breath, quickly emerged from a half-submerged cave near the sulfuric acid pool below the fork. When it saw the passageway blocked off by the fluttering crystal butterflies, it was clearly overwhelmed by the miasma. An intense emotion flashed across its pale eyes. Completely ignoring the hot dust cast by the crystal butterflies, it endured the pain of the extensive burns on its back and forced its way into the tunnel. The faint blue glow of the radiant crystal butterfly was the perfect signpost. Without hesitation, his energy reserves were running low. Knowing he would die if he stayed here, the little Nergigant decisively followed the passage opened by Luo Yun, resisting the spontaneous attacks of the radiant crystal butterfly upon discovering the unfamiliar object, and embarking on a race against time to escape. At the underground pass, the commander-in-chief listened expressionlessly to his assistant's report, his gaze occasionally darting towards the endless miasma at the entrance to the underground corridor. He felt anxious, but his face concealed it. Little Loren had been plunging into the miasma for most of the day. The hourglass he used to count the time had repeatedly fallen, and it was unclear whether he had successfully escaped. The commander-in-chief now had only two choices. One was to continue waiting for reinforcements, whose arrival date was uncertain. The other was to follow the dragon hunter's records and explore the leyline corridors behind him, but both options carried immense risk. If they chose the wrong one, less than half of the thousands of hunters present would likely survive. They're back. Team Darren is back. The hunters stalking the entrance were in a commotion. Soon, the four, supporting each other, staggered back to the temporary camp below the pass. The long-awaited logistics team, Fella Cat, immediately handed over the prepared dispelling fruit. After swallowing it with some difficulty, Darren finally felt his breathing become smoother, and his nearly depleted strength began to rapidly recover. As the best equipped and strongest recommended group, after little Loren took the initiative to enter the miasma, they spontaneously requested to form 3 teams. Unconcerned about whether others' equipment was suitable, they scraped together enough miasma-resistant gear and then entered the miasma in search of survival. However, even wearing armor studded with miasma-resistant beads and wearing gas masks, they still couldn't survive the intense miasma for long. Darren's team was considered resilient, but they only lasted an hour. Sorry, The commander-in-chief reached out and pressed Darren's shoulder, silencing him. After shaking his head slightly, he spoke with some difficulty. Rest and get ready to go. Where to? The commander-in-chief remained silent, looking back at the lava-filled ley lines beyond the pass. Even Darren, the strongest of the recommended group, couldn't make it through that miasma. The others? Rather than waiting to die, why not give it a try? Chapter 497. The underground corridors are complex and devoid of backup supplies. Entering without a planned investigation, relying solely on the dragon hunter's less than detailed notes, would likely lead to loss. But Darren couldn't say anything at this point. Even though he had successfully competed for the position of leader of the Fifth Corps and become a member of the decision-making body, he knew that on such a major matter, only one voice within the investigation team was the best choice. Just as Darren nodded in agreement, a whirring sound emanated from the entrance of the underground corridors. Curiosity spun around, and the thick miasma began to churn rapidly, like a pool of stagnant water being stirred, the swirl accelerating. With a bang, the miasma exploded. A massive cavity exploded with a whirring gust of wind. The foul-smelling wind lashed everyone's faces, dispelling the oppressive heat emanating from the underground corridors. Wind? Where's the wind? In the makeshift camp, those sitting around conserving their energy were startled by the sudden gust of wind. They all stood up, weapons drawn, and prepared for battle. But the next second, a swarm of even larger, ice blue butterflies, accompanied by the strong wind, swarmed into the underground corridors, soaring overhead amidst the whistling wind, as if they were providing advanced protection for a certain dragon's appearance. Hiss! What a massive Yaojing butterfly! Could Yaojing butterflies actually grow this large? A bug wielder looked at his precious third-generation Yaojing butterfly, which lay somewhat limply in its insect cage due to a lack of energy. Then he looked at the ones now flying above. For some reason, I felt a déjà vu between a muscular young man who'd been exercising constantly and a malnourished, skinny monkey. The one on his body was clearly the most precious third-generation crystal butterfly from the ancient tree. Behind the pass, the fire dragons, also conserving their strength, keenly sensed the crystal butterfly's arrival. Simply looking up, they spotted the enormous flock. In the entire ancient tree, only the crystal butterfly king could command the first-generation crystal butterflies, carefully bred by the crystal butterfly king. Even little Loren, a second-generation blazing sun dragon, could only command the smaller, shorter-lived second-generation crystal butterflies. Roar! Excited dragon roars echoed through the fire dragons. Each one quickly gathered their strength and flew down to the base of the pass, trying to lower their altitude. When the king arrives, no fire dragon will dare to stand above him. The appearance of the radiant crystal butterfly was merely a prelude. The vast tunnel formed by the whirlwind remained remarkably stable. The hunters, having already guessed the source of the reinforcements, were equally excited. No one doubted that the blazing sun dragon would be powerless against this miasma. Similarly, no one doubted that the blazing sun dragon would be unable to lead them out. After all, it was the ancient tree god, huh? There were no unnecessary sound effects, no strange entrance gestures. With a simple gust of wind, Luo Yun burst forth from the miasma like a stream of blue light, his massive body naturally hovering above the earth vein's entrance. In the dim light, his icy blue scales gleamed in the glow of the magma. The powerful, massive figure brought the hunters not ecological pressure, but rather a strange sense of reassurance. Great! It's really the blazing sun dragon. Isn't the blazing sun dragon in the Dragon Crystal Land? Why is it here? Some in the crowd were excited, others puzzled. But as little Loren emerged from the whirlwind tunnel, the senior members of the investigation team, aware of the original discussions with little Loren, unanimously praised his cleverness. Indeed, given the current situation, it would be better to seek the blazing sun dragon than to seek help from the scholars of the Third Corps. It's not that they hadn't considered this before, but the information Darren brought back revealed that the area, designated the Dragon Crystal Land by the Grand Commander, was currently at a critical juncture. Not only was the blazing sun dragon there, but so was a significantly more powerful special Nergigant. The scholars analyzed that the Dragon Crystal Land issue was undoubtedly a matter of great importance to the entire ecology of the New World. Therefore, under these circumstances, even though the investigation team might suffer heavy losses, they had no intention of disturbing Qian Long. But unexpectedly, Qian Long arrived anyway. Caught between deciding the future of the New World and rescuing the investigation team, Qian Long would still choose to come. Neither did they realize that, despite their deep concern about whether this would affect Qian Long's plans, the feeling of gratitude was truly profound. Thank you, truly thank you. The commander-in-chief was at a loss for words. Who could have known the pressure he, as the decision-maker, had endured between the two options? The hunters present were all elite, and the vast majority were young hunters from the 5th Regiment, promising a bright future. The loss of even one would have grieved him. In the battle against the Molten Mountain Dragon, there had only been injuries, not deaths. If his decision resulted in excessive losses, even with the mental fortitude honed by decades of leadership, he would likely not be able to withstand such a blow. Fortunately, there was no need to overthink it now. Simply follow the blazing sun dragon's decision. Without flapping his wings, Luo Yun manipulated the air currents to remain suspended in the air, looking down at the large group of humans and dragons below. Without further expression, he signaled to the commander-in-chief with his eyes, then spread his wings. As energy unleashed, huge Taijing crystals began to emerge from the ground. These crystals joined together to form a zigzagging path that extended into the cyclonic tunnel. Roar! The powerful dragon roar wasn't loud, but even with thousands of people and nearly 100 fire dragons present, it still reached everyone's ears clearly. Besides the gurgling sound of the magma surging behind the pass, only Luo Yun's roar resonated in the air. Lord Blazing Sun Dragon wants the hunters to have their cold drinks ready, and wear all protective gear. The passage we're leading out of will be very hot. The translator, Phelan, quickly translated. Before the commander-in-chief could give the order, a group of hunters spontaneously opened the boxes of cold drinks in the camp and quickly distributed them to everyone. The commander-in-chief remained expressionless. Like the others, he held his open cold drink in his hand, quietly awaiting Blazing Sun Dragon's command. Roar! Another dragon roar. Without translation, the hunters moved in an orderly fashion toward the entrance. Just before entering, they downed their cold drinks and, without hesitation, walked into the deep, endless passage. Chapter 498. A few hours later, in the middle of the Miasma Valley, a pile of rotting monster corpses lay, but in an area devoid of any miasma. Only a few pterosaurs, deeply eroded by the miasma but still retaining their instinct for survival, lay atop the decaying corpses, tearing and devouring the bloody, fetid flesh. Based on the region, the Miasma Valley and the Coral Plateau are essentially one, with only a difference in height. But it is this height difference that creates a vibrant fairy tale world on the Coral Plateau, while the Miasma Valley below resembles its opposite, an abyss. On the Coral Plateau, the pterosaurs, serving as the primary food source for most carnivorous creatures, have to worry about finding tasty corals and abundant water sources, aside from avoiding predators. The main point is harmlessness to humans and animals. However, the fragrant pterosaurs in the Miasma Valley, unlike their docile counterparts, have become not only extremely aggressive, but also forced into omnivorous forms. In the absence of sufficient terrestrial coral eggs, they will even choose the flesh and blood of living creatures. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the miasma not far away, and the fierce wind nearly blew away the fragrant pterosaurs that were currently feeding. Already frantic due to the miasma, they immediately abandoned their feeding and let out a piercing scream in the direction of the wind. Soon, a shower of crystals fell, rapidly piling up to form a path. The Yaojing butterflies, responsible for maintaining the passage, had not yet flown out when the hunters, who had been enduring the heat for a long time, jumped out first. Landing, he felt the sticky touch of his shoes and breathed in the stench of the still breezy air. He had finally emerged from the dim passage. God knows, the path cleared by the Blazing Sun Dragon seemed endless. Aside from the tiny flashes of light from the crystal butterflies spraying their scales to combat the miasma, the rest was endless depth. If it weren't for his trust in the Blazing Sun Dragon and the clattering of his companion's feet against the Taijing crystals behind him, he would have nearly suffered from claustrophobia. Before the hunter could utter a sigh of relief, someone behind him suddenly nudged him. "Get out of the way! There's someone behind us!" Ouch! The hunter reacted and quickly ran out of the way. The Fong-winged dragons, who had been about to attack the hunters upon noticing their presence, couldn't even begin to fight before their lifeless, wide-eyed eyes saw hunter after hunter rushing out of the passage, seemingly endless, quickly filling the area. They were forced to fly high and cling to the giant, protruding conch shells. Although the Fangpterosaurs' minds were a bit off due to the miasma, they still cared about their lives. For hunters of their size, one or two wouldn't be a big deal, but a large group would be a disaster. Why were the paralysis thief dragons able to occupy such a large habitat in the Miasma Valley? Besides their fertility, it's also because they often move in large groups year-round. People continued to emerge from the passageway for over half an hour before the last person jumped out. Some of the logistics personnel, who were physically exhausted, finally relaxed their tense spirits the moment they emerged. Their body's potential had been drained, and the prolonged heat had pushed their strength to its limit. In their final moment of relaxation, they could no longer hold on and fainted. This, in turn, caused quite a bit of commotion. The commander-in-chief waved away the hunters, who came to support him. Looking at the hunters around him, he couldn't help but smile. Clapping his hands to attract the attention of those around him, he immediately ordered everyone to hold on and return to the upper levels of the Miasma Valley. Don't stay here and cause trouble for the Blazing Sun Dragon. Yes, to use the commander-in-chief's words, they were causing trouble. Because the hunters couldn't, like the fire dragons, simply soar into the sky after emerging from the lower canyon along the path cleared by Luo Yun's arrival. They could only shamelessly wait for the Blazing Sun Dragon to help them clear a new path upwards. But halfway through their advance, the Blazing Sun Dragon seemed to sense something and sped up their path. Even many detours were blasted away by his lasers, significantly shortening their retreat. When they finally arrived, the Blazing Sun Dragon turned and headed back without hesitation. The hunters didn't ask any questions, Darren included. They all knew that until the logistics experts developed equipment capable of dealing with this level of miasma, they could do nothing to help Luo Yun. Thus, they silently sped up their progress, so as not to hinder Luo Yun's progress. At this point, Luo Yun was indeed getting anxious. He hadn't thought he'd just come to show his face and save these useful hunters. But unexpectedly, something had happened with the molten mountain dragon. That creature had deceived every living creature. I had thought he resigned himself to his fate and returned to his resting place. But unexpectedly, after 3 days of rest, using the miasma to stabilize his volatile life energy, he started up again. The rumbling sound of his advancing footsteps couldn't be faked, and for some reason, the Hazak dragons remained motionless. Helpless, things had come to this point, and Luo Yun couldn't just sit back and watch. After a brief moment of reflection, he decisively flew in the direction of the Molten Mountain Dragon. At the Molten Mountain Dragon's original resting place, a wall connecting to the underground corridor had been melted by magma flowing from its back. As the underground magma and the Molten Mountain Dragon's magma intertwined, their life energy continuously entwined. This was a perfectly normal phenomenon. After the Molten Mountain Dragon died, the volcano on its back would slowly drain away its magma, eventually becoming a dormant volcano. Years later, once the remains of the Molten Mountain Dragon have merged with the environment and the extinct volcano has fully connected to the earth veins, it will become active again. By that time, however, the volcano will have nothing to do with the Molten Mountain Dragon. But don't overlook one thing. Right now, flowing through the earth veins is not just magma carrying a vast amount of life energy, but also the pheromones of the still unhatched ancient Dragon King, the Dark Lantern Dragon Cocoon, imbued with pure life energy. Originally, these pheromones were only sensed through the energy organs and wouldn't drive the Molten Mountain Dragon completely insane. But with the intersection of magma and the pheromones, like maggots clinging to its bones, they penetrated directly into the Molten Mountain Dragon's core energy organs, instantly awakening it. The desire for life once again overwhelmed the Molten Mountain Dragon, forcing the already resigned Molten Mountain Dragon to fight for his life once more. Chapter 499. Actually, Luo Yun had misunderstood one point. The Hazaks weren't inactive, they were truly powerless. Not to mention that their primary combat method relied on miasma to reduce their energy and life force, resulting in a lack of impactful and instantly lethal moves. Just imagine that while the Hazaks were trying to stop the Molten Dragon, they also had to devote even more energy to mitigating the scorching life energy that continued to overflow from the Molten Dragon's renewed outburst. This left the Hazaks, already lacking many effective means of stopping it, somewhat helpless in the face of the nearly frenzied Molten Dragon. The Molten Dragon even used the Hazak's constant suppression and reduction of its life force to unleash even greater power. Thus, when Luo Yun quickly arrived, he saw several Hazaks flying around the Molten Dragon, roaring angrily, while forcing themselves to manipulate miasma to suppress the Molten Dragon's energy. Without a second thought, Luo Yun transformed into a stream of light with a booming sound, charging in front of the Molten Mountain Dragon. His body, enormous for a human, was barely larger than the dragon's head in front of it. Whether it was being overwhelmed by the miasma or perhaps because its life force was completely at its limit, the Molten Mountain Dragon's pupils were a pale gray. After noticing Luo Yun's arrival, its forward steps remained unwavering, forcing forward with all its might, as if intent on slamming into the tiny ancient dragon of unknown origin. Luo Yun didn't give him any slack. Amidst a resounding dragon roar, he continuously unleashed explosive crystal cones from his wings, striking the Molten Mountain Dragon in various places. The Molten Mountain Dragon's massive size posed both a threat and a formidable target. Faced with Luo Yun's saturation bombardment, the Drakes, undeterred by the Hazard dragons, paused for the first time. A series of continuous explosions enveloped it. The unique properties of Thai crystal energy, unlike conventional energy, rendered the Molten Mountain Dragon's attribute resistance useless. Amidst a shower of debris, the Molten Mountain Dragon's head was blown high, and the volcano on its back trembled before erupting. Thankfully, the Hazard dragons promptly released a large amount of heat-resistant miasma to cover the lava, suppressing the eruption once again. Roar! No passage ahead. Having successfully halted the Molten Mountain Dragon, Luo Yun roared loudly, once again mobilizing Thai crystal energy to sweep in all directions. Soon, amidst a series of crisp, crashing sounds, a vast number of Tai Jing crystals erupted from the ground. These hard crystals, like ropes, continuously entwined and wrapped around the Molten Mountain Dragon's limbs, attempting to restrain him. Noticing these incredibly strong crystals, identical to those seen at the entrance to the Grand Canyon, the Molten Mountain Dragon immediately knew it was Luo Yun. Taking advantage of his slumber, he had restrained him, forcing him to expend even more time and energy in that area. This now reduced his chances of survival. The Molten Mountain Dragon's eyes instantly flared. He stomped his limbs, preventing the Tai Jing crystals from completely restraining him. A massive breath of molten lava emanated directly at Luo Yun. Seeing that the Taijing crystal's growth rate simply couldn't keep up with the molten mountain dragon's destructive power, Luo Yun decisively abandoned the idea. With a sonic boom, his body instantly escaped the range of the molten dragon's breath, closing the distance between them. Luo Yun's high-speed movement dispersed a vast cloud of miasma. As he passed the joints of the molten dragon's forelimbs, he keenly sensed the newly grown scales there. Without hesitation, Luo Yun twisted his body and unleashed a barrage of laser breath at the molten dragon's joints. Joints are crucial for any creature, let alone a molten dragon dragging a massive volcano. To protect weak points, joints are indeed more defensive than other parts. However, when facing an opponent from the same ecological niche with near-zero attribute resistance, this little defense seemed insignificant. A burst of laser light streaked across, and as the scales transformed into flowing magma, large swathes of flesh were torn apart by the intense heat. Just as the molten dragon's breath ceased, its forelimbs limp as it attempted to charge forward again, and its body nearly collapsed to the ground. Before he could make another move, Luo Yun's next attack struck again. The excruciating pain in his joints finally registered in his visibly confused mind. The molten mountain dragon's furious roar echoed through the canyon, waves of sound reaching the coral plateau, startling countless fawn-winged dragons into rapid flight. Even the hunters retreating towards the upper reaches of the Miasma Valley could faintly hear the noise. The molten mountain dragon raised its forelimbs and swung them continuously, as if to shoo away mosquitoes, swinging them at Luo Yun. The massive body brought not only immense power but also, for smaller creatures, greater acceleration. As the molten mountain dragon swung, Luo Yun heard the crackling of the rocks being kicked down. He quickly moved away from the molten mountain dragon's forelimbs and turned to attack other parts of the opponent. In the sky, with Luo Yun's assistance, the Corpse Hazak dragons decisively abandoned their attempts to intercept the dragon, instead focusing their efforts on transporting the miasma and sapping the molten mountain dragon's vitality. The molten mountain dragon's repeated actions infuriated the Corpse Hazak dragons, and they abandoned any gentle measures, allowing the ancient dragon to sleep forever. It was clear they were determined to kill him, and the molten mountain dragon, having successfully driven Luo Yun away, immediately rushed forward. He could sense that he was not far from the earth vein corridor. His mind was focused solely on the information coming from the still-connected lava flow, making the pain in his body much more bearable. Big guys are trouble. Luo Yun swiftly weaved in and out of the molten mountain dragon's limbs, continuously emitting beams of searing laser light to attack its joints. But the molten mountain dragon seemed oblivious to the pain. It seemed to be trying to block Luo Yun's attacks, but in reality, it was desperately trying to move forward. This desperate drive to advance made it difficult for Luo Yun to stop it. As the molten mountain dragon slowly advanced, Luo Yun at some point became aware of the tributary of the earth vein, emitting a rich pheromone. A laser blast pierced the scales at the joint of the molten mountain dragon's right hind leg again, sending a large number of Tai crystal cones flying out, penetrating beneath the surface before exploding, causing the molten mountain dragon's advance to pause again. Luo Yun seized this opportunity to swiftly dive down, reaching the entrance of the tributary of the earth vein and immediately spotting the lava flowing from the collapse. At this moment, the molten mountain dragon, already pausing due to the pain in its hind leg, also noticed Luo Yun's current position. Looking down, it saw a large cluster of Tai crystals rapidly growing, almost instantly filling the entrance. Panic seized the molten mountain dragon. Ignoring the miasma that had already seeped into its veins through the wounds, it decisively gathered strength in its mouth, mobilizing its gradually weakening energy and exhaling a lava breath like a giant column of water. Target: the Taijing crystal that's about to seal the entrance. Chapter 500. This collapsed gap was truly enormous, so large that even the molten mountain dragon could have slipped through. Luo Yun had no idea how this gap had come about, but to extinguish the molten mountain dragon's last shred of hope, besides finding a way to kill it quickly, he also had to completely seal it. A quick kill was quite difficult. Although the molten mountain dragon looked half dead, Luo Yun wasn't confident he could finish it off before it entered the underground corridor, unwilling to engage in a fight and intent on escaping. Thus, extinguishing its hope was the easier option. As the breath, powerful enough to envelop Luo Yun's entire body, drew ever closer, Luo Yun made no attempt to avoid it. A large number of crystals extended from the ever-expanding, massive crystal behind him, supporting Luo Yun's back and wings. The Tai crystal energy within his body rapidly gathered, causing Luo Yun's chest to glow with a dazzling, icy blue light. Zizizi. The sound of miasma rapidly evaporating under the intense heat spread in all directions, and a seemingly unremarkable ice blue laser shot out from Luo Yun's mouth. The recoil from the highly compressed laser caused Luo Yun's scales to squeak against the Taijing crystals supporting his body. The Yaojing butterflies glowed faintly and began to pour all their stored Taijing energy, along with their own life force, into Luo Yun's body, filling his energy gap and accelerating the compression rate. The laser and the magma breath collided not far in front of Luo Yun. The same high-temperature breath, facing the magma breath, with an attack range several times greater than its own, Luo Yun's laser breath forcefully withstood it. At the collision point, the laser beam spread, not only dispersing the magma, but also disrupting its energy structure, causing the high-temperature fluids to evaporate again. The collision of breaths was, in effect, a purest energy confrontation between the two. It was clear that the mountain dragon had initiated the attack, but its magma breath was steadily decreasing during the confrontation, the energy impact point slowly pushing in its direction. In the air, the heat-resistant miasma rapidly shattered and evaporated under this energy collision. The Hazaks in the sky, though deeply distressed by this, could only pretend not to see it, except for accelerating the spewing of massive miasma from the mountain dragon's crater, forcibly extinguishing the volcano on its back and penetrating its energy organs. As this energy collision progressed, the mountain dragon's strength rapidly depleted, but it dared not stop. In this complete energy collision, whoever stopped first would face the onslaught of so much accumulated energy. In his current physical state, if he sustained this blow, he wouldn't be able to get up. Thus, the molten mountain dragon could only desperately mobilize the energy he could muster while watching helplessly as the icy blue Taijing crystal sealed the entrance to the tributary of the earth vein corridor. Furthermore, even after sealing it, Luo Yun continued to deepen the thickness, leaving it no chance at all. Crack! The massive mobilization of energy, coupled with the constant onslaught of miasma, suddenly caused a massive wound to open up on the molten mountain dragon's side. Scalding blood gushed out, melting the dark earth as it fell to the ground, emitting a thick cloud of white smoke. The appearance of this wound seemed like a signal, as wounds continued to appear across the molten mountain dragon's body. And with the appearance of these wounds, the molten mountain dragon's aura began to steadily decline. Luo Yun suddenly felt the resistance to his breath decrease significantly, and his azure eyes lit up. Amid the crackling sound of the Tai crystal block behind him, the thorns on the ends of his wings plunged directly into it. Utilizing the Tai crystal block's connection to the earth, Luo Yun channeled some of the Tai crystal's energy. Under the molten mountain dragon, massive Tai crystal pillars shot up from the ground like spikes. Like the spines of a giant spear, they pierced the molten mountain dragon's chest, forcibly lifting it up with a shattering sound. Already at a disadvantage in the energy confrontation, the molten mountain dragon was now at a disadvantage, and this moment directly disrupted its balance. As the Tai crystal pillars rose, they pressed from its chest to its neck. Raising its head, the molten dragon's breath became chaotic, erupting like a volcanic eruption. Thick smoke and lava shot up into the sky. Luo Yun's laser breath, packed with immense energy, silently landed on the molten dragon's chest. A cloud of smoke rose, and in a remarkably short time, it penetrated through a corner of the volcano. Molten dragon, this gigantic ancient dragon, carrying a volcano on its back, with a fire resistance so high it could make even a group of fire monsters despair, had been pierced through the chest by this laser breath. With a wailing sound like a leak in the wind, the molten dragon's body tilted its neck and slammed heavily onto the ground. Deep within the miasma valley, it triggered a small earthquake, sending a torrential downpour of land corals and various ancient marine fossils. The laser pierced the miasma, shattering a massive coral platform and blasting away the clouds in the sky before rapidly vanishing. On the Taijing crystal, Luo Yun breathed lightly, feeling the burning pain in his throat quickly dissipate under the regenerative power, only slightly inferior to that of the Nergigan. His entire body trembled. A large number of Yaojing butterflies, having sacrificed their life force, fell clatteringly into the miasma below. Extricating himself from the Taijing crystal, Luo Yun slowly flew towards the molten mountain dragon, intending to check on its condition. Unexpectedly, as he approached, he saw the molten mountain dragon's white pupils suddenly contract, and the entire dragon, trembling, propped itself up and climbed to its feet. Blood flowed like a waterfall from its pierced chest, forming a crimson river at its feet, flowing into the low-lying area. Luo Yun stared at the molten mountain dragon in disbelief. From his perspective, the molten mountain dragon was clearly lifeless, yet its trembling limbs and the slightly raised right forelimb, as if about to step forward, told him it could still move. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yun once again channeled his energy, and the Tai crystal pillar erupted from the ground, enveloping the molten mountain dragon. This time, the binding was perfectly smooth. The Tai crystal spread upward from the molten mountain dragon's limbs, enveloping them, then its joints, chest, and waist. It stopped at the base of the Molten Mountain Dragon's volcano. Looking around, the Molten Mountain Dragon, aside from the volcano, was completely encased in Thai crystals, like a specimen. Only then did the Molten Mountain Dragon's pupils completely dilate, its eyes losing focus. The right forelimb maintained its forward-stepping posture, completely silent. Until death, the Molten Mountain Dragon still held onto its desire for life. Chapter 501. Luo Yun hadn't expected the Molten Mountain Dragon to be capable of such a feat. Although he feared death, he had died once before, that death in his previous life was somewhat inexplicable, so this fear stemmed largely from the unknown. Thus, he found it somewhat incomprehensible that the Molten Mountain Dragon, clearly already at the end of its strength, its body weakened to the point where a single energy confrontation would crumble, would still choose to face death in this manner. This was a stark contrast to the Steel Dragon's previous calm acceptance of death. Before Luo Yun could observe further, a sudden, scorching pulse of energy rapidly spread. Even Luo Yun could sense the warmth of this scorching aura. The Molten Mountain Dragon was completely dead, and the vast amount of life energy remaining within it was finally free from any constraints. When ordinary creatures die, their life energy rapidly returns to the world at the moment of death, and ancient dragons were no exception. However, the unique nature of the Molten Mountain Dragon imbues its life energy with an absolute fiery intensity, manifesting itself in the eruption of the volcano, no longer suppressed by the miasma of the Hazard dragons. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and a vast amount of crimson magma gushed out, pouring down like a sea, seemingly threatening to incinerate everything nearby. The Hazard dragons, having anticipated this, simultaneously began to exert their power. Countless miasma rushed into the magma, rapidly lowering its temperature with a sizzling sound like a coolant. In an instant, the space, already dimmed by the miasma, became pitch black. Faced with this scene, Luo Yun's curiosity was piqued. Just as he was about to fly closer to take a closer look, several roars echoed from not far behind him. Turning around, he saw 3 more corpse dragons arriving. They simply ignored Luo Yun's presence and plunged headfirst into the miasma, joining the burial effort. Pile upon pile of crimson glowing organs moved through the black mist. Luo Yun, after a final thought, decided not to continue flying. With a flick of his wings, he departed. In the miasma, the corpse dragons, intently watching Luo Yun, shook their heads, still draped in rotting monster skin, and breathed a sigh of relief as they saw him depart. This was the most critical moment. If not handled properly, not just the entire area, but half of the miasma valley would be covered in lava. If anything were to happen, it would impact the entire new world. Now that the greatest threat had departed, their work could officially begin. Besides transporting the miasma to cool the magma, the other Hazak dragons descended and began guiding the flowing magma into the Earth's veins at a suitable rate. Of course, the life energy within the magma had been processed by them, so it would no longer possess the exaggerated aggressiveness of the Molten Mountain Dragons, triggering the Earth's veins and causing volcanic eruptions. Flying out of the miasma, Luo Yun's Taijing shell quickly faded. The scales, shown in the sunlight, dispelled the subtle chill. The flying fire dragons had not yet departed, but, led by little Loren, continued to hover over the area. Although the skies above the coral plateau were the domain of the wind dragons, even the wind dragons, even those active in large groups, would not foolishly rush in to drive them away. Instead, they chose to nestle in their lair on the coral plateau and quietly observe their movements. Of course, not all flying dragons are blind to the fire dragons. Don't forget, in the coral plateau, besides the wind dragon, there's also the queen of the Sakura kingdom. The Sakura fire dragon. There's a young and robust Sakura fire dragon, whose lair is nearby. Originally, it was just a group of ordinary fire dragons and luminous fire dragons, something the Sakura queen disdained, even if she couldn't defeat them. But then, a little Loren appeared. Although Loren's appearance is more like a silver wrath dragon than a blue wrath dragon, its overall appearance is somewhere between a silver wrath dragon and a shining world dragon. But in terms of fire dragon aesthetics, the current Loren holds just as much appeal to female fire dragons as Luo Yun did back then. Back then, Luo Yun had Aji watching him closely, and as Luo Yun's power grew, the female fire dragons became completely unmatched, completely dissuading them from pursuing him. But little Loren was different. Not only had it not yet reached its peak growth, but the mere absence of any other female fire dragon aura within it captivated even eligible females. In the ancient tree, the Ao fire dragons, aware of little Loren's lineage, naturally knew their own limitations and, even if tempted, wouldn't dare venture into the act. But this cherry-colored country girl knew no such thing. She only knew that little Loren held a far greater allure than any of the azure fire dragons she had encountered. So, when Luo Yun emerged from the miasma, the first thing he saw was a cherry-colored fire dragon, seemingly barely grown, its scales still glossy and brilliant. Ignoring the sturdier Yao fire dragons around it, it flew repeatedly around little Loren, showcasing its charm. His foolish son, only a few years shy of full adulthood, remained completely unmoved. He even flicked his tail like he was shooing away flies, ignoring the Sakura fire dragon's advances, and even hinting at the possibility of attack. When little Loren spotted Luo Yun, he swung his tail, nearly swatting the Sakura fire dragon as it attempted to approach him. Ignoring its somewhat resentful growl, he quickly flew towards Luo Yun. Gazing at Luo Yun's seemingly unharmed appearance, he excitedly let out a much more mature dragon roar. Ordinary fire dragons would have no idea what was happening within the miasma, but little Loren, possessing the blood of an ancient dragon, could clearly sense the energy fluctuations that even the vast miasma couldn't conceal. For ordinary fire dragons, they only knew that the final laser breath that pierced the miasma was most likely Luo Yun's attack. However, little Loren understood that the energy contained in that breath was likely beyond the capabilities of Luo Yun at his current full strength. At this moment, Luo Yun's unharmed state completely calmed little Loren's worries, giving way to a burst of excited cheers. His old father, whom he had considered his lifelong goal, remained undefeated. The Sakura fire dragon, chasing after little Loren, immediately shrank its neck upon seeing Luo Yun, its entire body instantly becoming well-behaved, completely refusing to act recklessly. The difference in ecological niches was truly enormous. Little Loren might still covet it, but facing Luo Yun, the young Sakura fire dragon could only play coy, restraining its temper, and silently praying that Luo Yun wouldn't attack it out of displeasure. Luo Yun had no intention of interfering in little Loren's life. Little Loren's bloodline was too high. As the child he and Ajika had conceived through such a rare opportunity, he would be a qualified ancient dragon upon reaching adulthood. After all, in his current state, little Loren might never find a suitable mate, and Luo Yun felt a little guilty about this. Chapter 502. Luo Yun and Yaji's situation is truly unique, almost impossible to replicate. Not to mention that Luo Yun is now a semi-magical creature. The way he and Yaji conceive will likely change in the future. And as little Loren, born during that unique period, will likely be quite different from his potential siblings. Thus, Luo Yun is quite open-minded about the matter of little Loren's mate. Even if little Loren follows the example of other male fire dragons, and starts a harem, Luo Yun wouldn't mind. After all, what if a miracle truly happened, and it suddenly became a reality? Wouldn't that mean that an ancient dragon race called the Blazing Sun Dragon could truly appear in this world? Glancing briefly at the fire dragons in the distance, afraid to fly over, Luo Yun ignored the Sakura fire dragon, which was quietly lowering its altitude and attempting to escape not far behind little Loren. Feeling the life energy in the air, which had been revitalized by the death of the molten mountain dragon, he gave little Loren some instructions. With the death of the molten dragon, the new world's ley lines will enter a brief period of active activity. Even ancient dragons and ordinary creatures alike will become restless, causing some chaos. Of course, this isn't a big deal. Creatures that have lived in the new world for years are accustomed to such events. But what's next, however, is the matter of the Dark Lantern Dragon. Under the arrangements of Boss Nature, the Dark Lantern Dragon has absolutely no chance of survival. When that happens, the life energy it has absorbed and purified over the years will return to the new world. That would be the moment of true chaos. Little Loren, having received Luo Yun's instructions and acquainted with a wealth of information, understood Luo Yun's intentions. He would reveal this information to the investigation team at the appropriate time. This presents both chaos and opportunity. The Yao Fire Dragon population on the ancient tree has reached saturation, and it's time for expansion. However, the ecologically stable new world clearly wouldn't allow the Yao Fire Dragons, with their sense of community, to expand recklessly. And in times of chaos, that's all that's out of the question. Although the Yao Fire Dragons are numerous now, that's only when they're all together on the ancient tree. If they were dispersed throughout the new world. No, even if they were dispersed throughout the ancient tree forest, it wouldn't make much of a splash. At best, they're just a large group. Compared to the entire forest, the ancient tree is still too small. After conveying his thoughts, Luo Yun didn't feel the need to visit the mobile research base, and decisively turned and flew back to the Dragon Crystal Land. Little Loren ignored the Sakura Fire Dragon, which nearly lost its balance due to the turbulence caused by Luo Yun's departure. He mentally reviewed Luo Yun's instructions, and after confirming that everything was fine, he accelerated and led the fire dragons towards the mobile research base. The Sakura Fire Dragon attempted to follow, but little Loren seemed annoyed. Several Yaojing butterflies flew out, and several balls of catastrophe flames descended, forcing the Sakura fire dragon to fall in tears. The romantic encounter between the country girl and the ancient tree prince ended so hastily. Time passed quickly. When Luo Yun returned to the Dragon Crystal Land, he soon noticed that the life energy there was rising again. Volcanoes that once flowed peacefully with lava began to erupt sporadically. As a reservoir for the energy returned from the Earth's vein corridors, this accumulation of life energy further increased the overall strength of monsters of all sizes, already strengthened by their crystallization. In just a few days, a significant number of battle-hardened monsters had appeared. The vast amount of life energy constantly flowing into the monsters' bodies not only strengthened their physiques, but also gave them a more abundant and invigorated energy. Thus, another chaotic battle unfolded within the Dragon Crystal Land. This change was of little consequence to Luo Yun and Xianhui Dragon, but for the world-destroying Nergigant, which had consumed so much life energy, it was a smorgasbord of food. In addition to its daily prey on these more palatable ordinary monsters, the world-destroying Nergigant also focused its attention on the ancient dragons that had been startled out of the Dragon Crystal Land by the monster clashes. Looking at these ordinary ancient dragons, who usually concealed their auras and hid themselves carefully, the world-destroying dragon's eyes flashed green. Under the influence of this powerful troublemaker, the Dragon Crystal Land was in turmoil, forcing many ancient dragons, who had already left, to flee again and scatter across the new world, causing even more unrest. The investigation team had been experiencing both pain and joy during this period. The investigation team had originally thought they could rest for a while after resolving the Molten Dragon incident. Shortly after returning to the star base and the ancient tree, commissions began to pour into the mission counter like snowflakes. Each commission involved either a rare monster in the currently explored areas or one involving an ancient dragon, and there were commissions in almost every location. Having just replenished their supplies and regained their strength, but now incurring a significant debt and having used up most of their warehouse supplies, the survey team suddenly became active again. Thousands of hunters were scattered, either hunting or on their way to hunt. As the new world became chaotic, the ancient tree, following Luo Yun's advice, began gradually allowing newly born and elderly Yao fire dragons to leave the ancient tree. The number of those leaving at each time was small, just enough to allow them to take a certain risk of survival and avoid the risk of dying alone. Although these Yao fire dragons could be considered loyal and had made certain contributions to the ancient tree's development, this process was necessary for the benefit of the entire tribe. The activity caused by the Molten Mountain Dragon's death lasted for over a month, allowing the creatures across the new world to adapt to this new living environment. The hunters of the survey team also successfully upgraded their equipment and weapons within this short period of time. The worst off had all been equipped with decent Great Thief Dragon weapons. Hunters in the recommended group, like Darren, had almost completely replaced their gear with ancient dragon armor. Only a few were still wearing Yohui dragon gear. Amidst this favorable situation, a dragon hunter, who had been away for years, returned to the starry stronghold with important news. He had roughly pinpointed the location of the mastermind behind the accelerated ancient dragon crossing. Now, he needed a team of fully equipped hunters to accompany him to the Dragon Crystal Land and thoroughly locate the final destination, a location that even the Blazing Sun Dragon couldn't accurately locate. Chapter 503. The chaos caused by the Molten Mountain Dragon's death was actually a good thing for Luo Yun. In the Dragon Crystal Land, various creatures became more active. Through their battles, Luo Yun was able to gain more information about the attribute energy from the Yaojing butterflies that inhabited them. Daily, absorbed in constantly compiling this information and converting it with Taijing energy, Luo Yun once again experienced a rare sense of fulfillment. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Lantern Dragon cocoon, once again absorbing a large amount of life energy after the Molten Mountain Dragon's death, was about to hatch, making increasingly loud noises, even reducing Luo Yun's range of perception, Luo Yun might have truly forgotten his original purpose for coming to the Dragon Crystal Land. The Grand Commander looked up at the sky, where Luo Yun was accompanied by flames and lightning. He was surrounded by flames, thunder rumbled within the flame cloud, and several arcs of electricity as thick as buckets circled around him, like tamed lightning snakes. One after another, Taijing cones, like cruise missiles, were launched through a shimmering blue-purple flame resembling the flames of catastrophe. Energized by the entwined arcs of electricity, they flew at an incredible speed, even changing direction mid-air, ultimately striking precisely at the massive Taijing statue of the Barbarian Jaw Dragon erected by Luo Yun. Watching the Barbarian Jaw Dragon statue, a work of art, truly lifelike, regardless of its material, being blasted to smithereens, the Grand Commander felt a mixture of regret and curiosity. With so many monster statues to choose from, why, ever since Luo Yun set up his target, had it always been the same barbarian jaw dragon statue, clearly the same except for its different movements? Staring at Luo Yun, who was clearly excited, whether because of the successful experiment with his new technique or because the statue had been shattered to pieces, the Grand Captain felt as if he had grasped something. However, due to their relationship, the Grand Captain thought it best not to inquire about such matters. Up in the sky, Luo Yun felt relieved after once again confirming his success in developing a new attribute energy. However, his joy only lasted a few seconds before he quickly began developing the next attribute energy. After confirming that he truly could not use Taijing energy to transform water and ice, Luo Yun completely abandoned these two energies. He instead focused on the two attributes of electricity and dragon. The electricity attribute energy seemed to be working fine now, even reaching a level capable of influencing the weather. But the dragon attribute energy, which had initially been smooth sailing, now presented Luo Yun with a dilemma. In his previous life's game, there were many different theories regarding the creation of dragon attribute energy. But in summary, it's clear that dragon attribute energy can only be perfectly harnessed by forbidden-level creatures, or more effectively mastered by creatures with distinct similarities, such as Tyrannosaurus, Devil Claw, and Skeleton Dragon. What these creatures share is that their prey chains include not only regular creatures, but also numerous large monsters. Even Devil Claw will prey on its original species, the Devil Claw, a case of cannibalism. It's clear that dragon attribute energy, capable of producing dragon sealing force, and possessing a powerful suppressive power against ordinary energy, possesses an inherent hostility towards most creatures in this world. Furthermore, this energy could potentially exist within all living organisms, though the concentration in any single organism was so small, it was practically undetectable. Right now, dragon-attributed creatures were pitifully rare in the Dragon Crystal Land. Luo Yun's only reference points, besides himself, with his mysterious scales, were the three fierce claw dragons active within the Dragon Crystal Jungle. There were simply too few reference points. How he wished that during this period of high life energy, a Tyrannosaurus Rex would appear in the Dragon Crystal Land, ideally a raging Tyrannosaurus Rex. With so much dragon attribute energy it felt like it was about to overflow. Just when Luo Yun was at a loss as to what to do with the dragon attribute energy, an elite team, led by a dragon hunter with special permission from the Commander-in-Chief, successfully crossed the tributary of the Great Ant Mountain Wasteland and arrived at the Dragon Crystal Land. This time, without a compiler to record the events, and without the assistance of Felix's followers, all formalities were completed in advance, with the sole purpose of completely tackling the Dark Lantern Dragon Cocoon. As the two most eye-catching members of the fifth phase group, Darren and Sunshine Brother Aiden were naturally part of the team. However, unlike Sunshine Brother, who wore the Steel Dragon suit, and the other two recommended groups, who wore the Flame King Dragon suit and the Kirin suit, Darren's equipment was surprisingly the latest creation of the second phase group leader. This outfit, with numerous Taijing gems serving as energy circuit nodes, looked both gorgeous and ferocious. The Ember Moon Dragon suit, according to the description of the second phase group leader, the Ember Moon Dragon suit boasted a level 6 fire attack boost, along with 3 alchemical skill bonuses, level 2 charge and level 3 attack. Combined with the unique skill, Queen of the Moon's Pride, it could simultaneously trigger powerful poison damage from the Ember Moon Dragon when initiating a fire attack. While the Cinder Moon Dragon's poison isn't as bizarre and formidable as the Mist Dragon's, its purely septic toxin can, like dragon sealing force, suppress the energy transmission of some ancient dragons. The specific situation depends on the monster's strength. This set has effectively boosted Darren's current offensive capabilities to an extremely high level. Aside from its somewhat weak defense and vulnerability to dragon and ice attacks, it has no significant weaknesses. In fact, during this period of unrest in the New World, Darren has undertaken many difficult and dangerous missions at the Ancient Tree. He had always wanted to exchange for materials for a more advanced Blazing Sun Dragon. Unfortunately, when he presented a scale that had shed during the period of Tai crystallization to the leader of the second phase group, he was told that the principles of Tai crystallization energy had yet to be fully understood. Furthermore, the scales of Blazing Sun Dragons at this stage not only had increased fire resistance, but also possessed a significant amount of dragon energy. For a while, neither the Forge nor the Alchemy team could decipher the energy circuitry. Therefore, Darren couldn't craft the Blazing Sun Dragon set he desired, nor could he further enhance the Burning Wings. He had to wait until they could analyze the inverse scales, and at least make them usable. As a descendant of the Blazing Sun Dragon, little Loren hadn't yet reached sufficient strength. While the equipment crafted from his scales was superior to ordinary biological materials, it was still insufficient compared to other available ancient dragon materials. Finally, after much deliberation, only the Flame King Dragon set and the recently developed Cinder Moon Dragon set met Darren's needs. Finally, considering compatibility and Darren's own wishes, he successfully gathered the materials for the Cinder Moon Dragon set through exchange. The energy node's Dragon Jade was replaced with Taijing crystals from the depths of the ancient tree, mixed with a generous amount of high-quality third-generation Yaojing butterfly materials. And finally, this unique new ancient dragon equipment was successfully crafted. Chapter 504. So, when Luo Yuan, completely absorbed in developing dragon energy, saw Darren, wearing his wife's suit, appear on the lair, his jaw dropped. He tolerated the Grand Commander's Golden Fire Dragon suit. After all, Golden Fire Dragons, while rarer than ancient dragons, could still be found with careful searching. But there was something utterly wrong with the Cinder Moon Dragon suit. Luo Yuan felt as if a creature of a completely different species had suddenly appeared before him, wearing new clothes made from scraps of his wife's clothing, especially when he'd been away from home for so long and was deeply missing her. The awkwardness was so intense that Luo Yuan nearly spit out the fire in his throat. He took a few deep breaths, turned around, not bothering to look at the hunters below, and continued his experiments with dragon energy. The men on the ground didn't notice Luo Yuan's unusual behavior. Instead, they quickly greeted the Grand Commander and began to plan their investigation and logistics. Their team, led by a dragon hunter, was exploring deep within the rifts beneath the Dragon Crystal land. Nearly 100 hunters and cats would arrive later to transport supplies and assist in the exploration. As the dragon hunters and the Grand Commander discussed the next major events, the recent situation in the Dragon Crystal land, the distribution of ancient dragons, and the territories of various powerful monsters, Brother Sunshine poked Darren, who had been staring at Luo Yuan in the sky, and whispered, "Have you noticed? The crystal-like spines on the blazing sun dragon's wings briefly turn red when it uses energy." It's said that the predecessor of the crystal butterfly, the dangerous creature known as the gnawing insect, was also red. Faced with Sunshine's doubts, Darren pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "No, it's the blazing sun dragon." After all the recent events, Darren, who was the most concerned about Luo Yuan among the recommendation team, had also visited the temple in Blazing Fire Village during his quest at the ancient tree and studied many reports on the blazing sun dragon recorded at the ancient tree research base. Finally, after learning so much information, he began to agree with the Grand Master's original words and understood what the blazing sun dragon truly represented in the New World, especially within the ancient tree and the star stronghold. It could be said that it was a spiritual pillar. Not to mention that the blazing sun dragon only glowed red when it was energizing its energy. Even if one day in the future, the blazing sun dragon turned completely red, that would be nature's choice. Hearing Darren's words, which were very similar to what the Grand Master had said, Sunshine looked at him in surprise. During this time, Darren was active in the ancient tree, while Sunshine was taking on missions at the star stronghold, dedicated to pursuing the now active steel dragon. Finally, one rainy night, he and 3 other hunters from the recommended group, after deploying sufficient equipment, fought the steel dragon all night, narrowly defeating it and obtaining the materials for this steel dragon suit. Thus, he didn't dwell too much on Luo Yuan's exploits. As the 5th generation group's second most experienced ancient dragon after Darren, Sunshine, having experienced the tragic event of a passing flame queen dragon burning down his village as a child, had instilled in him an indelible wariness of ancient dragons. He had harbored hatred, but he also knew it wasn't entirely the ancient dragon's fault. However, he truly couldn't accept the idea that the ancient dragons belonged solely to the side of order. Sometimes, excessive power can be a bad thing in this world. The dragon hunter's conversation with the Grand Commander quickly ended. Due to the increasing intensity of the ley line's unusual properties, the dragon hunters, already able to sense its energy, took the Grand Commander's simple hand-drawn map and hastened to investigate. Only after Darren and the others were out of sight did Luo Yuan slowly descend. He gathered the dragon energy activated by the mysterious properties of his scales, breathing lightly to calm the turbulent Taijing energy within him and his pounding heart. Dragon energy was truly unique. To Luo Yuan, it felt like an abnormal variant of life energy, comparable in level to Taijing energy. Furthermore, in order to accurately determine the proportions of dragon energy, without many samples, he had to experiment with his own scales, which resulted in a staggering drain on his energy. As for the red color Darren and the others saw, it was the dragon energy flowing through Luo Yuan's body. The violet black was neutralized by the Taijing energy, leaving a crimson red. Right now, the dragon energy within Luo Yun was like a closed door. He knew that once it was opened, treasure lay on the other side, but he simply lacked the key. Panel, come on, let me see your limits. After completing his transformation and realizing that this world posed no significant threat given his own strength, Luo Yun reopened the panel he had previously ignored. After defeating the Molten Mountain Dragon and indirectly influencing the Skeleton Dragon subjugation campaign, his natural affinity successfully reached 75%. But that wasn't the point. Besides being curious about what would happen once his natural affinity reached 100%, Luo Yun's attention was focused on the initial trait extraction column. The 91% progress bar was very encouraging. After years of analyzing this thing, Luo Yun had already figured out its patterns. Each trait extraction was of immense benefit to him at this stage. While he didn't know the limits of the panel, there was one problem. The traits Luo Yun had extracted so far were only relatively common. In the past, he couldn't withstand the powerful traits unique to legendary beasts because his physical stats weren't up to par. What about now? After Monster Hunter's localization, common traits, unless they were related to Taijing energy, were of little use to Luo Yun. Therefore, Luo Yun truly held 100% anticipation for the next characteristic. Moreover, his mind vaguely told him that the next characteristic would be just as he expected. Closing the simple panel, Luo Yun actively absorbed the life energy in the air to rapidly restore himself, preparing for his next attempt at dragon attribute energy. 1 day, then 2 days, slowly passed. One wondered what Boss Nature was thinking, but the energy pulses emanating from the Dark Lantern Dragon's cocoon grew stronger and stronger. From its aura alone, it possessed the might of only a removal-level ancient dragon. Furthermore, compared to a removal-level ancient dragon like Luo Yun, the Dark Lantern Dragon's aura carried a deep malice towards the world, as if everything in it, including the world itself, were its prey. This aura, arguably the most sinister, caused all the remaining ordinary ancient dragons in the Dragon Crystal Land to flee. In the vast Dragon Crystal Land, only Luo Yun and Brilliant Dragon remained, along with one other ancient dragon, the world-destroying dragon, who wanted to leave but felt certain death if he dared to do so at this moment. Indeed, logically speaking, an aura of this magnitude wouldn't intimidate the world-annihilating Nergigant. But after all, the world-annihilating Nergigant had experienced the malevolent emanation of the Dark Lantern Dragon in the Demon Gathering Ground. The aura emanating from that unknown ancient dragon, besieged by a dozen unleashed ancient dragons, was identical to the current Dark Lantern Dragon cocoon. Chapter 505. That initial battle had practically terrified the ancient dragons, who had been residing in the Demon Gathering Land, and who, incidentally, were maintaining their ecological balance. The new world had unleashed its full might, gathering its entire arsenal of unrestricted ancient dragons to slay the forbidden monster, which had been wounded deep within the new world, and had fled to the Demon Gathering Land before recovering. The final outcome of the battle made even the world-destroying Nergigant tremble. They perished together. That's right, top-tier, unrestricted-level ancient dragons, including the Mist Dragon and the Snake King Dragon, ultimately failed to escape. In the final energy clash, they all perished together. Even unrestricted-level ancient dragons, top predators known for their exceptional resilience, could only perish together with the injured Nergigant. So, could this creature, emitting only an unrestricted-level aura but possessing the same malicious intent, really be so easy to hunt? The world-destroying Nergigant was reckless, not foolish. He had resisted joining in the fray before, let alone now. However, the will of nature compelled him to remain silent. Ultimately, he could only lie sullenly on a massive dragon crystal, meticulously sharpening his claws and fangs, quietly awaiting the impending battle. Bang! 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 A sound like a heartbeat startled Luo Yun from his slumber. The transparent membrane retracted into the corner of his eye, and within his cold, azure pupil, the dark vertical pupil contracted. Luo Yun slowly rose from the Yaji figurine, the Tai crystal membrane enveloping him like nano-armor. The temperature was no longer limited to the maximum of 60 degrees Celsius under the sun. The Dragon Crystal Land, which had never seen sunlight year-round, finally felt the sun's rays today. On the other side, in a volcanic cave diagonally opposite Luo Yun, the Brilliant Dragon, soaking in the lava pool, enjoying a hot bath imbued with life energy, slowly emerged, lava flowing from its body. Its limbs stepped onto the ground. Under the intense heat, the basalt, which had endured countless years of molten lava, transformed into pools of lava. The Earth Mother Goddess, no longer lazily, donned her battle skirt of imperial gold and stalked out of the lava cave with steady steps. Unabashedly unleashing her full force, she and Luo Yun divided the dragon crystal land, completely covering it. The monsters, once energized by life energy and Tai crystal energy, were no longer as active as before. They huddled in their nests, watching the dazzling crystal butterflies fluttering through the sky, their hearts throbbing with the heartbeats transmitted by the omnipresent dragon crystals. After these days of contemplation, Luo Yun understood that the pheromones transmitted by the Dark Lantern Dragon's egg were real. Before its birth, the life energy stored within its egg could truly be plundered by the ancient dragon. This was why, even now, Boss Nature had been concealing its presence. This was a treasure Boss Nature had nurtured for countless years. He would not allow any creature to covet it, the place where the earth veins converged. This place was a land composed purely of dragon crystals, situated at the center of the dragon crystal land. It was also the place where the earth veins of the entire dragon crystal land converged. There was no scorching air, no pervasive crimson lava flows. Only the purest dragon crystals, illuminated by the light, reflected this dreamlike scene. The hunter team cautiously followed the fissure into this area. A vast, azure cocoon, enveloped in pure materialized energy and suspended within the dragon crystals, hung suspended in the air above. Life energy, normally invisible to the naked eye, was clearly being channeled into the cocoon through the energy mesh extending from it. Like a heartbeat, the enormous cocoon pulsed with a perfectly regular rhythm. An aura that made all living things uncomfortable emanated from the cocoon, and the hunter clutched his rapidly beating heart. Gazing upon this azure cocoon, he seemed to see extinction. Yes, not death, but an extinction that would transform everything into a deadly despair. This cocoon was the enemy of this world. No analysis, no speculation, this was the hunter's first reaction upon seeing the cocoon. I can't believe such a creature could exist in this place, brimming with life energy. He must be the culprit behind all this. Just as the blazing sun dragon said, he's betrayed his original purpose and embarked on a path of destruction. Brother Sunshine drew his weapon and stared intently at the over 10-meter-long cocoon. Beside him, the archer hunter unhooked his explosive arrows, drew his bow, and began to charge. The dragon hunter slowly raised his hand, his previously calm eyes now shimmering with excitement. Attack! The arrow pierced the air, leaving a streak of light and landing on the cocoon. The next second, an explosion echoed. The cocoon's outer shell began to crack. Though it was made of silken threads, it now emitted a crisp sound like glass breaking. Before the hunters could rejoice, the crackling sound accelerated. The next second, countless laser beams of pure life energy erupted from the ruptured cocoon. The life energy that was so precious in the past was now out of character. There was no trace of peace, and it was full of destruction. The surrounding solid dragon crystals shattered in the lasers of concentrated life energy, and large chunks of stone fell with a violent tremor. The hunters scattered, using their powerful reflexes to constantly dodge the lasers, while also dodging the massive dragon crystal fragments that fell from the sky. The lasers arrived and vanished just as quickly. After completely destroying its surroundings, a massive dragon head, with multiple crimson luminous organs, soft scales, and a translucent azure skin, slowly emerged from its cocoon. The next second, the giant blue dragon, like a newborn cub, fell to the ground, its body still covered in extremely sticky egg fluid. The dragon's eyes were still closed, its wings folded softly. Its scales were transparent, allowing for easy viewing of its beating heart, the blood vessels coursing with energy, and its crystalline bones. If one ignored the aura it exuded and its enormous size, anyone would know it was a newly born dragon cub. Its eyes still closed, Darren and Sunshine exchanged glances, simultaneously preparing to charge forward. But the next second, this cub, the Darklight Dragon, instantly unfurled its wings. In less than 3 seconds, the bones in its wings had become incredibly hard, the wind pressure it generated even hindering the two hunters' progress. A pair of vertical pupils opened, and with a hazy view of the world and an innate malice, the entire dragon began to undergo a visibly rapid transformation. Vassals, bones, scales, even its voice. In those 3 short seconds, the transformation transformed from blue to black, its scales gleaming, its spines pitch black. This was the immature king of the ancient dragons. The Darklight Dragon. Chapter 506. It's transforming. Stop it! The experienced dragon hunters immediately assessed the Dark Lantern Dragon's current condition. Contrary to their initial assumption that the culprit behind the intensified situation at the ancient dragon crossing was a long-lived, unknown ancient dragon, the dragon hunters hadn't expected this creature to be a newly born dragon. The flaming, wrinkled wings behind it, and the seemingly soft feathers on its tail, were actually muscle tissue that hadn't yet been stretched by blood. The scales and black spines that hardened in just 3 seconds showed that the giant ancient dragon before them, over 30 meters long, was adapting to its surroundings at an incredible speed. Even without the dragon hunters, Darren and his companions would have instinctively sensed something was amiss. After withstanding the wind pressure, they flew up again. The Dark Lantern dragon was indeed enormous, not at all like a newly born creature, but it proved remarkably clumsy in the face of Darren and his companions' attacks. It could only swing its barely manageable forelimbs, shooing Darren and the others away like flies. Even though it was inflicted with the hunter's attacks, it only managed to move with a faltering gait. The wings behind it, and the immense energy within it, were like mere decorations, completely useless. But faced with such a Dark Lantern dragon, the hunters became increasingly ruthless, even resorting to the extremely dangerous yet most effective evasive tactics to amplify their attacks. This thing is growing so fast. The archers, firing arrow after arrow, gritted their teeth and stared intently at the dark dragon. Their attacks landed on the dark dragon like a massive ball of energy. The wounds, barely broken, were replenished the next second by the abundant life energy surrounding them, quickly healing. While it was still far inferior to the nearly invulnerable self-healing abilities of the Nergigant, it was particularly terrifying in this critical moment. Furthermore, the hunters had all discovered the ancient dragon's adaptability was truly extraordinary. From its initial restraints, unable to fully control its own body, it now could prop itself up with its hind legs and move swiftly, its forelimbs flapping and slapping with purpose, and its tail no longer dragging limply on the ground, but now capable of swinging attacks. Further worrying the hunters was the fact that the wrinkles on the dark dragon's wings were rapidly plumping up under the infusion of energy, and its wings were rapidly gaining strength. Its once transparent body gradually gained a three-dimensional quality, enveloped in azure scales. In some places, the scales even began to turn from blue to black. This transformation was truly horrifying. Keep your efforts. Don't let it escape from here. Once its transformation is complete, it will be a disaster for this world. The dragon hunter led the charge, displaying combat prowess comparable to that of the recommended team members. He skillfully coordinated with the crystal butterfly, riding on it, and soaring above the Dark Lantern dragon. The sharp blade at the tip of the insect staff slashed through the blue light released by the Dark Lantern dragon's flowing energy. With the dragon hunter's thrust, a large amount of radiant crystal butterfly scales buried themselves at the base of the Dark Lantern's wings, exploding amidst a roar. Watching the Dark Lantern fall to the ground in pain from the blow, several hunters desperately pressed forward, determined to maximize their victory. But then, something unexpected happened. It wasn't known whether the Dark Lantern was just beginning to familiarize itself with the energy within it, or whether the dragon hunter's attack had unleashed its potential. Energy surged within it, and its entire body emanated a rich, blue glow of pure life force. This incredible energy instantly infused its limbs and tail. Instantly, these 5 parts became incredibly bright. It slapped its forelimbs fiercely in the direction of the hunter's charge, its wings flapping upward with force. The dragon hunter narrowly escaped with the aid of the radiant crystal butterfly before its wings closed. The hunters, in turn, quickly dodged the Dark Lantern's blows. A violent explosion of energy erupted, where the dark light dragon's forelimbs met the ground. Pure, concentrated life energy exploded with searing heat, shattering the rocky ground. A deep pit appeared. Such an attack wasn't difficult for the hunters to dodge. Even the subsequent explosion forced these experienced hunters to dodge once more. But just as Darren, taking the lead, adjusted his stance and charged again, followed closely by the other 3 hunters, the area the dark light dragon had struck trembled slightly. And just then, the archer stepped on the edge of the pit. Sunshine, holding his small shield nearby, was the first to notice the movement beneath his feet. A quick glance revealed a crack near the pit. Within the crack, a deep blue light tinged with red surged outward. It was like a mental image of a volcano erupting. No! Be careful! Brother Sunshine instinctively sensed danger. Before the energy could erupt, he leaped towards the archer on the other side, swinging his shield with one hand, and pulling the archer away with the other. Boom! Extraordinary ley line energy erupted from the pit, like a volcanic eruption, with incredible force and unparalleled heat. The attack, powerful enough to rival the breath of an ancient dragon, struck Brother Sunshine and the archer, sending them flying high and landing heavily in the distance. No one could understand how the Dark Lantern dragon could pull off such an attack. After all, other monsters, including ancient dragons, would have some visible movements to set such a delayed attack. But to the dragon hunters, this delayed attack was simply a sudden burst of concentrated ley line energy. Simply put, the Dark Lantern dragon's simple blow actually triggered the surrounding earth energy, echoing its own attack. This discovery stunned the dragon hunter for a moment. He even began to doubt whether they were truly fighting a living creature rather than the earth itself. Ahem. Brother Sunshine struggled to roll over, straining to his feet. Although the archer beside him was dragged a little by him, he avoided a direct hit. But he was still caught off guard by the blow, and Brother Sunshine's small shield could only partially withstand the damage, causing the archer to fall unconscious. One exhausted, one unconscious, the 5-man team lost 2 people. Sure enough, the curse that hunters with more than 4 people would be in trouble had come true for them. The dragon hunter, who had originally intended to continue forward to provide support, glanced at Darren, who was swinging his sword in a direct confrontation with the Dark Lantern dragon. Then, he looked at the dragon crystal clusters crumbling in all directions due to the Dark Lantern dragon's reckless attacks. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned, and ran to Sunshine and the others, helping them up one by one. "Hold on, I'll be back soon." With that, he immediately grabbed the 2 and quickly moved towards the entrance. If the 2 had died, the dragon hunter wouldn't have needed to make such a move. But since they weren't dead, to avoid affecting the main attacker, Darren, the right thing to do was to quickly take the 2 who were only holding him back and leave. With the 3 of them gone, only Darren and another axe slasher remained on the scene to fight the Dark Lantern dragon. Instantly, the pressure increased dramatically. As the Dark Lantern dragon began to adapt to its own power, its attacks became increasingly swift, and its defenses became increasingly exaggerated. Gradually, the axe slasher couldn't even break through its defense without using Zero Solution. Chapter 507. Retreat, call for help. Leave this to me. Zero release is extremely stamina draining. After several consecutive zero releases in a short period of time, the axe slasher clearly began to lose the pace of battle. This hunter, capable of teaming up to kill ordinary ancient dragons, now blushed and exerted all his strength, but could only inflict negligible damage. The Dark Lantern dragon simply absorbed a small amount of surrounding life energy to replenish the damage caused by the attack. Finally, when the wrinkles on the Dark Lantern dragon's wings swelled and plumped up with a massive blood-like energy supply, the Dark Lantern dragon's muscles were fully mobilized. Aside from being unable to fly, the Dark Lantern dragon was now able to support itself solely on its hind legs, transforming every part of its body into a weapon. At this point, the Dark Lantern dragon possessed the melee combat prowess of a removal-level ancient dragon. And Darren had to divert his attention to protect the axe slasher, who was struggling under such a difficult situation. There was no other way. Even if this would hurt his companion's pride, facing an enemy of this caliber, there was no point in caring too much. The axe slasher paused, his eyes red, as he watched the Dark Lantern dragon, which continued to strike towards Darren. Its body radiated a blue light, its life force overflowing from its body, forming a high-temperature blue mist. With a final gritted teeth, he decisively turned and retreated. This kind of battle was no longer one he could participate in. As the last of his companions departed, Darren gritted his teeth, summoning his internal fighting spirit, a flicker of madness in his eyes. He dodged the Dark Lantern dragon's blow, his left hand's hook claw darting out, firmly grasping its shoulder. He soared upward, agilely spun in the air to avoid the Dark Lantern dragon's grasp, and with a somersault, landed on its wings. Before the Dark Lantern could flap its wings to force him down, he charged his great sword in a split second and slashed fiercely at the Dark Lantern's expanding wing membrane. Instantly, flames and poison erupted simultaneously, slashing a massive gash in the Dark Lantern's wing. However, what gushed out of the wound was not the creature's blood, but an incredibly hot life energy. This surge of life energy sent Darren flying backward, even though he had anticipated it. After maneuvering his body and carving a long scar on the ground, Darren stood with his sword in hand, staring at the Dark Lantern, which, in its agony, was furiously destroying everything around it, his hands firmly gripping the hilt. He had struck with all his might, intending to rip the Dark Lantern's wing membrane and completely destroy it. But he hadn't expected how long the battle had lasted. His attack, landing on the scaleless wing membrane, only scratched a hole. Luckily, this strike also triggered the special effect of the Cinder Moon Dragon set, injecting the powerful toxin, significantly slowing the opponent's recovery rate after absorbing life energy. Otherwise, this attack would have been in vain. The wound on the wing took a long time to heal. Even under the high concentration of life energy, Yaji's toxin remained like a leech, burying itself in the flesh and blood, dissipating very slowly. As time passed, the transformation of the Dark Lantern dragon seemed to be not only physical, but also rapidly evolving in intelligence. At this moment, he suddenly understood the significance of the injuries inflicted by Darren before and this time. He also knew that if he could complete his first molt, he would possess the power to transcend his ecological niche. He cast a deep glance at Darren, who was about to charge again. Then, without hesitation, he swung his energy-charged tail, smashing a gaping hole in the support of his incubator. The resilient yet soft and heavy wings behind him flapped rapidly, and his hind legs instinctively exerted force, sending the dragon soaring into the air. Dodged to avoid falling dragon crystal fragments, Darren, who had just emerged from the smoke and dust, immediately saw the Dark Lantern dragon attempting to fly away. Knowing he couldn't let the dragon escape, Darren, completely disregarding his own danger, lashed out with his claws, firmly grasped the Dark Lantern dragon's tail, and was hoisted out of the incubator by the Dark Lantern dragon. Underfoot, a cluster of sharp dragon crystals streaked past. The Dark Lantern dragon, in a shaky flight, weaved through the dragon crystal forest. Its perception hadn't yet fully recovered. It didn't notice the uninvited guest dangling from its tail. Flying quickly over the underground lava flow and through a large basalt fissure, it successfully arrived at a platform within the Dragon Crystal Land's cluster of dragon crystals. A wave of weakness washed over its still-developed wings. Knowing it had reached its limit, the Dark Lantern dragon decisively descended. Darren landed early, rolling to absorb the force while dodging the Dark Lantern dragon's unconscious tail swing. Watching the Dark Lantern dragon land, it quickly stalked to the largest dragon crystal, greedily absorbing its life force. Unaware of Darren, who was about to launch a sneak attack, suddenly realized his current position. He paused, quickly retrieved a distress signal from his backpack, and fired it into the sky. The scarlet flare soared into the sky, its piercing sound drawing the Dark Lantern dragon's attention. Only then did he realize that the very being that could harm him had actually followed him. Although he couldn't understand the noise, sensing the threat, the Dark Lantern dragon didn't bother to continue actively absorbing life energy. Instead, it instantly channeled the energy from its beating heart throughout its body. The dragon's entire form emanated a blue glow, and the luminous organ on its chest shone a crimson hue, leaving a scorch mark across its entire chest. The Dark Lantern dragon, now much faster, swiftly charged towards Darren, its energy radiating from its body searing everything in its path, leaving a massive scorch mark. Perhaps a further step in his mastery of himself, each of the Dark Lantern dragon's strikes carried a powerful energy charge. Even attacks like slaps and tail flicks could trigger a resonance in the Earth's veins. Even with the Dark Lantern dragon's crude energy manipulation, the effect was dramatic. The sight of such wasteful use of life energy would surely make Nergigant drool. Of course, the Dark Lantern dragon didn't care about this small amount of life energy. After all, for hundreds of years, he had taken 70% of the life energy of the ancient dragon crossings in the New World, while the New World took 30%. He was truly wealthy. The effect of this attack was also obvious. Darren, who had previously been fighting him back and forth, even somewhat at ease, was now somewhat flustered in the face of this attack. Watching the Dark Light Dragon continue its transformation, seemingly with no end in sight, Darren, anxious, began to fight tooth and nail. The entire battle was unprecedentedly intense. And it was during this battle that the three ancient dragons, who had been waiting in the Dragon Crystal Land, finally arrived on the battlefield. Chapter 508. Luo Yun was the fastest, flying towards them at full speed the moment he detected Darren's signal flare. The moment he saw the Dark Lantern dragon, Luo Yun finally understood why he, despite constantly monitoring the Earth Veins energy, hadn't detected the Dark Lantern dragon's location the moment it emerged from its cocoon. At this moment, the Dark Lantern dragon hadn't yet converted its life energy into an internal circulation, forming a perpetual motion machine. It was now a mere agglomeration of highly concentrated life energy, possessing the genes and structure of a dark red dragon. In other words, the Dark Lantern dragon was now the embodiment of Earth Vein energy. Before it severed its connection to the Earth Veins, the energy fluctuations it emitted were indistinguishable from those of the Dragon Crystal Land. This aura concealment could be considered a special form of protection for the young. However, the current situation was somewhat bleak. The spines on the Dark Lantern dragon's body had almost completely turned pitch black, and the massive scales on its back were beginning to show texture. Although the dragon had little experience using energy, it instinctively chose the crudest form, yet one that had virtually no side effects for its concentrated energy state. This technique is common to most ancient dragons, concentrating energy on a specific part of the body for a high-intensity attack. However, this method is extremely damaging to flesh and blood creatures, so they rarely choose this combat method that injures the enemy while also harming themselves. As the Dark Lantern dragon charged towards Darren, the two clashed again. A streak of light flashed across Luo Yun's Ti crystal membrane. The next second, dozens of electromagnetic Ti crystal cones shot out at lightning speed, piercing the still creased wings of the Dark Lantern Dragon. The sudden attack, coupled with the intense pain, caused the Dark Lantern Dragon to involuntarily step back 2 steps. Darren, who was twisting and turning beneath him, took the opportunity to slash twice at the joints of his forelimbs. However, while the damage was inflicted, Darren discovered that the toxins that should have prevented the Dark Lantern Dragon from healing were rapidly expelled by the high-temperature life energy. It was clear that the Dark Lantern Dragon had mastered the method of using life energy to offset and eliminate alien energy in such a short period of time. This growth rate was far faster than even that of the little Nergigant. Luo Yun, swooping down, naturally noticed this as well, but it wasn't because he could see the effect of Darren's attack, but rather that his electromagnetic Thai crystal cones hadn't achieved the desired explosive effect. After the Thai crystal cone pierced the Dark Lantern's wings, the violent energy threatened to erupt when it was blocked by life energy, reducing the explosive force considerably. However, the previous physical penetration remained intact. Thus, Luo Yun instantly determined that the Dark Lantern was currently in a period of immense energy, but weaker physical strength. Without hesitation, arcs of electricity streaked across its surface, and the Thai crystal membranes on its wings rapidly stretched, more than doubling their length. A blinding white light shone from them. Heat blade wings. Thai crystal enhanced, utilizing the high-speed dive, and the electrical current activating its muscles. Luo Yun swept through the Dark Lantern's body like a beam of light. The next second, a long blade-like scar ripped through the platform atop the massive dragon crystal, leaving a crimson scorch mark extending to its edge. The Dark Lantern froze for half a second under the attack, and the next moment, a wail of extreme pain emanated from its newly perfected voice, catching Darren, who had been tempted to attack, off guard and feeling dizzy. A massive wound slowly opened from the base of the Dark Lantern's wing to its neck, sending a torrent of life energy gushing out like a fountain. The dragon slammed heavily to the ground, its hind legs kicking recklessly. Its tail, brimming with energy, pounded the ground aimlessly, triggering a series of energy explosions. The pain and injury pushed the newly born Dark Lantern's pain threshold beyond its tolerance, and the dragon instinctively began absorbing the life energy of the nearby dragon crystal. Luo Yun showed no sign of joy after his successful attack. Such injuries wouldn't be fatal for an ordinary unleashed ancient dragon. Moreover, the sensation after his previous attack had landed was a little off. Aside from the sudden pause from the collision with the scales, there wasn't any sense of muscle tearing or blocking. Just as he steadied himself and was about to turn and strike again, the oncoming high-temperature life energy laser nearly struck him in the face. The Dark Lantern Dragon, lying on the ground, was surprisingly able to counterattack with its breath. Luo Yun leaned sideways, using his wings as a shield to block the breath, and, using it, soared back into the air. Once in the air, he witnessed an incredible scene. The life energy within the surrounding massive dragon crystals, like a bond, was transforming into a visible substance, connecting to the platform above and then transmitting through the earth into the Dark Lantern Dragon's body. In other words, as long as the Dark Lantern Dragon stood on this land, it would be infused with a constant flow of life energy. This was far more efficient than the Dark Red Dragon's active plundering of the Earth's life energy after its transformation, not to mention that the Dark Lantern Dragon was still a semi-energy creature. Even if it had transformed into a complete physical body, with such a massive infusion of life energy, even a punctured heart wouldn't necessarily kill it, let alone its current injuries. In other words, there were only 2 ways to kill the Dark Lantern Dragon. One could wait until its transformation was about to complete its internal energy cycle, just when its biological characteristics outweighed its energy characteristics, and then strike it in a vital area, severely injuring and killing it. Or, before that, one could block the life energy of the dragon crystal land from it, thereby inflicting fatal damage on it. Few things in this world could block life energy. Even his Taijing energy, after solidification, couldn't completely block it. But what if there were also a magnificent dragon, possessing a profound understanding of ley line energy and capable of melting the earth with its intense heat? Roar! The sound of dragon crystals shattering echoed. As a massive column of dragon crystals plummeted into the abyss, magnificent dragon, clad in a royal gold battle skirt, burst forward, landing heavily on the platform. Without a word, it launched a brutal charge towards the Dark Lantern Dragon. This forced Darren to quickly roll, attempting to avoid Magnificent Dragon's attack. But Magnificent Dragon's sudden appearance, and its awkward position, meant a simple roll wasn't enough to completely avoid it. Just as Darren gave up on dodging and raised his great sword to the side, ready to counter the dragon chariot, a Taijing crystal slammed into his back, lodging firmly in his weapon hook. Instantly, the sound of electricity ripped through his body, and with a slight tingling sensation, Darren was pulled from his spot by the arc of electricity, leaving him suspended in midair. Chapter 509. With his Hunter Supreme body control, Darren quickly adapted to the pull. Glancing sideways, he found himself entangled in the arcs of electricity unleashed by the blazing sun dragon in the sky. Having never experienced anything like this before, he was only slightly surprised for a moment before calming down. After all, there were so many strange things in this world, and this use of electricity on an ancient dragon seemed perfectly reasonable, right? Nodding slightly in gratitude, Darren leaned forward, attempting to break free and rejoin the battle below. To his surprise, the blazing sun dragon didn't let him go. Instead, upon noticing his movements, it intensified the pull of the current, forcibly stopping him. A gust of wind blew, and Luo Yun's massive form appeared beside Darren. As if sensing Darren's confusion, Luo Yun slightly opened his mouth, motioning for him to look downward. Darren looked down in confusion. The next moment, an incredibly high temperature ignited the entire platform, hindering the flow of life energy within. A dragon chariot nearly flipped the Dark Lantern Dragon over. After the Dark Lantern Dragon temporarily channeled its life force into its hind legs, the Radiant Dragon, barely able to stop, now had its massive Imperial Gold battle skirt melting like water, flowing onto the ground to form a bubbling pool of royal gold. The massive battle skirt served as both Radiant Dragon's protective gear and its restraint. Knowing the Dark Lantern Dragon's threat, he immediately released his own restraints, melting away the wealth he had accumulated over centuries underground to dig out the immense weight of royal gold, unleashing his full power. Unleashed, this was Cult Dragon's most powerful state. Without the encumbrance of its Imperial Gold battle skirt, its movements were no longer sluggish. And its soaring body temperature, capable of melting even a royal gold battle skirt that could withstand prolonged immersion in lava without deforming, gave it a significant advantage in both offensive and defensive melee combat. Not to mention the ultra-high heat waves that could melt even a hunter's weapons and armor. That was a breath of absolute heat, capable of melting even the Earth's crust, far exceeding the physical temperature of fire. Instantly, the Dark Lantern's forelimbs, pressed against Cult Dragon's incredible strength, sizzled as it pressed against its shoulders. The glowing organs on its chest, pressed against Cult Dragon's massive horns, rapidly charred in the intense heat. Facing a fully unleashed Cult Dragon, if Darren charged forward, even with the Cinder Moon Dragon suit's high fire resistance protecting him from burns, the intense heat would have been enough to prevent him from maintaining his combat effectiveness for long without any cold drinks. It's even possible he succumbed to his teammates' environmental attacks before the Dark Lantern Dragon was even dispatched. But, having to just watch, or even withdraw, felt a bit unwilling. Maintaining ecological balance isn't just a matter for ancient dragons. Lord Blazing Sun Dragon. Darren had barely spoken when he noticed the Thai crystal, originally stuck on his weapon's hook, rapidly melting. It quickly spread along the lines of his armor, and spread throughout his body. An inexplicable energy enveloped him, instantly lowering his temperature. And this Thai crystal energy didn't stop there. It continued along his arm, and onto the blade of his great sword, soon gleaming like crystal. As if receiving a higher level of kinship power, the burning wings instantly charged, the entire blade ablaze with bluish-purple calamity flames. Roar! You've been strengthened. Hurry! Throwing Darren at the Dark Dragon's back like a sandbag, Luo Yun gazed upon his masterpiece with satisfaction. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't dare do that. After all, pure Thai crystal energy, even if applied to armor in the form of an enchantment, would be too much for an ordinary hunter to withstand. Its terrifying corrosive power, once Luo Yun unleashed, could even alter life forms. Darren, however, not only possessed a suitable physique, but also perfectly matched his armor and weapons. Furthermore, his strength was truly formidable. Naturally, at a time like this, more power meant more confidence. With Thai crystal energy shielding the outer layer of his armor, Darren would be largely unaffected by the heat unless he leaped onto the brilliant dragon or took its intense heatwave head-on. Neither the Xianhui dragon nor Luo Yun needed to worry too much about accidentally injuring this tiny ally during battle. Seeing Xianhui dragon engaging in close combat in front of the Dark Lantern Dragon, and Darren on its back constantly using his hook claws to wreak havoc on it, Luo Yun was about to mobilize Tai Jing energy to join in when a tiny black dot stealthily peeked out from the massive dragon crystal block. The dragon's eyes lit up when it realized that the Dark Lantern Dragon, its unprecedented, super meal, was being suppressed, seemingly unable to even fight back. With drooling eyes, it roared without hesitation, charging wildly towards the battlefield. Boom! Relying on critical energies to mobilize the Earth's ley lines, the Dark Lantern Dragon endured the burning pain of its forelimbs to force the brilliant dragon back. With a sharp turn, it flung Darren off its back. Before it could even catch its breath, the swooping Nergigant grabbed its neck and slammed it into the ground. Before its brain could register what was happening, its massive fist, studded with diamond thorns, hammered down on its forehead again and again, followed closely by the Nergigant's eager, greedy roar of excitement. The Nergigant's damage was still effective, especially to the head, which truly confused the Dark Lantern Dragon's mind. But when its bloody jaws pierced through the Dark Lantern Dragon's neck, it found it was surprisingly intact. There was no smell of blood, no whirring sound of a ruptured trachea. Nergigant, having never encountered such a situation before, instinctively increased its bite. But then, the tip of its tail, brimming with life force, lashed directly onto Nergigant's back, sending the creature flying as its massive diamond spines exploded. After tumbling several times on the ground, Nergigant regained his balance and looked up, only to see the Dark Lantern Dragon raise its visibly scarred neck, gathering immense energy from its mouth and exhaling towards it. Roar? Nergigant was surprised, but its reaction was not slow. Leveraging its powerful muscles, it used its wings to accelerate a sideways roll, dodging with pinpoint accuracy. Nergigant tried to pursue, but Luo Yun's attack descended from the sky, opening another massive wound on its recently healed back. At the same time, using the swift movement of his hook claws, Darren avoided the path of the brilliant dragon, finding a suitable target and charging forward again. The repulsed brilliant dragon now unleashed a burst of superheated heat. The Dark Lantern Dragon, still adapting to its own energy, could only instinctively use the most primitive energy offset method to hastily deal with a four-sided attack. Chapter 510. Faced simultaneously by four such creatures, the Dark Lantern Dragon, barely an hour old, had already learned the first lesson this world had to teach him. Danger. Each of the four, taken individually, would be extremely dangerous to the newly born him. Even the Nergigant, the least threatening of them all, could potentially kill him before he even completed his transformation, let alone the fact that there were four of them. Even in dire straits, his growth rate was astonishingly rapid, his energy control and strength increasing dramatically. However, as his flesh and blood solidified and his organs began to emerge, even though he possessed life energy far exceeding that of any other ancient dragon present, he continued to suffer injuries that could truly threaten his life. On the platform, only the flightless brilliant dragon and the Dark Lantern Dragon, whose wings were constantly under attack, unable to take off. Luo Yun remained above the Dark Lantern Dragon throughout the entire process, constantly using various attacks to probe its weaknesses and effectively cut it off. Having suffered a loss, Nergigant, perhaps realizing it couldn't defeat the pretty meal of the Dark Lantern Dragon alone, finally came to terms with reality after enduring the aftermath of several of Kulb Dragon's superheated heat waves. He obediently served as a flight interrupter and a physical restraint. This interfered with the Dark Lantern Dragon's attack, allowing Kulb Dragon to pin it down as a target. Darren, upon whom Luo Yun placed high hopes, seemed completely accustomed to being tossed about by Luo Yun's electric currents. He always managed to strike through the Dark Lantern Dragon's weak spots, as well as those organs that were barely forming but could be roughly observed through its scales due to the Dark Lantern Dragon's luminous glow. Without having to consider his opponent's evasive routes or exhaust his opponent's stamina with hand-to-hand combat, Xian Huilong had never fought such a comfortable battle. His body temperature soared further, his limbs treading on the ground that had long since turned to magma. His seemingly bloated and massive body slid continuously through the magma, carelessly spewing out breath after breath of superheated heat waves, reveling in the sizzling sound of his enemy's scales melting in the heat. In this world, the underground is truly vast. Although the threat is even more terrifying than above ground, one must always consider their position. The earth shook and collapsed, but even an ancient dragon like the Serpent King Dragon, capable of collapsing mountains and splitting the earth, would be seriously threatened. Therefore, battles between underground ancient dragons often ended in a brief struggle. As the Earth Mother Goddess, Xian Huilong may have a good temper, but deep within her monster genes lies a strong element of violence. Rarely had such a target to attack with such impunity. He truly launched at full force, barely able to keep up with the heat dissipation from his body. Ziz! A massive laser descended from the sky, passing over the dodging Nergigant and striking directly at the now blackened back of the Dark Lantern Dragon. The immense force of the impact crushed it into the ground. Its already formed dorsal scales turned from black to red under the laser. However, because the transformation itself was absorbing energy, it continuously absorbed vast amounts of life force from its body, resulting in an abnormal bluish-red hue. Resistance increased again. Despite the Dark Lantern Dragon's miserable cries, Luo Yun, who had launched the attack, could clearly feel the resistance from his breath increase significantly compared to before. Furthermore, even though it was bearing his blows, the Dark Lantern Dragon howled twice, then turned its slender neck, ignoring the laser beams on its back, and exhaled a very similar breath in return, hurling itself at Luo Yun. He spread his wings to evade. This pure life energy laser was more than enough to penetrate his Taijing membrane defenses and directly strike his body. Taking a single hit wouldn't be worth it. Besides, his goal had already been achieved. The Dark Dragon had grown stronger, but its fatal weakness had also taken shape, although the blackened scales on its back, due to its transformation, blocked observation from above. The image of the Dark Dragon's internal organs from its recent breath revealed that one of its greatest weaknesses, the heart, had fully formed. Furthermore, the Dark Dragon's heart had successfully become a key component of its internal energy circulation. Blood vessels carrying life energy ultimately connected and converged into that constantly beating heart. Not every forbidden creature possessed an immortal heart. At least, the slayable dark red dragons didn't possess such a capability. At this moment, as a young red dragon, the Dark Lantern Dragon hadn't yet completed its transformation, and its body wasn't yet indestructible. It couldn't fully control its internal energy, still using the most primitive methods, unlike the Red Emperor Blue Star, which concentrated all the Earth Vein energy, capable of engulfing an entire area in a blast of activated Earth Vein energy. A terrifying move that was nearly impossible to dodge, and forced a head-on confrontation. Now! The perfect time to slay this future ancient Dragon King. Roar! After dodging, Luo Yun's high-pitched dragon roar echoed across the battlefield. Huang Huilong, who had been waiting for the chance to kill, and the confused and unsure Nergigant, along with Darren, who had been lifted into the air by Luo Yun's lightning, all simultaneously accelerated their attacks. Luo Yun spread his wings to their full potential, and the entire dragon remained suspended in the air thanks to the updrafts it created. The Yaojing butterflies, lying in ambush nearby and mobilized by Luo Yun from across the entire dragon crystal land, swiftly flew out of the dragon crystals, and slammed fearlessly into the battlefield's platform. Even when engulfed in the flowing magma, they showed no sign of retreat. The swarms of radiant crystal butterflies that had thrived within the dragon crystals had all been waiting for this moment. They covered the entire platform with their corpses, injecting pure Tai crystal energy into the ground. In a remarkably short time, Luo Yun was able to directly create a Tai crystal domain of extremely pure energy, a purity so high that it repelled and isolated the Earth Vein energy, leaving only the Tai crystal energy within. Luo Yun was not the Black Dragon, and lacked the ability to easily create a divine domain of elemental energy. He needed time, and the presence of the other dragons provided him with just that time. For the first time in battle, the brilliant dragon began to utilize his power. Through the flow of the molten magma, combined with his own life force, he began to direct the flow of Earth Vein energy on the platform, reducing the Dark Lantern Dragon's absorption of Earth Vein energy, and allowing Luo Yun's isolation zone to be created more smoothly. The world-destroying dragon transformed into a facehugger, clinging tightly to the Dark Lantern Dragon. He resisted its attacks whenever possible, but only after a punch and elbow before dodging. For a moment, Darklight Dragon didn't know whether his pressure was increasing or decreasing. Chapter 511. Darren was like an assassin lurking in the shadows, his fighting spirit surging as his arms rapidly gathered strength. Earlier, when Luo Yun continued his breath attack, he had deliberately drawn him to his side, so he had also witnessed the formation of the Dark Dragon's heart. As the three ancient dragons suddenly accelerated their movements, he instantly understood Luo Yun's intention. He felt a mixture of excitement at the imminent end of the battle, yet also fatigue from the rapid depletion of his physical strength. This battle was a swift one, and each strike was a full-strength attack. Combined with the drain on his body from the Tai crystal's energy, even he could not help but feel fatigued. Hiding behind the giant dragon crystal, he half-lifted his mask and swallowed the last ancient secret medicine in his backpack, followed by the great demon medicine, the strange strength seed, the demon dust, and finally, a strange strength pill at the corner of his mouth before closing his mask. It's a shame I didn't know this battle would happen. I didn't get to experience the cat's firepower before the fight. Otherwise, I could have been even stronger. Tightly grasping the burning wings, which were constantly burning with catastrophe flames, Darren stared intently at the Dark Light Dragon, not missing a single move. As layer after layer of highly concentrated Tai crystals replaced the dragon crystals and basalt within the platform, the feedback from the Earth's energy gradually diminished. The ground, once a blue stream of Earth's energy, except for the lava, also changed to another shade of blue. The icy blue of Tai crystals, piece after piece of Tai crystal shards emerged from the ground, mixed with the corpses of the Yao crystal butterflies, and were crushed by the enraged Dark Light Dragon. He attempted to awaken the vast Earth's energy by attacking the ground. Even though his attack pierced the Taijing crystal, the hole was quickly refilled thanks to the influx of Yaojing butterflies, and the continuous influx of Taijing energy from Luo Yun in the sky. The dark light dragon, having just taken a sip, was interrupted by a moment of pleasure. Did it feel good? Yes. But it also seemed not to feel good. This conflicting feeling made him even more furious. Already a qualified unleashed ancient dragon, in this state of rage, he was now tightly entangled by the world-destroying dragon, and beside him, the brilliant dragon would periodically attack him with its threatening breath. For the first time in his entire life, the dark light dragon lost his mind. It was also the first time he performed a combat move he would only perform once in his lifetime. He actually used his hind legs to stand up. Leveraging his sheer size advantage to counterattack the Nergigant. You have to remember that at this point, the only part of the Nergigant that had completed its initial metamorphosis was the dark scales and spines on its back, and its abdomen, protected only by a luminous organ and translucent scales. While his bipedal stance allowed him to use his size advantage to suppress the Nergigant in melee combat, it also reduced his contact surface with the ground. His body was more prone to imbalance, making him easier to control. The opportunity had finally arrived. At this moment, everyone, including Luo Yun, Hui Long, and even Darren, who was silently gathering strength and observing the battle, noticed this. While the Nergigant wrestled with the rising Nergigant with all his might, Luo Yun suddenly increased his Taijing energy output. In an instant, the earth energy beneath the Dark Lantern Dragon's feet was completely expelled, and thick pillars of Tai crystal erupted from beneath its feet, suspending the opponent in midair. The Dark Lantern Dragon, already struggling with the world-annihilating Nergigant, felt his feet suddenly empty, his connection to the earth vein severed for a moment. In that instant, his chest was directly exposed to the attack of the brilliant dragon. Without hesitation, and without regard for the brilliant dragon's wrestling partner, he unleashed a long-accumulated heat wave within his body. The brilliant dragon's body temperature plummeted, transforming into a torrent of heat in a single blow. Boom! An unnatural roar echoed between the superheated heat wave and the glowing organ on the Dark Lantern Dragon's chest. The Dark Lantern Dragon instinctively mobilized its life energy and channeled it into the glowing organ, countering the brilliant dragon's breath. In this confrontation, he instinctively tried to evade, striving to avoid the subsequent burning. However, having narrowly dodged Cult Dragon's attack, Nergigant didn't soar high. Instead, like a nimble, muscular dragon, it circled behind Dark Lantern Dragon. Its thick, muscular forelimbs firmly grasped the base of its wings, and with a powerful back flick of its hands, it forcibly stopped Dark Lantern Dragon's movements. Like a shield, Dark Lantern Dragon could only obediently stand in front of it, resisting Cult Dragon's breath. Bang, 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 one after another, gigantic, pure Tai crystal pillars burst forth from the ground, crushing the dragon crystals to shattering and rupturing them. The rich Tai crystal energy displaced the ubiquitous earth energy, enveloping the area and successfully cutting off the earth's supply to Dark Lantern Dragon. As the Dark Lantern Dragon's luminous organs grew redder from the energy collision, its translucent scales melted until their shapes were blurred, and the throbbing sound of its heart grew clearer. A somewhat exhausted Luo Yun transformed lightning into lightning, instantly pulling Darren, who was dodging the exploding Tai crystal pillar, high into the sky. 3-2 now. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the Dark Lantern Dragon's heart. Seeing the scales completely melt, revealing the half-energy, half-flesh muscle within, he threw Darren with all his might. The surviving Yaojing butterflies stopped rushing toward the ground and instead turned toward the Xian Hui dragon. In the wind path created by Luo Yun, they used their bodies as a wall, forcibly blocking the deadly superheated heat wave. Just as Xian Hui dragon's breath was intercepted, and the Dark Lantern Dragon's melted scales were just beginning to heal, Darren, who had been thrown towards it, flew in. There was no roar, no words. He gripped the burning wings tightly in his hands, and crushed the strange strength pill in his mouth. He already gathered his strength countless times, his muscles tensing as if they were no longer his own. But Darren didn't care about any of that at the moment. He only knew this. Now, he had to pierce that layer of muscle, pierce that heart, and sink his blade deep into it. Nail this monster to the ground, once and for all. 4. Nature. Sizzle. The massive sword plunged completely into the Dark Lantern Dragon's chest. Half of Darren's arm was buried in the Dark Lantern Dragon's flesh, enduring the intense heat of its concentrated life energy. The flames. The venom, spreading through the Dark Lantern Dragon's core energy organ, the heart. The Tai crystal covering the blade rapidly disintegrated, transforming into pure Tai crystal energy. Like razor-sharp blades, it began to sever the intricate energy circuits within the heart. The Dark Lantern Dragon's beating heart began to expand, then it rapidly contracted. The dragon's massive body flickered with a blue light. Beneath a series of glowing organs, cold, emotionless eyes gazed in disbelief at the tiny human. The wings, once tense and struggling against the world-annihilating Nergigant, lost their strength and slid limply, crashing onto the crystal ground. With a crackling sound, the exhausted Darren, pulled by the current, grasped the restored burning wings and detached himself from the Dark Lantern Dragon's body, soaring into the sky. The radiant crystal butterflies, which had risked their lives to block the breath of the brilliant dragon, suddenly dispersed, once again obscuring the brilliant dragon's view. The air was windless and silent. Chapter 512. Roar! Eat, eat! It wasn't until the Dark Lantern Dragon's body lost its blue glow and faded, its rich and extremely pure life energy beginning to emanate, that the world-annihilating Nergigant finally awoke, drooling profusely as it lunged towards the Dark Lantern Dragon's corpse on the ground. Had he taken such great risks, expended so much energy, and fought for so long, all for this moment? Of course, he had no desire to eat alone. Although he was greedy, he knew he couldn't feast alone in front of two unrestricted ancient dragons. Therefore, the world-annihilating Nergigant's goal was to feast as fully as possible before Luo Yuan and Brilliant Dragon began their formal battle for the Dark Lantern Dragon's corpse. But a wave of ultra-high temperature heat blocked his path, and then a wave of exaggerated flames and lightning intertwined on the Tai crystal pillar, forming a vast net separating him from the Dark Lantern Dragon's corpse. Roar! You can't do this. The world-destroying Nergigant hadn't expected these two to be so shameless. As the top of the ancient dragon ecosystem, they were actually teaming up to expel the weakest one, them? How could this be justified? This meant they wouldn't even spare a bite. The Dark Lantern Dragon's corpse was within reach, but that tiny distance, now separated from it by the combined forces of Luo Yuan and the Brilliant Dragon, was like a chasm of nature. The world-destroying Nergigant roared anxiously, charging left and right, trying to break through the blockade. But while they could withstand the damage from Luo Yuan and the others, they couldn't break through the corresponding impact. Darren panted as he looked down at the platform below, which began to crumble as Luo Yuan stopped injecting Taijing energy. Looking at the world-destroying Nergigant, who was being held back by their combined efforts, he suddenly felt a pity for him. Shakily, Darren hung the burning wings back on the weapon rack. After a long period of extreme energy storage, his strength finally reached its limit, and he fainted from exhaustion. Below, the world-destroying Nergigant was trembling with anxiety. The platform, without the support of the Tai crystal pillar and melted into magma by the superheated heat wave of the Brilliant Dragon, began to sway precariously. The corpse of the Dark Lantern Dragon rose and fell in the magma, threatening to fall into the abyss below with the platform at any moment. Even though his limbs were entangled in lightning and his body was burned by blue-purple flames, he didn't care. After so much, if he couldn't get a bite, even if he slept at night, he would be awakened by regret. Gritting his teeth, he withstood Luo Yuan's attacks and desperately broke through the obstacles and rushed towards the Dark Lantern Dragon's corpse. Ouch! The gaping maw was already close to the Dark Lantern Dragon's neck. He could already smell the pure life energy that was beginning to emanate. Bang! A pair of massive golden horns suddenly appeared, their immense force sending the world-destroying Nergigant flying. Glorious Dragon placed one forelimb on the Dark Lantern Dragon's neck, slamming the other down fiercely. Before the world-destroying Nergigant's blood-red eyes glared, the entire platform rapidly collapsed. Glorious Dragon, using the Dark Lantern Dragon's corpse as a cushion, plummeted into the lava flow below. Roar! Rage, despair, sorrow. The world-destroying Nergigant's roar contained so much. The last time Luo Yuan heard a roar like this was when Niemiezi uttered it during the siege of the Heavenly Dragon. He never expected to hear it again after so many years. Watching the Nergigant flailing its limbs with all its might, desperately trying to break free from his restraints, and rushing into the abyss without hesitation after called Dragon, Luo Yuan paid no further attention. Even if the Nergigant could catch up, so what? From the moment the Dark Lantern Dragon's body fell into the magma flow of the earth veins, it completely belonged to the new world. Moreover, with Cult Dragon guarding it, who could possibly snatch it? Besides, from Luo Yuan's perception, the energy that continuously emanated from the Dark Lantern Dragon's body after it fell into the abyss was almost completely absorbed into the earth veins the moment it was released, leaving no opportunity for interception. With the Dark Lantern Dragon dead, the new world would enter a completely active state, with a concentration of life energy that would likely reach its peak in nearly 1,000 years. This level of activity could even spread to the ice sheet at the end of the Earth Vein Corridor, awakening the ancient dragon that had opened up the Earth Vein Corridor and created the new world. From now on, the entire new world, including the ice fields, will be bustling with activity. 2 days later, in the Dragon Crystal Land, inside the hunter camp, Darren awoke faintly, his first sight the burning wings leaning against the weapon rack. Supporting his still weakened body, he rubbed his still sore biceps, deftly donned his protective gear, shouldered his weapon, and exited the tent. Beside the nearby campfire, the Grand Commander was conferring with the dragon hunters. The others were nowhere to be seen. After greeting them, Darren exited the cave and gazed at the massive, crimson Taijing crystal atop the mountain. Even from such a distance, he could sense the scorching heat emanating from it. Yesterday, the blazing sun dragon was resting when something unexpected happened. Under the force of the frenzied red lightning, its entire crystalline spines and the gaps between its scales turned a crimson red. The dragon's calm and noble azure eyes also turned a crimson red. Its muscles swelled, accentuating its power. The Tai crystals in its joints proliferated, giving it a bloated appearance. This appearance, combined with the pervasive red lightning, almost made the hunters think the blazing sun dragon had gone berserk for unknown reasons. They were filled with worry and anger. After all, without any external influence, they couldn't imagine what could have caused the blazing sun dragon to undergo such a transformation. This was blasphemy. Seeing the blazing sun dragon soaring through the sky, radiating ever more exaggerated light and heat, raising the temperature across the Dragon Crystal Land, and potentially even across the entire New World. The hunters were even prepared to engage in battle, attempting to awaken the dragon. Unexpectedly, this state lasted only 3 minutes before it ended. The blazing sun dragon, having returned to its usual high-tech appearance, descended onto the mountain. After confirming that the blazing sun dragon had not lost consciousness, the hunters wanted to ask further questions, but Luo Yun simply chose to leave the Dragon Crystal Land and return to the ancient tree. This only exacerbated their confusion. After some discussion, it was decided that Brother Yangwang and the others would remain in the Dragon Crystal Land to investigate the Crimson Tai crystals left behind by the blazing sun dragon during its rampage, while Darren and the others would return to the Starry Base to compile a report on the events during this period, including those involving the Dark Lantern Dragon. Chapter 513. In the sky, the clouds were constantly pierced by streams of light. However, this stream of light was one color when it entered the clouds, and another color when it emerged. From time to time, clouds would be imbued with the energy of the stream of light, sometimes turning into falling clouds of fire, sometimes flashing with lightning and thunder, causing the pterosaurs, who had cheered at the active earth veins, to almost fall from the sky in fear. Luo Yun tried to suppress his excitement, but his occasional quickening speed, and his deliberate movement through the clouds, feeling the subtle arcs of electricity as the clouds rubbed against his scales, all suggested that he was in a truly good mood. Although he had long suspected that, given his current strength, the characteristics he would extract would not be those ordinary versions, he had not expected the panel to give him such a big surprise this time. Trait: Crimson Pulse. Crimson Pulse invokes the ancient genes within his body that seem otherworldly. Through unique energy pulsations, he concentrates his immense power, gaining absolute control over celestial phenomena. The issue of invoking celestial phenomena can be ignored. After all, Luo Yun previously achieved the same level of influence over the entire New World when he fully activated Sunshine. The most crucial part is the phrase, concentrate his immense power. Since his successful transformation, Luo Yun has been working on strengthening his control over Taijing energy and developing new techniques and optimizing existing ones. But for so long, Luo Yun has been stuck in a state of small-scale exploits. Despite developing so many techniques and even mastering the transformation of attribute energy, he surprisingly lacks a signature, lethal technique aside from triggering Taijing crystallization. Yes. No, even his laser breath was merely an enhanced version under the force attribute, and while powerful, it couldn't deliver the decisive blow in a battle of the same level. Compared to the Skeleton Dragon's Genesis, the Brilliant Dragon's superheated heat wave, or even the Serpent King Dragon's meteorite shower, Luo Yun truly lacked any strength. With all his tricks, wasn't he just another Dark Lantern Dragon? But was that because he didn't want to develop such tricks? No, he simply couldn't. After his transformation, the Taijing's energy was powerful, but it always gave him the feeling of being unable to condense, its energy output inefficient. Any signature, decisive move was the product of condensed biological energy. But now, under the influence of the Crimson Pulse, everything was resolved. With each beat, his heart, accompanied by a unique energy pulse, gradually wove a complex and intricate energy core. The chaotic Taijing energy swirling within his body, driven by this energy core, began to become organized. Even the dragon-attributed energy, previously difficult to transform, became easily controlled under this orderly energy. The only drawback to this characteristic so far is that when Luo Yun drives his own energy through the energy core, it becomes tinted crimson. Simultaneously, his physical energy efficiency skyrocketed, dispelling the existing celestial phenomena and transforming into a clear sky. In short, Luo Yun was completely satisfied with this new characteristic. It truly was worthy of being a divine beast. However, Luo Yun felt that using his heart as the body's primary energy core and constructing an internal energy circuit from it seemed so familiar. Overwhelmed by joy, Luo Yun now only wanted to do two things. 1. Go home. He hadn't been close to his wife for over 2 months. After all, the figurine wasn't the real dragon, so besides being a suitable cushion, it was completely useless. Plus, his own strength was about to undergo another transformation, and Luo Yun was eager to share it with Yaji. 2. Find a safe, quiet place where he could trust himself and wait for the completion of the energy core. For once, he was driven by instinct again, his heart making this choice at such a crucial moment. The ancient tree was the place in the world that best met Luo Yun's heart's desires. It was the biological fortress he had built for himself over the past few decades. As long as he remained within the ancient tree, he believed that no enemy would be able to safely reach him until all creatures were dead. With this feeling, amidst the sound of sonic booms, in less than half a day, Luo Yun returned to his loyal ancient tree. Perhaps it was his extended stay in the Dragon Crystal Land, or perhaps it was his experience in the subjugation battle against the Dark Lantern Dragon that taught him that as a natural side, unrestricted level ancient dragon, he no longer needed to carefully conceal his presence. In this world, aside from a very few, he wouldn't bother other creatures, and few would dare to actively attack him after sensing his presence. Even a troublemaker like Nergigant would have to be at least a world-destroying Nergigant. Of course, that assumes there's another world-destroying Nergigant in the new world. A rich ancient aura swept across the entire ancient tree. Except for the thief dragons that sneaked to the lower level of the ancient tree and wanted to see what food scraps the cat's kitchen had processed today, other creatures cheered the moment they sensed Luo Yun's aura. Their god has finally returned. With the god's arrival, there's a sense of security. With the god's arrival, there's a sense of stability in people's hearts. One after another, brilliant fire dragons, accompanied by a multitude of brilliant crystal butterflies, flew out of the ancient tree, transforming into a tornado and paying the utmost respect to the returning Luo Yun. Roar! A deep, throaty sound carried through the air, and the once noisy ancient tree instantly fell silent. Each creature, with their large, gleaming eyes, watched as Luo Yun's shimmering, gigantic form flew into the tree's summit and disappeared. Only then did they cheer once more. While they didn't know where their god had been during this time, all the cats were certain that the fire dragon boss had definitely gone on the great mission of saving the new world. As for the outcome, they all returned unscathed, so the situation was definitely resolved. No one understood their fire dragon boss better than them. In the middle of the ancient tree, little Loren looked on, with envy at his father's return. Compared to when he led the radiant fire dragons back from the Miasma Valley, it was a completely different scene. At this moment, it seemed he had another goal. In the palace lair, Yaji, who was squatting at the lair entrance as usual, blinking her beautiful blue eyes, quietly awaiting Luo Yun's return, was about to stand when she saw the blue light. However, Luo Yun's flying speed didn't slow at all. As Yaji stared wide-eyed, he tackled her and toppled her over, carrying her into the lair. Then, with the sound of scales rubbing against each other's necks, they felt the warmth of each other's body, a feeling they hadn't felt in a long time. The emptiness and loneliness in both parties' hearts caused by this period of separation were slowly and firmly filled in this warm atmosphere. Chapter 514. The investigation team, originally intending to inquire about certain matters upon learning of the Blazing Sun Dragon's return, shifted their focus within just 3 days. The death of the Molten Mountain Dragon had already thrown the new world into a frenzy, keeping the thousands of members of the investigation team busy. The death of the Dark Light Dragon catapulted the frenzy to a climax. Countless plants flourished under the daily concentration of life energy. Many even grew against the season's will, while those that grew in season grew like leeks, cropping up again and again. The herbivorous dragons simply couldn't eat enough, and instead devoured the nutritious plants without reservation, gorging themselves on them until they were completely stuffed. As the vegetation at the bottom flourished, the herbivorous dragons, too, began to multiply in this abundant food supply, each one growing fat and strong. As a chain reaction, the number and quality of herbivorous dragons increased significantly, which was also a boon for large carnivorous monsters. This meant they no longer needed to battle to mark territory and other activities, to obtain a fixed amount of food. The increased nutritional value of their food also made them stronger. This brought 2 days of brief peace to the once chaotic and strife-ridden New World, leaving the investigating hunter somewhat baffled. But the New World's development was comprehensive, and its life energy had been further enhanced. How could the monsters remain stagnant? After the first monster survived the battle, it discovered that its stamina regenerated faster, its wounds healed faster, and its overall stats were actually increasing much faster than if it had grown naturally. These monsters, no longer burdened by the pressure of survival, began to greedily crave more. With their increased strength came the ambition to seize more territory. Seizing more territory meant another round of fighting. And once the fighting began, the invaded side also discovered this situation. Thus, the New World, which had only been peaceful for 2 days, was plunged into conflict once again. This time, the conflict was even more massive, affecting even more creatures and regions. Many monsters perished, while many others, owing to the abundance of food, chose to reproduce. This resulted in the monsters dying at a rate that even outpaced their reproduction. The New World was rapidly growing at a chaotic and swift pace. These pigs, raised for centuries, had finally made an indelible contribution to the overall development of the New World. Of course, this wasn't the most exciting part for the investigation team. Although the battles between ordinary monsters did provide the investigation team with more data, including more specific information on subspecies and rare monsters, it greatly enriched their database. What truly excited the hunters and the investigation team was the incredibly active ancient dragons of the New World. Even after Darren and the Grand Commander had relayed the news of the resolution of the ancient dragon crossing incident, the reason most of the hunters remained was the New World's incredibly active ancient dragons. With the death of the Dark Lantern Dragon, the concentration of ley lines throughout the New World had increased to the point where even without entering the Dragon Crystal Land, the ancient dragons could still enjoy the feeling of being immersed in life energy. This meant that even when reproducing, the ancient dragons no longer had to rely on the Dragon Crystal Land for their own survival. They are clearly the world's transporters, the embodiment of the ecosystem. In the past, they could only occupy a small territory within the Dragon Crystal Land, hiding themselves stealthily, fearing the resentment of their neighbors. After all, we are all ancient dragons, so who is more noble than the other? But now, any area in the New World suitable for their habitation possesses this level of activated life energy, giving the ancient dragons a vastly greater choice of habitats. Ancient dragons, both present and absent, seen and unseen, appeared one after another in the investigation team's records. After completing their mission to investigate the ancient dragon fairy, return to the old world in triumph, or remain in the New World, pursuing numerous ancient dragons and seeking a chance to leave their mark in history, I imagine these elite hunters, given the choice, would make the same choice. It is said that the Starry Sky Stronghold even borrowed a large amount of supplies from the ancient tree Blazing Village for this purpose, and held a 3-day and 3-night banquet to celebrate the remaining hunters' official incorporation into the New World's residential register. Time flew by. Another spring had arrived. Luo Yuan, leisurely feasting on this year's offering of wild mushroom pig, paused slightly, his crimson spiked tail pausing. The dragon lowered its head in displeasure, growling softly towards the ground. Here it comes, again. For years, he and the Dark Lantern Dragon had been at loggerheads. Often, after one dragon had released its pheromones through the Earth's veins, the other would awaken shortly thereafter and begin to cause minor tectonic vibrations. The two dragons' noise through the Earth's veins infuriated the ancient dragons of the New World, but they had no real way to deal with them. Now, with the death of the Dark Lantern Dragon, the ley lines have become highly active. This not only intensifies the noise emitted by the Urkrai dragon, but also allows it to finally awaken from its slumber, having received a massive boost of life force at the end of the ley line corridor. This ancient dragon, who created the New World but, for countless years, truly considered himself its creator, arrogantly seeking to abolish nature's consciousness and claim the New World as his own, has finally reached its active phase. The noise, comparable to a large-scale construction site, is his way of transforming the New World and issuing a warning to the ancient dragons there. Unlike the Dark Lantern Dragon, who is inherently an enemy of the world due to his race, the Urkrai dragons' thinking and actions have effectively forced him from his position as a dragon of creation, a golden ticket to safety, into a position hostile to nature. It's undeniable that he possesses the power to destroy, and even to transform new continents through his consciousness. But forgetting his true identity is courting death. Even those who transcend the taboos of their ecological niche wouldn't dare to manipulate an entire continent at will, let alone an earth-crying dragon, who possesses only immense power, but can only compete with the top 5 in combat. Nature Boss has given him too many opportunities. His constant slumber over the years, even blocking the once annoying Cub Dragon and Serpent King Dragon, were all warnings from Nature Boss to him. Now, with the Dark Lantern Dragon dead, the foundation of the new continent has been thoroughly laid. Beyond the leyline corridors, numerous tributaries provide support. Even without the Earth-Crying Dragon, the new continent can continue to grow steadily. He is no longer irreplaceable. This also means that this will be his last chance. Survival or death, it's all a matter of his will. Chapter 515. The noise pollution from the Earth-Crying Dragon has once again swept across the new world, and with an intensity never before seen. In the past, it merely caused discomfort to the ancient dragons, but they could usually bear it. But this time, perhaps because it was about to fully awaken, and the active earth vein energy was amplifying the noise, many ancient dragons could no longer bear it. A normal person awakened from sleep by noise for several consecutive days would become gloomy and emotionally unstable. But what about ancient dragons, who have been reckless their entire lives, acting with few constraints and following their own whims? Even the most good-tempered ancient dragons would suddenly become irritable after enduring such noise pollution for a long time. Because of the Earth-Crying Dragon's power, and its location at the end of the Earth Vein corridor, the ancient dragons were somewhat helpless. With no other options, they could only vent their rage on the creatures and environment around them. For a time, high temperatures suddenly appeared in several areas of the Great Anthill Wasteland. Even an entire desert was scorched by the intense heat overnight, producing a vast mass of crystals. Many creatures that were unable to escape were reduced to ash. The coral plateau was filled with mist, and pterosaurs struggled to fly through the fog. Even the wriggling eels in the ground were less active. Thunder and lightning flashed in the Grand Canyon, and the corpses of golden lions fell from the canyon almost daily. Occasionally, a few lucky individuals successfully underwent their coming-of-age ceremony through this brutal means, greatly increasing their strength. The investigation team had been kept busy these days. Records of the ancient dragon's disasters were laid out on the table, and elite teams, working together, traveled to various parts of the New World to maintain ecological balance. Amidst this busyness, the investigation team gradually discovered that, in addition to the ancient dragons, the New World also had traces of ecological destructors like the Tyrannosaurus. The Hunter Guild's consistent approach to creatures like the Tyrannosaurus was to complete the hunt. After all, in terms of ecological damage, the Tyrannosaurus was no less destructive than most ancient dragons. Time flew by. As the investigation of the ancient dragons progressed, the investigation team's hunters' footprints expanded rapidly across the New World. At this moment, the mobile research base far away in the Coral Plateau discovered something quite unusual. The wind dragons that dominated the skies of the Coral Plateau had, for no apparent reason, begun a massive migration. This wasn't just one or two, but several groups of wind dragons. You see, the wind dragons have no natural enemies in the Coral Plateau. They're the absolute kings of the land. They're plentiful with the Coral Plateau's primary food source. How could they so easily embark on such a large-scale migration when faced with no pressure to survive? It defies common sense. Later, after a joint investigation by scholars, the mystery surrounding this incident not only persisted but deepened. The reason for these wind dragons' migration was that they couldn't find their home. That's right, wind dragons, possessing the homing instinct of migratory birds, couldn't find their home in the Coral Plateau, their home for generations. To unravel this mystery and determine whether this event could affect the entire New World, Darren's team, currently accepting a mission in the ancient tree, was summoned to the mobile research base to investigate. In the sky, on the deck of the mobile research base, Team Darren and the leader of the 3rd Regiment leaned against the railing, gazing at the receding sea level below. Pterosaurs soared alongside the hot air balloon, acting as a warning. According to the research of the old dragon scholar, he discovered that the wind dragon's loss of homing ability is most likely due to some strange changes in the Earth's ley lines, most likely related to the singing you heard. The leader of the 3rd Regiment adjusted the collar of her fur cloak. The mobile research base was currently flying at a high altitude, causing the temperature to drop somewhat, a considerable challenge for her fragile constitution. Rubbing her hands to warm them, she continued, "So, after discussion, we decided to have the mobile research base, capable of long-distance flight, and a recommended team led by you, track the migrating wind dragons and determine what's affecting them." Darren nodded at the leader of the 3rd Regiment's words. He had been present at the meeting that day, and since he'd been responsible for issuing many of the 5th Corps' tasks, he had no objections to the arrangement. His only regret was that he only needed to complete 2 more 8-star investigation missions to earn enough ancient tree investigation points to exchange for the Blazing Sun Dragon's ancient dragon level reverse scale. However, due to the wind-drifting dragon's abnormality, he had to temporarily forego this. Darren's gaze pierced through the thinning clouds, gazing at the distant flock of wind-drifting dragons, which had almost become tiny dots. His eyes were slightly blurry, and he couldn't tell what was going on. In the ancient tree forest, Luo Yuan, who had finally taken advantage of the momentary cessation of the earth-crying dragon's noise pollution and was about to rest his eyes, suddenly opened them again with a look of displeasure. Beyond irritation, his pupils held a hint of disbelief. He sensed the aura of death. To be more precise, it was life energy imbued with the aura of death, spreading from the north of the ancient forest. Luo Yuan, no longer the boy he once was, had long memorized the auras of the ancient dragons he had seen in the New World. And now, this aura truly felt familiar to him. After all, this was the creature that had once forced the ancient tree fire dragons to migrate to the great Ant Mound wasteland. What Luo Yuan couldn't understand was that the ancient forest was now thriving. With the life energy of the dark light dragons replenishing it, there was no need for a mass extinction of species to maintain the nutrients needed for the land. What's more, the ancient forest now had him in charge. The blatant, undisguised aura of the unrestricted ancient dragon had allowed the ancient forest to maintain a minimal level of peace during these chaotic times. Just like that house dragon actually climbed up again after decades. This is really disrespectful to Luo Yuan. Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed from the palace. The Halwa dragon, cautiously protecting its pregnant mate as they strolled through the treetops, raised its head high, listened carefully to Luo Yuan's roar, and then skillfully responded. It nudged its chin against the Halwa dragon's neck, and with a sudden flap of its massive wings, adorned with blue crystal patterns, it flew towards Luo Yuan's palace, carrying gusts of hot air. When the Halwa dragon arrived, Yaji, Little Loren, and Luo Yuan's Yohua dragon guard had already assembled. Luo Yuan did not emerge from his lair. After confirming the arrival of all the dragons through the crystal particles in the air, he let out another long dragon roar. The next moment, led by Yaji, an army of 50 of the ancient tree's finest Yohua dragons flew out of the ancient tree and headed north of the forest. This time, the ancient tree has an owner. Chapter 516. In the dark, damp lower layers of the ancient forest to the north, a vast mass of miasma spores multiplied, layers of foul-smelling miasma lingering in the air. The corpses of monsters, dead from various causes, before they could be devoured by the abomination birds, became breeding grounds for these miasma spores. Amid the rustling of ferns, a fog-shrouded corpse dragon, draped in a layer of white spores, emerged from a fork in the road. Experiencing the ancient forest's stark contrast to the perpetually sunless miasma valley, its irritation from the noise eased considerably. Its double jaws opened, spewing a large amount of miasma from its parotid glands to increase the air's concentration. After further reducing the suffocation to a satisfactory level, it began to wander aimlessly towards the middle layers of the forest. This time, it did not come with a mission. Just as Luo Yuan had imagined, the new world was now abundant in energy, with life flourishing at all levels, completely eliminating the need for him to aid the ecological cycle. However, as one of the oldest corpse hazard dragons, he lived closest to the source of the earth vein corridors. This meant that the noise created by the earth cry dragon had the greatest impact on him, almost like a person with a loudspeaker constantly blaring in his ears. Even the good-tempered Millennium Dragon couldn't withstand such a cacophony. There was no choice but to go out and relax. The significantly increased concentration of life energy in the new world allowed these miasma spores to a certain extent, break free from environmental constraints and rely on life energy to reproduce. This created conditions for the Mist Barrier Corpse hazard dragon to move. What he hadn't expected was that in the ancient tree forest, a land unclaimed since ancient times, only a few decades after his last departure, an ancient dragon had actually settled there, one at the pinnacle of the world, feeling the warmth of the sun, which he couldn't feel in the Miasma Valley. The Mist Barrier Corpse dragon, about to continue on his way, paused, his mind tangled. If it were in the Miasma Valley, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of Luo Yuan. But this wasn't his home turf, and the help those miasma spores provided him was truly insignificant compared to an ancient dragon. The last time he came to the forest, his rotten hide armor, shattered by a special form of the fire dragon, took decades to repair. If he accidentally encountered that unrestricted ancient dragon this time, he would likely suffer heavy losses. But turning back would mean he would have to endure the pervasive noise pollution. It was a tough choice. The Mist Barrier Corpse dragon was truly torn, but this dilemma didn't last long, as the arriving fire dragons helped him make his decision. After barely half an hour of feeling the sun, the scorching heat enveloped the surroundings. The fluttering white miasma spores were quickly dissolved by the scales of a flock of beautiful radiant crystal butterflies. The miasma, uninfused by the life energy of the mist Hazret, also rapidly perished within the high-temperature zone created by the gathering of the radiant fire dragons. In a matter of seconds, the sky above the mist Hazret's location was completely emptied, forcing it to release some life energy to strengthen the surrounding miasma, so as to maintain its activity in the high-temperature environment. Roar! Aji had never seen the mist Hazret, but the great fire dragon had. It recognized the creature instantly. After all, the experience of fighting alongside Luo Yun against the enemy had left a lasting impression on him. Although they ultimately retreated, back then, they were merely a special species among ordinary creatures. The fact that they could even jointly injure the mist Hazret was incredible. But now, things were different. Although the great fire dragon was merely an ancient dragon-level creature, with the addition of Aji, now an ancient dragon, and the Yao Fire Dragon Guard led by little Loren, their combined strength could even put a Nergigant in a head-on confrontation, let alone a mist Hazret that was being restrained and deprived of its environmental advantages. This battle, the advantage was mine. Before Aji could react, the great fire dragon swooped down, its body ablaze with flames. Those parts covered in Taijing energy burned with a blue-purple calamity flame. It intended to avenge its previous defeat, demonstrating its years of hard work. The next second, the great fire dragon flew back at the same speed it had rushed down. Its movements were too obvious, and the Mist Corpse dragon, upon sensing Aji's ancient dragon aura, immediately gathered its strength, precisely to prevent a surprise attack from this unfamiliar ancient dragon. Instead, Aji waited for nothing, only to encounter a naive great fire dragon. She unleashed a long simmering breath of miasma, withstanding the great fire dragon's dive attack, and directly repelled it. If it weren't for the great fire dragon's greatly enhanced body, even with its calamity flames, which helped it offset some of the miasma damage, even an ancient dragon-level creature would have been in dire straits. The Mist Hazret's counterattack was a signal. Little Loren, already impatient, launched the attack under the cover of the light fire dragons. A swarm of light crystal butterflies filled the valley, combining with the fire-attributed field formed by the light fire dragons to form a barrier, isolating the miasma spores outside the valley from the interior. Leveraging his innate tribulation flame, he repeatedly used ranged attacks to try to destroy the spores covering his opponent's body. The tribulation flame might not inflict any immediate damage to the Mist Hazret, but it was a significant threat to the miasma spores cloaking it. He was determined to defeat little Loren as much as possible, but Aji, standing nearby, became the Mist Hazret's greatest obstacle. Aji, completely undefeated, caused great trouble to the Mist Hazret with both fire and poison. The reckless charge of the dragon chariot was too much for the four-legged Mist Hazret to handle. Its golden scales complemented the crystal shell that covered it, blocking the pervasive miasma. Meanwhile, the volleys of redetonable, highly toxic firestorms left the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon with nowhere to maneuver. Finally, it was forced to flap its tattered wings and soar into the air, engaging the fire dragons in aerial combat. At this moment, the return of the blasted great fire dragon further aggravated the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon's predicament. Thanks to its powerful flight, the sky above the valley resembled a fireworks display, with fireballs constantly exploding. With Aji and Great Fire Dragon as the primary forces, supplemented by Little Loren and the Crystal Butterfly, and the fire dragons clearing out those possessed by the miasma, they would occasionally breathe in their breath. The Mist Barrier Corpse dragon, unable to unleash even 80% of its full combat potential, was trapped within the flames. Chapter 517. Luo Yun wasn't worried about the battle in the northern forest. Back then, the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon, which had spread miasma throughout the forest, was repelled by the Flame King dragon. How could the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon, having only just appeared in the forest, with its miasma spores barely spreading and its energy severely limited, stand a chance against the fire dragons led by Yaji? Even a common Yao fire dragon could ignite flames on its surface as a first line of defense against the miasma, let alone Yaji, who possessed the Taijing energy, as a second line of defense. Thus, the appearance of the Mist Barrier Corpse dragon was merely a minor matter for Luo Yun, one that didn't require much attention. Furthermore, the arrival of an uninvited guest immediately caught Luo Yun's attention. In the sky, the winged feet, and the connection between them, and the body glowed an ominous red. The dragon was enveloped in a frenzied aura. Its high-speed flight left a long trail of red light in its wake, dimming everything around it. Shot off a cliff by Luo Yun in the ice field, the Sky Comet dragon plummeted into the abyss. He narrowly escaped the ice-cursed dragon's pursuit, and successfully reached a ley-line corridor beneath the ice field. There, While the leyline energy wasn't as abundant as in the New World, its unique location made it easier for him to transform it into dragon energy. After enduring tedious years, and enduring the scorching heat of the leyline, he finally, after the deaths of the Molten Mountain Dragon and the Dark Lantern Dragon, successfully surviving the surge of the leyline energy, he broke through his previous limitations and became a battle-hardened ancient dragon, due to the unique geographical environment there, coupled with its more powerful energy organs after transformation. It was able to accommodate and transform a vast amount of dragon energy, successfully achieving an even more powerful dragon energy state. Although the dragon attributed energy within the dragon energy made the battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon even more ferocious, but what most irritated him was that he had actually lost to an unknown young ancient dragon in his boasted speed. This resentment led him, even after becoming even stronger, to not even bother with the ice-cursed dragon that had taken advantage of his critical injury to pursue him. Instead, he headed for the New World without hesitation, determined to find Luo Yuan and avenge his previous defeat. It must be said that after the Sky Comet Dragon became a battle veteran ancient dragon, its overflowing dragon energy, emitting a mysterious red glow, enabled it to fly significantly faster than before. Whether it was the hardness of its scales, the increase in its stamina, or even the efficiency of its specialized organs in converting air into dragon energy, it was all far superior. Therefore, shortly after Luo Yuan sensed the other party's presence, the figure of the Sky Comet Dragon appeared in his sight. Gazing at the aggressively approaching battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon, Luo Yuan's Thai crystal membrane slowly covered his entire body. With a resounding dragon roar, he soared into the sky, his body arcing in an arc, and with a long tail of flame, he pursued the battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon. Two streams of light instantly vanished amid the cat's exclamations. The extreme wind pressure swept across the forest, directly crushing the treetops in its path. It must be said that the speed of this well-prepared battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon was truly astonishing. Even in his normal state, Luo Yuan, even using the flame turbocharger converted from Thai crystal energy and the muscle stimulation of electric current to activate his wing muscles, further enhanced the swift wind wings feature. But facing the veteran Sky Comet Dragon in its dragon chi state, it could only barely keep up. The distance between them, as the veteran Sky Comet Dragon further released the restrictions of its dragon chi, was widening at a visible rate. Seeing this result, the veteran Sky Comet Dragon purred with excitement, its wings roaring with the dragon chi jets. The entire dragon spun in the air as if teasingly, leaving a thick wake in front of Luo Yuan, constantly humiliating him. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Luo Yuan unable to maintain complete stability due to the strong airflow, and saw him frustratingly squeezing his energy, trying to increase the number of turbines to increase his speed. A sense of relief filled the veteran Sky Comet Dragon's heart. This pleasure was no less than running to the demon-gathering grounds to give the world-destroying dragon a kick, than watching it rage helplessly as its exhaust fumes washed over it. He was simply beside himself with excitement at this moment. In his elation, the battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon's speed grew ever faster, the air resistance it faced nearing the limit of its shell's endurance. The battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon felt somewhat regretful about this. Although his speed had now completely surpassed Luo Yuan's, and he could even create a wake to disrupt the opponent's flight, the speed gap between them wasn't so great as to allow him to act recklessly. Otherwise, this time, he wouldn't just be competing in speed, he would have let Luo Yuan experience the power of a genuine lovely star-flying crash. Behind the battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon, Luo Yuan, with an eye mask covering his eyes to prevent the wind pressure from damaging his pupils, tried to awkwardly pretend to be disrupted by the opponent's wake, silently observing the battle veteran Sky Comet Dragon's every move. Indeed, in his current state, Luo Yuan was indeed no match for the current Tianhui dragon in terms of speed, and could only watch helplessly as it flexed its muscles before him. But that was only under normal circumstances. After confirming that the Tianhui dragon's speed had reached its limit, he watched as it once again spun boldly across his body, creating a disruptive flow. Luo Yuan's flustered demeanor vanished, instantly smoothing out the chaotic airflow ahead. A slight curl of his lips revealed a cruel smile. The next second, his heart pounded rapidly, and crimson energy engulfed his entire body, illuminating the previously icy blue Taijing energy. The Taijing crystals on the dragon's surface surged, and its energy output instantly surpassed its limit. The exaggerated turbojet burst forth, with a roar even more frantic than the Tianhui dragon's dragon energy vents. The dragon was engulfed in a rich crimson light. Even the air was distorted by its high speed, and the sunlight dimmed in this crimson glow. The entire dragon's speed surged, and under the glaring gaze of the Sky Comet Dragon, it surpassed him in a mere second. Burning crimson Thai crystal energy streaked across the sky, its endless ribbons of light enveloping the sky comet dragon. No matter how it roared and sped, it couldn't escape Luo Yun's exhaust. Watching Luo Yun, who, after overtaking it, deliberately controlled his speed, keeping the distance between them just enough to affect it, the battle-hardened sky comet dragon roared in frustration, his voice filled with humiliation and indignation. Unfortunately, at this moment, both were moving far faster than the speed of sound, and the roars were audible only to the sky comet dragon. But even if he had, Luo Yun wouldn't have cared. Mysterious red light? Who wouldn't have? Chapter 518. Accelerate, accelerate again. The wings trembled, the organs that transformed dragon energy screamed, and even its hard shell felt a tearing pain under the high pressure. The battle-veteran sky comet dragon tried its best, but as it looked ahead at Luo Yun, who was covered in a thin layer of crystal, and seemed to be full of energy and at ease, its eyes turned red. The previous embarrassment, the previous feeling of powerlessness, were all fake. Such humiliation, such despair, caused the battle-veteran sky comet dragon's wings to tremble slightly under the high speed and pressure. And this very tremor, at such speed, was a fatal error. The entire dragon was disturbed by Luo Yun's wake, and now it could no longer control its body. It spun out of its original trajectory, like a high-speed crimson missile, carrying a large amount of dragon energy, and flew straight towards the distant mountains. The lovely star-flying sky strike that was originally intended to be used on Luo Yun was thus manifested in another way. It was just that his form was a bit off, and his aim was a bit off. Luo Yun noticed the moment the sky comet dragon escaped his wake. After a magnificent backflip, it soared high into the sky, then performed a complete turn to successfully escape from its high speed. He watched helplessly as the red missile traced a somewhat irregular arc in the air, and with a trembling sound, the sky comet dragon crashed headfirst into a distant cliff, startling a flock of pterosaurs, which fled the woods with panic cause. Roar! Luo Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. With such force, even he would have sustained some injuries without protection. Last time, although this creature had fallen into the abyss, it wasn't just an ice and snow area, there was also an ocean below. Therefore, as long as it could withstand Luo Yun's attack, it would have been safe. But this time, driven by curiosity, Luo Yun flew along the sky comet dragon's path. They soon reached the hilltop where the other plane had crashed, and with a single glance, they successfully pinpointed the sky comet dragon's location. Such a large, deep pit was incredibly conspicuous, but when Luo Yun reached the pit, his eyes widened as he saw the half-broken sky comet dragon, its wings and two hind legs exposed, the rest of its body buried in the earth, motionless. No way. A mighty, battle-hardened ancient dragon just died like that? The incredibly hard Taijing membrane on his body retreated back to his chest. Luo Yun leaped over to the sky comet dragon, tentatively extending a leg, leaning sideways, and kicking at its legs. The next second, the sky comet dragon's legs trembled, then it went back to playing dead. Luo Yun rolled his eyes, and retracted his foot. It was good that this guy was still alive. If a mighty ancient dragon died in the crash, it would be a truly absurd joke. With a sudden turn, the spines on his tail seemed to accidentally strike the sky comet dragon's ankle, causing another tremor. Luo Yun spread his wings and soared into the sky. Undoubtedly, this was another victory for him. As for killing the sky comet dragon, there was actually no need. While the sky comet dragon's role in nature was unknown, it was, after all, a rare ancient dragon that lived year-round at extremely high altitudes. It must have a reason for its existence in nature. Furthermore, after this burst of energy, Luo Yun's pent-up anger over the noise pollution from the earth-crying dragon had dissipated considerably. In his cheerful mood, he felt no need to do anything more. Shortly after Luo Yun left, he sensed that his presence had faded. A surge of dragon energy surged from the sky comet dragon once again, and with this impact, he forcibly pulled him out of the ground. The entire dragon was covered in dust, its carapace cracked in several places, the nail of one of its front paws broken, and it lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, doubting its life. Now, the pain in Tian Huilong's body far outstripped the pain in his heart. Since he, Tian Huilong, had sensed the call of nature's consciousness, and arrived in the ultra-high altitudes of the New World to maintain the ecosystem centuries ago, the entire ultra-high altitudes had been his domain. Relying on his sheer speed, he acted recklessly, devouring a water beast one day, a great thief dragon the next, and whenever he felt unhappy, he'd just pick a random ancient dragon and kick it. Coupled with the New World's incredible concentration of life energy, it was practically the entire continent that served as a prime source of dragon energy. He never had to worry about consuming dragon energy, living a life of freedom and recklessness, a truly beautiful experience. But now, everything had changed. Luo Yun's appearance had broken his monopoly, and 2 consecutive defeats in speed and skill had completely shattered his pride. It's unclear how long it will take this Sky Comet Dragon to heal this psychological wound. Ayo. As Luo Yun retreated, he listened to the dragon's weeping roar from behind him, feeling no emotion, and even felt a little like laughing. He flapped his wings leisurely, guided by the earth veins, and flew towards the ancient tree area. Most of the day later, on the forest coast, Luo Yun stared at the unfamiliar shore with a frown, his initial good mood completely vanishing. Where have I flown to? Intent on enjoying this quiet, relaxing moment, Luo Yun didn't deeply sense the earth veins, relying solely on his homing instinct to return. He hadn't expected the new world's magnetic field to be so chaotic, even disturbing him, and this wasn't just a simple magnetic disturbance. Luo Yun's in-depth perception revealed that many of the tributaries had shifted course, and the Venetian corridors, the foundation of the new world's Venetian systems, were even slightly deflected. This Venetian corridor, built over countless years, was one of the most vital lifelines of the entire new world, crucial to its survival. But even the tectonic plates trembling caused by the Earth-Crying Dragon could cause such a shift. Imagine how extreme the fully awakened Earth-Crying Dragon had gone. It was forcibly exerting its power, forcing its will to override the entire continent. Luo Yun didn't know whether to call this creature insane or overly divine. In any case, this alone was enough for boss nature to sentence him to death, just as Luo Yun was sensing the increasingly complex Venetian systems and determining his direction. A large black hedgehog flew overhead with a look of excitement, flapping its wings vigorously as it flew towards the depths of the ocean. Luo Yun instantly recognized this good brother, who had nearly killed him. He hadn't seen him back in the Dragon Crystal Land, and he'd been wondering where he'd gone. To his surprise, he actually seen him here. But with this cheerful look, where was he heading? Watching the dark dot shrinking in the sky, Luo Yun had a thought. After carefully sensing the earth veins and corridors, he finally determined the direction Nye Zi was flying. Over there, the ice field. Chapter 519. Luo Yun blinked, a flicker of confusion flashing across his eyes. Given the current situation in the new world, with all the monsters and demons running rampant, the best option for maximizing hunting potential is to stay in the new world and hunt the ancient dragons locked in conflict due to overlapping habitats. Although Luo Yun had only bypassed a small area of the ice plain while racing against the Sky Comet Dragon, he could sense that there weren't many ancient dragons there. Aside from a few ancient dragons like steel dragons and ice-cursed dragons that could adapt to, or even prefer, ice and snow, there weren't many other ancient dragons who would choose to live in such a place. After all, even if food and a living environment weren't factors to consider, the concentration of life energy in the air had to be considered. The New World's ice plains are at the end of the Earth Vein corridor, the very end of the Earth Vein energy supply. This is why even ice-cursed dragons occasionally cross from the ice plains to the New World when their Earth Vein energy is low. I can't understand what this guy is up to. After pondering to no avail, Luo Yun lost his curiosity and followed Nergigant into the coolness of the icy plains. Although he was no longer as cold-averse as the fire dragon, he still found the icy plains unappealing. Re-identifying his direction, he lost interest in a leisurely flight and, with a single jet of acceleration, roared back to the ancient tree in less than an hour. Having barely landed, before he could even tell Cat to bring up today's charcoal-grilled mushroom pork, he saw the blazing fire village and the ancient tree hunters guild's administrators arrive. Seeing this, Luo Yun sighed silently. The cats from Blazing Fire Village alone weren't a big deal, they simply wanted Luo Yun's guidance, things they couldn't make up their minds about, and intelligence reports on the ancient tree forest and the great anthill wasteland. But when the Hunters Guild administrators were added to the mix, it became a completely different story. They were asking for funding. Following the last time the investigation team borrowed a large sum of food and supplies on credit, the hunters from the fifth group had been toiling away on research and part-time work to pay off their debts. To think they'd be here again so soon. With the investigation team's money-eating voraciousness, without the logistical support from the ancient tree, their lives would surely be utterly miserable. Roar! Tell me, what's the demand this time? How much do you want? For someone to reach Luo Yun, the resources they're seeking are undoubtedly substantial enough to impact the ancient tree's development, potentially consuming a significant amount of Blazing Fire Village's manpower and resources, and even impacting the daily lives of the fire dragons. Hearing Luo Yun's silent growl, the Hunter Guild administrator, listening to Deter's translation beside him, rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. He indeed sought too much resource support recently. If this matter weren't of such grave importance, he wouldn't have had the audacity to seek a meeting with the Blazing Sun Dragon. As the administrator explained, Luo Yun's memories reopened. I didn't expect it would have come this far. The Earth-Crying Dragon's unusual movements had indeed been going on for some time, but Luo Yun had been to the ice fields and knew the distance between them and the new world. Furthermore, he hadn't paid attention to anything other than ancient dragons for a long time, so he hadn't noticed that the wind-drifting dragon had migrated due to the Earth-Crying Dragon's influence. The administrator's request was easily guessed. It concerned the establishment of a Yuetian stronghold. The distance between the ice sheet and the new continent wasn't a big deal for Luo Yun, but for the survey team, armed with only a mobile research base, the straight-line distance would take them 3 or 4 days to fly, and that was only possible under stable air conditions. A vast ocean separated the two sides, and the harsh environment there made the danger too high with fewer people, and supplies were also a problem. Thus, rather than leaving a small survey team there, it would be better to establish a new stronghold. This would ensure safety, while also allowing them to investigate the source of the mysterious song. Luo Yun didn't ponder this request for long. Admittedly, given the current poverty of the Xingqian stronghold, the supplies needed to establish the Yuetian stronghold would largely depend on support from the ancient tree. Such a large amount of supplies would undoubtedly impact the ancient tree's development. But that wasn't the point. Those few supplies could be squeezed out by the Yahua dragons with some effort, so it wasn't a big problem. The most crucial issue is that the Moonstar base is too far from the new world, so far that even after achieving self-sufficiency in a few years, it's very likely to be cut off from the new world. This conflicts somewhat with Luo Yun's original plan, and the solution to this problem. Luo Yun looked at the headman of Chihua village, whose beard had turned gray, and whose whole body looked sleepy even standing up. A deep roar echoed through the hall. At the Xingqian base, the commander-in-chief looked at the reply from the ancient tree and breathed a sigh of relief, while also admiring Qiyang Dragon's generosity. The establishment of the Moonstar base was originally the responsibility of their investigation team, but upon learning of it, Qiyang Dragon not only generously loaned a sufficient batch of supplies, but also directly allocated a full 150 adult Chihua village deter to participate in the project. Later, they will remain in Yuetian as logistics support for the investigation team. With the addition of this group of Detels, Yuetian's logistical problems have been completely resolved. He no longer has to worry about how many 4th Regiment personnel to assign to Yuetian, and he doesn't even need to request logistics support from the old continent. This has greatly reduced his workload. You've been a great help. The leader of the 4th Regiment took the letter from the commander-in-chief and smiled as well. God knows how much the 4th Regiment has sacrificed to feed the thousands of voracious eaters of the 5th Regiment, as well as to manage all the supplies. We've been here for over a decade, and in those years, everyone in the 4th Regiment has wished they were 2 people. Every piece of iron ore has to be recorded, fearing that the accumulation of small amounts will hinder their ability to repay their debts. These 150 Dettel, now in their prime, are all from their 4th Regiment. Not a single one will be left to serve as hunting companions for the hunters. Absolutely. Prepare your winter gear. Once the supplies arrive from the ancient tree, we depart for the ice field immediately. Don't leave the recommended team waiting there too long. Watching the 4th Regiment leader agree, the commander-in-chief pondered whether he had forgotten anything. Suddenly, he remembered Darren's request from the previous meeting. Just as he was about to speak again, the 4th Regiment leader, as if knowing what he was about to say, hurried away without a word or a glance. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth, but ultimately chose not to call out. Forget it. The 5th Regiment already has more than enough combat personnel. There's no need to allocate a group for special supply collection. We discussed this matter with Blazing Fire Village later. Chapter 520. Luo Yun was unaware of the commander-in-chief's plans for detail of Blazing Fire Village. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't have paid much attention. The ancient tree is now not only saturated with Yao Fire dragons, but also with cats. Expanding outward and becoming a hunting cat is the correct path forward. Recently, the Yao Fire dragon's outward expansion has begun to show results. Some older Yao Fire dragons, whose combat effectiveness has waned, have become the first to migrate out of the ancient tree. Following them are not only small groups that have stuck together, but also some Dettel families, who have also reached the end of their potential and served the Yao Fire dragon family their entire lives. After migrating, they will reproduce in their new habitat, just like ordinary fire dragons did before. Once their offspring have gained sufficient strength, they will travel to the ancient tree to participate in the trials and qualify to settle there. The same thing happened to the cats, who had moved out. The second group to migrate out were those flame dragons that had already passed their youth. However, unlike the older flame dragons, they had no cats to follow them. They had to rely on themselves for everything. Whether they could survive in the outside world, or even return to the ancient tree, depended entirely on their own efforts. On the third day after returning to the ancient tree, Aji led the expeditionary force back to the ancient tree. Luckily, even the flame dragon guards suffered no casualties, most of whom were simply exhausted and weakened by the miasma. Aji and the others, aside from a slight appearance of fatigue, were otherwise fine. One of the fire dragons, in particular, returned like a victorious rooster, prancing around with its head held high for days. Those who didn't know would have thought it was the main attacker in this battle against the Mist Barrier Corpse Dragon. Just as Luo Yun had anticipated, Yaji and the others now posed a threat to the Mist Barrier Corpse Dragon no less than the Flame King Dragon, not to mention fighting as a group. Having never seen the spread of miasma, the Mist Barrier Corpse Dragon, without sufficient miasma replenishment and lacking a powerful move that could decisively strike, faced with the restraining forces of Yaji and the Great Fire Dragon, it ultimately had no choice but to pay a price and, frustrated, leave the ancient tree forest and flee back to the Miasma Valley. This perfectly exemplified the saying those who know the times are heroes. With Luo Yun at the helm, and Yaji and the others' massive interception of the Mist Barrier Corpse Dragon, the ancient trees finally calmed down completely at the ancient dragon level. Even the ancient dragons that had settled here quietly restrained their influence on nature, settling into seclusion after securing a territory, a stark contrast to the rest of the New World. Time flew by. A large amount of supplies were transferred from the ancient tree to the star base, and then transported to the moon base on the icy plains. In just 1 month, a small base, standing tall in the snowy terrain and capable of accommodating hundreds of people, was successfully established. It was said that the Dragon Scholar, who had once managed the logistics and construction for a period of time during the earliest days of the survey team, once again exerted his efforts. Despite the scarcity of supplies, he used the most primitive manufacturing methods to forge a large boiler capable of heating the entire moon base. It must be said that although the logistics personnel of the first group fell into silence after the arrival of the second and fourth groups, each of them was highly skilled, worthy of being the elite pioneers. Inside the ancient tree, Luo Yun, immersed in the euphoria of the energy gathering within his body, shuddered slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, a deep crimson hue, and the energy gathering around him began to rapidly subside. He glanced outside the nest with some dismay. Yaji, sleeping beside him, subconsciously huddled against him in her sleep, seeking warmth. The temperature in the air was dropping at an abnormal rate. It was only autumn, so it was impossible for the temperature to drop this low. What's more, Luo Yun sensed the presence of a new ancient dragon. It was passing through the ancient tree forest, rapidly flying towards the Dragon Crystal Land. At the Starry Stronghold, the Commander-in-Chief had originally set up a simple tent by the conference table, firstly to handle documents late at night, and secondly to cool off by the sea in the scorching heat, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But he was suddenly woken by the cold. Leaning out of the tent, he saw snowflakes falling, blanketing the conference table. The Commander-in-Chief was stunned. He didn't even need to think too much. His first reaction was that another ancient dragon was causing trouble. These are troubled times. He retreated back into the tent, silently wrapped himself in a layer of clothing, and fell back into a deep sleep. In the past, facing such unusual weather, the Commander-in-Chief would have worried all night and been unable to sleep. After all, this was extremely cold weather. It was enough to affect the cultivation and acquisition of supplies, and the impact would be enormous. If it continued for a long time and the culprit could not be found, it might even be so serious that the entire investigation team would have to evacuate back to the old world. But now, with the tall figure of Blazing Sun Dragon to support him, such a major event wasn't his concern. The Commander-in-Chief was right. The next morning, Luo Yun went outside and found that the cats had all changed into their furry winter clothes. The Yao Fire Dragons, which had been active since early in the morning, had completely huddled together in their dens, huddled together for warmth and relying on their stored food to keep warm. Compared to other monsters, the fire dragons, with their scales and no fur and their inability to tolerate cold, hated this weather even more. The entire forest seemed to have fallen silent due to the sudden drop in temperature. If it weren't for the abundant life energy and the plants previously absorbed sufficient nutrients and vitality, the dramatic temperature difference would have likely wiped out a large number of the more delicate plants. Luo Yun could do nothing about this except complain a few words. After all, as a dragon who knew the reason, he knew very well that the ice-cursed dragon, having come from afar, had not done it on purpose. Due to the alteration of the icefield's ley lines, Some of its volcanoes have dried up, including the ice-cursed dragon's lair. Unable to obtain sufficient shells from the magma, the ice-cursed dragon, which relies on ultra-low temperatures to condense the magma into volcanic glass for its clothing, has no other choice but to endure the uncontrolled energy and journey to the new continent, where it can craft new clothing in the Dragon Crystal Land. It's even possible that this is preparation for a future battle with the Earth-Crying Dragon. Although their ecological niches are vastly different, it's also true that the Earth-Crying Dragon has low resistance to ice energy. Even if a few more capable ancient dragons were to be deployed to specifically attack the Earth-Crying Dragon, even if they couldn't defeat it, it might still be possible to force it back into a deep slumber at some cost. Chapter 521. A Life of Toil, a Life of Toil. Luo Yun took 2 deep breaths of cold air to clear his mind, then soared into the sky amid the cat's exclamations. Soon, he reached a very high altitude. Looking down at the ancient forest obscured by clouds below, a dazzling white light emanated from his chest. This light quickly enveloped Luo Yun's entire body, and in an instant, he seemed to transform into light. The thick dark clouds that had appeared in the sky due to the sudden drop in temperature were dispelled, and the light reappeared in various parts of the forest. Scarlet Pulse's side effect, sunny weather, the temperature, which had been lowered, quickly rebounded, reaching nearly 30 degrees Celsius. In his previous life, such a dramatic temperature difference would have killed countless creatures unable to adapt. Even humans, with their advanced technology, would not have been able to withstand it. But this is a new world rich in life energy. For the creatures here, aside from those overly delicate plants and animals, the most they experience is some discomfort, which only takes an hour to readapt. The ice and snow in the coastal areas melted rapidly. Inside the starry stronghold, the commander-in-chief, who had just donned his snow wolf suit and warm clothing, immediately returned to his tent upon seeing the dark clouds dissipate and changed into his normal clothes. After observing the complete melting of the ice and snow through the cracks in the tent, he emerged again, his face filled with a calm expression. Everything was as he had expected. The blazing sun dragon struck. The ice-cursed dragon, having just crossed the Grand Canyon and now located in the Coral Plateau, was confronting the roaring thunder and lightning not far away. As a result, this sudden warmth not only miraculously dispelled the icy water sources frozen by his emanating cold, but also subtly suppressed his ice energy. The fire energy in the air, influenced by this warm current, became extremely active. He glanced fearfully at the direction of the warm current, but chose not to head headfirst into the thundering area ahead. He opted for a detour and continued toward the Dragon Crystal Land. At the highest point of the Coral Plateau, Qilin, struggling to maintain the thunderstorm, looked speechlessly toward the ancient forest. Luo Yun's attempt to manipulate the weather was simply too much. How could he manipulate the weather for the entire new world? Not to mention the potential negative impact this would have on some areas of the new world. If he hadn't been able to maintain the thunderstorm zone he used to deter the ice-cursed dragon in that moment, he would have been humiliated. Thankfully, at the critical moment, the battle-hardened Ningbo dragon, who also resided in the highest area, came to his aid. As a half-thunder ancient dragon, he injected new thunder energy into the thunderclouds above, thus saving Qilin's dignity. After the ice-cursed dragon left the area, Qilin gave up, letting the thunderclouds dissipate with the warm current. He knelt beside the water source, silently drinking as if nothing had happened. The bright sunshine brought by the Crimson Pulse was indeed a bit overbearing. This was Luo Yun's first time formally using this ability, and he hadn't expected such a significant impact. However, because the ice-cursed dragon's extreme cold weather affected the entire continent, Luo Yun's actions this time didn't constitute ecological disruption. Instead, they helped maintain the new world's normal ecology. Therefore, he settled for the first day. On the second and third days, after the ice-cursed dragon entered the Dragon Crystal Land and plunged into the magma, it began solidifying new clothing and gradually regained control of its abilities. Luo Yun also made appropriate adjustments to keep the new world's climate at a comfortable level. Therefore, when Darren and his team hurried back to the new world aboard the mobile research base, they were somewhat surprised to find nothing unusual there. Thanks to their ample manpower, they quickly tracked down and sighted the ice-cursed dragon. Based on its violent behavior on the ice field, they initially determined that the ice-cursed dragon was the source of the mysterious song and launched an investigation. Having felt the threat posed by the ice-cursed dragon's uncontrolled energy, and upon sensing it was heading towards the new world, they quickly gathered the members of the recommendation team and returned to the new world. However, all was calm here, leaving them wondering if they had misjudged the situation again. After communicating with the commander-in-chief, they rushed to the new world without delay to see if the blazing sun dragon was there. The blazing sun dragon's presence in the ancient tree would reveal whether their prediction of the ice-cursed dragon was correct. After all, the mysterious song could affect the existence of the surface corridors. If the ice-cursed dragon was truly the culprit, given the blazing sun dragon's temperament, it would have surely come to its door long ago. In the ancient tree, Darren and the others learned from the gathering hall that the blazing sun dragon remained quietly atop the ancient tree, except when it hung in the sky as the sun. For a moment, they didn't know whether to be disappointed or relieved. But regardless, there was no sense of embarrassment. This practice of blaming the wrong ancient dragon wasn't the first or second time. They were already accustomed to it. Since the ice-cursed dragon wasn't the source of the mysterious song, the true culprit must still be on the ice field. They couldn't rest. Fueled by a thirst for adventure and a heavy sense of responsibility, the recommendation team spent only one day in the ancient tree before returning, determined to investigate everything as quickly as possible. Just this trip took another half a month. As the numerous volcanoes on the ice sheet dried up, vast glaciers began collapsing and falling amidst the constant tremors. Even the temperature became increasingly extreme. Some of the ice sheet's highly adaptable monsters began migrating to the New World. The ice sheet and the New World weren't completely separate continents. Strictly speaking, the ice sheet was a subsidiary continent connected to the New World, but its location at the very end of the leyline corridor, combined with its geographical location, created this harsh, cold region. The two continents connected at the northernmost edge of the ancient tree forest. Through that continental shelf, species like the Brontosaurus, a rare subspecies in the New World but common in the ice sheet, emerged. Clad in thick fur, it might seem merely cold-resistant, but in reality, it was highly adaptable, capable of surviving in any environment. It was relatively docile, ignoring weak creatures, but eager to strike hard against larger monsters. The Bullosaurus. All of these herbivorous theropods arrived in the New World via the continental shelf, enriching the already vibrant ecosystem of the New World. In contrast to the fervent energy outside, Luo Yun felt a sense of melancholy at this moment. As his heart transformed into an energy organ for internal energy circulation, Luo Yun discovered that his impact on the environment was growing. Ordinary monsters adapt to their environment, ancient dragons influence it, and those that transcend ecological taboos can even directly create their own environment. At this moment, Luo Yun was experiencing this trend. Even if he did nothing, the ancient tree most deeply affected by his energy continued to undergo rapid changes. Originally, it had only become a strange, magical half-tree, half-crystal scene, but now the ancient tree was sprouting crystals instead of normal branches. If this trend continued, one day, the entire ancient tree might become a crystal tree. Such an environment, so dense that it could even block out life energy, would make it impossible for even Yaji, who was most deeply affected by the symbiotic nature, to inhabit it for long, let alone other creatures. This meant that as Luo Yun grew, and considering the impact on the ecosystem, he might eventually leave the ancient tree he had inhabited and carefully cultivated for decades. Chapter 522. Melancholy aside, life must go on. Furthermore, these are just signs of it. Luo Yun is no transcendent being like the Dark Lantern Dragon. Even with an extra energy core in his heart, his transformation won't be that fast. Besides, the transformation process takes not only time, but also a vast amount of Taijing energy. Currently, the only things that can help him more efficiently convert his life energy into Taijing energy, besides the Yaojing butterfly, are the ancient tree. That day, while Luo Yun was leisurely enjoying the sun, a blue figure suddenly appeared in his sight, carefully circling the ancient tree and flying towards the sea. Looking closely, he saw that it was the country girl, Ice-Cursed Dragon. Due to the unique characteristics of the ice field, and their exaggerated sense of territory, Ice-Cursed Dragons are the ancient dragons that communicate the least with other ancient dragons. They basically keep to themselves, except when interacting with their own kind. The glaciers are sparsely populated, and even the orcs there haven't developed a more advanced civilization. Therefore, despite her longevity, she's still just a country girl in terms of experience. However, judging by her thorough preparations, even her obsidian armor is gleaming, and her energy is overflowing. It's clear she's not planning to retreat to her own comfort zone, but rather preparing for battle. In the original novel, if the investigation team hadn't misunderstood her and Darren hadn't engaged them, the Ice-Cursed Dragon would have considered the investigation team's presence a threat, displaying clear hostility that would have interfered with the ensuing battle with the Earth Dragon. Following the Ice-Cursed Dragon's instinctive need to take time to address any potential sources of interference during battle, it ultimately decided to attack the Moon's stronghold on the ice field first. And then, a truly hilarious scene unfolded. Ignoring the hunters attacking it, and even neglecting its own flight, It confronted the massive iron gate of the moon's stronghold. It could have simply flown in, but it chose to attack the gate. Finally, it was hit head-on by a cannon designed specifically for anti-Earth dragons, piercing its chest. Seriously wounded, it fled back to its lair, where it was then blocked by Darren, who had pursued it. In a desperate battle, it ultimately died in its own lair. This is why the ice-cursed dragon of the Icefield lost its title as the Ice Witch, and was instead called a country girl. She, so ignorant and brainless, this time, without the interference of the investigation team, I imagine the two sides will remain separate, and the ancient dragon group to subjugate the Earth Dragon can be formed. It remains to be seen who will be the main force. Thinking of this, and recalling the last time he subdued the mighty Dark Lantern Dragon, where only he and Brilliant Dragon were among the unrestricted level ancient dragons, Liu Yun felt a little uneasy. Unrestricted level battles, regardless of duration, share one characteristic: they're incredibly exhausting. Both the energy consumption and the stamina drain are incomparable to those of ordinary ancient dragons. Insufficient energy truly means you can't break through defenses. That outrageous energy resistance is truly daunting. Like Liu Yun, with his current energy resistance, he's at best considered a weak dragon, and that's because his dragon energy level is practically equivalent to Taijing energy. It shouldn't be that bad here with the Earth-crying dragon, right? Even animals don't use it like that. He shook his head, shaking off the uneasiness. With the ice-cursed dragon gone, he no longer had to be the sun in the sky. The changing seasons didn't require his intervention. He was sure his happy, carefree life would return. Life, free from the pressures of survival, was so simple and unpretentious. Icefield, coastal area. At this moment, Darren was in the midst of a fierce battle. Not far ahead, the White Knight, familiar with the terrain, constantly leaped through the ice and snow. As if possessing endless stamina, with its two massive fangs, he attempted to attack from all directions. The Ice Fang Dragon, an apex predator living deep within the ice and snow, was known as the Phantom Dragon and the White Knight of the Icefield. Although it resembled a saber-toothed tiger, it was actually a true flying dragon. However, like the Boom Dragon, its wings were incompletely evolved, resulting in less than exceptional flight abilities. Rather than flying, they rely on their powerful hind legs for immense leaps, landing on all fours using their wing claws and hind legs to ensure a stable landing despite their impressive leaps. The significantly more numerous spines on their wing claws and hind legs than on other flying dragons aren't used for attack, but rather to stabilize their bodies and prevent slipping in cold, icy regions. In terms of ecological niche, the Ice Fang Dragon is the equivalent of a male Rathalos on the ice plains. But in terms of difficulty, this creature is even more dangerous than a male Rathalos. Its attack style is varied and dynamic, unlike the direct, overwhelming force of a Rathalos, nor the agility of a swift dragon, which sacrifices some strength in exchange for increased agility. It hunts by frequently moving, combining ranged and melee combat, emphasizing both strength and speed. Thus, for smaller creatures, such an Ice Fang Dragon is undoubtedly even more formidable. Even a nightmare, faced with such a measured monster, hunters, who rely heavily on skill as small creatures, truly despise such prey. After finally dodging its attack and preparing to strike back, alas, it leaps back again. Just when you think it leaped back, a tornado of cold wind gusts towards you. After blocking your view, it pounces without warning. Compared to a flying dragon, this hunting method is truly that of a big cat. Many novice hunters who encounter it are generally frustrated, unable even to escape. Even Darren, with his composure, felt a little frustrated when facing this Ice Fang Dragon, which was clearly more energetic than those of the old world. Gripping the burning wings, he stared intently at the opponent. Beneath the Ice Fang Dragon's lair lies a decades-old adventure ship, rumored to be the same one that carried Master Yuenya's missing teacher. Like Mia, Master Yuenya's purpose in coming to the New World wasn't simply to uncover the secrets of the ancient dragon fairy. Recovering her missing teacher's whereabouts was also her goal. Furthermore, information currently gleaned from the frozen shipwreck suggests the adventure ship also heard a mysterious song and launched an investigation. This could potentially provide some assistance to their currently stalled progress. As a result, the Ice Fang Dragon's presence became a hindrance. After much deliberation, the Moonstar Stronghold issued a mission to expel or subjugate the Ice Fang Dragon. Facing this creature, a formidable force they already encountered once before, Darren, their strongest force, ultimately took action. Chapter 523. Was the Ice Fang Dragon difficult for Darren to hunt? The answer is obvious. Not at all, but this creature was incredibly capable, and had a very flexible bottom line. After being hit by a few counterattacks with charged slashes, it learned its lesson. If its attack failed, it would immediately leap away, then block the path with its icy breath, denying Darren a chance to pursue. Darren wasn't afraid of the icy breath. The burning wing still held a fragment of the Thai crystal left over from Luo Yun's previous enchantment. Darren had fashioned it into a pendant, allowing him to tap into its energy at any time to trigger the burning wing's tribulation flame mode. With this weapon in hand, he could easily block the Ice Fang Dragon's icy breath with a block. But the key point was, this was an extremely cold tundra. The Ice Fang Dragon's icy breath was amplified by the environment. Not only was its power greater, but it also formed a patch of ice upon impact, freezing Darren and slowing him down, forcibly prolonging the battle. A combination of factors delayed the hunt for almost a day, but thankfully, it was almost over. The Ice Fang Dragon was no ancient dragon after all, lacking incredible stamina. The energy stored in its icy sac was limited, and the range of its icy breath was shrinking, its attacks becoming less frequent. Once it was completely exhausted, Darren would be ready to deliver the final blow. That's right, Darren, who had originally intended to simply expel it, was enraged by the Ice Fang Dragon's frantic tugs. Now, he wanted to finish it off once and for all. As the Ice Fang Dragon began to pant, Darren slung his great sword onto his back, freeing his hands to use his hook claws. A dramatic icy breath descended from the sky, instantly freezing the unsuspecting Ice Fang Dragon into an ice sculpture. Immediately afterwards, a gorgeous yet dangerous figure descended from the sky. Its slender, long tail condensed into a sharp ice blade, piercing the ice sculpture with lightning speed, accurately hitting the Ice Fang Dragon's heart. Instantly, a gushing stream of blood spurted out from the punctured wound. The ice-cursed dragon's emotionless eyes, as cold as ice, stared at the Ice Fang Dragon's corpse trapped in the ice. This creature often took advantage of his slumber to enter his territory to hunt, and even dared to leave a marker to mark its territory, if it weren't for the Ice Fang Dragon's camouflage, which provided a significant advantage on the icy plains, and its stealthy nature, it would have been apprehended by the ice-cursed dragon long ago. This result wasn't so bad, was it? With a flick of his tail, he flung the Ice Fang Dragon ice sculpture off the cliff, his eyes fixed on Darren, who was acting cautiously. The lack of a strong aura of life energy suggested a weak attribute energy. It was small, with weak limbs, and clearly couldn't move quickly. Judged as no threat, after making the appropriate judgment based on her limited knowledge, the country girl simply ignored Darren's presence, flapped her wings, and soared into the air, intending to return to her lair to rest and regain her optimal condition before setting out in search of the final destination, the island of origin. Witnessing the ice-cursed dragon's head-grabbing behavior, Darren felt a moment of frustration. He had been holding it in for almost a day, just as he was about to complete the final steps, when this happened. He didn't know what to say. But fortunately, he knew the ice-cursed dragon was not an enemy. When facing an ancient dragon that wasn't causing trouble, the investigation team would mostly focus on observing the ecological environment, and would not risk provoking an ancient dragon. After determining the direction of the ice-cursed dragon's flight, and chugging another bottle of hot drink to dispel the chill, Darren braved the sudden blizzard and returned to the shipwreck camp below the Ice Fang Dragon's lair. Boom! Luo Yun, enjoying his meal, lost his balance and dropped the mushroom piglet, which was almost in his mouth, to the ground. After instinctively taking off at a low altitude, Luo Yun realized that his intuition had been correct. The ancient tree had actually experienced a slight earthquake. Because his lair was at the top of the ancient tree, the shaking was far greater than elsewhere. But this was the ancient tree. In the entire ancient tree forest, the node with the most concentrated earth vein energy, the towering tree could accommodate thousands of fire dragons and a large number of cats, practically a small continent, and yet an earthquake had occurred. Isn't this a bit amiss? Ignoring the roars of dragons and the urgent ringing of the cat's bells outside, Luo Yun calmed the furious Yaji beside him, and calmed down to sense the earth veins. It would have been fine if he hadn't sensed it, but as soon as he did, he immediately noticed something was amiss. Too active. The ley lines were truly overactive. What should have been a calm, flowing ley line was now swaying wildly like water in a shaking glass. The ley line node, located at an unknown depth directly beneath the ancient tree, was itself a turning point. Under the impact of the magma, and the slight tremor of the continental plates, the massive ancient tree also began to sway. This damn little brother dragon, can't he just be more quiet? Luo Yun gritted his teeth. This situation was obvious. It must have been caused by the earth-crying dragon. Because the ancient tree's roots stabilized the ground, it seemed that while there was some shaking, there weren't any other major issues. However, the Great Ant Mound Wasteland and the Dragon Crystal Land might present a problem. volcanic eruptions, and ancient dragon activity could all be chain reactions triggered by abnormal ley lines. Under these circumstances, the investigation team finally discovered some clues. Verifying this conclusion would require a vast amount of data, which would require hunters to travel to various locations across the New World. Even after sending some elite troops to the ice sheet, the manpower for such a large-scale mission seemed insufficient. The Grand Commander, who was in charge of the Star Stronghold in place of the Commander-in-Chief, looked at the pile of reports. Even he, who was capable of battling ancient dragons, felt a headache. The deployment of personnel, the distribution of logistical supplies, the appropriate personnel for each area, and so on, simply drove this veteran hunter, though seemingly rough on the outside, into despair. Facts proved that sheer strength wasn't enough to handle these tasks. It's unclear how the Commander-in-Chief had managed to withstand such pressure for decades, maintaining such an orderly operation at the Star Stronghold. Thankfully, one of the Grand Commander's strengths was self-awareness. Of course, he couldn't resort to conventional solutions like the Commander-in-Chief, but unconventional methods were no problem. He had the research team leader temporarily handle official duties at the Starry Sky Stronghold. After confirming that Xia Guagua and her son were still in the back mountains of the Starry Sky Stronghold, and ensuring sufficient combat power within the base, the Grand Commander headed for the ancient tree with a stack of reports. It's true he couldn't handle such matters, but he had many friends. From the high-ranking officials of Blazing Fire Village to the ancient dragons, he could get them. What's more, he had a close personal relationship with the Blazing Sun Dragon. Besides getting people, he could even get dragons. Chapter 524. When Luo Yun saw the smiling Grand Commander in the palace, his entire dragon face instantly fell. What? What was he doing? The recent supply drive had significantly reduced the Yaohua dragon's treatment, and the cats were suffering. Even his priestess had subtly complained to him on behalf of the ancient dragon community. What was he doing now? Every time he saw the Grand Commander's expression, Luo Yun knew he had something to ask of him, but it wasn't a big deal. If he didn't agree, given how well Luo Yun knew this friend of decades, he would definitely go find his good-for-nothing, and after a bit of bluffing, the job would be done. This maneuver left Luo Yun speechless and helpless. After all, the Grand Commander's deception wasn't very clever. He was simply using Luo Yun to goad little Loren. And yet, this rebellious son was perfectly capable of such rhetoric. All I can say is that little Loren's intelligence is indeed high, but he's a bit less wild. He actually seeks affection and approval from his elders, and his way of thinking is more humane. I don't know if this is good or bad. After hearing the Grand Master's request to borrow a dragon, and to have the fire dragons and hunters living on the lower level team up to investigate the locations marked by the scholars, Luo Yun sensed something was amiss. When the Grand Master produced the scholars' rough map of the New World, and saw the clearly marked patterns of the Geovane corridor nodes, Luo Yun knew what they were up to. It's undeniable that these scholars are truly skilled. Without the information of the ancient dragon people, or the ancient dragon's powerful Geovane energy perception, based solely on their research of the Geovane corridors, and the conditions of each region, they were able to deduce the locations of the nodes, and even create a spiral diagram of the main veins. Finding the end of the New World's Earth vein corridor is only a matter of time. After listening to the Grand Commander's explanation, Luo Yun realized that this guy still had some conscience. All marked areas, including those already explored, where there was a possibility of ancient dragons would be investigated solely by hunters. While those unexplored locations, which were only speculated, would be explored by fire dragons and hunters, if they detected even the slightest sign of an ancient dragon and could not safely evacuate, the fire dragons could abandon the hunters and leave on their own. It could be said that most of the risk fell on the hunters, and participation was entirely voluntary. The price paid by the investigation team was that the hunters partnering with the fire dragons would cover the fire dragon's various tonics, and even the costs of its cat food for the next 6 months. Overall, the income was definitely greater than the expenses, and such an offer would probably tempt even some Yao fire dragons, who had been living a somewhat hard life. Now the fire dragon's hunting grounds have expanded to the area where the ancient dragons once lived. While ordinary prey is a small matter, cat food is a major one. Many of the special ingredients, even when grown on ancient trees, have very low yields. The environmental requirements are extremely high, requiring cats or quests from the Hunters Guild to obtain sufficient quantities. This represents a significant expense for the fire dragons, accustomed to the trading system. Even if it were only for half a year, it was enough for the fire dragons to take on a certain risk. Luo Yun had no reason to disagree. After receiving Luo Yun's approval, the Grand Commander happily departed to negotiate with Blazing Fire Village. Luo Yan watched the Grand Commander depart and instructed Tonkatsu, who was standing guard nearby, to have the ancient dragon prophet share information about the Earth Vein corridors and the Earth-Crying Dragon with the investigation team. If he could resolve his brother dragon's issue sooner, he could get a good night's sleep. The Earth-Crying Dragon was truly mad now. If it weren't for the countless years that the Brilliant Dragon and the Snake King Dragon had opened up countless tributaries of the Earth Vein corridors beneath the New World to stabilize the Earth Veins and support its development, with the Earth-Crying Dragon's reckless actions in recent days to stir up plate tectonics, the ecology of the New World would have been in turmoil long ago. Eruptions of extinct volcanoes, frequent earthquakes, and even drastic changes in the topography would have been enough to wipe out many ordinary monster tribes. Let alone those flightless monsters. Even in the previous life, with so much technology at their disposal, they were still completely powerless against large-scale natural disasters. An ancient dragon of the Earth-Crying Dragon's caliber, if it were to wreak havoc, would be a continent-wide disaster. With Luo Yan's permission, the relevant orders were quickly distributed to the cats of each fire dragon family, and from there, they relayed them to the fire dragons. Soon, one fire dragon after another soared into the sky, bringing their cats with them, and headed for the Starry Sky stronghold. There were only over 600 hunters carrying out these investigations this time. Including the teams, the actual number of missions was only a little over 200, and the number of fire dragons that could participate would have to be reduced even further. For those ordinary fire dragons at the lower levels, keeping up with their growth rate and accelerating their transformation into luminous fire dragons, they needed a sufficient supply of new fire dragon cat food. So, with such generous offers, and with the leader's approval, who would pass them up? Even some Yao fire dragons were tempted, let alone these ordinary fire dragons. The Grand Commander, dangling from the pterosaur, flew back to the star base with a large group of fire dragons, a smile unconcealable on his face. One disagreement between the Grand Commander and the Commander-in-Chief was that he felt the Commander-in-Chief sometimes insisted on maintaining a clear distinction between himself and the ancient tree. In his view, since they had already prepared themselves for life in the New World, and this place had become their home, why not integrate more deeply into its civilization? Perhaps it was his long-standing position as a high-ranking member of the survey team, responsible not only for managing the entire team, but also for communicating with the guilds and kingdoms of the old world. This communication served as a constant reminder that he only considered the New World a second home, thus subconsciously feeling a sense of disconnection from fully integrating into it. This feeling manifested itself in the fact that, despite clearly being able to rely on cooperation with the ancient tree to accomplish certain tasks, he prioritized leaving the survey team to solve them independently. It's not that this is a bad idea, but in the Grand Master's opinion, it's far too inefficient. As fire dragon after fire dragon arrived at the starry stronghold, the hunters and scholars who had long been aware of the Grand Master's plan erupted in excitement. In their entire lives, the Fifth Corps had only heard of collaboration with top-tier monsters, like fire dragons, from the veteran hunters, who remained in the investigation team. They never imagined it would be their turn. This magical experience is exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 525. Exploration of the New World was in full swing, and the ice fields continued unabated. However, the depths of the ice fields were far too cold for humans to survive for long periods of time. Therefore, the Moonstar Base's investigation of the ice fields was limited to the outer reaches, and a few areas within them containing natural volcanic hot springs. After receiving news of the ice-cursed dragon brought back by Darren, the Commander-in-Chief deliberated and decided to dispatch a small team to investigate in the direction the ice-cursed dragon had left. They would ensure that the team's route would not overlap with the ice-cursed dragon's lair to avoid unnecessary trouble. Outside the tent, they gazed at the preliminarily constructed Moonstar camp. Not only were boilers ensuring warmth for all buildings within the base, but the gathering hall was also built near several natural hot springs, providing a pleasant resting space for the hunters. The foundation had been laid, and the Commander-in-Chief would return to Star, where the main work would begin. After careful consideration, I realized that while the leaders of the 2nd, 4th, and 5th Corps were all present on Yuechen's side, there was surprisingly no one capable of coordinating everything. Currently, there were only 4 people in the entire research team, including the Commander-in-Chief himself, who could oversee a single base. The research team leader and the Grand Commander were stationed at the Xingqian base, and the Grand Commander's relationship with the Blazing Sun Dragon made it impossible for him to come here. The research team leader was responsible for overseeing research on ancient dragons and various monster subspecies, and any extra energy he had was limited to assisting in decision-making. The 3rd Corps leader remained at the mobile research base year-round, leading the entire group's scholars in various endeavors, and was incredibly busy. Thinking about it, Yuchen couldn't find anyone suitable. Sitting in his chair, the commander-in-chief rubbed his chin as he gazed at the simple ice map before him. Finally, his gaze shifted to his grandson, Noah, the survey squad leader, who was helping him with some routine tasks. Although his muscular build was striking, and he was a disciple of a swordsmanship master, Noah's hunting talent, it was undeniable, only limited it. Thus, after the arrival of the 5th Corps and the takeover of the survey mission, his position as survey squad leader became somewhat dispensable. He spent most of his time assisting the commander-in-chief at the base, rarely leading the team on missions. Perhaps it's worth a try. Their generation is already aging. The 5th Corps' recommended team, especially Darren's combat prowess, gave the commander-in-chief great confidence. There was plenty of room for trial and error, and he had a very good relationship with Noah. The relationship between the two young men resembled that between the Grand Captain and him back then. Perhaps it was worth a try. The position of commander-in-chief isn't the highest rank. The highest leader of the survey team has always been the Grand Captain. In terms of authority, it's practically the same as the chief of the term, simply at a higher level. This time, the Icefield survey mission can be left to the young people to fully utilize, as the veterans can still provide a backup. Having made up his mind, the commander-in-chief left the tent and headed for the gathering place. There, he met Darren and Mia. After a long private discussion, the three of them secured Darren's support. Darren was well aware of his personality and approach. His sense of responsibility and willingness to work hard, always taking the lead in the most challenging tasks, combined with his strength, had convinced the other members of the 5th term to become the chief of the term. But that was the best he could do. Forcing him to deal with all that triviality and make decisions amidst all the tangles and balancing acts would be a death sentence. He'd be better off taking a knife and slashing at an ancient dragon. He also witnessed Noah's performance. He looked rugged on the outside, yet delicate on the inside, patiently handling documents. He'd been the one coordinating everything during the initial expansion of the Yuchen stronghold, and Darren recognized his abilities. After several people conferred, the commander-in-chief soon summoned all the former Yuchen captains and announced the decision. Noah looked at the commander-in-chief in bewilderment, then at the others who expressed their support. He felt no joy, only a heavy burden bearing down on him. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Darren was older than everyone present, not to mention Master Yuenya, a veteran of the first generation. But as soon as he opened his mouth to refuse, he was stopped by the others. Who here doesn't have a mountain of things to do? Master Yuenya, who had less to do, was still busy with the adventure ship. The 2nd Regiment leader was even more busy researching and developing equipment for the ice fields, making his already bald head even sleeker. There was no need to mention the others. The meeting ended quickly after a mere half hour. The commander-in-chief brushed off the tasks at hand, without leaving any plans for what to do next. With that, he and the 3rd Regiment leader boarded the mobile research base and returned to the New World. Noah stood where the commander-in-chief had stood, taking in the encouraging looks from the others in the tent. He took a deep breath, thought carefully for a moment, and then began assigning tasks to the various regiments based on the current situation. Now, I leave it to you all. After wrapping up, Noah slumped in his chair, breathing slowly, as he watched the others hurried away. Well done, young man. Keep it up. The future belongs to you young men. In the corner, the swordsman's muffled voice came from beneath his helmet. The director of the Ecological Research Institute, flipping through a thick book, comparing the information within with the monsters collected on the ice field, nodded in approval. Yes, although the commander-in-chief left, he had kept the swordsman and the director of the institute behind, as a sort of backup for Noah. Hearing this, Noah shook his head with a wry smile. Although he felt a little reluctant about his hunting career ending so abruptly today, he had no choice but to rush in and give it his all. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself, Noah carefully flipped through the pile of documents on the conference table. Deep in the ice, Meow, nearly frozen like a hedgehog, trembled as he flew to the summit of a snowy mountain, his upper teeth clacking against his lower. Enduring the freezing cold, he slowly entered a hidden cave. As he continued to delve deeper, the warmth of the Earth's veins gradually began to appear, alleviating the chill within him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he emerged from the cave, only to find himself in a canyon flowing with lava. Above, the canyon was covered in ice and snow, while below, a river of crimson lava, reeking of sulfur, filled the air. In the middle of this polarized canyon, a dragon egg emanated a faint blue halo, appearing somewhat malnourished and listless. Traceable strands of life energy were being transmitted into the dragon egg from the silken web surrounding it. However, due to the diversion of the Earth's veins, and the fact that this place was at the end of the Earth's corridor, this energy was insufficient to sustain the dragon egg's growth. At this moment, this super miniature Dark Lantern dragon egg was the most sumptuous lunch in Mimizie's eyes. Although he knew the responsibility and risk he would bear after consuming this dragon egg, he knew it might very well be his last meal. But wasn't the Nergigant born for this very reason? The new world needed balance and stability. Too many overactive ancient dragons, and those from the other side of the world drawn here by the overwhelming life energy, would be destabilizing factors that could disrupt the existing ecology of the new world. Just a few world-destroying Nergigantes simply weren't enough. Chapter 526. Perhaps sensing its impending fate, the dragon egg trembled slightly, and streams of malevolent life energy faintly emanated from the shell. However, not all red dragon eggs are like the king of ancient dragons like the Dark Lantern, nor do all eggs easily accumulate enough energy to hatch. Or rather, like the egg now, before Nergigant, whose location is somehow discovered by the world and becomes a fortuitous fate for various monsters before hatching, this is the fate of most red dragon eggs. While this instinctive malevolence possesses a powerful deterrent, Nergigant is now overcome by his already prepared greed. Even if this egg suddenly hatched, let alone the radiating malevolence, it would not stop him from preying on it. He smashed the eggshell open with force, ripping through the silk screen, and swallowed the liquefied life energy mixed with a tiny embryo-like object within. With a sufficient supply of life energy, Mimizia suppressed her instinctive urge to reproduce, and instead allowed her muscles, regenerative shell, and other parts of her body to absorb this energy freely, replenishing what she had previously lost. Over the years, after countless battles with ordinary ancient dragons, and numerous battles as the primary force in subduing dangerous ones, her physique had long been honed to a remarkable level. After enduring the beating from Fuyu Dragon, the severe wound from Xian Hui Dragon, and the battle with Luo Yuan that nearly killed her, her regenerative abilities had been stretched to their limit, and her thorns had long possessed the potential for further transformation. This time, the replenishment of this vast and pure energy completely filled what he had been lacking. Spikes protruded from his regenerating shell, rapidly darkening and hardening under the stimulation of life energy. But this wasn't the end. As the black spines continued to be infused with life energy, they gradually began to take on a metallic sheen, as if coated with a faint silver-gray hue. His regenerating shell grew thicker, its blackness deeper, contrasting with the diamond spines, which were beginning to transform into a metallic hue, making the entire dragon appear even more dangerous. Even a single red dragon egg, not yet ready for hatching, wouldn't be digested so quickly. Furthermore, this time, the energy was being channeled towards itself rather than reproduction. Even Mimi needed ample time to organize its energy and strengthen itself comprehensively. At this moment, every bit of preparation increased the chance of survival in the upcoming battle. In the lava zone, within the demon-gathering land, the veteran flame dragon, who had been responsible for regulating the lava zone's ecology, snorted in displeasure, his eyes fixed on a nearby lava cave blasted with a chilling wind, his gaze filled with helplessness and resentment. Soon, accompanied by a surge of earth veins, a large amount of magma began to erupt. The next second, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it solidified into obsidian pillars in the extreme cold. The entire cave was like a blooming obsidian chrysanthemum, creating a unique scene in this dull and monotonous environment. At this, the veteran flame dragon could only roll his eyes speechlessly, and silently move further away. A series of crisp clinking and shattering sounds echoed from the cavern. Soon, a thick, cold white mist billowed out, creating a sizzling sound as it collided with the scorching heat outside. Then, a gorgeous figure, tinged with blue and purple, gracefully emerged from the cavern. With a slight sway, pieces of purple volcanic glass fell to the ground. The noble witch glanced at the little creature guarding a short distance from the cavern. Under its wary gaze, she flapped her wings without looking back, soaring into the sky amidst the snowflakes. The battle-hardened ice-cursed dragon, Luo Yun had once encountered it in the Dragon Crystal Land. It was also a creature that had transcended the limits of life, having slain the Black Flame King, the pillar of the ancient tree fire dragons, leaving behind a tailed blade of icy ice that remained unmelted even in the scorching heat of the Dragon Crystal Land. As a being whose existence in the New World was unknown, he might not be as old as the Earth-Crying Dragon, but he had witnessed the New World's growth to its present state, experienced its former civilization, and even met the Earth-Crying Dragon. He was clear about his mission, and understood why he had been the one to successfully break the limits of life, gaining a longer lifespan and power beyond the limits of his species. Everything has a price, and some debts must be repaid. Without stopping, he flew once again towards the icy land he had not set foot on for many years. It was clear that this time, Boss Nature did not prioritize the Earth-Crying Dragon as much as he had the Dark Lantern Dragon, and did not immediately recruit multiple unrestricted-level ancient dragons to advance to the final island. But the intention was clear. He was targeting the opponent's weaknesses. However, neither the Frost-Cursed Dragon nor the Nergigan could break through the rock armor formed on their bodies by years spent underground, subjected to the high pressure of soil and rock, and thus break the dragon's rock-bound state. From the ancient tree, fire dragons began to return one after another. As expected, this time's missions were simple. Without the intervention of the ancient dragons, the fire dragons and the hunter team were more than capable of handling most complex situations. For the first time, the hunters of the fifth group experienced the convenience of working with fire dragons of high ecological niches. Perhaps to ensure a safer future for their rewards, during the investigation, any large monsters that might interfere with the hunter team's progress would be expelled by the fire dragons in the sky. If their ecological niches were similar, the fire dragons would proactively join the hunters, taking turns beating them before driving them out of their area. For hunters, the biggest fear in the wild is the sudden encounter with large monsters. Monsters with camouflage and familiarity with their surroundings often appear suddenly and attack. This forces hunters to be constantly alert during investigations, sometimes even multitasking, observing their surroundings while simultaneously conducting relevant investigations. This places a tremendous strain on hunters' physical strength and energy. With the fire dragon, this worry is completely eliminated. A powerful ally, ready to provide high-altitude support at any time, an aerial reconnaissance aircraft capable of detecting enemies from a great distance ahead, it makes investigations much easier for hunters. Those with masochistic tendencies are always a minority. This easy way to complete quests is truly addictive. Chapter 527. This cooperative mission went on in full swing. Whether it was the ease of cooperating with the fire dragon or the sense of belonging they felt fighting together, the hunters of the fifth group had further deepened their appreciation for the ancient tree and their changed perception of the fire dragon. Originally, Luo Yun had assumed that everything would proceed smoothly until the investigation team discovered the Earth-Crying Dragon's traces, and finally headed to the isolated island of origin for their final investigation. Then, a piece of information reached him. The previously relaxed expression on his face froze in an instant, and his entire expression darkened. That ruthless boss, Nature Consciousness, was truly using him like a beast. It had only been a few months since the subjugation of the Dark Light Dragon, and yet they were calling him in again. This was a battle at the unleashed level, not some ordinary ancient dragon energy duel, a battle of attrition where even 3 days and 3 nights of fighting wouldn't be enough to defeat the opponent. Even his Taijing energy, aided by the Crimson Pulsation attribute, had long since returned to peak condition, and even his energy output efficiency had significantly improved. But at this moment, with his internal energy circulation still unconnected throughout his body, his strength was only on the same level as that of the brilliant dragon. While he couldn't say he had no chance of winning against the Earth-Crying Dragon, there was still a significant gap between them. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was, on what basis? He had just experienced a high-intensity, high-energy battle. He needed at least 3 to 5 years of rest, not even 10 or 8 years rest. It wasn't like he was the only unrestricted-level ancient dragon left in the New World. Couldn't the likes of the Snake King Dragon and the Storm Dragon have joined in? For the first time, Luo Yun had a rebellious thought about the call of the Nature Consciousness. He had diligently worked as a working dragon for decades. Why did he have to take on all the tough ones? Despite the Earth-Crying Dragon's commotion, Luo Yun remained seated in the ancient tree, refusing to intervene. He even prepared to protect the Ice-Cursed Dragon. And now, he's been called up. With a sullen expression, he returned to his nest, crouched down on a soft Taijing branch, and immediately closed his eyes to begin the active operation of his Crimson Pulse for the day. As for Nature Boss's call, he hadn't heard it. Luo Yun's slacking behavior nearly disrupted Nature Boss's program. Unlike those insignificant ancient dragons who needed to arrange for backup after a call, Luo Yun, ever since he'd been on Nature Boss's roster due to his otherworldly energy, hadn't missed a single call for decades. Whether serving as a main force or a supporting role, Luo Yun never slacked off, giving Nature Boss the illusion that Luo Yun would never refuse his call. The New World's unrestricted-level ancient dragons had indeed suffered heavy losses. The few remaining ones now had essential tasks to fill the void left by the losses. Only Luo Yun possessed both sufficient strength and ample time. At this crucial moment, when the New World's boss Nature hadn't yet managed to dig up new unrestricted-level ancient dragons from the Old World, Luo Yun resigned. Theoretically, Luo Yun's refusal to accept boss Nature's call, while still fulfilling his duties, was not wrong. Ancient dragons, even those of unrestricted level, essentially regulate the natural ecosystem, not fight as boss nature's henchmen. Only ancient dragons like the Nergigant and the old world silver dragon are considered professional thugs under boss nature's command. Each call from nature boss was merely a part-time job. Even if an ancient dragon didn't go, it wouldn't have any impact, except for the extra rewards. Furthermore, given Luo Yun's current ecological niche, nature boss wouldn't do anything to him unless he made a fundamental mistake. If a true ancient dragon at the pinnacle of its niche chose to deliberately destroy the ecosystem, it could cause irreversible damage to the local ecology before nature boss could muster sufficient combat power to deal with it. But now is the most critical moment for the new world, also the time when its most advanced combat power is most lacking. Nature boss, who shouldn't have continued to call upon Luo Yun despite his obvious refusal, began to act like an AI robot. More than a dozen calls a day were continuously sent to Luo Yun. To appease him, he even secretly relaxed some of Luo Yun's absorption efficiency of life energy, accelerating the progress of his internal energy circulation. But Luo Yun remained unmoved. Compared to the seemingly endless lifespan of an unforbidden-level ancient dragon, his age could even be considered that of a newborn baby. Energy internal circulation is a major undertaking, but Luo Yun could cultivate it simply through time. This small reward from boss nature was truly nothing. Luo Yun's sleepiness suddenly faded after boss nature gave him a crucial message. Another world, a promise, cooperation, a breakthrough, a bridge. Boss nature's message was abrupt, yet it contained a wealth of information. It wasn't a threat. The Monster Hunter world often intersected with other worlds, and energies from other worlds occasionally blossomed in this world with distinct colors. However, under boss nature's intervention, these powers were either completely localized or, due to their sheer aberration, ultimately perished within the Forbidden Realm. Luo Yun had many speculations about the panel. He knew clearly that the journey from a malnourished premature infant to the pinnacle of his current ecological niche, with significant potential for further growth, had come at a price. It was just that he hadn't yet paid that price. Thus, Luo Yun was genuinely conflicted. He worried that the price he would pay in the future would be one he couldn't afford, yet he was also unwilling to stop there. A life of excitement or a life of obscurity and enjoyment. It was a difficult decision. The information boss nature had given him this time clarified his future strength limits and the ultimate price he would have to pay. Overall, it was a win-win-win. He possessed the top energies of two worlds, possessing a body that represented both. He had proven so much with the ancient tree. His very existence was valid. Besides this information, another crucial piece of information also concerned him. For boss nature to express a breakthrough, it certainly wasn't just a breakthrough in strength. To the nature boss, the ancient dragon's strength didn't mean much. Its ecological niche was the primary focus. Regardless of whether this was a winning strategy or not, Luo Yun had already made his decision after gaining this information. Chapter 528. Slowly gathering his own energy, Luo Yun repelled the Yaojing butterflies that were continuously purifying Taijing energy from his body. His body visibly shrank. The Earth-Crying Dragon's attack method relied on a very small percentage of attribute energy. Although the Yaojing butterflies possessed high energy resistance, their physical defenses weren't as impressive as their energy resistance. They wouldn't last long in a battle with the Earth-Crying Dragon. After all, that creature's shockwave attack was a large-scale, wide-area attack, capable of shattering a mountain range on a small island. There was essentially no other solution besides withstanding it. Rather than making such a useless sacrifice, it would be more cost-effective to allow these Yaojing butterflies, now more powerful and active due to his abilities, while purifying Taijing energy, to remain on the ancient tree, enhancing its overall strength. After devouring today's mushroom pig in a few bites, he growled at Tonkatsu's puzzled gaze, then quickly spread his wings and flew out of the nest, leaving Tonkatsu standing there with a helpless expression, his hand outstretched, wanting to say something. Luo Yun had just emerged from the ancient tree, and was gazing towards the origin island, when he spotted Yaji returning from a tour of their territory. Seeing Luo Yun about to cover his entire body with the Taijing membrane, she immediately knew what he was planning. With a swift twitch of her wings, she quickly changed direction and flew in front of Luo Yun, blocking his path. With a slightly parted mouth, a deep rumble emanated from her throat. Before, whether it was the battle against the Nergigant in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland or the recent battle in the Dragon Crystal Land, Luo Yun had always left Yaji behind. This time, caught red-handed, she insisted on going along. Yaji, with her high IQ, understood that Luo Yun's actions were a form of protection. However, this protection truly hurt her. Fire dragon couples, especially those of subspecies or special species, often face their enemies together, regardless of their strength, even if it means death. But since Luo Yun transformed into an ancient dragon, he had changed. He would hide it from Yaji and face danger alone. Yaji was no ordinary, ignorant female fire dragon. She was also an ancient dragon, and could sense the energy fluctuations emitted when Luo Yun battled other ancient dragons. Therefore, Yaji was well aware of the risks he faced. The thought of her partner facing such enormous risks alone, while she became a burden, unable to help at all, weighed on her. Instinct told her to rush over and face it together, but reason told her to protect the ancient tree for Luo Yun. It would be his safest haven after he was injured. In the end, reason triumphed over instinct, and Yaji forcibly suppressed her impulse. During Luo Yun's absence, she kept the ancient tree in perfect order. Upon his return, she would lead the Yaohui Dragon Guard and maximize the tree's defenses. But this time, she truly couldn't contain herself any longer. She instinctively stopped Luo Yun, this much larger being, a man she looked up to, but this time, she was facing the Earth-Crying Dragon, or, as it's also known, the Heaven and Earth Lori-Crying Dragon. In terms of pure strength, this creature might only rank among the top 5 unrestricted ancient dragons, but his fighting style was a surefire killer of the weak. Ordinary ancient dragons without specialized defensive abilities wouldn't even be qualified to engage in battle with him. Yaji is truly gifted. Empowered by her symbiotic nature, she forcibly achieved the status of an ancient dragon. Meanwhile, the Yaohui dragon couple, ranked just below her, remain mere ancient dragons. With the ancient dragon's long lifespan to hone her abilities, Yaji's ultimate goal will undoubtedly extend beyond her current strength, but that remains in the future. Facing the Earth-Crying Dragon, Luo Yun was confident that even if he lost, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, he couldn't guarantee that Yaji would survive such a battle. Thus, after careful consideration, Luo Yun decisively and directly refused Yaji's request. Without any detours or easing, he bluntly stated that such a battle was not for Yaji to participate in. With her current strength, it would only distract Luo Yun. After all, it was a monster, and sometimes the most direct solution was to expose the harsh truth. This didn't affect Luo Yun and Yaji's relationship. Having come this far together, they had already forged a strong resilience. Furthermore, given the inherent paranoia of fire dragons, only this could completely dispel Yaji's thoughts. Sure enough, upon hearing Luo Yun's response, Yaji's expression froze. Then, with a dimming look in her eyes, she slowly lowered her head and flew aside, clearing the way. Luo Yun cast a deep glance at Yaji, who had momentarily lost her composure, then steeled himself once more, spread his wings, and soared forward. As they passed Yaji, Yaji's body shifted, her wings flapping rapidly. The dragon circled Luo Yun twice before landing on his back. Its powerful hind claws grasped the thick scales on his back, and its spiny jaws nudged the top of his head, emitting a low humming sound amid the rubbing of scales. Only after he had sufficiently imbued himself with Luo Yun did he slowly break away, flying back to the ancient tree without looking back. Luo Yun turned back to look at Yaji's somewhat lonely figure, took a deep breath, and his Taijing membrane covered his entire body. With a violent sonic boom, he rapidly transformed into a red dot. Deep within the ancient tree palace's lair, Yaji hurried over to gaze at the red Taijing crystals growing in the corners of the wall. These were the crimson Taijing crystals that grew from the excess energy that Luo Yun had actively constructed as he was actively building an internal energy cycle, filtered through the ancient tree. At this moment, Yaojing butterflies, which had detached from Luo Yun's body, were fluttering around the area. However, the energy purity of the Taijing crystals meant that even they could not remain on them for long, so they could only absorb the energy by moving around. As heavy footsteps clung to the Taijing crystals, Yaji's vertical pupils fixed on them, her mind filled with Luo Yun's sharp and unrelenting voice. Finally, she gritted her teeth, and amid the panicked flutter of the Yaojing butterflies, she opened her bloody mouth and bit down a piece of the fiery crimson Taijing crystal. Feeling the incredible energy exploding in her mouth, Yaji tightly closed her lips, quickly crushed it with her teeth, and swallowed it whole. The next second, from her stomach, which could swallow the scorching minerals, and possessed an incredible digestive capacity, a terrifying crimson energy erupted. In a mere moment, Yaji felt as if these energies were sweeping over her like bandits, instantly breaking through all the energy organs in her body, expelling and suppressing the energy within. This feeling, as if it was tearing her apart, almost made her wail. But the image of Luo Yun, that cold gaze, constantly recurring in her mind, finally silenced her wails. She lay flat on the ground, closed her eyes, and tried to fight the pain in this way. While the crimson crystal's energy was damaging Yaji's body, it also began to slowly absorb itself, influenced by her life force. This was the only way Yaji could think of to quickly catch up with her increasingly distant partner. She wanted to stand by Luo Yun's side, whether in peace or danger. Chapter 529. Luo Yun, carrying a stream of light, flew through the forest, crossed the ocean, and arrived at a land of ice and snow. The plummeting temperature in the air couldn't penetrate Luo Yun's Taijing membrane, and the ice field's unique scenery, completely different from the New World, didn't attract Luo Yun at all. From the sky, the ice field was enormous. While not as large as the New World, it was still much larger than any single region in the New World. However, the ice field's habitat was limited, and even many ice-attributed monsters couldn't survive in its depths, leaving resources extremely scarce. In such a harsh environment, the creatures that could survive were naturally extraordinary monsters. For example, the Frost-Blade Ice Fang Dragon, capable of competing with the Ice-Cursed Dragon. As a unique individual of the Ice Fang Dragon, it wasn't a subspecies, but rather a powerful individual that had survived the harsh environment and various trials of survival in the depths of the brutal ice field. Monsters in the New World don't deliberately train themselves. Besides needing to conserve their stamina for potential battles while scavenging for food, and the risk of being attacked after training due to exhaustion, it's also possible that the pressure of obtaining food is much less in the New World. Monsters, like the Frost-Blade Ice Fang Dragon, on the other hand, must squeeze every ounce of their stamina to survive the limited food resources deep within the icy plains. It's perfectly normal for such a high-pressure environment to produce creatures capable of pushing their individual limits and rivaling ancient dragons. However, with important matters at hand, Luo Yun had no intention of delving into the icy plains to see just how extraordinary the creatures that managed to survive there truly were. Standing high above the ice sheet, Luo Yun once again expanded his perception, carefully tracing the correct path through the complex, low-flowing earth veins. Finally, following their direction, he located the isolated island of origin, suspended offshore. Luo Yun's IQ might not have improved significantly, but his ability to analyze and process information had also increased with his physical condition. Soon, amidst the tangled web of earth veins, Luo Yun accurately identified the main path. Following this path, Luo Yun flew swiftly. Above a desolate island resembling a Buddhist lotus pedestal, two ice-cursed dragons of varying sizes soared high in the sky, constantly sensing movement below them from the center of the island. And on the barren ground, a ba, covered in silver-gray metallic diamond thorns, hammered here and there, trying to find an entrance to the cave below. Unlike before, the three ancient dragons now radiated their full aura, openly challenging the island's master. However, the Earth-Crying Dragon had long been buried deep underground, dormant at the end of the Earth's corridors, having not emerged in tens of thousands of years. Even if such a cave had once existed on this island, it would have been sealed shut by the passage of time, making it impossible for the Nergigant to find it. However, while they couldn't descend, they could still allow the other party to ascend. If it had been the dormant Earth-Crying Dragon in the past, it would naturally have shown no reaction. But now, he had awakened, his mindset completely transformed. He saw himself as the creator, completely consumed by divinity, and he would not tolerate these mortals challenging him. Accompanied by a violent tremor, a large amount of land began to rapidly collapse from the lotus platform at the center of the isolated island. With a sudden tremor, the entire lotus platform sank completely. Rock after rock, crushed by the tremors, transformed into a vortex of quicksand, engulfing any living creature standing on it. A full 30 meters long, its wings, reduced to mere skeletons, were encased in a vast mass of compressed rock. Like two colossal arms, it broke through the foundation and forcibly pulled its invisible body, resembling a small mountain of rock, from the earth. A mighty being, the Earth-Crying Dragon, awakening again after tens of thousands of years, it stands tall upon this land, and as the Earth-Crying Dragon moved, the earth's veins vibrated in resonance. A vast expanse of ice collapsed on the ice field, burying countless penguins beneath. Darren, enjoying the hot springs at the Moonstar Clubhouse, cooling off the fatigue of days of field research, slipped and nearly fell into the water. In the New World, magma surged from underground caves in the Great Ant Mound Wasteland, deep canyons split open in the ancient forests, vast, fragile platforms of the Coral Plateau collapsed, and volcanoes erupted in the Dragon Crystal Land. These exaggerated movements seemed to announce to all creatures of the New World the rebirth of this god. In the Miasma Valley, Xianhui Dragon roared, the tributary ley line he had just managed. It had been destroyed again by this damned demolition expert. Alas, if the Miasma Valley wasn't so crucial that other areas couldn't be destroyed here. And Xianhui Dragon hadn't been forced to stay here to organize the ley lines and couldn't leave, he would have drifted all the way along the ley line corridor to the isolated island of origin and given the earth-crying dragon a slap in the face. The battle-hardened ice-cursed dragon was the first to react. The supercooled water in his body rapidly stirred, and snowflakes began to drift from the sky due to the absolute extreme cold. This was the precursor to the battle-hardened ice-cursed dragon's attack, a display of his power. Any creature that dared to offend him would be plunged into a deep sleep amidst these dancing snowflakes. Although he didn't know why the earth-crying dragon's appearance was different from what he had seen from afar, his exaggerated aura was unmistakable. A burst of extremely cold breath erupted, sending a shower of ice crystals tumbling down wherever it passed, creating one pit after another in the ground. Faced with the battle-hardened ice-cursed dragon's attack, the earth-crying dragon wasn't sure if it was due to drowsiness from sleeping too long, or if it was due to his current condition that hindered his movement. He didn't dodge, allowing the opponent's breath to fall upon him. Walls of ice formed on the earth-crying dragon's wings and back, and large shards of rock crumbled in the absolute cold. Even Mimi, who had successfully transformed into a world-annihilating Nergigant, would have had to dodge this attack quickly, otherwise the aftermath alone would have been enough to cost him the battle to escape the negative effects of the extreme cold. Perhaps, the veteran king is the ultimate characteristic of the life energy of the new world. Aside from failing to break through its ecological niche, the veteran king ice-cursed dragon's attack was surprisingly no less powerful than that of an ordinary unleashed ancient dragon. This far-reaching performance was merely a side effect of breaking through the limits of its lifespan. But despite the fierce attack, the Uruk-hai dragon, with a large area of its back frozen in ice, merely fluttered its wings clumsily. Accompanied by the exaggerated high-frequency shockwaves, the ice frozen on the rocks instantly shattered, and he, as if nothing had happened, slowly and laboriously moved his feet towards Mimi. Chapter 530. Such a slow pace. Although this was Mimi's first time facing such an opponent, the earth-crying dragon's current performance, aside from its defense, seemed somewhat underwhelmed by the commotion it had caused. Despite its seemingly earth-shattering and brutal charge, such speed would have made it a mere sitting duck for any ancient dragon. Without hesitation, Nergigant spiraled upwards, avoiding the earth-crying dragon's simple charge. Then, transforming into a small hedgehog spinning top, it hardened its spines while spinning, then charged straight at the tips of the earth-crying dragon's wings. Roar! Fearless, this could be considered a supercharged version of Nergigant's ultimate move, thorn-breaking Nergigant spin, sky. After gathering all its strength in the air, it charged forward at high speed with a determined, mutually annihilating momentum. The powerful impact then launched all of its diamond spines, causing terrifying, tearing damage. The earth-crying dragon, having just taken the icy breath of the veteran ice-cursed dragon with no pain, roared under the attack of the world-annihilating Mimi. Its entire body sank slightly, and its wings, struck by the world-annihilating Mimi, trembled continuously, sending shards of rock shattering many protruding rocks. However, in stark contrast to the damage caused by this blow, the shattered diamond thorns, which would have been extremely disgusting to a normal ancient dragon, now merely sank into the rock layer, seemingly without causing a splash. Mimi, however, disengaged from the attack, the abundant life energy still in its body after swallowing the red dragon egg rapidly exerted its power, causing the broken diamond thorns to grow rapidly in the next second. Its two stout forelimbs trembled slightly. He hadn't expected the earth-crying dragon's shell, seemingly no different from ordinary mountain rock, to be so hard. It was as if a mountain had been squeezed and compressed against it through sheer brute force. Seemingly weak, it was in fact terrifyingly strong. World-annihilating Mime's counterattack was a signal, and the ice-cursed dragons, who had been observing, also began to fight. In the sky, two ice-cursed dragons, one large and one small, breathed all sorts of air at the earth-crying dragon with all their might. Their sharp ice blades carved traces into the earth-crying dragon's rocky exterior. Their volcanic glass armor, covered with ice armor condensed from supercooled water, could absorb the earth-crying dragon's occasional airborne counterattacks. World-annihilating Mime, like Old Six, constantly sought opportunities to attack the earth-crying dragon's weak points, such as the base of its wings and the joints of its wings. For a moment, the three ancient dragons had the earth-crying dragon pinned down, preventing it from even attempting a counterattack. Just when things seemed so promising, Luo Yun finally arrived. When he saw the earth-crying dragon's miserable state, he felt no joy at all. Instead, his heart sank. Ultimately, he could only be thankful he arrived just in time. Otherwise, any later, all three would have been outmatched, leaving him alone to face the fully formed earth-crying dragon. In the sky, The battle-experienced ice-cursed dragon grew increasingly agitated as the fight progressed. He clearly remembered the earth-crying dragon's true form. Now, as they attacked, the earth-crying dragon's rock-wrapped armor peeled away. Its form, its posture, increasingly resembled the one it had once relied on in the Miasma Valley, wantonly stirring up the movement of tectonic plates and creating new continents. Moreover, years of battle experience had taught him that the earth-crying dragon's apparent weakness was likely a feign. It was actively preparing for their attack. Luo Yun's arrival caught the attention of the ancient dragons present. The young ice-cursed dragon, who hated interruptions during battle, even instinctively breathed out a breath of frost. World-destroying Mimi and the battle-experienced ice-cursed dragon both stared in astonishment at the roaring ice-cursed dragon, their eyes filled with disbelief. This guy was in trouble. He even dared to attack a powerful, unrestricted-level ancient dragon. TSK. Little did he know, the ice-cursed dragon regretted his decision the very next moment. He had already recognized this sudden, uninvited guest as the ancient dragon that had raised the temperature in the new world due to his power, and now resided in the ancient tree. But the breath had already been released, and he had no time to retract it. Luo Yun's Taijing membrane suddenly transformed into a blue-purple flame. He didn't even try to dodge or counteract the blow with his breath, simply taking the blow head-on, blazing with flame. A vast amount of white mist rose, and after the ice-cursed dragon frantically stopped its breath, Luo Yun, with a cold look in his eyes, flew out of the mist unscathed. After a cold glance at the ice-cursed dragon, who looked embarrassed, realizing his mistake, he hovered in front of the earth-crying dragon and locked eyes with it. Or rather, it was Luo Yun who was looking at the other dragon, while the other dragon was merely sensing Luo Yun. Having spent years underground, the world-destroying Nergigant was completely encased in rock except for its mouth, which could still be opened. Its eyes were also closed, which was why the world-destroying Mimia Z perceived its movements as slow. How could a counterattack with eyes closed, relying solely on perception and passive reaction to being struck, be fast? Of course, this was only a minor factor. The rock-bound state on the earth-crying dragon wasn't a protection, but a restriction. It was a shackle bestowed upon it by nature, a masterpiece that confined it to this isolated island. The earth-crying dragon, sensing Luo Yun's arrival, instantly quieted down. Whether it was the ice-cursed dragon or the world-destroying Nergigant, they were merely minor obstacles to it, posing no threat. But Luo Yun, this strange ancient dragon, sharing the same ecological niche, this aberrant form possessing powers not of this world, made it feel a real threat. Having lived for countless years, the earth-crying dragon knew well how dazzling these otherworldly powers could be in this world. In ancient times, they were even so powerful that they could bring about taboos and destroy civilizations. The might of the taboo fascinated him, yet even possessing the power of creation, he remained merely one of this world's countless inhabitants, replaceable. Thus, he sought transcendence. Inspired by the reproduction methods of the alien red dragons, he sought to gather all the energy of the new world, a land he had been so proud of since ancient times, and transform it into a world dedicated solely to him, a single dragon. Through this means, he would steal the authority of the world, achieving his ultimate ascension and becoming the taboo capable of negotiating with the world and becoming its equal. Boom, boom, boom. The agitated earth-crying dragon began to tremble, and rocks fell madly. Chapter 531. As the earth-crying dragon actively broke free from the rock wrappings around it, an aura of eternal terror began to spread. The surrounding air, the surrounding cliffs, and even the ocean beyond the isolated island all roared in response to the tremors. The two ice-cursed dragons took the lead and flew upward, away from the earth-crying dragon in its strange state. However, whether it was because Luo Yun had arrived and he wanted to flex his muscles to his former good brother, or because he felt that with Luo Yun's backing, he would never let his temporary ally fall into danger, he unexpectedly charged towards the earth-crying dragon instead of retreating. But when he glanced back to observe Luo Yun's movements, hoping to see what kind of attack Luo Yun would use to complement his current wave of damage, he discovered that Luo Yun had actually also followed the ice-cursed dragon into the sky. Roar! Instantly, the wings of the world-destroying Mimi twisted with a sharp clash of thorns, howling loudly, whether from a torn muscle or a complaint against Luo Yun and the other's unpredictable moves. With all his might, he finally stopped his dive, swung his thick tail, and without looking back, he charged into the sky with all his might. Even a fool could see that this being, suppressed by them, would do something terrible next. The only way was to avoid its attack. Woo! A long, melodious sound emanated from the earth-crying dragon, a song that led to destruction. That was the sound of air vibrating under extreme compression, the most direct manifestation of the earth-crying dragon's power. Boom! A massive, thick, and massive chunk of rock suddenly broke away, crashing to the ground and creating a cloud of dust. This instantly created a massive cavity within the earth-crying dragon's bloated body. Seeing the size and depth of the cavity, the world-annihilating Mimosy, who had finally caught up with the ice-cursed dragon, frowned. So all their strenuous attacks had only been scratching the thing. I had thought the broken rocks and thick mud they had knocked down would have done some damage to the main body, but now it seemed they hadn't even broken half of the shell. What kind of defense was this? Of course, what truly alarmed Mimosy was that the earth-crying dragon had been fighting them with such a thing on its back. It was like it had been carrying a mountain for so long. How terrifying must its main body be? How outrageous must its defenses and endurance be? Mimosy didn't know. All he knew was that the earth-crying dragon would be a terrifying foe unlike anything he had ever faced in his life. Here it comes! The Taijing membrane silently covered its entire body, preparing for the impending all-round attack. Above, the ice-cursed dragon watched as its predecessor continuously coated itself with layer after layer of supercooled water, congealing a stronger, thicker ice battle skirt. The weight of the skirt completely defied the ice-cursed dragon's aesthetic, resulting in a bloated, unattractive appearance that even impaired its flexibility. In the past, the ice-cursed dragon would have scoffed at such behavior, but the aura emanating from the earth-crying dragon below was simply too overwhelming. Even reluctantly, it followed the battle-experienced King Ice-Cursed Dragon's lead, continuously shielding itself. Mimosy, wedged between the Ice-Cursed Dragon and Luo Yuan, looked up and down, realizing that of all the dragons present, it was the only one without the ability to layer armor, relying solely on its diamond thorns and regeneration abilities to withstand the onslaught. Although I'm used to this style of fighting, doesn't this make me seem a bit out of place? Just as Mimi was thinking this, a dramatic flash of white light passed by. Then, as if being crushed by a terrifying compressor, the entire dragon was subjected to a terrifying, all-encompassing compression. Only a piercing buzzing sound remained in my ears. Under such overwhelming force, the dragon had no ability to resist at all, and could only soar higher and higher into the sky with the incredible impact. Unlike Mimi, who relied on her regenerative power to play it safe, the two ice-cursed dragons retreated under the impact while continuously increasing the weight of their icy skirts. Overall, the skirts were breaking at almost the same speed as they were filling, leaving the obsidian armor within undamaged. Only Luo Yuan, perhaps knowing he couldn't lose in momentum, or perhaps the energy organs within his body, which had already completed their initial internal circulation, gave him sufficient confidence. Relying solely on the Taijing membrane to withstand the impact, the wind wings unleashed their full power, creating one vortex after another behind them, supporting Luo Yuan and allowing him to absorb the blow head-on. When the dust cleared, the annihilating world-defying Mimi, staggering back from the horizon, caught sight of the vastly transformed Origin Island. If the Origin Island had previously resembled a lotus pedestal, with peaks and ridges forming a distinct landscape, save for a slightly depressed center lotus core, it now resembled a unique landscape. But now, save for the outermost petals, the entire island had been flattened by the impact, transforming into a circular dueling arena with no exit. At this moment, in the center of the field, a strange-looking figure squatted, its closed eyes giving its slightly eerie face a certain serenity. Evil? Divine? Mimosy couldn't tell. Two completely different and extreme perceptions could be simultaneously present on a single dragon. Luo Yuan quietly gazed down at the figure below, seemingly in deep sleep. The enormous body appeared extremely emaciated, covered in a jagged carapace of yellow, purple, and white, riddled with black holes. The carapace on its head evoked a rising flame, and its features were, to the most ordinary eye, quite bizarre. In its hollow forehead lay a special organ called the Cyan shell. This organ, like a third eye, possessed an extremely powerful and exaggerated perception. Without the rock entanglement to obscure it, it could perfectly serve as their third eye. Or perhaps it could be said that this is an organ of external perception, even more terrifying than the eyes, with no blind spots. It also symbolizes his transcendental divinity. Behind him, his 8 shriveled wing bones resembled dead branches, their intertwined tips resembling the Buddha's finger holding a flower, revealing the power of 1,000 hands. This is the Dragon of Origin, modeled after Shiva, one of the 3 main Hindu deities. The Dragon of Heaven and Earth's brilliant cry, shaking free from all restraints, the Creator Dragon, returning to the earth from the edge of the abyss, bearing his own understanding of this world, now appears defenseless, quietly enjoying the sunlight he has not felt in tens of thousands of years. On this devastated land, he savors the joy after suffering to his heart's content. Chapter 532. Crack, crack. Perhaps having been unable to move for too long, the earth-crying dragon slowly raised its head, a crisp crackling sound echoing from its neck. With its eyes closed, it stared at Luo Yun, or rather, at the unworldly power within Luo Yun, and indeed, at the soul that was not of this world. In terms of divinity, even the taboos could not compare to the earth-crying dragon. He was the only dragon capable of seeing through all truth. Slightly opening its mouth, its sharp teeth visible, an ancient, deep voice slowly reached Luo Yun's ears. Why stop me? Neither happy nor sad. This might be a question, or perhaps just an explanation. Admittedly, he had selfish motives, but in his mind, he was not wrong. Gathering the energy of the entire continent, allowing him to transcend, and possessing the power of creation, he could create better, larger, and more new continents. This was a good choice for both the growth of the world and for ancient dragons like Luo Yun. But the truth was, neither the consciousness of nature nor the ancient dragons acknowledged his existence. He simply believed they hadn't grasped the true meaning of the world. He, the future god, would take concrete action to establish a new ecosystem, one more conducive to the growth of living things. Luo Yun didn't respond, but silently ignited a raging flame within him. The roar of thunder and lightning resounded through the sky, and a frenzied current of electricity raged in all directions, carrying the flames. Crimson Tai crystal energy, mixed with black and red dragon energy, began to accumulate in his joints and spines. Luo Yun's entire body seemed to be clad in crimson crystal armor. This was a display of his power, and also the response of his all-out effort. Ouch! Even faster than Luo Yun was the recently returned world-annihilating Mimizi. He knew his position perfectly well. Having just returned from the farthest point, he didn't even bother to test the waters, charging headfirst into the blinded earth-crying dragon. In his view, not attacking while the opponent was still blind and unable to react was foolish. Advantage in combat is built up bit by bit. Every second you waited gave the opponent a second to prepare. The earth-crying dragon turned its head to look at the charging Mimizi. This dazzling life energy was familiar to him, and he naturally knew how to counter it. A wing bone behind him rotated, its wing angle aimed at Mimizi, and then vibrated at an extremely high frequency. Mimizi didn't sense any attribute energy, and even without seeing anything, felt as if struck by something. Numerous diamond spines on its wings broke, and the entire dragon, gritting its teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, fell. Vibration wave bursts. A transparent and rapid burst of vibration waves were the earth-crying dragon's most common long-range attack method after revealing its true form. While its power was average for a restricted-level ancient dragon gathering, this silent and sustained attack could wreak havoc on ordinary ancient dragons with less than stellar defenses. Before landing, Mimizi, having recovered from her injuries, flexed her wings and charged forward, raising her sturdy right claw, clenching it into a fist and charging fiercely at the earth-crying dragon. As if oblivious or unconcerned, the earth-crying dragon didn't even glance at Mimizi, its 8-winged bones trembling with a unique rhythm. Then, having already reached the earth-crying dragon, Mimizi felt as if she had hit an invisible wall, unable to move forward a single step. Instead, the diamond thorns creaked under the weight of the invisible wall. Roar! With a low roar, the earth-crying dragon intensified the vibrations of its winged bones, instantly sending Meow Meow flying. A circle of shattered marks appeared on the ground centered on it. The next second, its 8-winged bones flexed rapidly, sending a massive, invisible vibration wave blasting out, sweeping away the densely packed Tai crystal cones in the sky. A gust of wind swept by, and a crimson figure burst forward. The calm earth-crying dragon could no longer maintain its dignified demeanor. Its hind legs instinctively retreated half a step, bracing itself for the impact. Its ferocious, massive forelimbs stretched out, and the next second, amidst a violent collision, it single-handedly blocked Luo Yun's flying kick. A torrent of flames and lightning rapidly swept along the earth-crying dragon's forelimbs, sweeping across its entire body. The next second, the vibrations of its winged bones shattered the engulfing energy, and its bloody maw opened with a deafening dragon roar. At that moment, the sound waves materialized, striking back at Luo Yun with the intense vibrations of its winged bones. The crimson Tai crystals encasing its claws radiated a crimson glow. The next second, a Tai crystal explosion imbued with 4 energies exploded at close range. Luo Yun, using the earth-crying dragon's sonic waves, soared back into the air. The shattered Tai crystals quickly broke free from the area blocking the sound waves, transforming into small Tai crystal bombs in the airflow he controlled, bombarding the earth-crying dragon continuously. The sudden explosion dislodged its arms, and the earth-crying dragon's chest opened wide. It seemed defenseless, but 4 winged bones thrust forward from behind. Shockwaves swept. The widespread vibration waves finally became translucent in the smoke and dust, allowing the dragon to see. The dramatic vibrations crushed the Taijing crystal fragments that hadn't yet detonated into dust, neutralizing Luo Yun's attack. Each of the 4 remaining wing bones spun out a series of translucent threads, sweeping across the sky like laser swords. Luo Yun wasn't the type of dragon who relied solely on his eyes to capture images. His increasingly powerful mind-eye ability allowed him to perform tasks similar to the earth-crying dragon to a certain extent. The vibration waves, which were difficult for Miemiezi and the others to capture, were like ordinary energy attacks to Luo Yun. He accurately tracked the trajectory and nimbly navigated through it. Flames, lightning, and Taijing cones followed Luo Yun's movements, attacking the earth-crying dragon from all directions. The earth-crying dragon, with only limited movement, was able to maintain a near-perfect defensive perimeter using only its 2 wing bones. At least, not a single Taijing cone managed to land on him. The earth was littered with lingering flames, and the sky was filled with dancing lightning snakes. For translucent vibrational waves streaked through it, reducing everything in their path to ash. The entire island seemed to have become their domain, leaving the ice-cursed dragons, who attempted to intervene, helpless. Only Mimi, having finally pulled herself free from the cliff, braved flames exceeding the heat of the tribulation flame and charged towards the earth-crying dragon again, carrying lightning and thunder. This completely reckless attack forced the earth-crying dragon to use its remaining 2 wing bones, which had been reserved for defending the ice-cursed dragon, to deal with this foolhardy brute. Chapter 533. In the sky, the ice-cursed dragons, who had been constantly on guard against the earth-crying dragon's 2 unused tentacles, suddenly relaxed upon seeing this scene. They hadn't participated in the battle. Firstly, the attacks between Luo Yun and the earth-crying dragon were too massive and intense, and they couldn't find a suitable opportunity. Secondly, the earth-crying dragon had only used 2 of its 6 wing bones, even in the battle with Luo Yun. The remaining 2 were vaguely pointed at them from afar. Had they not been constantly shifting in the sky, the earth-crying dragon's attack would have reached them long ago. The opportunity was fleeting. Finding an opening, the 2 ice-cursed dragons charged into the battlefield from 2 different directions. When they reached the appropriate distance, their long-accumulated icy breath suddenly erupted, piercing through the exploding flames and striking directly at the earth-crying dragon's head. At this moment, the earth-crying dragon, observing the ice-cursed dragon's movements through its eye of mercy, calmly stretched out its protective wing bones. At the cost of absorbing several of Luo Yun's Tai crystal cones, it successfully launched a vibration wave blocking beam, blocking the ice-cursed dragon's breath. Luo Yun's Tai crystal energy was indeed overwhelming, blending dragon, fire, and lightning energies. Even an earth-crying dragon wouldn't easily withstand such damage. However, considering its weak resistance to ice, when it had no choice, it decisively chose the less injured side. It said that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. The earth-crying dragon possessed the Eye of Mercy, allowing it to multitask and face multiple enemies simultaneously. Its powerful and wide-ranging vibration wave could directly eliminate any less powerful nearby opponents. However, facing these flying foes, who couldn't be dealt with by ordinary vibration waves, a earth-walking dragon, whose flight abilities had completely degraded, felt truly frustrated. Especially since his pride wouldn't allow him to dodge even during this probing phase. He suddenly became a target. As the earth-crying dragon increased its vibration output, the ice-cursed dragon's breath was completely intercepted. At the end of the breath, a massive ice wall emerged, then exploded the next second under the earth-crying dragon's attack. Large chunks of ice flew out, nearly hitting Mimezi, as she dodged the vibration wave. Perhaps because the entire area was now engulfed in flames and flying dust, the earth-crying dragon's vibration wave became more visible. Even facing 2 wing bones simultaneously, Mimezi was able to withstand it. With 2 ice-cursed dragons sharing the earth-crying dragon's 2 tentacles for protection, Mimezi was finally able to engage in close combat. After narrowly dodging a sweeping wave of vibrational beams, world-annihilating Mimezi successfully reached the side of the earth-crying dragon, her blood-red maw gaping with excitement. As long as she could get close. She believed that even an ancient dragon the size of the earth-crying dragon wouldn't be able to withstand her attack. In the entire New World, few creatures excelled in close combat. Mimezi was the strongest in melee combat among the small and medium-sized creatures in the New World. Roar! She lashed out at the earth-crying dragon's side with her right fist, covered in diamond thorns. Mimezi couldn't wait to see the dragon's severe weakness exposed by her blow, giving them the opportunity to ruthlessly abuse her. Bang! The dull sound of the impact even drowned out the crack of the diamond thorns. Mimezi's savage smile froze, as she felt the overwhelming power of a mountain in her hand in disbelief. It was as if his punch was not attacking an ancient dragon with a physical body, but a thick mountain. No matter how much strength he used, he could not move forward even a little bit. The only thing that blocked his attack was the earth-crying dragon's front claws, which had been protecting it like the hands of a demon. Mimese's arm muscles swelled with blood, trembling slightly from the immense force exerted. But the earth-crying dragon's front claws remained as steady as a rock. No matter how hard Mimese pushed, they didn't budge an inch. Do you understand the value of resisting the Earth's pressure? Even if the earth-crying dragon's forelimbs weren't as powerful as the wings behind it, they were still able to support its rock-bound body and allow it to move, withstanding the pressure of tens of thousands of years of tectonic plate movement. In terms of endurance and strength, the earth-crying dragon was top-notch. Don't think that this emaciated body doesn't make it a melee-oriented ancient dragon. Its melee abilities are no less than any other ancient dragon. Even Buddhas have anger. Although the earth-crying dragon wasn't a Buddha, a battlefield troublemaker like Mimese still made it slightly angry. The first time he made a significant body movement, the first time he used his physical strength, he slapped Mimese, who was trying to continue wrestling, with his empty left forelimb. He raised his left arm in time to block it, but the strange force after the contact sent Mimese stumbling. Before he could even find his balance, the vibration waves from his two wing bones, vibrating in unison, followed suit, sending Mimese flying again. Meanwhile, Luo Yun, having already explored the earth-crying dragon's attack patterns and the vulnerabilities of its four wing bones, seized the moment the earth-crying dragon swerved to attack Mimese. The speed he had used to confuse the earth-crying dragon surged again, and he instantly passed through the intertwined web of vibration waves. The entire dragon transformed into a red light, and instantly appeared diagonally above the earth-crying dragon. By the time the earth-crying dragon heard the sound, and could sense Luo Yun's position with his compassionate eyes, he was already prepared. A massive Thai crystal cone, reaching a length of 16 meters, had already condensed. Under Luo Yun's supersonic drag, it instantly transformed into a supersonic missile, and flew towards the earth-crying dragon. The earth-crying dragon's hastily retracted wing bones were simply unable to create a sufficient barrier to intercept the vibration wave in such a short time. The sharp tip of the massive Thai crystal cone pierced its chest, and the immense impact force sent it repelling dozens of meters before it barely managed to absorb the impact. But how could a Thai crystal cone, which Luo Yun had expended so much energy to create, possibly inflict damage solely through high-speed impact? Explosion. That's art. Within the Thai crystal cone, the previously stable, multi-attribute energy began to vibrate violently due to the rapid breaking, generating immense heat from the interplay of energies. And this heat, due to the unique properties of Thai crystal energy, began to continuously compress and store. Until a threshold was reached. In the earth-crying dragon's compassionate eyes hell, what he held in his arms wasn't a crimson crystal, but a volcano about to erupt. A solid energy body of unbelievable purity. And at this moment, this solid energy body was about to erupt, the dazzling, invisible energy nearly blinding his compassionate eyes hell. His tightly closed eyes opened, revealing tiny, evil crimson pupils. The compassionate and sacred appearance shattered in an instant, revealing the madness bred by the earth-crying dragon's paranoia over countless years. Boom! The air pressure contracted, and then exploded with a bang. A massive column of flame twisted and shot up into the sky, seemingly ripping it apart. The exploding mushroom cloud immediately unleashed a massive tsunami, flattening the island, which was now reduced to its outer lotus shell. Under such force, the seawater didn't even immediately flow back into the hollow. Chapter 534. A giant, pitch-black hedgehog skittered on the surface of the sea. Mimi rolled his eyes, letting his body repeatedly slam into the water. He felt his wounds open and close, feeling a sense of frustration. He didn't know if it was because of the severity of his injuries, or because he had been flung back again. In short, Mimi, having just pulled himself free from the wall, had completely given up resistance. After all, a few more falls would eventually bring him to a stop. The two ice-cursed dragons were feeling a bit uncomfortable. While the younger ice-cursed dragons didn't have much experience in this area, the battle-hardened ice-cursed dragons did. All those years hadn't been lived in vain. The wary Mimi had already taken to the skies when he saw Luo Yun attack again. The ice-cursed dragons, following closely in their senior's footsteps, followed closely behind. Unexpectedly, Luo Yun, in order to maximize the opportunity created by Mimi and inflict maximum damage, had pushed his speed to the limit. This resulted in both ice-cursed dragons being unable to escape the Tai-Jing missile's attack range. Unlike the earth-crying dragon's vibration wave, the ice-cursed dragons could significantly mitigate the damage from this shockwave through their dual defenses. They only needed to consider the impact force. However, Luo Yun's attack contained extremely powerful energy. Even though they were not at the center of the explosion, the main damage was not concentrated on them. The long-condensed ice battle skirt shattered in the intense heat. Even the volcanic glass armor, painstakingly crafted before the battle, was affected and began to fall off in large quantities. Whether the earth-crying dragon was seriously injured by this attack was unclear, but Luo Yun's teammates had suffered a real blow from their own teammate, the damage even exceeding the damage the earth-crying dragon had previously inflicted on them. Luo Yun hovered in the smoke and dust, carefully observing the ground below, taking in every ounce of information from the chaotic scene below. This was the first time he had ever output such a massive amount of Taijing energy at such a high power, and in an instant. Luo Yun, before he acquired the Crimson Pulsation attribute, would have been unable to do so. It wasn't that he couldn't draw out such a large amount of energy in an instant, but rather that he couldn't simultaneously output such a large amount of energy and complete the corresponding energy conversion and storage in such a short time. Before, he was like the Dark Lantern Dragon, possessing power but unable to perfectly control it. Now, while completing the internal circulation of energy, he was also further controlling the energy within his body. It could be said that, despite reaching this stage, Luo Yun's power was growing stronger day by day. Below, various energy attributes mingled with the life energy from the terminus of the earth veins, constantly intertwining. Even for Luo Yun, perception was still a chaotic mess, and he could only observe with his naked eyes. But how could the thick smoke kicked up by the island-shattering explosion be so easily detected? He tried to activate his swift wind wings to create a whirlwind to disperse the surrounding smoke and dust, but the chaotic energy stirred by them threatened another explosion. Such an explosive force would be useless against an ancient dragon, but it was more than enough to obscure its vision. For a long time, there was no sign of the earth-crying dragon. Even the Mimizi he sensed had flown away from him. Luo Yun pondered for a moment before slowly descending. Though the previous attack had been terrifying, the earth-crying dragon's defenses were not to be trifled with. Even if he had absorbed an attack that could severely injure an ordinary ancient dragon, rendering it incapable of combat, the worst that could happen was a wound that would affect his mobility. Heavy, but not fatal. Furthermore, as the creator dragon, the earth-crying dragon's mastery of earth energy surpasses even the radiant dragon and other ancient dragons that reside underground year-round. To truly defeat it, he couldn't afford it even the slightest chance to escape. With his feet planted on the scorching, charred ground, Luo Yun's crimson-glowing form loomed like a lamp amidst the smoke and dust. His perception was fully activated, capturing every whiff of air flow and energy surge. At the same time, his mind was multitasking, pumping Taijing energy into the earth through his claws, which were entangled in the ground. He wanted to create a battleground of his own, just as he had with the Dark Lantern Dragon, completely isolating the earth-crying dragon from the earth's energy. This would pave the way for the ensuing deadly battle. When? Suddenly, his mind alerted him to a dangerous signal from the side and below behind him. Without hesitation, the Taijing energy he had just injected into the ground rapidly expanded. A massive crimson Taijing crystal rose from the ground. A thick, massive crystal wall formed behind Luo Yun. That wasn't all. Several massive turbines appeared beneath its wings, gushing Taijing energy as thrust, about to rocket Luo Yun into the air. But the earth-crying dragon was no novice in combat. Its grasp of timing rivaled the foresight Luo Yun. A loud humming sound echoed, and the airflow exploded in a violent oscillation. The earth-crying dragon didn't burrow out of the ground. Instead, it mobilized its 8-winged bones, obscured by smoke and ash, and the moment Luo Yun landed, it unleashed its most powerful attack since its birth, Super Vibration Wave. Of all the earth-crying dragon's attacks, the most powerful vibration wave covered a wide angle of hundreds of meters directly in front of the winged bones. The massive crystal wall was crushed layer by layer by this attack, barely able to offer much effective protection before it was breached. The remaining vibrations struck Luo Yun directly, who hadn't yet fully launched. Instantly, a crisp, shattering sound mingled with the clamor of the vibrations. Luo Yun's massive body was also sent flying through the air by this impact, the massive Tai crystal spines on his joints shattering, even the most defensive Tai crystal membrane shredding. Having struck with success, the earth-crying dragon panted heavily, using its 8-winged bones to pull itself out of the ground like a desert spider. His chest, still bleeding, rose and fell rapidly, and various energy elements remained lingering in various parts of his body. He had deliberately not immediately eliminated these residual energies, including Tai crystal energy, in order to confuse Luo Yun's perception. This was the first time in countless years that he had suffered such a heavy loss. Even though he was forcing himself to endure his injuries, he was determined to launch a surprise attack. Furthermore, from his observation, Luo Yun was probably like the 2 ice-cursed dragons, using armor to enhance his defense, thereby reducing the damage caused by his vibration waves. His true form was still very fragile, at least he wasn't a disgusting creature like the Nergigant. Thus, trading injuries for injuries was a win for the Earth-Crying Dragon. Of course, was this really the case? The younger brother, who had been dormant for so long, probably didn't know that although Luo Yun had the skeleton of a flying dragon, he was no fragile mage with high attack and low defense. He was the one who could fight Mimi Z in close combat, forcing a forced exchange of injuries. Chapter 535. His back ached dully, his sturdy dorsal scales covered in a dense mass of cracks, though these cracks were healing at a visible speed. That was a close call. Luo Yun had nearly been injured. He had to admit that during the recent battle, Luo Yun had been too careless and overly reliant on his own information. He had assumed, based on the Earth-Crying Dragon's superiority since the start of the battle, its unwavering demeanor, its unwavering power, its undeniable attitude of overpowering the enemy, its undeniable demeanor of treating them as mere ants, that this creature wouldn't resort to a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, its attitude was completely different when it came to dealing with Mia Z and the others, and Luo Yun. It actually resorted to a sneak attack. This discrepancy led Luo Yun to misjudge the situation, leading him to boldly land despite his vision and perception being obstructed, giving the enemy an opportunity to counterattack. Another factor was his overconfidence in his own defense. Indeed, with the combined power of the Tai crystal membrane, multiple scales, mysterious scales, and a scorched body, Luo Yun's defensive capabilities far surpassed what the naked eye could discern, reaching a level unattainable for a creature of his size. In the previous battle against the Dark Lantern Dragon, although Luo Yun wasn't the primary attacker, he nonetheless withstood the dragon's attacks, creating opportunities for his teammates. But back then, the Dark Lantern Dragon only ruptured the Tai crystal membrane, leaving minor marks on the scales, far from the level of shattering the scales and damaging the flesh and blood that it now ripped apart. In 2 breaths, the scales healed, the shattered Tai crystal membrane and the broken Tai crystal spines reappeared, and a completely renewed Luo Yun emerged. On the horizon, the 2 ice-cursed dragons, witnessing this, initially thought their main force had been injured and that they would have to shoulder more of the offensive responsibility. But what the hell was this? They had only seen this kind of healing speed with that Mimizi just now. The battle-hardened ice-cursed dragon, with its orange vertical pupils, glared at Luo Yun, mentally placing him on the list of dragons not to be provoked. How could such an outrageous dragon exist in the world? The only dragon who remained completely unresponsive during the attack was Mimizi, who had flown back. As a beaten dragon, Luo Yun had been able to trade injuries with him in the past. Now that he was so strong, his regeneration abilities would surely continue to improve. Even he could quickly heal from an injury like that, let alone Luo Yun, his good brother. Thus, he chose not to rejoin Luo Yun, but instead charged towards the Earth-Crying Dragon again, intent on creating another opportunity for Luo Yun and the 2 other dragons. As for why Mimi was so proactive, could it be that he was allowed to share in the spoils after the Earth-Crying Dragon died? But the very second after he burst into the smoke, a pair of crazed, crimson eyes locked onto him. Those tiny pupils, constantly oscillating between sanity and madness, framed by the large, exaggerated whites of their eyes, made simply being stared at by them evoked a chilling feeling, as if this world were an illusion, and he had seen through it, staring directly into the most incredible reality. This gaze, which had no place in this world, this gaze that seemed to transcend everything, penetrated deeply into the heart of the Nergigant. The Earth-Crying Dragon crouched low, suppressing the wound on its chest. 8-winged bones trembled rapidly, and exaggerated super-vibration waves reappeared, blowing away all the surrounding smoke and dust. However, this attack wasn't meant for Mimizi. He wasn't worthy of the Earth-Crying Dragon's seriousness. Breaths woven with 4 different attributes descended from the sky, their vast reach colliding with the super-vibration waves. Countless explosions erupted at the intersection of these energies, and the terrifying impact trembled the ground. Lava erupted, lightning raged, and the scorching dragon attribute aura betrayed a deep malice toward the large monsters. The emanating Tai crystal energy fell everywhere, and one enormous Tai crystal after another appeared out of thin air, then disintegrated into dust under the impact, reflecting a multicolored light and flying off into the distance. One side was mighty, the other simple and unpretentious. This was the most primitive energy confrontation, and also the most dangerous form of combat. The Earth-Crying Dragon dug its limbs into the ground, yet the reaction force kept pushing it back. In the sky, several turbines behind Luo Yun continuously propelled his body, pinning it to the ground. His chest and throat, radiating a blinding crimson from the immense energy output, glowed a blinding crimson. The crimson heart beat rapidly, precisely channeling the energy dispersed across Luo Yun's various energy reservoirs through its rudimentary internal energy network, providing him with ample backup energy. Waves of exaggerated energy pulses spread from the collision point, thoroughly stirring the loose energy within the area. The ice-cursed dragons in the sky clearly sensed the frantic repulsion of the ice energy in the air. Their attacks now relied solely on their own stored energy, which, in such an environment, was significantly weakened. Mimizi, halfway through her charge, could only raise her hand to block the expanding energy pulses. Her skin burned with a burning pain, and her forward speed was drastically reduced. Finally, as the energy continued to accumulate, a massive fireball appeared above the isolated island. Luo Yun's pupils, covered by a film, narrowed slightly. At this distance, with this level of energy accumulation, if it continued to accumulate, with the distance between him and the Earth-Crying Dragon, neither of them would be able to escape. Even with incredible regenerative power, facing an attack rich in dragon energy and Taijing energy, both would likely suffer heavy losses. Thinking of this, Luo Yun exhaled a stream of hot air from his nose, directly changing the attribute composition of his breath. Pure Taijing energy instantly poured into the fireball, forcing its properties to activate, causing the still controllable fireball to explode. As space twisted, the already half-destroyed island collapsed again, its center sinking into a deep basin in the explosion. Amidst the flames, Luo Yun's body continuously absorbed the flames around him, replenishing his energy loss. At supersonic speed, he charged directly at the Earth-Crying Dragon, which had also turned its wing bones to protect itself at the last moment. This strike was a fair and decisive one. Fire Dragon Kick. By the time the Earth-Crying Dragon, its eyelids cluttered by the chaotic energy, and its eyes obscured by the flames, could react, Luo Yun's kick already landing on its head. With the sound of a shattering Taijing crystal, the Earth-Crying Dragon's terrifying head slammed deeply into the ground. The dragon's hindquarters bounced high, before falling back heavily. Luo Yun quickly dodged, avoiding the Earth-Crying Dragon's instinctive defensive indiscriminate shockwave. His body carved a long trail on the ground, and he roared to the sky. Hearing Luo Yun's roar, the battle-experienced King Ice-Cursed Dragon, having barely avoided another round of explosions, swooped down without hesitation, attacking the Earth-Crying Dragon with all its might as it was pulling itself out of the ground. The clever Mimizi pushed aside the rubble covering her, and rushed out from the deep pit, howling and cursing Luo Yun for his lack of cooperation. Meanwhile, she attacked the Earth-Crying Dragon from another direction. Only the country girl, dizzy from the continuous explosions, was still floating in the sky, unable to tell east from west. Chapter 536. The Earth-Crying Dragon quickly raised its head, one eye closed. Extensive damage appeared around the hole in its eye shell. Luo Yun's previous flying kick had been aimed directly at its eye shell. While it's unclear how Luo Yun knew about this secret organ unique to the Earth-Crying Dragon, the damage it caused was substantial. The Earth-Crying Dragon, which could once rely on the absolute perception of its eye shell to multitask, now had to rely on both eyes to fill the gap left by its damaged eye shell. But those eyes, degraded by countless years spent underground, were not particularly effective in combat at this level. They could only fill the gap in its eye shell's perception. To think that it could simultaneously deal with the battle-experienced King Ice-Cursed Dragon and the world-destroying Mimizi without turning back was undoubtedly a pipe dream. After the Earth-Crying Dragon lost its seemingly all-encompassing power, the pressure on Mimizi and the veteran Ice-Cursed Dragon plummeted. At least they could predict its attacks by observing the movement of its eyes and the direction of its body movements. While its unreasonably large-scale attack still exerted a terrifying pressure on them, at least they were able to threaten it and successfully hold it back, giving Luo Yun time to prepare. I wonder what Luo Yun was up to by proactively requesting their help. Off to the side, free from distractions, Luo Yun could finally focus most of his attention on creating the Tai Crystal Domain. Thankfully, this was the terminus of the Earth Vein energy, and its activity wasn't as high as in the Dragon Crystal Land. Moreover, Luo Yun's control over his own power was far superior to his previous level. Therefore, he quickly analyzed the various underground Earth Vein tributary nodes, and began injecting a large amount of Tai Crystal energy, focusing on those nodes. After forming a Taijing grid similar to the Earth Vein's tributaries, he began filling in the gaps within the grid. Quickly, thanks to Luo Yun's incredible computing power, the grid was laid out. Mimizi and the battle-hardened Ice-Cursed Dragon were already teetering under the Earth-Crying Dragon's attack. Fortunately, the Ice-Cursed Dragon, having regained consciousness, intervened in time, diverting some of the Earth-Crying Dragon's attention and preventing the situation from worsening. Seeing this, Luo Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the benefit of having an information gap. Luo Yun had a good understanding of the Earth-Crying Dragon's abilities, while the Earth-Crying Dragon knew nothing about him. After destroying his Eye of Mercy, Luo Yun restrained his aura and pretended to recover. The dragon roar he had just made conveyed the same message. Thankfully, Mimezi knew Luo Yun's style well. He knew that this dragon was a ruthless dragon who would deliberately show weakness, even deliberately fighting in areas he lacked expertise, in order to achieve his desired combat objectives. Therefore, he absolutely wouldn't believe Luo Yun's dragon roar. But he wouldn't act rashly either. Instead, he actively cooperated. This gave the Earth-Crying Dragon a false impression, leading him, despite the damage to his crucial weapon, the CII shell, to choose to first eliminate Mimezi and the others before continuing the decisive battle with Luo Yun. As for the energy loss involved, as a being who has lived for who knows how long, his energy reserves couldn't be depleted in such a short battle. At this level, energy loss is secondary. Physical exertion is the decisive factor. And so, step by step, Brother Long stepped into the script arranged by Luo Yun. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was too late. A vast number of Tai crystal pillars burst forth from the ground. As the ground shook, the entire central area of the Origin Island was completely transformed into a paradise of Tai crystals. A vast amount of Tai crystal energy emanated from everywhere, and beneath the cracks in the ground, one could clearly see the faint crimson Tai crystal energy flowing through the hard Tai crystals. Luo Yun's eye mask, which had been covering his eyes, retracted into the corners of his eyes. His vertical pupils, glowing red from the overflowing energy, stared at the Earth-Crying Dragon, which, sensing something was amiss, was about to charge towards him. A slight smile crossed his lips. Sense something amiss? Too late. The entire Origin Island's subsurface was completely covered in Tai crystals. Even the Tai crystal pillars, standing at the energy nodes of the earth veins, were still absorbing the energy from the subsurface, constantly filling and thickening it. This not only creates a favorable battleground for Luo Yun, isolating the flow of life energy, but also blocks the Earth-Crying Dragon's ability to burrow. At this moment, the flightless Earth-Crying Dragon is completely trapped. Either he must eliminate Luo Yun and the other ancient dragons, or perish here and there. There's no other option. The ground beneath his feet no longer trembles with his will, and the energy aura of the Earth's veins is obscured by the energy of the Tai Ching. Without even burrowing, the Earth-Crying Dragon knows what the ground beneath him has become. A super vibration wave sends the three delaying ancient dragons flying, its crazed eyes fixed on Luo Yun, who no longer disguises himself. I never thought he could fall for such a trick after such a long life. As expected, dragons shouldn't be underestimated. It's clearly a dragon of the order, yet it's just like those shady creatures underground. Is this something from another world? The Earth-Crying Dragon's already turbulent heart shattered completely. A roar sent flying sand and rocks swirling. He lifted his upper body and raised his wing claws, gathering power. His 8 claws vibrated at a high speed, a frequency different from normal vibration waves. Then, between the 2 topmost claws, tiny dots of light began to appear. He was converging these vibration waves into a giant sphere. He was about to unleash his most powerful attack, the Nirvana Lotus Tribulation Beat Cannon, commonly known as the Monster Hunter version of the Rasengan. But now, he was on Luo Yun's home turf. 2 massive Tai crystal pillars burst from the ground without warning, striking the support points on the Earth-Crying Dragon's waist, instantly breaking his balance. But that wasn't the end. The Tai crystal pillars rapidly expanded after the impact, as if to engulf and devour the Earth-Crying Dragon. The power accumulation was interrupted, and the concentrated shockwave ball exploded without causing much impact. The enraged Earth-Crying Dragon quickly adjusted his stance, rotating his wing bones downward, about to break the Tai crystal pillar wrapped around his lower body. But before launching his attack, Luo Yun, manipulating the Tai Jing pillar, decisively detonated it. The original intention was to completely envelop the enemy in the Tai Jing crystals before detonating them, inflicting massive damage without blind spots. However, in his haste, he could only detonate less than a third of the Tai Jing crystals. This single blow immediately knocked the Earth-Crying Dragon off balance, sending it careening backward to the ground. Aha! The Earth-Crying Dragon roared in frustration. Amidst the immense vibrations, it unleashed a super vibration wave, shattering the entangling Tai Jing crystals. It then quickly rose and, for the first time, charged towards Luo Yun. At this moment, only a brutal, hand-to-hand fight could quench his rage. If it were before, Luo Yun might have considered using physical combat to weaken the Earth-Crying Dragon. But now, this was the Tai Jing domain, Luo Yun's home turf. Chapter 537. A vast number of Tai crystal pillars rose from the ground, attacking the charging Earth-Crying Dragon. Unexpectedly, the Earth-Crying Dragon, supposedly a turret-type ancient dragon, now displayed remarkable maneuverability. The 4 lower wing bones behind it, like spider claws, became its auxiliary limbs, constantly propelling its body forward with swift movement. All the TIE crystal pillars that clung to it were either easily avoided or destroyed by the vibration waves from the remaining 4 wing bones. It attempted to form a TIE crystal wall to block the path, but the next second, the wall was violently shattered. Suddenly, accompanied by Luo Yun's dragon roar, the ground shook, and countless TIE crystal pillars burst forth, instantly transforming the surrounding area into a vast TIE crystal forest. A dangerous red light streamed from each TIE crystal pillar. The next second, a super shockwave and TIE crystal explosion erupted simultaneously, emitting a piercing roar loud enough to pierce the eardrums. But now, the Earth-Crying Dragon was fully activated. Aside from its deep pride preventing it from fleeing, every fighting method capable of victory, methods buried deep within its memory over time, was now activated. The originally all-encompassing shockwave converged at a visible speed, clearing the aftermath of the explosion and heading directly in Luo Yun's direction. No precise strikes were needed, the Earth-Crying Dragon only needed to know Luo Yun's general direction, and its sweeping super shockwave would handle the rest. Luo Yun was speechless. This guy had been so disciplined when fighting the Nergiganis and the others, employing energy-saving tactics. Why had he turned into a mad dog against him? Where's the promised monster hunter Buddha? Sliding quickly out of the range of the super shockwave, Luo Yun was now straining his nerves, unable to leave the ground for long, lest the injected energy spiral out of control. But just as he came to a stop, he saw the earth crystal leap and crash down onto his spot, its crimson eyes fixed on him, though it didn't seem to have completely lost its mind. Just as Luo Yun was wondering, he saw the creature launch a small Rasengan directly at his feet. The swirling, concentrated shockwaves spread out, shattering the TIE crystal pillar Luo Yun had used in his counterattack and even transforming into earth-penetrating missiles, directly destroying the ground beneath him. And deep underground, that location was the junction of a tributary earth vein. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Luo Yun mobilized the surrounding TIE crystal energy, unleashing another TIE crystal explosion that forced the earth crystal back, channeling the energy to quickly repair the massive crater left in the ground. Countless TIE crystal pillars, like pythons, would be detonated by Luo Yun at the last moment, even if they couldn't get close enough to the Earth-Crying Dragon's defensive vibration barrier. However, the Earth-Crying Dragon seemed to be aware of Luo Yun's current state. While fighting against the TIE crystal pillars attacking from all directions, it also tried its best to pursue Luo Yun, or at the very least, to launch a round of bombardment in his direction. Instantly, the battle between the two sides went from a pure confrontation to a struggle to maintain and destroy the TIE crystal domain. Although Luo Yun, with his already complete TIE crystal domain, generally held the upper hand in this tug-of-war, he now had to endure the torment of giving up his flight advantage if he wanted to eliminate the Earth-Crying Dragon with minimal effort. As for the 3 ancient dragons in the sky, which had recovered, seeing the continuous explosions and relentless vibration waves below, they were completely lost. Unable to even enter the battle arena, how could they possibly attack the Earth-Crying Dragon? As time passed, the wounds left by Luo Yun's sneak attack on the Earth-Crying Dragon mostly healed, and even the eyeshell on its head was almost fully restored. It once again transformed into an all-seeing god, counterattacking Luo Yun from all angles. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the Earth-Crying Dragon, after quickly maneuvering Luo Yun like a spider, rushed in front of him, raising its ferocious forelimbs high and gathering all its strength to claw at Luo Yun's body. The massive crystal wings, empowered by the heat blade wings, shimmered whitely and roared as they collided with it. The sharp claws, capable of easily piercing rock and digging deep into the earth, were ripped open by the intense heat, and Luo Yun was directly repelled by this incredible force. With his feet firmly gripping the ground, he retreated rapidly amidst a loud grinding sound. One TIE crystal pillar after another emerged, connecting to the TIE crystal shell on Luo Yun's body, stretching it into a long crystal rope. After breaking several, he finally stopped his retreat. The heat blade wings dissipated, and TIE crystal scales scattered. Streams of scalding blood, imbued with immense energy, oozed and dripped, creating small craters in the ground, vaporized by the intense heat. As the Earth-Crying Dragon's 8 wing bones closed, another super vibration wave followed. With a sharp toss of his head, a pure crimson TIE crystal laser shot out, hitting the bull's eye first and knocking the Earth-Crying Dragon back. However, due to his lack of defense, Luo Yun was only blocked by a few TIE crystal walls that had emerged from the ground. This also meant that he was unable to dodge the Earth-Crying Dragon's super vibration wave. The massive body was sent flying again, this time retreating directly to the edge of the realm before stopping. The Thai crystal membrane on its chest had shattered, and large cracks appeared on its scales. Uncontrollable Thai crystal energy continuously seeped out from the cracks in the scales, then was automatically absorbed back into Luo Yun's body. Luo Yun gasped for air, swallowing the sweet, fishy taste that settled in his throat. The Earth-Crying Dragon's attack, in layman's terms, was a purely physical blunt force attack. Not only was it extremely damaging to dragons with weak defenses, it was also quite potent against heavily armored dragons like Luo Yun. The chest scales differed from the dorsal scales. There was a certain hollow space between the dorsal scales and the flesh, and they were much harder, so even after withstanding the damage was less dramatic. But the chest scales, being closely attached to the flesh, were thinner. Even with the maximum amount of Thai crystal membrane as a first layer of defense, the damage Luo Yun sustained from one blow far exceeded that from the one on his back. Fortunately, the Earth-Crying Dragon wasn't feeling well either. Luo Yun's laser breath was once again aimed at his eye as hell. Although he dodged at the last moment, a significant area of his head was still hit. The fact that one eye was now closed indicated that the Earth-Crying Dragon was also seriously injured. At this point, on the surface, both sides had won and lost, seemingly a mutually devastating situation. But Luo Yun, despite his advantage in the air, had stubbornly engaged the Earth-Crying Dragon on the ground for so long, and the time had finally come for him to reap the rewards. Luo Yun had been preparing for a long time, and his ultimate move, replicated by his gradually perfecting Tai Jing domain, was ready. Ah! In the sky, Mimi heard Luo Yun's call, her face filled with disbelief. You two have been fighting so fiercely, and you're still asking me to go down and fight. Aren't you taking Nergigan's life for granted? Chapter 538. No matter how reluctant she was, Mimizi could only charge downwards, under the resigned gazes of the two ice-cursed dragons. On the ground, Luo Yun and the Earth-Crying Dragon engaged in a new round of strife. Although Luo Yun's regeneration wasn't as dramatic as before due to not being out of combat, it had also grown stronger with his growing strength. Even within the battle, he still displayed a recovery ability far exceeding that of an ordinary unleashed ancient dragon. Mimizi dodged the aftermath of one battle after another, successfully squeezing into the battlefield. Luo Yun and the Earth-Crying Dragon immediately noticed her presence. But now, the Earth-Crying Dragon had to contend with the constant explosions of Thai crystal, guard against Luo Yun's breath attacks, and simultaneously find a way to destroy the Thai crystal ground beneath its feet in order to re-establish communication with the earth veins. No matter how capable he was of multitasking, he had already used every part of his body capable of attack and defense. He simply didn't have the energy to spare two wing bones to specifically target Mimizi. He could only adjust the range and direction of his vibration waves to include Mimizi as well. Luo Yun's purpose in sending Mimizi down was simple. He hoped she could, like the Nergigan during the Dark Lantern Dragon subjugation battle, use her own body to restrict the Earth-Crying Dragon's movements. No need for much, just entangle the opponent, giving Luo Yun the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, upon sensing Mimizi's position, Luo Yun disregarded the Earth-Crying Dragon's incredible strength and opted for a more dangerous tactic, engaging the enemy himself. While creating a path for Mimizi to escape, he also placed even greater pressure on the Earth-Crying Dragon. The battle intensified, the entire island trembling incessantly in the fray, seemingly sinking. Roar! Ah! The roars of the dragons echoed one after another. Whether it was the Earth-Crying Dragon or Luo Yun, both sides had abandoned their defenses to a certain extent in the midst of this clash, striving to inflict maximum damage on the other. In the sky, the clouds, previously gathered by the constant alternation of cold and heat, were dispersed by the aftermath of the battle. Large ocean monsters, sensing the fighting and seeking to exploit any advantage, were crushed by the aftershocks before they could even sense the ancient dragon's might, transforming into pools of blood and drifting with the current. For a moment, the area surrounding the Origin Island seemed like a forbidden zone for life. Even the two ice-cursed dragons in the sky were forced to dodge, thanks to their improvised, optimally maintained volcanic glass battle skirts, which shielded them from significant damage. If it were any ordinary ancient dragon, they would have long since retreated from the area due to their injuries. But suddenly, the continuous explosions abruptly ceased with a resounding bang, and even the continuous vibrations vanished. Below, Luo Yun and the Earth-Crying Dragon exchanged a breath of air at close range, the resulting explosion sending both of them reeling. The Earth-Crying Dragon, with its stamina greatly increased, shook its head, opening one eye and attempting to pursue Luo Yun. However, Mimizi, who had successfully rushed forward under Luo Yun's protection, tackled it with a thorn-breaking, annihilating spin sky, knocking it to the ground. Before it could use its wing bones to counterattack, Mimizi, like a madman, grasped a wing bone with one hand and bit down on one of its arms, pinning itself firmly to the earth-crying dragon. He exerted his wings frantically, pinning the earth-crying dragon to the ground with all his might. If the earth-crying dragon wanted to strike him, it would have to extend its wing bones forward. The earth-crying dragon did just that, and launched its attack. Mimizi's diamond thorns didn't hold out for long before they were shattered, and all the remaining damage was dealt to his back. Even as blood and flesh flew, Mimizi's eyes remained red as she clung to the earth-crying dragon, refusing to let go. He knew Luo Yun wouldn't miss this opportunity, for which he had risked his life. Luo Yun, who had flown farther due to the slight size disadvantage from the fight, was now fully awake. He saw no Mimizi being attacked, only the earth-crying dragon struggling to rise. His mind was completely lost in the underground Taijing realm. From the moment the domain formed, the Taijing domain, constantly receiving Luo Yun's energy and connecting to the earth vein nodes, drawing ever-increasing energy, suddenly became agitated. All the energy rapidly converged, condensing beneath the earth-crying dragon under Luo Yun's command. With compassionate eyes, he could sense the terrifyingly condensed and immense energy behind him, and a hint of panic flashed across the earth-crying dragon's frantic eyes. No longer considering the minimum cost to remove Mimizi from his body, he directly inserted his flexible wing bones into the gap between his chest and Mimizi, resolutely unleashing a vibration wave despite the risk of receiving backlash from his attack. At this point, Mimizi, already nearing her limit, could no longer hold on, and was sent flying, spurting blood. The earth-crying dragon quickly gathered its wing bones and frantically pulled itself up, attempting to move away from the spot. But it was too late. Amidst Luo Yun's furious roar, the energy within him surged at an incredible rate, even surpassing the energy threshold that a typical unleashed ancient dragon could release in a short period of time. This energy was absorbed flawlessly by the Tai crystal domain, then gathered at the feet of the earth-crying dragon. The next moment, like a sharp sword unsheathed, a massive crimson Tai crystal pillar burst forth from the earth, its base nearly 20 meters in radius, its sharp tip gleaming crimson and swirling with black and red lightning. With unstoppable force, it struck the earth-crying dragon, leaving it no time to escape. The incredible growth rate and sheer force sent the earth-crying dragon soaring high into the sky. After growing a full 150 meters, the energy conduits flowing along the sword's spine had successfully converged all their energy at the tip. The sharp sword tip pierced its skin, pierced its muscles, and, after its sternum was broken and lodged in the cracks between its bones, the earth-crying dragon trembled and mobilized its wing bones, attempting to trigger a vibration that would destroy this unique Tai crystal pillar. Just Cliff's sword. The sword's tip, condensing all the energy of the entire Taijing realm, suddenly erupted. No sound could be heard, only a sharp humming sound echoed continuously. The explosion could no longer be seen. Only a vast expanse of white, radiant light. The Cliff sword, composed of 4 different energy attributes, blended in a highly precise ratio, maximized its power, its force nature transforming any subsequent damage into instant damage. Although it was Luo Yun's Monster Hunter Taijing replica, its power was beyond the capacity of any creature within its ecological niche. There was no wailing, no unnecessary movement. When the dust settled, the earth-crying dragon shattered, undragon-like corpse fell heavily to the ground. A massive hole pierced its chest, its torn flesh vaporized, leaving only half its body to return to the embrace of nature. And the tremendous life energy in his body also exploded in the air in the explosion just now, and sprinkled into the ocean of the new continent. Chapter 539. Without a trace of surprise, Mimizi, covered in dust but seemingly unharmed from the outside, howled as she charged towards the remaining half of the earth-crying dragon's body. There was no other way but to charge quickly. Luo Yun's Cliff sword had drained the energy from the Taijing domain, and with Luo Yun no longer injecting power to maintain it, the origin island was about to sink under the all-out battle between the two unleashed ancient dragons. Even if there was only a small chance of gaining some benefit from the earth-crying dragon's corpse, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, the suffering of this battle would be in vain. Fortunately, whether it was Mimizi's good luck or perhaps because the earth-crying dragon's life energy was too overwhelming to dissipate completely all at once, Mimizi actually managed to detect a dragon jade from the earth-crying dragon's broken neck, its life energy still not completely dissipated. With a fierce bite, she successfully swallowed it. Mimizi also took advantage of the earth-crying dragon's energy-rich blood, quickly guzzling several gulps while it was still hot. At least it was a gain. Although it was still a drop in the bucket, at least it was a comfort to her heart, Better than having gained nothing at all before, Luo Yun watched the corpse of the earth-crying dragon plummet into the abyss as the ground collapsed. The creator of this new continent, and the greatest crisis that had plunged him into madness, had also come to an end. Spreading his wings and slowly taking off, he saw Mimizi's small eyes fixed with unsatisfied interest on the ice-cursed dragon flying towards the ice field. Needless to say, Mimizi, who had endured beatings from him and the Battle King ice-cursed dragon, was once again stalking her comrade with unwavering determination. Luo Yun sighed, his thoughts vacant. He could only hope that the country girl wouldn't become Mimi's meal. Post-battle fatigue washed over him, draining him utterly. Luo Yun abandoned his turbojet and instead began using conventional wings, recovering his strength as he slowly soared towards the new world. It wasn't until nearly 2 weeks after the battle that the investigation team accurately deduced the location of the origin island. When Darren and the recommendation team, fully armed, arrived at a mobile research base, they found the origin island nearly submerged, with only a few broken reefs exposed. The dragon hunter frowned, intently sensing the ley lines below, his face filled with confusion. In his perception, this was indeed the end of the Earth vein corridor, but why was it a place swallowed by the sea? Look, that thing emerging over there, isn't it a Taijing crystal? At this moment, Mia, who had taken down the monoculars on her head and was looking around, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a dark red crystal in the distance that stood still despite the crashing waves. Although the top of the crystal seemed to have been blown off, it was still quite conspicuous in this area. Let's go and take a look. With a whistle, several hunters, carrying pterosaurs, quickly flew over the crystal, retracted their hooks, and landed on the uneven, broken platform. Darren squatted down and reached out to touch it, feeling warmth in his palm. The dragon hunter tapped the crystal and released his Yaojing butterfly. He watched the Yaojing butterfly happily perch on the crystal, absorbing its energy, and nodded to the others. It seems the blazing sun dragon has already been here and resolved the situation here. Alas, it was a wasted trip. I wonder what kind of ancient dragon is the owner of the song that could have provoked the blazing sun dragon to attack, Brother Sunshine said with a relaxed expression. While he was a little disappointed not to have faced a new ancient dragon, he felt more relieved that this matter had been resolved and the new world had once again found peace. There's nothing to investigate here. Let's return to the ice sheet. There's still much to do there. Darren glanced around the surrounding sea. Aside from the Taijing crystal beneath his feet, there was nothing else worth investigating. Of course, if they had diving equipment, they might be able to investigate, but unfortunately, they were on such a rush trip that they didn't have any. They could only note the coordinates and try again later. On the ancient tree, Yaji looked at Luo Yun, who slept soundly in her nest, and secretly swallowed a small piece of the crimson crystal. She didn't know how hard Luo Yun's battle had been, but the increased sleep and rest she'd been getting since his return suggested it hadn't been easy. A touch of heartache and regret, all too human, shone through her cold, vertical pupils. Enduring the piercing sensation of the aggressive Taijing energy, which she had already grown accustomed to, Yaji shoved herself closer to the nest, pressing herself tightly against Luo Yun, placing her body between him and the entrance, her neck faintly shielding Luo Yun's head. They closed their eyes, clinging to each other. Quack! Luo Yun, basking in the sun, heard the long-lost sound of melons. Not even bothering to lift his eyelids, he turned over and closed his eyes again. With the earth-crying dragon defeated, the clamor of the annoying dragon finally subsided. After that battle, Luo Yun's energy was greatly depleted, and now the dragon was completely languid, truly wanting only a good rest. Xiao Guoguo's arrival at this moment was undoubtedly another attempt to extract money. However, as Xiao Guoguo's 4 short legs trudged towards Luo Yun with a reckless gait, the words she spoke made Luo Yun open his eyes again. Xiao Guoguo had come to invite Luo Yun to join her in the demon-gathering land. Xiao Guoguo's description of the new continent was vibrant and full of life energy. Due to the abundance of life energy, the Nergigantes began to multiply, while the particularly dangerous ancient dragons were no longer prevalent. As a new, special entity, Xiao Guoguo's energy properties had undergone significant changes. Her presence wouldn't significantly improve the ecology of the new continent, and there was even concern that her loss of control would hinder its development. Furthermore, Xiao Guoguo's eldest son, who had just redeemed himself, had successfully taken over Xiao Guoguo's role, becoming a vital link in the swamp's ecological cycle. And little Xiao Long had also been fully integrated into the investigation team. Thus, Xiao Guoguo, now useless and considered a potential threat by the natural consciousness, was ordered to seek employment in the newly emerged demon-gathering land, a more resilient continent. Xiao Guogua was adamant about becoming a link in the ecological cycle. He preferred to be a bystander, living a free and unfettered life. However, he also knew that he was already on the danger list of the nature boss, and would have to leave sooner or later. So, it would be better to trick Luo Yun, his powerful figure, into joining him. Then, he could leverage Luo Yun's influence and continue to be a subordinate in the Demon Gathering Land. Demon Gathering Land? Chapter 540. In the end, Xiao Guogua left the ancient treetops with a disgruntled croak, heading for the middle levels to forage. Luo Yun didn't give him a specific answer, neither refusing nor agreeing. This ambiguous statement made Xiao Guogua extremely upset, but he couldn't defeat Luo Yun right now. Ultimately, between anger and humiliation, he chose to accept it. As Xiao Guogua left, Luo Yun fell into deep thought. Since defeating the earth-crying dragon and returning with his affinity for nature reaching 99%, Luo Yun clearly sensed that nature's subtle suppression of alien energy, such as Taijing energy, had almost completely lifted. This also resulted in the energy he unconsciously released being more rapidly absorbed by the surrounding creatures. This was manifested in the ancient tree's transformation into a crystal tree accelerating, and the entire tree becoming increasingly magical. This was not a good thing. The Taijing energy was too overbearing. Despite the localization of the high-purity Taijing energy, it produced a strange reaction with life energy. But it can also isolate life energy. As the ancestor of the ancient tree forest, the ancient tree's roots nearly penetrate the entire ancient tree forest. It also holds stabilizing ley lines, and plays a crucial role in regulating the forest's ecology. If it were completely assimilated by him, it would be a disaster for the entire forest. Luo Yun speculated that the reason he hadn't been expelled from the forest by boss nature like Xiao Guogua was, besides his affinity for nature, which rivaled that of the former earth-crying dragon, was that he had no intention of destroying nature. In fact, his current existence still brought more benefits than disadvantages to the ancient tree forest. However, this situation will eventually reach the threshold of what nature can accept. Taijing energy doesn't possess exceptional ecological benefits. Instead, it possesses a strong exclusivity, like the divine domain of the Black Dragon. This is beyond Luo Yun's control. He has already reached the minimum standard for ecological creation, and leaving the ancient tree, a key location in the New World, is inevitable. He had already made the necessary mental preparations. His previous plan was to resettle around the Dragon Crystal Land. The volcanic lava fields of the New World are rich in life energy and sparsely populated, allowing him to freely wield his power to create a Taijing environment unique to him. But now, Xiao Guogua's proposal seems to have given him another option. The Demon Gathering Land, this newly formed continent, is still in its infancy and is extremely tolerant, capable of accommodating almost any ancient dragon. Furthermore, its concentrated earth vein energy and proximity to the New World make it a very suitable place to settle. But the Demon Gathering Land is no less dangerous than the New World. Not only are there ancient dragons, but there are even taboos. Choosing there might secure a position as a world's original shareholder, but the associated risks are considerable. In the eyes of many dangerous ancient dragons, a newly born continent is no less than a greasy barbecue, especially one whose guardians are immature and whose defenses are riddled with holes. Starting a business is risky. Invest with caution. Should I stay in the New World and enjoy my retirement in peace, or should I go to the Demon Gathering Land and accompany the nascent natural consciousness there, establishing a business that will last for tens, or even hundreds of thousands of years? This is a question worth serious consideration. Besides, can the ancient tree really be abandoned now? Little Loren does possess abilities similar to the sunlight attribute, but he still has 2 years until he reaches adulthood, and his overall strength is barely on par with ordinary ancient dragons, on par with Qilin. His sunlight is enough to radiate the entire forest. The rapid development of civilization on the ancient tree is inseparable from the joint efforts of all creatures, and equally inseparable from Luo Yun's leadership. With the vibrant life energy of the New World, no ancient dragon dares to covet the ancient tree. But if he left, and took Yaji with him, Little Loren would likely be unable to subdue the Hao Fire Dragon couple. The couple had long planned to settle in the Dragon Crystal Land. However, firstly, Luo Yun was still there. Without the permission of their leader, no longer wildfire dragons, they naturally wouldn't leave. Secondly, He Fire Dragon was pregnant, and was about to give birth during this period. The safety of the ancient tree far exceeded that of the Dragon Crystal Land, so such an idea was out of the question. Furthermore, Luo Yun was troubled by issues like the relationship with the investigation team, the future development of Blazing Fire Village, and the hunter's integration into the ancient tree. Off to the side, the muscular, middle-aged Tonkatsu watched his fire dragon boss struggling, reflecting on the recent conversation between Luo Yun and Xia Guoguo. He immediately realized something. He clenched his fists, pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath and mustered the courage to ask Luo Yun, "Boss, are you planning to leave the ancient tree and head for that unknown land?" Luo Yun looked down at Tonkatsu, who had been by his side since his youth, for over 30 years, and even had grandchildren. Without hiding anything, he told him his thoughts directly. "Is that so?" Tonkatsu looked incredulous, yet also relieved with a touch of understanding. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee before Luo Yun, head bowed, and spoke with a hint of pleading in his voice. "If you decide to leave, please take me and the guards to tour with you, meow. Only where you are, meow, do we have any meaning?" Luo Yun wasn't surprised by Tonkatsu's request, but he couldn't give him the answer he wanted. The symbiotic nature first affected the cats, but they were also the least affected. Even the fire dragons evolved wings of fire and mastered the use of the radiant crystal butterfly, unleashing moves infused with the properties of the Tai crystal. But until now, the cats, aside from enchanting flames through their sweat glands, couldn't even do anything related to Tai crystal energy, not to mention the issue of food. The Deters hadn't evolved enough to stay by his side. Luo Yun's silence was the last thing Tonkatsu wanted to see. Its body trembled slightly, but it remained head bowed, stubbornly awaiting Luo Yun's response. "Roar. Let's talk about the future later. I'm not leaving anytime soon." After saying this, Luo Yun, no longer in the mood to bask in the sun, turned and returned to its nest. Only after Luo Yun's figure disappeared did Tonkatsu slowly raise its head, its large eyes filled with confusion. "Is it really impossible, meow?" This confusion lasted for a long time, and then, as if a thought had occurred to it, its gaze regained its determination. After a deep glance into the depths of its nest, it turned and quickly headed towards Blazing Village. There must be a way. The shrine, the research institute, and those scholars, they surely find a solution. Chapter 541. Returning to his lair, Luo Yun felt deeply troubled. After all, he had single-handedly nurtured and established the ancient tree. While creating this civilization wasn't his original intention, it was a product of development and ecological adaptation. But once it truly took shape, the sense of responsibility born from the human soul made him begin to face this place squarely, and gradually developed a sense of belonging. This sentiment, this way of life, made him a unique ancient dragon. It also prevented him from abandoning this homeland and leaving decisively, as the Black Flame King once did, treating his fire dragons as mere tools for his own selfish desires. In Luo Yun's view, the current ancient tree civilization was still too immature. Neither Little Loren nor the other fire dragons had yet grown to the point where they could sustain such a civilization after his departure. But time waits for no dragon, and he had to make a decision beforehand. Amidst this tangled emotion, Yaji returned. Having lived together for years, Yaji, whose eyes had never left her, could tell Luo Yun's current state of mind simply by the tone of his muscles, the faint shimmer of energy flowing through his scales, and even his eyes. She growled with concern as she approached Luo Yun's side, quietly lying beside him. Luo Yun snorted a little irritably, and explained to Yaji why Xia Guoguo had arrived in his thoughts. Luo Yun had been prepared to welcome Yaji's comfort, but found that she hadn't yet offered the gentle comfort she had always given him. He turned his head in confusion. He met Yaji's vertical pupils, a deep blue tinged with a hint of crimson. At that moment, those gem-like eyes that Luo Yun never tired of gazing at revealed 3 parts of confusion, 3 parts of uncontrollable laughter, 3 parts of silence, and 1 part of doting. Although it wasn't a fan-shaped diagram, Luo Yun accurately perceived every element of that look. Just as Luo Yun growled in confusion, Yaji's explanation followed. "The Dragon Crystal Land, and that place you mentioned, are they far away?" It was a simple question, and Luo Yun answered almost subconsciously, "Far." But meeting Yaji's gaze, he suddenly realized something. Yes, both the Dragon Crystal Land and the Demon Gathering Land were indeed far from the ancient tree, but that was for ordinary creatures. For Luo Yun, who possessed supersonic flight capabilities, was this distance truly far? At that moment, Luo Yun's mind suddenly cleared up. Since this distance wasn't far for him, then leaving the ancient tree was, to Luo Yun, just like a wealthy man who, after years of hard work in the city, gets tired, or for some other reason, decides to return to the countryside and build a villa to his heart's content. But that didn't mean the wealthy man had completely abandoned his company. Find a suitable successor to oversee the situation, while he would periodically return to the company to check on the situation and issue important instructions. From the original timely control and personal involvement, it became remote control. His biggest worry was actually just a matter of overthinking. Watching Luo Yun's complexion improve noticeably, Yaji's eyes were fixed on this gleaming creature. She raised her head slightly and bit the creature's neck, the sharp teeth scraping against the crystal scales. It was like when Luo Yun was a child, secretly challenging the Tyrannosaurus, only to be discovered by Yaji. Faced with this favorite punishment, Luo Yun gladly accepted it. The entire dragon nestled contentedly in its den, falling into a deep sleep under Yaji's gentle care. Having resolved his biggest concern, Luo Yun slept peacefully. But in Blazing Fire Village, an uproar ensued. The former fire dragon leader, Detel, whose fur had turned gray and whose gait was shaky, widened his aged eyes upon hearing the news brought by Tonkatsu. The Blazing Fire Village leaders and the Hunter Guild's managers were filled with disbelief. The Blazing Sun Dragon was actually leaving the ancient tree, and not just temporarily, as in the past. It was truly planning to leave and live elsewhere. If this news had come from any other creature, it would have been on the wanted list by now. It was like a king suddenly abandoning the country he had built and going into seclusion in an unknown place. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to a nascent civilization. However, the one who brought this news was Pig Bone, captain of the Fire Dragon Guard, current leader of the Fire Dragon Detail, and the most loyal detail to the Blazing Sun Dragon. The accuracy of this news was undeniably high, just as everyone was wondering if they had done something wrong, or if the king was dissatisfied with the development of the ancient tree, which was why he had abandoned them. Big Bone's explanation silenced everyone. They desperately hoped that it was their own fault, or that Luo Yun was dissatisfied with them in some way, which had led to Luo Yun's decision. In this case, they could all change, and they all had a chance to make amends. But the truth was, their king still loved this civilization, and it was precisely this love, this sense of responsibility, that led him to such a decision. Such a reason truly filled everyone with despair. There will be a solution. Everyone at the Research Institute will stop all tasks and focus on studying the ancient tree. We find a solution before the king leaves. The ancient dragon prophet spoke first. The Blazing Fire Village and the shrine will also fully cooperate. We will also issue corresponding scientific research tasks and connect with the investigation team to conduct relevant research together. Everyone hurriedly expressed their opinions, then quickly left without saying anything else. They had to race against time. There was no time to waste. Luo Yun had no intention of hiding this matter, so after Tonkatsu broke the news, it quickly spread throughout the ancient tree. At first, when their cat announced their leader's departure, the Yahua dragons were relatively indifferent. After all, over the years, the leader had always left on a few days, sometimes alone, sometimes with the queen. Even when the Yao Fire dragons heard they were settling elsewhere, they felt only a momentary reluctance. After all, they had grown so accustomed to the ancient tree that a sudden migration was a bit difficult to accept. But since it was the leader's decision, they had no choice but to follow. But when Mao Nao finally said she would save the leader and his wife and leave, the Yao Fire dragon's scales exploded. But this was the only thing that wouldn't work. With the leader gone, who would be the new leader? Who would lead the entire Yao Fire dragon clan? For a moment, dragon roars rang out from all corners of the ancient tree. But only a handful of Yao Fire dragons were worthy of an audience with Luo Yun. Though they were angry and confused, within the strict hierarchy, they could only express their wishes this way. In the end, it was little Loren, the ancient tree's prince and the strongest contender for the next leader, who took the initiative to leave his lair and head for the upper palace. He also wanted to understand his father's true intentions. Chapter 542. Half an hour later, little Loren flew out of Luo Yun's nest in a panic. Although he had successfully obtained the answer he wanted from his father, he was also scolded by Yaji, whose maternal love had almost dissipated, for disturbing Luo Yun's rest. This left little Loren deeply hurt. As expected, was he just an accident? However, after learning of his father's plan, little Loren felt a little relieved. At least the situation wasn't as exaggerated as the cats had said. It was just a move to a new nest, not that he wouldn't be back. Moreover, he had just received encouragement from his father in the nest. The ancient tree would depend on him from now on. Little Loren paused as he flew. For some reason, he felt as if he had been fooled. In the nest, Luo Yun, disturbed by little Loren, no longer wanted to rest. He began to carefully plan the next 10-year plan for the ancient tree. Thinking of his own rebellious son, who, after his praise, willingly became a management tool dragon, he wanted to laugh. Is there a prince in this world who lives for hundreds of years? Yes, perhaps even longer than that. As long as Luo Yun is still alive, little Loren will just... Luo Yun shook his head, dismissing the thought. With his current strength, he cared for the ancient tree simply out of a sense of responsibility, not for any other reason. The thought of watching over the development of a civilization for hundreds of years gave Luo Yun a headache. Sure enough, it would be better to let go decisively once little Loren was able to take over. After all, as long as he lived, he would forever be the god of the ancient tree civilization. After learning more about the fire dragon boss's intentions, the shrine still found it somewhat difficult to accept, but it was much better than the complete separation described by Tonkatsu. Little Loren's news was incredibly timely. After spreading through the shrine, the unrest within the ancient tree quickly began to subside. The ancient dragon scholars, who had originally prepared to study the ancient tree at all costs, quickly adjusted their research tasks, shifting from studying how to halt its transformation to studying how to allow creatures to survive within the divine realm. The ancient tree research base was experiencing some difficulties. They had already dispatched personnel to the Starry Sky base to report the Blazing Sun Dragon's departure, but now, with this significant turn of events, they had no choice but to send another person to catch up and relay the latest information. Since the brief commotion at the ancient tree, Xia Guogua had calmed down. All she needed to know was that Luo Yun also intended to leave the ancient tree. With her worries resolved, Xia Guogua happily continued to eat and drink, awaiting Luo Yun's final decision. Back at the Starry Base, the commander-in-chief felt a headache as he watched the former supply squad leader, who paced back and forth, restless and unable to stop for a moment. The news that the Blazing Sun Dragon was leaving the ancient tree had nearly startled him, so much so that he sent the Grand Commander to investigate. Later, news revealed that the Blazing Sun Dragon was merely relocating its lair deeper into the new world, and wasn't leaving the ancient tree forever. This finally gave him peace of mind. The Grand Commander had actually taken advantage of his trip to the ice field to vigorously foster relations between the survey team's hunters and the ancient tree's fire dragons, greatly deepening the hunters' identification and sense of belonging to the ancient tree civilization. By the time he returned, events were beyond his control. Thus, if Blazing Sun Dragon abandoned the ancient tree and left on his own at such a critical moment, the resulting turmoil would likely cause a major earthquake, even affecting the old world. After all, the trade volume between the old and new worlds is currently substantial. However, things are always fraught with trouble. The second piece of news mentioned that Blazing Sun Dragon's intention to leave the ancient tree was inseparable from Xia Guogua, a senior member of their investigation team, and one of the Starry Stronghold's most powerful trump cards, not to mention the vast resources the investigation team expended to support Xia Guogua. Just imagine how much the Starry Stronghold's defense and resilience would be diminished without such a special individual, Xia Guogua. As for little Xia Dragon, he couldn't be counted as a regular combatant. And knowing Xia Guogua's lazy nature, they knew it would be difficult for him to return after leaving. Whether from a profit or emotional perspective, the people at the Starry Stronghold found it difficult to accept, especially this former logistics squad leader, who had a deep bond with Xia Guogua. He had been pestering the commander-in-chief for days, wanting to go to the ancient tree to find Xia Guogua and ask for clarification, but now, at such a critical juncture, Xia Guogua was the cause of the Blazing Sun Dragon's relocation. Wouldn't going to the ancient tree now just be a punching bag for the cats? For a moment, the commander-in-chief was truly troubled. At the ancient tree, after outlining his plans for the ancient tree's development over the next 10 years, Luo Yun made his decision. Flying out of the nest, he found Xia Guogua soundly asleep in the medicinal herb plantation. Without a word, he grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and asked her for directions. Although the demon gathering land was near the new world, he had no idea of its exact location. To save time, he quickly sought a suitable nesting spot. Ignoring Xia Guogua's protesting cries, he dragged her along at high speed. With Xia Guogua dragging him down, Luo Yun flew a full day to reach the demon gathering land. Looking at Xia Guogua, who lay on the rocks, constantly emitting healing mist, he silently sneered at her, calling her a weakling, and then quickly absorbed life energy to replenish the energy she had depleted. Quack! Xia Guogua's complaining cries echoed. Though a hint of fatigue lingered in her eyes, the damage to her body from the prolonged turbo-accelerated flight had healed under the healing mist. Xia Guogua glared with dead eyes, mentally condemning Luo Yun for treating a dragon like a dragon, but she felt compelled to continue guiding him. The demon gathering land was small, so small that even the tributaries of the earth veins couldn't completely cover the existing land. However, precisely because of its small size, the earth's energy is extremely concentrated, and ecological competition is even more intense than in the New World. Battles can be seen almost everywhere, with large monsters rivaling those in the Dragon Crystal Land in both ferocity and strength, and ancient dragons hiding and watching the show. Despite its smaller size, the ecological cycle here is arguably even healthier than in the New World, and the monsters are more active. As soon as they entered the forest area, Xia Guogua smelled something that made them very uncomfortable. Using Xia Dragon's unique method, they found the mark used by the scumbag dragon to mark its territory. After quickly greeting Luo Yun, they entered perfect stealth mode, intending to find trouble with the creature. Luo Yun paid no attention to this, and began to survey his surroundings, seeking to see if anything could satisfy his needs. But as he flew, he suddenly felt a call from within, as if something within him was about to burst forth. At this moment, as Luo Yun arrived at the demon gathering ground and began searching for a new lair, the nature affinity bar, stuck at 99%, successfully reached 100. The panel displayed a burst of garbled text before suddenly going blank. The previously quantified data vanished, and silence descended. Luo Yun, oblivious to this, followed the voice within him, rapidly flying north toward the demon gathering ground. He passed through the forest, crossed the icy plains, and entered a vast canyon. This was the end of a tributary of the demon gathering ground's earth veins, with little life energy flowing, and therefore seemed somewhat desolate. Over a deep pit, Luo Yun lit a fire for illumination and, without hesitation, dove down into it. After circling the deep pit for a long time, he stopped at a pool of lava. Ahead lay a dead end, and the sound that had caused his heart to throb came from there, not within the wall, but within the slightly distorted space ahead. With Luo Yun's arrival, the distorted space seemed to receive some kind of signal. Soon, the air began to twist, and life energy began to infuse it. The space before Luo Yun's eyes tore apart in a rapid spiral. From the pitch-black void, a familiar yet unfamiliar aura emanated, an energy not of this world. Seeing this unusual situation, Luo Yun cautiously stepped back a little, suddenly aware that something within him seemed to be peeling away from various parts of his body, then converging in his throat. Subconsciously spitting out the foreign object in his throat, he saw only a small piece of grayish-white stone, but, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like a piece of stone that had been forcibly broken off from a solid slab. Chapter 543. The stone looked grayish-white, unremarkable. There was no glint on its surface, yet Luo Yun could sense a very familiar power within it. And as he gazed at the stone, Luo Yun felt as if he were peering into a corner of the world, sensing the heavy pressure of a world beyond. Before he could make any move, the pitch-black space tunnel ahead twisted. The next second, a flash of white light emerged from the tunnel. The stone Luo Yun had expelled seemed to be drawn by the white light, instantly darting into the space tunnel. Instantly, the white light, which had once been a mere candle in the wind, seemed to find its correct direction and illuminate the entire space tunnel at an extremely fast speed. Luo Yun subconsciously opened his eye mask, trying to reduce the stimulation of the light while clearly seeing what was happening. But the white light was extremely strange. Even the eye mask, which could block all kinds of energy, could not block the white light. A long-lost stinging sensation rippled through his pupils, and Luo Yun could only retreat, closing his eyes. When the white light faded, Luo Yun, sensing the situation, quickly opened his eyes and assumed a combat stance. But the next moment, the dragon froze in place, oblivious to the sparks from the lava from the earth's veins. What had he seen? A grayish-white slab, like jade, quietly floated within the spatial passage. A simple cross-shaped pattern was carved in the center, and leaf-like patterns adorned the corners. The slab itself seemed unremarkable, with no excess energy fluctuations. But Luo Yun knew all too well the value of this slate, the legendary slate of Arceus, the mythical creator god of the Pokemon world, and the first Pokemon born before the universe even existed, a peerless treasure imbued with the power of all the attributes of the Pokemon world, and the stone Luo Yun spat out was a corner of this slate. No wonder facing that stone felt like facing a whole world. Isn't such a treasure a manifestation of the power of the Pokemon world? So, was the calling he heard in his heart earlier the legendary slate? Luo Yun's breathing suddenly intensified, his rapidly beating heart and slightly trembling wings betraying his inner excitement. Before this slate, everything, whether it was the Tai crystallization or the crimson pulsation, paled in comparison. He hadn't expected such a huge surprise. He subconsciously tried to awaken the panel to examine the legendary slate, to see if this slate, imbued with supreme power, would be assimilated into the Monster Hunter world and what surprises it might bring him. But the panel, which had always opened and closed at Luo Yun's will, now fell completely silent, no matter how Luo Yun called it. After his call failed, Luo Yun seemed to realize something, and his gaze towards the legendary slate became hesitant. Finally, unable to resist the allure of this unparalleled wealth, he slowly approached the slate. Just as he was about to touch the legendary slate, a streak of light suddenly appeared from the center of the cross on the slate. Then, at a speed so fast that even Luo Yun couldn't react, it pierced his heart. A familiar yet unfamiliar force rapidly infused his heart, instantly sweeping through his entire body along Luo Yun's energy circuits. Just as Luo Yun instinctively tried to resist, the pure life energy within the earth veins beneath him transformed into a nearly tangible blue light. It bypassed Luo Yun's wings, pierced the scales on his back, and, with equal precision, darted into his heart, merging with the power of the legendary stone tablet. Luo Yun felt as if he had lost control of his body, as if it no longer belonged to him. The two energies did not repel each other, but were instead buffered by the new Tai crystal energy within Luo Yun's body, and then began to merge. During this process, an intense fatigue washed over his mind. Even though he kept saying, "Don't sleep. I can't sleep." In a short span of 3 seconds, Luo Yun finally closed his eyes. The Tai crystal membrane expanded autonomously, enveloping Luo Yun before he sank into the magma below, transforming into a massive dragon-shaped Tai crystal statue, half submerged in the earth veins. A faint sigh of relief emanated from within the spatial passage, as if someone was extremely satisfied with Luo Yun's current state. As the power of the two worlds converged within Luo Yun, a trace of life energy imbued with the aura of the legendary stone slab soon seeped out from the top of Luo Yun's Taijing statue. Using the legendary stone slab as a bridge, it penetrated into an unknown location within the spatial passage. Similarly, after being fused and transformed by this life energy imbued with the aura of the legendary stone slab emanated from the statue's base, plunging along the earth veins into the deeper layers of the world. Luo Yun served as a transit point, continuously building a stable and broad bridge for them in this intersection of worlds. At the center of the statue, Luo Yun's dormant self was also rapidly transforming within this intersection. The internal circulation of energy continued to expand and perfect, and a new energy perpetual motion machine was condensing within his body at an incredible speed. Time passed swiftly. Luo Yun remained slumbering, and the exchange between the two worlds had yet to conclude. In the ice plains, the recommendation teams, having initially completed their exploration of the outer reaches of the ice plains, were considering returning to the New World. Compared to the New World, where ancient dragons flourished, the ice plains were still too desolate. Just as they were handing over their duties to Noah, who had been recognized as the ice plains commander-in-chief, a cat team from an outing suddenly returned with news. Darren described a Nergigant, a special form of Nergigant that had once fought alongside Sun Dragon and Kalb Dragon against the Dark Dragon, emerging from the depths of the ice plains and heading towards the New World. Upon hearing this news, Darren could no longer sit still. Under his blazing gaze, the now mature Noah decisively ordered a tracking and investigation of the Nergigant. The recommendation teams responded quickly, each leaving to prepare the necessary supplies. Mimezi was melancholy, deeply melancholy. Although the ice-cursed dragon was just a country girl who lived in the icefield year-round, she knew the true nature of the Nergigant. She knew that after defeating the earth-crying dragon, the unsatisfied world-destroying Mimezi would surely target her, the weakest of them. So, after leaving the origin island and returning to the icefield early, she didn't return to her lair, but plunged headfirst into the depths of the icy plains. The area was desolate and cold, with few tributaries and snow falling year-round. After entering, the ice-cursed dragon seemed completely invisible. No matter how hard Mimezi tried, she couldn't find any trace of it. After searching for a long time, Mimezi was almost frozen like a prickly pear in the extreme cold. With no results, she had no choice but to retreat from the icefield. As it happens, Mimezi's strength is considerable, but what nature needs more right now is for her to reproduce new, ordinary offspring, rather than relying on her superior strength to wreak havoc on the New World. While this might be a brisk activity, it would only serve to unsettle the ancient dragons that maintain the New World's balance, thus disrupting its growth. Thus, she was sent directly to the demon-gathering land. Though Mimezi was reluctant, her duty and status dictated that she could not defy nature's will, or else the experience of the great anthill wasteland would be repeated. The recommendation team, tracking Mimezi's whereabouts, thus arrived at this new continent. Chapter 544. Thanks to the formidable strength of the recommendation team, they managed to locate several suitable campsites within this chaotic new region and shared them with the New World. Due to the powerful monsters and fierce competition for survival, the investigation team ultimately named this newly discovered continent the Demon-Gathering Land. For the investigation team, the Demon-Gathering Land was a feast for the strong and a nightmare for the weak. Heinich monsters roamed everywhere, and even monsters as powerful as the Rathalos were commonplace. The complex terrain and the ever-changing and harsh ecological environment left ordinary hunters with no room to maneuver. Only the hunters of the recommendation team could cope with the near-constant pace of battle and the constant threat of being affected. As the recommendation team continued their investigation, they gradually tracked down the traces of many top-tier creatures. The Devil Rex, known as the Ecological Destroyer, and its even more dangerous counterpart, the Brilliant Devil Rex, the Thunder Wolf Dragon, and its subspecies, the Hell Wolf Dragon. There was even the extremely dangerous Golden Lion, all crammed into this tiny continent. Even traces of various ancient dragons could be found within. A broadsword blazing with searing flame swept across, colliding with the Golden Lion, whose arms, transformed by Do Chi, had become incredibly muscular. The immense force nearly sent Darren flying, but the sweeping blow pierced the Golden Lion's head with pinpoint accuracy, severing a massive horn. The nerve and muscle pain from the severed horn was a temporary strain on the Golden Lion, who had just completed his coming-of-age ritual and successfully swallowed a Qilin horn, activating the years of stored electrical energy within his body and bringing his body to peak condition. He forced himself to twist his body against the wall, enduring the pain to avoid falling. He braced himself against the wall with one hand, breathing heavily, attempting to quickly recover his strength while maintaining a standing position, making himself appear larger and more intimidating. The Golden Lion's maneuver indeed caused Darren, who had already adjusted his posture, to widen his eyes. It wasn't because of the opponent's size or strength, but because, at this moment, the Golden Lion, without turning back, was actually holding onto the wall in the void. There was clearly nothing on that arm, yet it managed to support it while rapidly recovering its strength and simultaneously intimidating Darren. Seeing Darren, intimidated by his actions, and showing no sign of taking advantage of his weakness to attack, the Golden Lion felt secretly pleased. Taking a deep breath to suppress the pain in his head, the Golden Lion prepared to attack Darren again. The next second, quack! A quack, thick with the weight of silence, echoed from where his hand rested. The Golden Lion nearly leaped from its feet in fright. But before it could leave its spot, a wisp of pale yellow mist slithered up like a snake. Normally, facing such a seemingly harmless creature, the Golden Lion would have dismissed it. Even an ancient dragon, specialized in poison, couldn't inflict significant damage to the Golden Lion in such a short period of time. But this tiny puff of poisonous mist seeped into its arm, which had lost its fighting spirit. The next moment, as the fragrance of mandrake filled its nose, the Golden Lion suddenly felt its muscles lose control and collapsed. At this moment, the Golden Lion's muscular mind was filled with confusion. It had actually been paralyzed. Not to mention the Golden Lion's immensely powerful physique, it had just consumed the Qilin horn, and its internal energy was extremely active. Even with the poisonous mist of the Xiaolong, it could have remained within it for a day and a night. With such an incredible resistance to drugs, it had actually been paralyzed, and this paralysis was caused by such a small dose. This scene was beyond the Golden Lion's comprehension. Darren, standing alert from a distance, heard the familiar voice, and his tense muscles relaxed slightly. Then, the familiar pale yellow medicinal mist, with the fragrance of datura, surrounded him. Darren, who had already received this gift several times, opened his mouth naturally, and the pale yellow medicinal mist seemed to be attracted to him, pouring into his mouth completely. The fatigue brought on by more than half a month of intense continuous fighting quickly dissipated, and the minor injuries that had inevitably occurred during the battle with the Golden Lion also healed rapidly at this moment. She felt as if she'd taken an ancient elixir. Besides her spirits, every statistic returned to peak condition. So the demon gathering ground is the unknown land the ancient tree has been talking about. Long time no see, senior. Quack! Xia Guagua, her eyes glaring, slowly emerged from the void. Her tail seemed to casually flick the struggling Golden Lion, bringing it back to the ground before responding with a neutral, almost indifferent, sound. Ever since Luo Yun's disappearance, Xia Guagua had returned unsuccessfully from her search for her husband. These past few days, she'd been wandering the demon-gathering ground, feasting on delicious insects and watching monster fights up close, enjoying herself immensely. The arrival of the recommended group also caught Xia Guagua's attention. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed about leaving without saying goodbye, Xia Guagua remained silent, instead following the hunters and watching their hunts. Frankly, with the recommended group's strength, even the weakest member would likely be safe unless they encountered an ancient dragon or the doomed warrior in the lava cave. So Xia Guagua wasn't so much protecting them, as she was enjoying herself. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion's unconscious maneuver today had given Darren a void wall move, leaving Xia Guagua extremely embarrassed. Ultimately, she vented her frustration on Golden Lion. Roar, roar! The Golden Lion was unconvinced, deeply unconvinced. Xia Guagua was using a sneak attack. An ancient dragon, unafraid to even engage in a fair fight, resorted to a sneak attack. This was even worse than a Qilin. Extreme anger stimulated its internal energy organs, sending a flood of golden electricity coursing through its fur, forcibly suppressing the stubborn paralyzing poison. With a single thought, the Golden Lion forcibly suppressed its paralysis and shakily climbed to its feet. Xia Guagua watched the scene, its large eyes rolling twice before it took a small leap backward, its perfect invisibility reappearing. Then, a small cloud of medicinal mist reappeared, covering Darren, followed by Xia Guagua's voice. Quack! You've been strengthened. Hurry! According to Xia Guagua's command, Darren didn't hesitate once again charging at the Golden Lion with his burning wings. Chapter 545. After receiving the amplification from Xia Guagua, Darren changed his previous fighting style. He relied on weapon blocking and armor to withstand any attacks, unless he had to dodge them or face serious injury. Xia Guagua's special drug amplification not only has a high retention rate, but also further strengthens the hunter's physique, reduces joint damage, and has a certain slow healing effect. Before the expedition to defeat the owner of the mysterious song, the investigation team held an emergency meeting to increase the chances of success. Darren advanced a large amount of future investigation points, which the investigation team paid for. This successfully exchanged for materials left behind after Luo Yun's release from the ban. With the help of other materials from Aji and Little Loren, and the high-concentration Taijing crystals collected from the depths of the ancient tree as an energy source, this set of crystal armor was successfully crafted. It is said that after the armor was completed, the leader of the second group and the alchemist's grandmother exclaimed that it was their greatest masterpiece in years. Sheathing the sword, the rich Tai crystal energy seeped from the armor into the burning wings. After nimbly dodging the now frantic Golden Lion's attack, he felt a scorching heat behind him, and leaped forward, unsheathing his sword. The ultimate of the hot blade. His entire body radiated a fiery white light, and the tribulation flame amplified by the Tai crystal's energy completely transformed into a white flame that enveloped the blade. The Golden Lion raised his arm to block, but his muscles, imbued with fighting spirit, were easily ripped apart by the intense heat. The blade embedded itself deeply in his flesh, colliding with his internal bones with a terrifying creaking sound. The intense pain and the loss of control brought on by the ripped muscles in his arm caused the Golden Lion to panic. He instinctively rolled wildly on the ground, breaking free from the blow and tumbling out of Darren's range. Then, with a painful wail, he released his Do-Chi state and, dragging his immobilized arm, fled at full speed. Darren's claws shot out, catching nothing. Watching the Golden Lion flee in its Do-Chi form, he finally gave up on pursuing it. Fighting was possible anytime, but there were more important matters now. Looking back, seeing Xia Guagua's ethereal form seemingly about to depart, Darren hurriedly called out to it. It turned out that during their previous encounter with the Golden Lion, the Grand Commander had, in order to save Mia, who hadn't had time to dodge, forcibly dug a stone slab from the ground. Thus, without any protective gear to support him, he had withstood the Golden Lion's breath. Although Darren hadn't noticed any injuries on the Grand Commander other than exhaustion during their retreat, without the support of protective gear, even Darren himself wasn't confident he could withstand such a force, and he was worried about the other party's unseen internal injuries. In the Demon Gathering Land, it was only a small camp, and resources were extremely scarce. Now, with Xia Guagua, the team's strongest physician, there's nothing to worry about. Xia Guagua, upon hearing Darren's request, glared at him speechlessly with dead eyes. The reason he came so readily to the Demon Gathering Land, besides having Luo Yun's backing, was because the wounded were constantly being carried to his lair with the team. With his nature of lying down rather than sitting, and enjoying himself rather than personally participating, 10 years was already the limit he could endure. Although his relationship with the team was mutually beneficial, he had already worked diligently for 10 years, even leaving his beloved children to the team. Why, even after all this time, wouldn't he let me go? Xia Guagua kept complaining in her mind, as she followed closely behind Darren. Even as Darren used his grappling hook to keep him going, she didn't fall behind at all. Soon, as the two of them moved swiftly, they arrived at the entrance to a crevice nestled in the center of the forest, enclosed by cliffs and massive trees. Xia Guagua rolled her eyes speechlessly and stared at Darren silently, as if to say, "Do you think I could fit into such a small crevice?" Darren patted her head sheepishly, tried to calm her down, and quickly crawled into the crevice. Soon, the frail Grand Captain was helped out by Mia and Phelan. Seeing Xiao Guogua sprawled on the ground, its long tongue lolling out, searching for honey in the distance, a guilty smile crossed the Grand Captain's pale face. Sorry to bother you here. Xiao Guogua's retirement had already been announced by little Xiaolong. The higher-ups in the investigation team were all aware of the details behind Xiao Guogua's departure, so while they felt a certain pity and reluctance, they nonetheless accepted the outcome. After all, the vast majority of the first-term members had already retired, and it was only natural for this particular member to want to rest. At the Grand Commander's words, Xiao Guogua let out a weak croak. He still had a good impression of the Grand Commander, who resembled a golden lion. Aside from the former supply squad leader, he had the best relationship with the Grand Commander in the Starry Base. Thus, after responding, Xiao Guogua perked up for once, opening his dead eyes to scrutinize the Grand Commander's condition. Judging the opponent's physical condition based on their current appearance, they then meticulously formulated a special medicinal mist, which seeped out from their scales and coated the Grand Commander's outstretched wrist. After determining the Grand Commander's current resistance to the drug by penetrating their blood vessels, they began to produce large quantities of the mist. This process was painstakingly developed by Xiao Guogua, combining the treatment protocols of the investigation team's doctors with the latest medical diagnostic methods brought back from the old world by the transporters, and then incorporating her own unique characteristics. This ultimately resulted in the fastest and most effective treatment with virtually no side effects. As the special medicinal mist seeped into his body, the Grand Commander's weakened body began to recover. Muscle lacerations, hidden internal injuries, and the residual energy damage from the numerous battles during his investigations in the demon-gathering lands were all healed by this meticulous treatment. Raising his arm, the Grand Commander gazed at his proudly toned biceps, nodded with satisfaction, and instinctively pulled fresh herbs from his backpack to feed Xiao Guogua. After a round of thanks, they returned to the rift and donned their gear. Xiao Guogua stared at the tiny crack before her, her mind flashing back to the image of the long-missing Luo Yun, then the image of the Grand Commander handing her food. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly made a decision. The environment above this crack seems quite pleasant. Quack. It's well connected and perfect for wandering around. Quack. It seems like a good spot for a nest. Quack. After a series of excuses, Xiao Guogua felt at ease as she flapped her tiny wings and soared into the sky. She carved a nest out of the smooth cracked surface, happily imagining her future life of reclining there. Chapter 546. Xiao Guogua hadn't intended to hide the news of her settlement above the camp from the investigation team. Upon hearing the noise, the Grand Captain and Darren exchanged a look of amused surprise. Xiao Guogua's intentions were obvious. After spending so much time together, how could they not know her true character? But this was a good thing. With a field medic like Xiao Guogua here, their investigation of the gathering demon land could be more aggressive, and the safety of the camp would be greatly enhanced. When the hunters from the subsequent recommended group returned one after another, upon learning of Xiao Guogua's presence, their fatigued expressions softened considerably. This kind of dangerous field investigation would be significantly more challenging if they had adequate medical support, let alone a medic of Xiao Guogua's caliber. Since Xiao Guogua's arrival, and during subsequent investigations, the hunters made sure to bring back some of Xiao Guogua's favorite food to feed her. Accordingly, every time a hunter went out to investigate, they would benefit from the long-lasting buff from Xiao Guogua. Thanks to this long-lasting boost of stamina, and a slow recovery rate comparable to that of ordinary medicine, the overall progress of the investigation team's investigation of the gathering demon lands was rapidly improved. Soon, with the forest area as the center, the surrounding areas were successfully explored. Traces of hell wolf dragons, ice fawn dragons, and even some ancient dragons were discovered and recorded. Until the hunters discovered the traces of a Nergigant. Nergigant has been extremely angry lately. A creature of its kind, of comparable strength, has arrived in the gathering demon lands and has taken away a significant portion of its territory, further depleting its already scarce resources. Back in the Dragon Crystal Land, he hadn't managed to gain even a single advantage over the two unruly, unforbidden-level ancient dragons. Returning to the demon gathering land, he was repeatedly assaulted by a disgusting sky comet dragon for days, finally finding peace after being unable to bear the humiliation and retreating into a lava cave. He had originally intended to wander the forest, hoping to encounter any injured ancient dragons from territorial disputes. Instead of finding any injured ancient dragons, he had clearly spotted a unique instance of a mist dragon. This mist dragon was so arrogant that it dared not activate its perfect invisibility, instead wandering through the forest in a translucent form, seemingly searching for something. After several days of stalking, he successfully ambushed the enemy, forcing it to flee back to its lair. The world-destroying Nergigant then activated its mad dog mode, pursuing it with all its might. Above the camp, in Xiaoguoguo's lair, the Grand Commander and Darren stared with icy expressions at the pitiful Xiaoguoguo, who was munching away at the food in the wooden basin. The scales from the base of its wings to the base of its tail were cracking, and it winced in pain as it ate. This was Xiaoguoguo, one of their most senior members of the first generation, the most powerful physician in the New World, and the only mascots of the survey team. She'd been beaten by a dragon, and so badly. Hearing the whimpering sound, Darren cast a cold glance at the diamond thorns he had plucked from Xiaoguoguo's body. Without a word, he turned and left the lair. The Grand Commander sighed softly, touched Xiaoguoguo's forelimbs, and, lifting the giant shield beside him, followed Darren. At that moment, a thick medicinal mist overtook the two, instantly showering them with buffs. Xiaoguoguo, watching the two fleeing through the hook, slowly rose to her feet, tongue lolling. The wounds on her body throbbed, rapidly healing as the medicinal mist covered them. Then, entering a state of perfect invisibility, she crept out of the lair. Xiaoguoguo wasn't in danger of being attacked by the Nergigant. Her current survivability meant she couldn't withstand the Nergigant's pursuit. On the contrary, she could use the medicinal mist to evade the enemy. But Xiaoguoguo also knew that the Nergigant was a mad dog. If it were targeted, she would be in trouble. Besides, she couldn't bear the consequences. Luo Yun's whereabouts were currently unavailable. Without support, while she could evade the enemy, her actual strength was still somewhat lacking. Rather than engaging in a war of attrition with the Nergigant, it's better to send our men out to attack it. With Darren and his men's strength, and with his support, the Nergigant, lured here by the trail he deliberately left, would be utterly devastated. Hence, the hunters saw this miserable scene. In the camp, every hunter who could be mustered was fully armed and ready. After consuming the cat meal specially prepared by Elu, they rushed out to the encouragement of the two editors and scattered in search of the Nergigant. Darren, the Grand Commander, Sunshine Aiden, and an Elu cat formed a four-man team and began searching along the Nergigant's last known location. Soon, a flare flew into the sky. The hunters, upon seeing the flare, used their grappling hooks to speed in that direction. Darren's team was the only one that didn't move. They looked toward the flare, a bit confused. Normally, their team's direction would be where the Nergigant would most likely appear, but the flare was emanating from the team farthest from them. This wasn't right. Up in the treetops, the invisible Xiaoguoguo stared at the red flare in bewilderment, blinking in confusion. Is Nergigant over there? Then who's this over here? Beneath the treetops, the Nergigant was gathering strength, sharpening its thorns in preparation for a nighttime raid on Xiaoguoguo's lair. Elsewhere, Mimi looked speechlessly at the two hunters and their two attendant cats, who seemed ready to confront him. What had he done to offend him? Aside from that battle 30 years ago, they lived in peace in the New World for so many years. Why, after arriving at the demon-gathering land, had he clashed with him again? Mimezi had simply discovered a fragment of Taijing left behind by his former good friend on the outskirts of the forest, and had decided to come over to see what was going on, hoping for some good fortune. He surely wouldn't refuse such a good tank. But he was stopped by hunters just as he arrived. He truly had no interest in fighting these unprofitable creatures. He was now completely focused on finding his good friend. Over on Xiaoguoguo, seeing that Darren and the others had finished their discussion and were about to leave to check on the signal flares, Xiaoguoguo didn't bother hiding her tracks and launched a barrage of attacks at the location of the world-destroying Nergigant. Sudden surprise attack. Nergigant had no time to react before Kasumi Guogua pulled it out of the bushes. With a swift flap of its wings, it stabilized itself and roared loudly in Kasumi Guogua's direction. But then, he felt several dangerous gazes directed at him. Chapter 547. The world-annihilating Nergigant turned and saw three slender figures spurring claws from their bodies, propelling themselves towards him at a rapid speed. The gaze that had made him feel threatened came from these three. At first, upon seeing the size of Darren and the other two, the world-annihilating Nergigant hadn't taken them seriously. After all, judging strength by size was a common way to judge strength. But when Darren unsheathed his burning wings, which hadn't changed much in appearance during his charge, the world-annihilating Nergigant's gaze instantly changed. He recognized the weapon. He also discerned Darren's identity from his figure. No wonder he felt threatened. If it was the one who had participated in the Dark Lantern subjugation and delivered the final, fatal blow, he certainly possessed the power to pose a significant threat to him. Not to mention, he was now surrounded by three of his kind. Add to that this special mist dragon, and the world-annihilating Nergigant felt a bit of a challenge. The arrival of Darren and the others would make hunting the Mist Dragon more difficult, potentially even leading to failure. However, Mist Dragon's proactive appearance gave Nergigant a golden hunting opportunity, and it refused to pass up. At this point, Nergigant hadn't yet realized that Darren and the others charging towards it were actually in cahoots with Mist Dragon, and its subsequent actions put it at a disadvantage in its first encounter with the hunters. It chose to temporarily ignore Darren and the others, instead charging towards Mist Dragon, while reducing its own attack frequency, allowing Mist Dragon to increase the concentration of the battle's poisonous fog to a very high level. It was well known that Mist Dragon's poisonous fog was an indiscriminate attack method. It lacked the superior control of a corpse Hazak. Therefore, once the battle began, the pervasive poisonous fog would be indiscriminate. Nergigant's plan was simple: exploit this trait of Mist Dragon to divert more of the hunters' attention. Whether the hunters were targeting him or Mist Dragon, in this situation, they had to eliminate Mist Dragon first, or at least prevent it from releasing any more poisonous mist. It was undoubtedly a perfectly sound choice. Of course, that presupposed the battle unfolded under normal circumstances. In reality, however, Nergigant's recklessness allowed Mist Dragon to release a large amount of the medicinal mist specially formulated for it, allowing the Grand Captain and his men to enter Mist Dragon's range, gaining even greater benefits. As a result, Nergigant lost the opportunity to strike first. While steadily weakened, he had to contend with the energized hunters and Mist Dragon, who played second fiddle. Just as Nergigant was feeling satisfied with his improvisation, Mist Dragon and the hunters launched a concentrated attack on him. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was too late. Occasional paralysis, dizziness, and even blindness. Occasional pressure in the respiratory tract and nervous system, the rapid drain of energy, and other negative buffs prevented Nergigant from effectively countering the hunters' attacks. The vigorous hunters, however, moved swiftly with their claws, continuously attacking Nergigant's various parts. For a while, screams rang out incessantly. If it weren't for Nergigant's far superior regenerative power, and its even more resilient diamond thorns, it would have been able to withstand the hunters' attacks and launch some barely effective counterattacks. A normal ancient dragon, having lost the initiative, would have probably retreated long ago. Counterattack? Just make sure you're in good shape first. And so, a brutal brawl began. Compared to the Grand Captain and his men, the situation on the other side was somewhat less than ideal. Mimezi wasn't a country bumpkin like the world-destroying Nergigant, ignorant of hunters. After all, he had fought the floating mountain dragon alongside the investigation team, and even had experience fighting top-tier hunters like the Grand Captain. Additionally, the investigation team's connection to the ancient tree meant that Mimezi occasionally paid attention to the hunters who frequented the ancient tree. Thus, he had no information gap regarding the hunters' fighting styles. This resulted in the two teams of recommended hunters, who, despite outnumbering the enemy, were ultimately outmatched by Mimezi, who soared through the air and rarely touched the ground. If they hadn't prepared enough flashbangs, they would have been injured long ago. In the air, after turning again, to avoid the direct impact of the flashbangs, and using the diamond thorn bullets on his body to fire at the incoming arrows, Mimezi quickly found his target and swooped down again. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man holding a shield next to his target, ready to attack. In a mere moment, Mimezi abandoned his dive and flew back into the sky with a sharp turn. The devastating thrust of his spear missed awkwardly. He helplessly watched Mimezi through the slit in his helmet as she began to circle low again. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent as Mimezi. Fight when they have the chance, retreat when they don't, never giving them a chance to encircle them. They barely even engaged in direct confrontations, remaining soaring through the air from start to finish, refusing to descend despite the provocations of Faye. When did Nergigant ever acquire such a calm composure? How many beatings must it have endured to cultivate such a strong heart? The two sides' completely different fighting styles destined the two Nergigantes to receive different treatments. As the hunters engaged in a fierce battle with the two Nergigantes within the Karst cave. Within the vast crystal, Luo Yun's metallic eyelids trembled slightly, then slowly opened over time. Luo Yun, waking up, was aware of his current state. Two terrifying energies transformed within him, each flowing into two separate worlds. He dared not move, fearing that any rash movement would disrupt this extremely strange balance, leading to unforeseen consequences. To put it bluntly, he feared that this amount of energy would explode within him, carrying him away. Yet, having become a tool of two worlds, resentment filled his mind. Is this his end? This is the price he must pay? Negative emotions continued to surface, and his azure eyes began to hollow. At this moment, perhaps the being on the other side of the spatial channel sensed something, realizing Luo Yun had misunderstood something. Accompanied by a surge of energy in the spatial channel, an angry roar, like the incarnation of the earth, echoed through the energy. However, this roar sounded rather impotent and furious. As this energy infused Luo Yun's body, the panel that had vanished suddenly reappeared in his retina. After a burst of garbled text, only a single sentence remained. Feature, Land of the End, loading. Chapter 548. It seemed as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of the person on the other side of the spatial channel. After all, this special ability was bestowed upon him personally, and had not been adapted for the Monster Hunter world. This would make Luo Yun seem somewhat out of place in this world. Although this was a decades-long collaboration, the world had no intention of abandoning this child who had grown up here. Unadapted special abilities were uncontrollable, and the different energy systems would cause significant conflicts within Luo Yun's body. If left unchecked, Luo Yun would one day face two choices. Be targeted by the world's malice and die. Leave this world and go to the other world. This cub, whom he had raised for decades, was a rare dragon of the Order side. It could fully serve as the foundation of the world and the guardian of its laws. Although it was raised through collaboration, he couldn't just abandon it, could he? Once this exchange of world energy was complete, Luo Yun would be able to take that final step. Whether placed here or across the world, he would be an extremely sought-after existence. Therefore, as the new trait was infused into Luo Yun's body, this side also exerted its strength. Amidst the surge of magma, the purest life energy from the depths of the Earth's core transformed into a thread that connected to Luo Yun's Taijing crystal. As the silver particles seeped in, further localization of Luo Yun's new trait began. However, unlike previous biotechnological nerfs, this time the benefits were tangible. While the Terminus trait wasn't significantly strengthened, it made Luo Yun's internal energy structure more compatible with this new trait, ensuring that he wouldn't be harmed by wielding pure otherworldly energy while allowing him to more stably unleash the full power of his new trait. Having his subtle plan seen through, an unnamed alpaca at the other end of the spatial channel stamped its forelimbs. After some thought, it abandoned the idea of abduction just yet. The two worlds had finally stabilized the world channel, and were in the honeymoon period. To fall out over a momentary impulse would be truly foolish. Let this little creature, whom he had watched over for decades, stay there for a while. After all, he had already prepared a backup plan. Everyone in this world would eventually welcome a new companion, or perhaps two. The alpaca's lips curled slightly, as if he were thinking of something happy. With the infusion of the two energies, Luo Yun's strength rapidly depleted. His biological instinct for self-preservation caused him to fall back into a deep sleep, and this space seemed to fall into silence once again. Not far from the canyon, someone forcefully scraped off a layer of seemingly thin, but in fact incredibly energy-resistant, red skin from a sharp stone pillar. A somewhat exhausted crimson dragon crouched on the desolate, almost death-like earth. Its soft scales hardened rapidly with its breaths. In less than 3 minutes, the dragon had fully recovered to peak condition, regaining greater control over its own strength. With a few more molts, it figured it would reach the minimum standard for reproduction. Then, this netherworld valley, which had successfully nurtured itself and several of its brothers, would no longer be necessary. Suddenly, the crimson dragon, possessing an extremely heightened sensitivity to the Earth's ley lines, sensed something, and its orange pupil shifted in a certain direction. Is this an illusion? The netherworld valley's life force should be nearly completely absorbed by it, leaving only the little it left behind to barely maintain the Earth's stability. But what was this fleeting, pure life force? The dark crimson dragon was puzzled. Despite his curiosity, he instinctively knew he was still dormant. He couldn't make too much noise and draw the world's attention. Therefore, no matter how curious he was, he had to suppress it. The netherworld valley was so secluded and natural, it was difficult to find. He wouldn't reveal his presence until he had squeezed every last ounce of its value. In the demon-gathering land, within the forest area, the world-destroying Nergigant had been forcibly brought out of its frenzy for the umpteenth time. His muscles were exhausted and aching, and the regeneration of his diamond thorns had slowed considerably. He couldn't even count how many times he had been attacked or how many times his diamond thorns had regenerated. In short, his energy was now largely depleted, while his opponent remained vigorous and excited, growing more and more excited with each blow. Though he was furious at being assaulted without honor, his mind told him that enough was enough. If he continued, even he would be in danger. The decision to retreat was a decisive one. He had long since sensed that whether it was the exceptional individual mist dragons, or these seemingly weak, yet infuriatingly powerful creatures, they were all intentionally or unintentionally trying to disrupt his flight. Thus, With years of combat experience, he had already chosen a retreat. The demon-gathering land was where he had lived for hundreds of years, and his footprints covered nearly every area. Of course, with the exception of the valley outside the snowy region, which had become increasingly desolate and lifeless in recent decades. After absorbing the Grand Commander's charge, feeling the pain of the shattered diamond thorns on his arm, the world-destroying Nergigant used the impact to fold his wings, wrapping himself up like a hedgehog ball and rapidly rolling backwards. Brother Sunshine, holding up his small shield, watched the thorn ball roll toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dodged it by rolling sideways. Unexpectedly, the Nergigant took advantage of this opportunity, rolling directly to the edge of the cliff and leaping downward without hesitation. The hunter team, their rage almost vented, had shifted from simply beating the Nergigant to attempting to capture it. Seeing this, their hearts tightened. They sheathed their swords and quickly ran to the cliff's edge. The cliff below was shrouded in a thick miasma, and the Nergigant's figure vanished into it. They hadn't expected this Nergigant, clearly not yet at its limit, to escape at this stage. Its ability to cut losses in such a timely manner surpassed most ancient dragons they had faced before. Off to the side, Xiaoguagua, watching the few gathered at the cliff's edge, rolled her eyes and stealthily entered perfect invisibility. She moved cautiously and decisively fled before the Grand Commander and the others could react. His act of proactively luring out the world-annihilating Nergigant had already exposed his plan. Although he knew the Grand Commander and the others wouldn't say anything, he still had a sense of shame. Xiaoguagua's actions were stealthy. When the Grand Commander turned around to give him a lecture, warning him not to play with his body again, he couldn't find Xiaoguagua. Even the medicinal mist began to dissipate. In the end, he could only exchange a look with Darren and the others, shaking his head and sighing, a look of resignation on his face. Then he began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the diamond thorns and other materials he had shot down from the world-annihilating Nergigant. Chapter 549. Even further down the line, Mimi, entangled by the other members of the recommended group, was finding the fight increasingly boring. The rewards were too low. Having experienced the lingering energy of the Dark Lantern Dragon Egg and the Urcry Dragon, he no longer bothered to hunt even ordinary monsters, focusing solely on the ancient dragon. And after so much experience, he had become more open-minded. Even the cat's repetitive provocations were nothing to him, having endured Liu Yun's deceptive tactics. So, when he saw the Grand Captain and his two companions, and one cat coming to his aid from the other side of the forest, he didn't hesitate. He simply flung back his spear and decisively withdrew, leaving without the slightest hesitation. Off to the side, Cat, having set a hidden trap, hadn't even put down his shovel when he saw the retreating figure of Mimizi on the horizon. Suddenly, the mud on his face from digging so hastily made him uncomfortable. The Grand Leader stared at the retreating Mimizi in disbelief. He hadn't expected to see her again after all these years. Every top hunter has a figure they're chasing in their hearts, and the Grand Leader's was undoubtedly the Mimizi they first met during the second group. Although the dragon had grown considerably in size, its thorns and strength had significantly improved, it was still the ancient dragon he'd been chasing for decades, ever since the great Ant Mound Wasteland gnawing infestation. Even after so long in the Dragon Crystal Land, the Grand Leader hadn't been able to find any trace of her. He thought their fate had ended there, but he hadn't expected to see her again in the demon-gathering land. Although the one he just assaulted was also a Nergigant, the significance was entirely different. At that moment, the Grand Captain's heart, which had become increasingly calm with age, began to stir again, his long-absent passion boiling once more. After a brief conversation with the hunters and learning the latest information on Mimi, he left a message that he would continue pursuing his dreams. Then, bearing his massive shield, he set off in pursuit of Mimi. Since fate had brought them together again, this time, even if it meant chasing him to the ends of the earth, he would continue. Left behind were a group of bewildered hunters, and Sunshine and Felicat, who were at a loss for words. Although a headache was brewing, Sunshine, looking at his gathered companions, still managed to explain the situation. The hunters, realizing they had found the wrong person, exchanged bewilderment, and a momentary silence fell. At night, in the makeshift camp, the hunters were still reviewing their shortcomings from the day's battle. Facing the campfire, a dusty Darren and the Grand Captain emerged from the entrance together. After cleaning up the battlefield, Darren decided to delve deeper into the valley below to try to find any trace of the Nergigant, or at least to ensure it had truly left the vicinity. Unexpectedly, he got lost in the miasma-filled valley, eventually wandering to the border of forest and desert, where he encountered an unusual shatter dragon. This creature wasn't just your typical green slime mold, but a far more dangerous and ancient form of critical slime mold, imbued with immense ley line energy and constantly in a state of critical explosion. Even the Shattered Dragon's obsidian armor could withstand the explosions of this slime mold. A Shattered Dragon, capable of coexisting with it despite the odds of death, was undoubtedly the most powerful and dangerous of all the Shattered Dragons. Hence, the Hunter Guild named it the Explosive Crusher. A normal explosive crusher is already quite powerful, so how much more powerful could one in the energy-rich guiding lands be? Would its ecological behavior undergo some miraculous changes? Darren was deeply curious. Since he was already here, Darren attempted to investigate the creature, only to be lured into its lair. I wonder if this explosive crusher is just a bit mentally challenged, or simply a complete battle freak. After luring Darren into its lair within the lava cave, it unexpectedly blew the entrance down, drawing out all the critical slime mold within. With a frenzied, self-defeating attitude, it engaged Darren in a deadly, enclosed battle. If Darren had been before his journey to the ice fields, facing this explosive crusher, whose combat power rivaled that of an ancient dragon and even had the advantage of terrain, creating an almost inescapable, deadly environment, he would have been in for a real loss. Even if he had managed to defeat it, it would have come at a heavy price. But Darren was now wearing the Taijing suit, which possessed extreme resistance to abnormal status effects and amplified weapon damage. The critical slime's explosion was indeed powerful, but with the resistance of his Blazing Sun Dragon Taijing armor, and the residual buffs on Xiaoguagua, he didn't even need any medicine to defeat the desperate duel, even under the incredulous gaze of the Blast Dragon. He returned victorious, carrying Blast Dragon's materials comparable to those of ancient dragons. However, this delayed his search for the world-destroying Nergigant. After finally finding his way back, he groped his way back in the dark. As for the Grand Commander, his experience wasn't quite so bizarre. He simply realized he'd forgotten to pick up his supplies halfway through his run, and turned back. For the next period, the Grand Commander and Darren continued their respective pursuits of the two Nergiganis. Xiaoguagua, seemingly feeling somewhat embarrassed, remained quiet for a while, refraining from venturing out and causing trouble. The exploration of the demon-gathering lands gradually expanded. Until one day, this dragon hunter, relying on his leyline perception, honed in the New World's leyline corridors, traversed the icy landscape and found the desolate valley. Sensing something amiss, he returned to camp, found Darren's group, and together they headed into the valley to investigate. And there, they witnessed the fierce, crimson figure. A dark red dragon. The mere sight of it streaking across the sky sent shivers down the spines of the hunters, including Darren. The desolate valley was littered with its shed skin, so tough that even a hunter's knife struggled to break through. The ruptured cocoons also told them of the devastation this land had endured. Retreat. This creature is not something one or two men can defeat. Though he felt resentful, Darren knew the dragon hunter's judgment was correct. The pressure this red dragon exerted on him was unprecedented. No ancient dragon had ever exerted such pressure. And most crucially, Darren sensed the same boundless malice towards the world from it as from the Dark Lantern Dragon. From this, and from its size and appearance, it seemed clear that this ancient dragon, never before seen in the guild's records, was undoubtedly related to the original Dark Lantern Dragon. It was very likely that this creature was the Dark Lantern Dragon species after it had successfully completed its transformation. Chapter 550. The Hunter team had extensive retreat experience. After navigating numerous hidden paths that obstructed vision, they successfully escaped the Netherworld Valley. All along the way, everyone digested what they had just witnessed. They had never imagined that an ancient dragon could exist in such an ecological system. Beyond the barren earth and the grayish-white shed skins drifting in the wind, there was no other living creature. Not even tiny, environmental creatures existed. It was as if the entire world had died. This feeling filled the hunters with both palpitations and deep anger. Having spent years interacting with nature and claiming to be guardians of the ecosystem, they simply could not accept the existence of such a creature. Right now, the other party's influence was limited to that valley. What if it escaped? Wouldn't that be a disaster for the entire demon-gathering land? Even for the neighboring New World, with strange emotions, the group returned to camp in silence. The other recommended hunters, who happened to be resting in the camp, saw Darren's team in such a state, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. They all knew they must have discovered something significant, and it wasn't good. Faced with the puzzled faces, Darren glanced at the contemplative dragon hunter, sighed, and recounted his observations and his theories. Everyone shared a similar expression. So, Captain, what's your decision? Having Darren personally acknowledged that this wasn't a situation a hunter could handle alone, they understood, and volunteered to go to the Netherworld Valley for preliminary investigation. This wasn't a character capable of handling the situation alone. It meant a large-scale attack, and the level of danger was likely even greater than any ancient dragon they had encountered in the past. Add to that the premise of not allowing the enemy to leave the valley, and this meant a battle of annihilation, a life-or-death struggle. Preliminary investigation was crucial. Darren, as the only hunter to have truly faced a Darklight dragon, needed to return to the New World, share the details with the investigation team, and cooperate with the scholars in their analysis. Thus, the burden of this extremely dangerous, even life-threatening, survey fell solely on them. But even in the face of such extreme risk, none of the recommended hunters flinched. Looking at the determined faces, Darren nodded silently and emphatically. Without any sentimental words or unnecessary gestures, he simply patted Sunshine on the shoulder, glanced at the others, and then his gaze fell on Mia, who clenched her fists and silently cheered him on. "Then I leave it to you all." With that, he scurried out of the camp without looking back, summoned his tamed pterosaur, and headed off into the moonlight towards the New World. The camp was engulfed in hushed discussions. At the entrance, Xiao Guogua, hidden and munching on insects, rolled her eyes around before making a decision. Taking advantage of the night, swaying her long tail, she followed a unique pheromone trail, silently passing through one monster's territory after another, heading deeper into the forest. New World, Star Stronghold. The commander-in-chief folded his arms, his face solemn as he looked at Darren, who sat cross-legged on the deck, devouring his food. Cats kept bringing them new food. To bring back the news as quickly as possible, Darren, relying on his two pterosaurs, raced day and night back to the starry stronghold. He gave all his fodder, secret medicine, and other energy-boosting supplies to the pterosaurs. With the exception of a few pterosaurs that landed to gather food when they could no longer bear it, Darren could be said to have been hungry the entire time. Not to mention the battles he experienced while passing through monster territories along the way. "I didn't expect such a creature to exist on that continent. It's just the Blazing Sun Dragon." The commander-in-chief hesitated. The Blazing Sun Dragon had been away from the New World for a long time, originally thought to have left with Xiao Guogua. Now, the hunters have found Xiao Guogua's trace in the Gathering Lands, but the Blazing Sun Dragon has disappeared. This meant they could not get any information or help from the Blazing Sun Dragon. No, not even in our records. After all, we have very little information even on the Crimson Dragon, let alone this monster that looks like an adult Crimson Dragon. The ancient Dragon Man stationed at the Star Base, working with the base's research institute to replicate ancient weapons, put down his thick tome and delivered a disappointing response to the commander-in-chief. No information at all. The commander-in-chief's tone was heavy, his mind constantly weighing the pros and cons. The only sound at the scene was the sound of Darren swallowing his food. After a long moment, the commander-in-chief opened his eyes, his gaze firm. "Call all hunters, prepare logistics, target, demon gathering ground." Like Darren and the others, the commander-in-chief could not ignore the harm posed by the Crimson Dragon. If they hadn't discovered it, it would have been fine. But if they had, their consciences would not allow them to ignore it. No matter the cost, as hunters, they would not allow such a creature that lived by destroying the ecosystem to exist. What about the ancient tree? "Rest assured," the god said before he left, "that we are inseparable." Hearing the ancient dragon's reply, the commander-in-chief's lips curled slightly. "Logistics and related transportation are in your hands." As the commander-in-chief issued his orders, the ancient tree and the star stronghold quickly began to function like a precision machine, powered by every component. The first batch of personnel and supplies were escorted along the way by the Fire Dragon Regiment, a tentative collaboration between ordinary fire dragons and hunters. Yaji personally led the team to the Demon Gathering Lands. Yaji wasn't going to join the battle, but Luo Yun had been gone for so long that she couldn't sit still anymore. She planned to personally go to the Demon Gathering Lands to find Xiao Guogua and ask for clarification. Half a month, just half a month. The entire investigation team of hunters crossed the New World, and with a mobile research base constantly transporting them back and forth, almost everyone arrived at the Demon Gathering Lands. In the expanded camp, a recommended hunter, his face bandaged, lay on a stretcher as he recounted his recent exploration findings to the higher-ups. Fortunately, aside from him, none of the other recommended hunters had sustained serious injuries during the mission. He was only seriously injured when he was knocked off a cliff by the Saphir Dragon, unable to retreat in time. The fact that no one died was a blessing in disguise. This was a recommended hunter, one of the absolute top hunters in the New World, a supreme elite whose loss would cause even the old world hunter guilds to grieve. After comforting the other hunter and allowing him to recover, the higher-ups began discussing the current intelligence regarding the battle. Just as they were expressing their opinions, the dragon roar of Xiaoguogua, which had been absent for a full fortnight, reached the cave. Chapter 551. It was just that cry, a mixture of anger, grievance, and a hint of wailing, that forced the meeting to a halt. Several people rushed out to investigate. Upon their arrival, they saw a group of hunters gathered in a circle, all with hesitant expressions on their faces. This inevitably puzzled the commander-in-chief. Given Xiaoguogua's stature, it was impossible for the hunters to remain indifferent to such a cry. After pushing through the crowd and reaching the next platform, the commander-in-chief gazed at the scene below, and a sudden realization dawned on him. Below, in the clearing where the forest met the wasteland, Xiaoguogua, half hidden in a state, was ablaze with vibrant colors, being pinned down and beaten by the golden-red Aji in midair. Xiaoguogua's incessant croaking, her voice brimming with emotion, while Aji, above, remained silent, intent on assaulting Xiaoguogua below. "If you keep doing that, I fight back. Stop kicking my tail, stop kicking my tail. I surrender. Stop hitting me." Xiao's voice was filled with threats and pleas for mercy. But Aji, the attacker, acted as if she didn't hear anything. She continued to swing her tail, kick, and slam the dragon chariot into action. It was a one-on-one fight, no interference. The commander-in-chief and his men were helpless at the sight of the scene. On one side was their mascot, and on the other was one of the kingdom's de facto rulers. And even though they were fighting, Aji was very measured. It was all hand-to-hand combat, with no lethal moves. She was just venting her anger. How could they intervene? Xiaoguogua was heartbroken. She'd gone out to get intelligence from that scumbag dragon, only to be caught by that crazy woman Yaji upon her return. Without a word, she'd been assaulted. He originally planned to paralyze her with a medicinal mist, so she knows she had no power over Luo Yun without him. But he never expected it. Yaji was profoundly affected by Luo Yun. The thin crimson tie crystal membrane on her surface completely blocked the medicinal mist from entering through the cracks in her scales. The black dragon attributed mist that occasionally emanated from her mouth prevented it from entering her respiratory tract. Without using a large breath, the slow influx of the medicinal mist alone wouldn't have caused any trouble for Yaji. "I hate dragons with tie crystal energy. Roar!" Noticing the arrival of the commander-in-chief and his men, Yaji knew it was almost time to vent her anger. After whipping her tail and sending her stumbling, she roared at her, "Speak! What do you want me to say, Gua?" Harrying herself, Xiaoguogua shouted back, her round eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Playing dumb, huh? Yaji couldn't believe Xiaoguogua didn't know what she was asking. If she was there, what else could it be? So, having been about to stop, Yaji charged forward again, pummeling her again. After another beating, she spread her wings from above and roared again. "Speak or not? Gua! What do you want me to say? Just ask." Xiaoguogua glared with her clear eyes and croaked in anger. While the roar was powerful, the cowering look of her head tucked in, her body crouched as low as possible, was truly unpleasant to the eye. Yaji blinked her eyes, reddened by the immense use of Taijing energy, and Xiaoguogua blinked back, not to be outdone. Looking at those clear, yet shimmering, eyes that betrayed a certain foolishness, Yaji suddenly felt as if this guy had no idea what she was asking. Thus, Yaji's dragon roars softened slightly. "Roar!" Xiaoguogua's mouth twitched slightly, a wave of grievance washing over her. "Quack, quack! How would I know where he went? Quack! We agreed to help each other. Quack! But once we got here, he abandoned me. Quack! Did you know that within a few days of arriving here, I was being chased and bitten by a Nergigant? Quack!" Yaji watched the exasperated Xiaoguogua silently, watching her display before turning and leaving without a word. Quack! Xiaoguogua, who was grumbling vigorously, trying to arouse Yaji's guilt, suddenly lost her voice. After a moment's silence, she collapsed to the ground, speechless. "I'm such a fool, trying to make this guy feel guilty. She's heartless except when facing the blazing sun dragon." Aki left, leaving Xiaoguogua sullenly where she stood. The commander-in-chief finally approached with his men. Xiaoguogua glanced up, then turned away in displeasure, pointing her tail at the commander-in-chief, expressing her displeasure at their lack of intervention. However, the commander-in-chief had long understood Xiaoguogua's temperament, and he had brought a team with him this time. After some persuasion from the former supply squad leader, Xiaoguogua finally relented and accepted the secret medicine. Then, he turned around and shared the information he had gathered with the research team. As the cats translated, the commander-in-chief's expression darkened. At that moment, he clearly understood the true nature of the investigation team's target. It was a monster that none of the ancient dragons in the demon-gathering land dared to provoke. The valley where it inhabited was a forbidden area throughout the demon-gathering land. It was a forbidden dragon, transcending its ecological niche, capable of opposing it, even feeding on the varied life of the earth. In the old world, such a being existed only in folklore and mythology, save for the few glimpses held by the leaders of various factions. Just like the legendary Black Dragon that destroyed the ancient city of Sherd. It was forbidden, and their mission was to defeat that forbidden thing. Quack. Give up, quack. That being is not something you can contend with, quack. Xia's words were blunt. In her view, even if a monster like Darren was among the investigation team, this was a battle on another level. Even Darren wouldn't have much resistance against it. Such monsters are often slain by creatures of the same level, dispatched by nature itself. Such battles often come at the cost of devastating an entire region. Hunters may be powerful, but this is still the real world. Monsters, like the Safi Iron, often require a civilization to combat. Hearing Xia Guoguo's words, the commander-in-chief felt a pang of pain in his heart, but when he looked back at the determined expressions on the faces of the higher-ups and hunters, a familiar smile crept across his lips. It doesn't matter. Even if it's taboo, so what? We're monster hunters. Xia Guoguo tilted her head. Even after all these years, she still found it difficult to understand the hunters' suicidal behavior. Quack. Let me make it clear. I won't go with you to your deaths, quack. Chapter 552. Outside the Netherworld Valley, the fire dragons helped deliver supplies to the entrance. After a worried glance at their long-term meal tickets, they hurried away. The mere approach of the valley sent the hostile aura pounding their heads. If it weren't for their ancient tree fire dragons, constantly under the pressure of the ancient dragons, ordinary fire dragons would have been considered brave for even glancing at it, let alone approaching. After the supplies arrived, the hunters each carried their assigned items, and cautiously entered the Netherworld Valley in batches. The Netherworld Crimson Dragon was different from the Skeleton Dragon. Not only could it fly, but its destructive power and danger were far superior. There was no way to bypass it, and build large-scale equipment in the Netherworld Valley. This meant that the investigation team could only rely on the hunters' individual performance this time, risking their lives. Led by the recommendation team, each hunter lurked throughout the Netherworld Valley. Whenever that red figure streaked across the sky, everyone's nerves tensed, and they cautiously stayed in the shadows, fearing detection and the demise of their encirclement plan. Thankfully, each time passed without incident. As time passed, everyone arrived at their designated locations, and silently swallowed the pills in their packages. Just as the dark red dragon finished its patrol and landed in the center of the Netherworld Valley, a red flare soared into the sky. The hunters, led by Darren, quickly rushed out of cover, weapons drawn, and charged towards the dark red dragon. On the cliff, the commander-in-chief folded his arms, watching the hunters charge expressionlessly. He watched as the dark red dragon reacted instantly, completely ruining the hunter's sneak attack plan. His fingers clenched tightly around his arm. Although this was anticipated, after all, a monster of this level wouldn't lack control over its environment. Perhaps he had sensed something was amiss even earlier, but he didn't believe the hunters posed any threat, so he turned a blind eye. The medical support team is ready, meow. Lord Xiaolong has also prepared powerful first aid medication to ensure the hunters receive immediate medical attention after being transported out, meow. A calico cat emerged from the ground, bearing good news for the commander-in-chief. At least the cats had successfully opened a passage between the Nether Valley and the outside world, giving the hunters an additional escape route. On the battlefield, the hunters had already collided with the Safi Iron, but compared to its enormous size, the hunters were like a group of ants, charging fearlessly one after another. Perhaps unaware of the hunter's aggressiveness, or perhaps simply overconfident in its own defensive capabilities, the Safi Iron didn't take flight immediately, nor did it even launch an attack. It wasn't until the first hunter's double blade slashed through the black-red scales, sending sparks flying, that a subtle stinging sensation reached the dark red dragon, and it roared and retreated. The exaggerated dragon roar carried a fierce threat. Though not as loud as the black boom dragon, the pressure it contained caused some hunters to subconsciously shield their ears for protection. Thankfully, the battlefield was large enough and the manpower was well managed, so many light and heavy crossbowmen reacted quickly, decisively raising their weapons, and pulling the trigger without regard for optimal range or the type of bullet loaded. In an instant, streams of light, shimmering in a riot of color, streaked overhead, accurately striking the Safi dragon as it attempted to take flight. The clanging sound of collisions echoed endlessly. Although only a few of the projectiles could barely pierce its outer scales, the intense attack still managed to pin it back to the ground. The dual sword user was a bit incredulous. As a member of the recommended group, his weaponry was undoubtedly top tier, below Darren's. His pair of flame dragon blades, while inflicting no significant damage, had easily pierced the defenses of the previous investigation subjects. And now, facing the Sophii dragon, he could only slash and create a shower of sparks. The dual sword user's astonishment was brief. The moment the Sophii dragon was pinned back down, he charged again. But was it an illusion? The monster before him, after being sent flying, showed no signs of panic. Instead, its cold, vertical pupils flickered with a hint of joy and enthusiasm. Why? The dual sword user activated his demonic transformation, his entire speed increasing dramatically. His claws shot out, catching the spines on the opponent's neck. His biceps swelled with blood, and he yanked hard. Ah! With the fighting spirit emanating from his demonic transformation, he adjusted his position in midair. Driven by his rapidly spinning body, his dual swords, imbued with the alchemical power of his master's art, spun like mad blades, slashing from the dark red dragon's head to its tail in a series of sparks and lightning. Be careful. The hunter's powerful hearing enabled the dual sword user, still spinning, to hear his companion's exclamation. Just as he was wondering what danger might remain, considering his moves were already reaching their final stages, from an angle he couldn't see, streams of azure life energy streaked across its scales, converging on its tail. Boom! When the blade struck the concentrated energy spot, a pure explosion of energy exploded. The completely unprepared dual sword user was struck directly, flung away like a torn doll. Just 10 minutes into the battle, the first seriously injured hunter appeared, and a recommended hunter. A single information gap led to such drastic consequences. This was the common experience hunters faced when hunting without information. Without time to worry about the dual sword user, the dark red dragon suddenly raised its body and leaned back. A radiant energy aura instantly gathered in its mouth, and a diagonal breath poured out. Darren and the others nearby easily dodged this highly visible attack by moving to the side. The breath struck the barren ground, leaving a charred trail. But as Darren was searching for a suitable attack position, he noticed a faint blue glow emanating from the arc of the charred trail. At that moment, his mind flashed back to the battle with the dark dragon. No! Get out of the way! As he spoke, he leaped further away. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions emanated from the charred marks, the continuous blasts of pure life energy, finally converging into a massive explosion. The delayed leyline energy explosions were a specialty of the Crimson Dragons. If the naive Dark Dragon could instinctively perform a similar move, how could an adult Dark Red Dragon not be able to do the same? However, perhaps because the leyline energy of the Nether Valley had been almost completely absorbed by it, leaving it with insufficient energy, this explosion was simply a burst of life energy, not the combined damage of dragon and fire elements like the Dark Dragon. Even so, some hunters were still eliminated by the blast. Darren, eyes red, stood up, not caring about the exhaustion. He gritted his teeth and raised the Burning Wings greatsword horizontally at his waist, ready to draw his sword. Gather strength, concentrate fighting spirit, and gather the chi blade. Draw the sword and strike out. The chi blade spins wildly. Chapter 553. The blazing white-hot, tinged with the scarlet red of a sharp blade, slashed through the sacred dragon's legs with lightning speed. Darren's figure appeared behind the sacred dragon, his slightly sore muscles reminding him that the previous strike hadn't been easy. He finally understood why the dual sword wielder, who had initially drawn attention, had been forced to retreat so quickly. Using katana techniques with a great sword inherently carries a greater strain, not to mention the balance of fighting spirit involved. But these were merely technical matters. The most crucial thing was that, even with the special abilities of the armor, the calamity of the burning wings, and the exaggerated physical damage of the great sword, the moment he struck the sacred dragon, the texture of the flesh, far less than he had anticipated, and the scorching heat radiating from the wound, forced him to abandon the idea of sharpening the blade further. With such flesh, if he had continued to chop, he would have collapsed before the opponent had even sustained much damage. On the cliff, the Commander-in-Chief's fingers, gripping the telescope, were turning white. His gaze was fixed on the injured hunter in the melee, unmoved by Darren's impressive performance. After all, he was a close friend of the swordsman, and had seen countless katana techniques with great swords. On the contrary, the hunters, suffering so much damage in just a single encounter, truly exceeded his expectations. It wasn't until he saw the cat emerge from the chaos, drag the injured hunter out of the battlefield, and transport him out of the valley through a hidden tunnel he had dug, that his anxiety finally eased. Though he had mentally prepared for this battle, Seeing these young men being sent flying by the monster like toys still pierced the commander-in-chief's heart, even at his age. Outside the valley, at a makeshift medical station with a wide view and a dense rock forest to the sides and rear, perfect for observation and escape, Xiao Guogua carefully controlled the dosage of the medicinal mist while treating the pain-wrinkled dual-blade user and meticulously analyzing the remaining dark red dragon energy within him. Unfortunately, after repeated analysis, she could only conclude that it was a variant of extremely pure life energy. Apart from the high-level scary dragon, she couldn't find a way to counter it. Thankfully, the dual-blade user's armor was also cored with ancient dragon materials. While the other materials were slightly weaker and not as high-end as top-tier ancient dragon armor, it still blocked a significant amount of energy impact, making treatment relatively easy. But the hunters sent in later by the cats were a more difficult problem, with little chance of returning to the battlefield quickly. Xiao Guogua, unusually serious, was not even sure that the wounded would survive until she could eliminate the alien life energy. As time went on, the battle intensified. After the initial chaos, the hunters, each in their own small group, began to coordinate their assault. The roar of gunfire was incessant. The recoil from the light and heavy crossbows numbed their shoulders, but their fingers continued to pull the triggers, occasionally switching to Gatling guns to fire frantically, providing effective long-range support to their companions advancing forward. The melee hunters moved swiftly, constantly closing in on the Safi iron from all angles. If faced with an unavoidable attack, they didn't hesitate, they simply stepped back. A figure bearing a massive shield would appear precisely ahead, gritting their teeth and taking the blow for their companions. The price of this was that most of the hunters sent out were either spear or gun wielders. Some didn't even get the chance to be sent out. At this moment, the Safi's eyes, previously emotionless, began to glow red amidst the carnage. The smell of blood and the small, yet constantly appearing wounds on his body constantly irritated him. His attack method also evolved from initial melee and slow breath attacks to a critical, highly threatening, continuous dragon chariot attack. Continuous lasers that could sweep across the field, covering nearly the entire area. And then, there was the death-defying, bite and grab breath. Any hunter caught in it had little chance of survival. The protective gear they relied on for survival was barely thicker than paper against such a breath. Even if they were lucky enough to be rescued by their companions, the following breath could still finish them off. Both sides were now ravenously bloodthirsty. Many less powerful hunters, even braving the scorching breath, rushed to the Safi dragon and struck him. And the Safi dragon had grown weary of this kind of battle. If the fighting continued like this, it would likely draw the attention of some creatures. So, gazing at the densely packed formation of hunters pressing forward on the field, the dragon flapped its wings, and the intense wind pressure slowed their advance. The dragon soared low, braving the hunters' ranged attacks head-on. After gathering its energy, it dripped, like a drop of water, slowly falling to the ground. Instantly, Darren recalled the descriptions of the Safi dragon's signature attacks in the message Xiao Guogua had brought back. Retreat! Cover your cover with your molted skin, quickly! At Darren's voice, the cats hiding underground quickly fled down the tunnel, while the hunters quickly ran to the nearest shelter and covered it with the shed skins they had collected in their backpacks. Admittedly, the defensive power of these dark sacred dragon shed skins might not be as good as some high-level armor, but their incredible energy resistance far surpassed that of any armor. Behind the shelter, spearmen and musketeers carrying giant shields gathered at the periphery of the crowd, shielding the hunters within and nervously awaiting the next attack. Red Emperor Blue Star, originally a dark sacred dragon breeding ritual, it now became its most terrifying killing move. This gathered all the earth vein energy that the dark sacred dragon could mobilize in a short period of time and compressed it into a small teardrop-shaped ball. Upon landing, the entire area was immediately engulfed in a highly activated earth vein energy explosion, bombarding every corner of the battlefield with a comprehensive attack. The initial wave of damage was blocked by the cover of the Safi shed skin, but the hunters had to bear the subsequent onslaught on their own. Tincturing their muscles, biting down on the secret medicine hidden in the corners of their mouths, and enduring the intense heat, the hunters guarding the perimeter stared intently at their shields. Whether their muscles were ripped or their minds were blurred, they didn't retreat a single step. When the dramatic explosion subsided, the hunters who still had strength quickly dispersed, leaving behind cover only a few hunters who had already reached their limit but had held their shields raised until the last moment. There was no time for sorrow, only deep anger and another charge. Slaying the Safi's dragon, which had completed the attack and was now showing signs of fatigue, would be the best tribute. The Safi's dragon landed, panting heavily, staring in disbelief at the hunters rushing out from cover. He had never imagined that any ordinary creature could survive his attack. This unimaginable situation caused him to panic for a moment. But he, a man of mature mind, was not a fool like the Dark Lantern Dragon. Faced with this situation, he made a decision without hesitation, causing the hunters' faces to tremble. Drain the remaining leyline energy from this area to replenish himself. Chapter 554. The dark red dragon's aura visibly recovered as it absorbed the Earth's energy. Even the wounds on its body, inflicted by the desperate efforts of many hunters, were rapidly healing. Without time to dwell, the hunters rushed forward with furious eyes, wishing they could grow 2 more legs, so they could instantly reach the enemy and interrupt its movements. But they were still a step too late. This layer, where the dark red dragon often stayed, had very little Earth energy left. Before the hunters could reach it, they completely drained the land of its energy. The already desolate land instantly lost its remaining luster, becoming gray and dim. This land was completely dead, and all it needed was a gust of wind, an earthquake, or a small explosion, and it would crumble into sand and rock. Having accomplished all this, the dark red dragon rose with a sense of satisfaction, gave a cold glance at the charging insects, and without hesitation, abandoned the now useless land and leaped directly from the edge of the area. Chase! The tragic death of the Earth unfolded before their eyes, and the hunters' rage reached a fever pitch. Even before Darren could speak, some hunters had already begun calling on the pterosaurs to lead them in pursuit. The commander-in-chief trembled slightly as he gazed at the utterly dead Earth. If he hadn't been so out of training and his legs couldn't sustain him in combat, he would have drawn his one-handed sword and charged with the young men. Exhaling a long breath, the commander-in-chief, without even turning back, gave the order, "Let the equipment team enter the area. Even if it's just a crossbow, set it up as quickly as possible." As the commander-in-chief issued one order after another, the cats began assisting the 4th Regiment's logistics team in transporting the makeshift crossbows into the Netherworld Valley. Meanwhile, the first group of wounded treated by Sia Guagua had regained their mobility. With all their equipment and supplies, they rushed back to the battlefield. The battle between the hunters and the dark red dragon reached a fever pitch, turning the battlefield into a meat grinder. Hunters constantly left and joined, and young lives met their end. But even so, no one chose to retreat. This was destined to be a war from which only one side could emerge alive, and in the hidden leyline corridors at the bottom of the Netherworld Valley. After such a long period of transformation, the first official exchange between the two worlds came to an end. The massive Crimson Tide crystal statue began to melt. The Crimson Dragon, its eyes tightly closed, lay quietly in the flowing magma, rising and falling with the magma. Within the pitch-black spatial passage, the figure that had been maintaining the passage with all its might began to slowly recede, and the light of the white slate, which had served as a source of light, gradually dimmed. At this point, the slate fragments were no longer needed to serve as world coordinates. As the carrier of power between the two worlds, Liu Yun's mere existence was the perfect spatial anchor. With the closure of the spatial passage, the gaze that had been lingering on Liu Yun finally dissipated, and the lava, which had been faintly defensive, slowly subsided. Boom! 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 A rhythmic heartbeat echoed throughout the space. Powerful energy fluctuations, accompanied by a rapidly recovering heartbeat, spread outward in circles. Wherever it passed, on the ground and in the rock walls, crimson Taijing flowers sprouted. At this moment, the dormant dragon finally awoke again, its crimson gold pupils flashing with wisps of energy within its azure eyes. Within his body, immense life energy continuously flowed throughout his body, ultimately forming a perfect internal circulation with his heart. From this moment on, he no longer had any concept of lifespan. Time would no longer be his enemy. No matter how the world changed, he would remain eternal. With a gentle push of his crimson Tai crystal claws, a vast Tai crystal platform emerged. Liu Yun climbed out of the magma, letting the scalding lava flow down his perfectly curved muscles. Physically, having completed the final stage of his transformation, Liu Yun's size hadn't changed significantly. He only had more spines, and his forelimbs, once merely wings, now sprouted a pair of transparent crimson claws at the third sacral joint. The dragon's form, originally designed for flight, had also undergone subtle changes. Stronger muscles in his legs and chest made him more suited to his current form. The internal circulation of energy made Liu Yun's time eternal, and his leap into ecological niche also enabled him to successfully transform from an employee to a partner. Now, he was worthy of an ecological environment all his own. Of course, the most crucial thing was that the sunlight that had once belonged to his ecological side was gone forever, replaced by the yin land symbolizing destruction and judgment, accompanied by Luo Yun's breathing and the flow of energy. In just 3 minutes, his body, weakened by dozens of days of slumber, was recovering to its peak condition at an incredible speed. At this moment, besides the relief of transcending his ecological niche, Luo Yun's only remaining feeling was hunger, not the usual hunger of living things, but a thirst for energy. Constructing the perpetual motion machine itself consumes a vast amount of energy, not to mention the fact that, in order to better adapt to the characteristics of the land of the end, Luo Yun's body instinctively participated in the transformation of its characteristics during his slumber. Over and over again, he had consumed more than half of his stored energy. The energy of this land's veins had long been absorbed by the Nether Crimson Dragon. The energy extracted from the Earth's core during their previous exchange had already returned to the core. Thus, this vein branch, like a dead fish, could not satisfy Luo Yun's current needs. Sniff. Luo Yun's nose twitched slightly, and he detected the presence of a creature through his open perception. He easily picked up the movement on the ground. No wonder the world consciousness chose this place for communication. Perhaps it had already calculated everything. The Nether Crimson Dragon, fiercely battling the investigation team above, was its gift for Luo Yun's breakthrough. To ensure Luo Yun's hunting success, it even brought the investigation team along. Without hesitation, Luo Yun spread his wings, stirring up waves of heat, and soared out of the cave. Third level of the Netherworld Valley. After a long and fierce battle, the Nether Crimson Dragon even drained the energy of the second level's ley lines, yet still failed to eliminate the hunters. After all, it wasn't a black dragon, who was forbidden to attack human civilization, so it was somewhat restrained when dealing with hunters. Even so, the investigation team still suffered heavy losses. Even Darren had already joined the battle for the second time, not to mention the others. From this morning until now, the investigation team's casualties have surpassed the total losses of the past few decades, and this number has continued to rise with the fighting. Watching the dark red dragon enter a critical state after once again absorbing the Earth's energy, even Darren felt a wavering feeling within him. Could they truly defeat such a being? Chapter 555. Faced with such an opponent, such a monster, and its despairing ability to absorb Earth energy, maintaining its peak condition, the hunters saw no hope of victory. But even so, they continued their relentless charge. After sending several hunters away with another breath, the dark red dragon felt a faint sense of unease. It wasn't that he felt the hunters posed a threat to his life, but he hadn't expected that even after exerting such a high level of energy, the hunters would still charge again and again, like invincible cockroaches. This battle had lasted far too long, and perhaps someone had already noticed. A faint sense of unease began to well up in his heart. He wanted to retreat. The dark red dragon, in critical condition, possessed truly insane attack power. Even a slight contact could render him ineffective. However, his disgusting flesh had finally improved, and the excessive energy in his muscles had caused his defensive abilities, which weren't even defense, but rather damage reduction, to falter. Hunters like Darren, armed with ancient dragon-level weapons or higher, could inflict some effective damage on the Safi Iron. However, this battle, which Darren vaguely judged to be protracted and nearly unwinnable, was halted by a single, massive breath attack from the Safi Iron. It surprisingly didn't follow up its breath with a terrifying predatory attack as before. Instead, it spread its wings, withstood the hunter's ranged attacks, and soared upwards. It wasn't going to fight anymore. What is this? What is this? Come back. Darren's eyes flashed red as he leaped high. The catapult on his left wrist unleashed its hook, but due to distance constraints, it slipped past the Safi's feet after reaching its maximum range. Asshole! A dull thud echoed as Darren half knelt on the ground, watching through the slit in his helmet as the crimson figure soared to the next platform. The captive pterosaurs of the investigation team dared not approach due to the Safi's current position. Is it over? Such questions echoed in the hunters' hearts. Gazing at the charred, crimson earth beneath their feet, they felt a mixture of fear and relief, but more than that, anger and resentment. But the Safi's current position had already surpassed the maximum attack range of the heavy crossbow. They were powerless. Swoosh! A sharp sound echoed from overhead. Several massive crossbow bolts pierced the air, ricocheting from the Safi's blind spot and instantly impacting its side. Because of the Safi's scales, only a few managed to break through the dragon's defenses and land successfully. The rest bounced off with a resounding crash. This, however, briefly unbalanced the Safi's body, halting its flight. Soon after, a dozen hunters, newly recovered and back on the battlefield, leaped from the platform on that level. With roars, they used their hunter knives to pierce the gaps in the Safi's scales. They then latched onto the dragon's wing joints and forcibly pulled it down. Boom, boom, boom. A series of energy explosions echoed, and as the Sophi's dragon landed, the hunters clinging to it were blown away in the blast, their bodies falling into the crowd, their lives or deaths unknown. But it was precisely this desperate interception that gave the hunters hope. Ah! Before the Sophi iron could even rise from the ground, the recommended hunters, led by Darren, arrived first. This time, their target was clear, the Sophi iron's wings. No matter the cost, they would stop it from leaving again. On the deserted second-level platform, the commander-in-chief rolled up the ropes of the crossbows and calmly instructed the cats to quickly reload them for the next round. At this point in the battle, the props team had no extra hunters available to operate the crossbows. Thus, under the commander-in-chief's resolute command, all the logistics personnel of the 4th Regiment evacuated, and he personally brought the crossbows here with the hunters, who had just recovered from their injuries. Now, only the Fey cats remained by his side. The Sophi Iron was truly furious. He had already chosen to evacuate, giving these weak creatures a chance to survive. But he had never expected them to use such a nearly suicidal method to stop him. Amidst his confusion, a deep sense of unease intensified. This manifested itself in increasingly fierce and violent attacks. He had to dispel whatever was entangled within him as quickly as possible and quickly escape this now useless area. Darren frantically gathered strength. Even though his muscles ached and his tendons ached from the strain of his fighting spirit, he never slowed down his movements, determined to completely dismantle the creature before him. However, as the dark red dragon fought, it absorbed the Earth's limited leyline energy to replenish itself. The wound that had opened up in Darren's last second was healed again the next. It could be said that with insufficient output, as long as the Sophi dragon could still absorb the Earth's energy, they would be unable to truly inflict any effective damage. Watching the Sophi dragon break free once more and flap its wings to ascend once more, the hunters were truly despairing. This time, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that a group of returning hunters would be waiting for the Sophi dragon above. Moreover, given the Sophi dragon's intelligence, it would undoubtedly be prepared for the same attack. This hunt, they had failed. The commander-in-chief yelled at the cats to fire their crossbows, but with the Sophi dragon releasing its critical state and shielding itself with its wings, the massive bolts deflected, even allowing it time to unleash a breath of air at the crossbow bed. As the cats pounced on him, the commander-in-chief could only watch helplessly as the bolts, so painstakingly transported, shattered in his breath. The crimson figure ascended unhindered into the sky above the valley. Closer, closer. If he could just fly out of the valley, he could hide himself again. He simply wanted to survive. Red. The sight was filled with crimson light, and the temperature in the air instantly soared. On the completely desolate and dead first platform at the top of the Netherworld Valley, the withered vines began to burn in the intense heat, while the hunters and cats below, perplexed, pulled out cold drinks. The dark red dragon, having already reached the exit, felt a shudder. The next second, a mysterious red light streaked across the sky, swooping down towards him. Bang! Roar! With a tremendous crash, the red light, enveloping the dark red dragon's body, plummeted, collapsing the desolate first layer, piercing through the already dead second, and slamming heavily onto the ground of the third layer. The incredible impact, accompanied by a heat wave powerful enough to evaporate all the moisture in the air, spread out in all directions. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, two giant beasts wrestled, emitting deafening dragon roars. Chapter 556. Darren held a single hand in front of him, blocking the fierce wind and sand that rushed into his eyes through the gaps in his helmet. Through the dust, he could faintly see two giant beasts tearing at each other in the wind and sand. Explosions of energy exploded with their movements, and waves of scorching energy blasted outward in the dust, materializing and expanding continuously. The hunters were forced to retreat repeatedly, lest they be caught in the clash while their vision was obstructed. As the battle continued, the dust and smoke that had just fallen down quickly dissipated. When the hunters could clearly see the monster fighting the dark red dragon, their hearts, which had been wavering, regained their resolve. Even in this dangerous situation, some suppressed cheers could be heard. Great! It's the blazing sun dragon! It's indeed in the demon gathering ground. Counterattack, counterattack! Kill this creature who dares to desecrate the ecosystem. A group of people howled and rushed to Luo Yun's aid, but were stopped by the Grand Commander, his arm still dripping with blood. Wait! Don't act rashly. The hunter's strong mental fortitude prevented them from being overwhelmed by Luo Yun's appearance. While they couldn't understand the Grand Captain's decision, they understood that a seasoned hunter like him wouldn't strike without a clear target. Thus, even Darren, who who had already zeroed in on the nether crimson dragon and was about to unleash his hook, silently lowered his arm. Something's wrong. The fire dragon boss isn't in a good state. As the hunter who knew Luo Yun best among the group, the Grand Captain easily discerned something different from Luo Yun's current performance. It wasn't something as simple as a change in appearance or a more rugged fighting style, but something deeper. In the past, when Luo Yun faced powerful enemies, even when facing the Nergigant whose gnawing insects nearly annihilated the great ant-mound wasteland, the Grand Commander sensed anger and even murderous intent in Luo Yun's emotions, but more so a sense of completing a mission. The kind of feeling he would abandon and leave decisively if his own life were endangered. Of course, this didn't affect the Grand Commander's perception of Luo Yun. He even strongly agreed with his thinking. For an ancient dragon like Luo Yun, the best thing was for him to survive. But now, there was no sense of responsibility, no anger. More than greed, a ravenous desire to capture the prey before him, even to the point of wanting to devour it completely. Under the influence of these emotions, Luo Yun's animal instincts clearly outweighed his rationality, a fact clearly evident in his current battle. He didn't even bother to consider the nearby hunters. His eyes were fixed solely on the nether crimson dragon before him, nothing else. This unusual behavior caused the Grand Commander to hesitate. He wasn't sure whether the hunter's charge was helping Luo Yun, or whether they would be caught in his attack range by their obstruction. It was a very difficult question to decide. The battle between the dark red dragon and Luo Yun reached a fever pitch almost the moment they landed. After being pounced from the sky by Luo Yun, the dark red dragon, through energy perception, knew that Luo Yun, like himself, was a creature outside the ecological chain. This meant that he had been completely exposed, and that Luo Yun was the creature arranged by the world to launch a decisive attack on him. Therefore, after maneuvering itself mid-air to absorb the damage from the supersonic pounce, the dark red dragon abandoned its defensive prowess and unleashed its full force, entering critical state. Its entire body emanated a blue energy, launching a full-scale counterattack against Luo Yun. Luo Yun, realizing his supersonic pounce had little effect on the dark red dragon, whose defenses rivaled his own, followed suit, unleashing his full Taijing energy in a fierce battle of energy against energy, flesh against flesh. The battles between the taboos were not particularly frivolous. After all, whether it was their energy resistance, which was practically energy immunity, their physical defenses, which had already reached a state of damage reduction, or even their internal energy reserves, they were all incredibly powerful. Compared to the meticulous calculations of other monsters, the taboos relied more on a single, unstoppable attack. Their output threshold was incredibly high, and even the simple release of energy was what most creatures would consider an ultimate move. Similarly, precisely because this type of fighting is most destructive to the ecosystem, forbidden battles are often referred to as planetary scale battles. If the fighting continues uninterrupted, it's possible to destroy all life on a planet. Roar! Luo Yun roared, swung his right wing, and the immense wind pressure transformed into a blade-like impact against the nether crimson dragon's scales. His crimson claws slashed against the dragon's head. Immediately at the point of impact, pure Taijing energy erupted. The massive energy wave tore through the dragon's facial defenses, shattering the tiny scales, leaving behind horrific wounds. The dark crimson dragon stumbled a few steps under the blow, then lashed Luo Yun's chest with a swipe of its tail. A burst of azure energy repelled the pursuing Luo Yun. The two behemoths traded blows, claws and tails, breaths and lasers, their surroundings constantly shifting under the influence of pure earth energy and crimson crystal energy. Everyone seeks to create a battlefield perfectly suited to their own battles. This tiny nuance is the key to ultimate victory in a battle of the same level, even for those of them who practice taboos. Retreat for now. Intervening rashly in a battle like this will only affect the Blazing Sun Dragon's assessment of the situation. Watching both sides abandon their defenses and engage in an absolutely critical moment, the aftermath of the battle spreading across the entire area, the Grand Commander made his final decision. Leave the battlefield to the Blazing Sun Dragon. At least until this indiscriminate exchange ends, they won't have much of a chance to join in. Though the hunters were unwilling to give up, seeing the two forbidden beings before them, whose mere blows could trigger massive energy explosions, they could only grit their teeth and quickly retreat. Shortly after the hunters' withdrawal, the battlefield was rapidly covered by pillars of Tai crystal. The dark red dragon, having engaged the hunters for too long and absorbed too much earth vein energy, resulting in a shortage of earth vein energy in the battle area, finally suffered a backlash. In this battle for the battlefield, he needed to mobilize more power to draw out the energy from deeper underground. Ultimately, he was slightly behind in time, allowing Luo Yun to seize the opportunity and seize the ultimate advantage in the battlefield. Cliff Sword. The Cliff Sword, which had previously required a long charge and precise control against the Earth-Crying Dragon, could now be wielded with ease. If one wasn't enough, Luo Yun could wield several in quick succession. The perpetual motion machine created by the internal circulation of energy does more than simply solidify life. As long as the energy recovery rate keeps up, it can unleash this type of ultimate move multiple times in a very short period of time. Just like the Dark Red Dragon's Crimson Emperor Azure Star, it doesn't mean that the energy is completely depleted after it's released. It's just that releasing too much at once requires time to recover. Absorbing the energy of the earth veins to replenish itself merely accelerates the energy recovery process. Chapter 557. A dazzling Thai crystal pillar burst forth from the ground at a speed too fast for the Dark Red Dragon to react, striking its chest with pinpoint accuracy and lifting it high into the air. Then, a dazzling white light exploded, momentarily blinding the hunters watching from above, followed by an extremely concentrated burst of energy. No unnoticed plants or flowers were harmed, not even the observing hunters. The intensely concentrated energy penetrated the Dark Red Dragon's scales, penetrating deep into its chest, condensing Thai crystal fragments into a concentrated, chain-like explosion. Even if the Dark Red Dragon mobilized all its life force to counter the onslaught, it simply wouldn't have had time to gather enough energy in such a short burst. It could only watch helplessly as the violent Thai crystal energy tore through its body, feeling its life force drain away. The taboo only concerned immortality in terms of lifespan, and the resurrection of certain monsters under certain circumstances. Physical destruction can still kill these taboos. As the explosion ended, the Dark Red Dragon's body fell downwards. The damaged flesh began to heal rapidly under the circulation of life energy. However, without a large replenishment of earth energy, the lost vitality could not be restored in a short period of time. The loss of life energy also brought a decline in his combat effectiveness. Unless Luo Yun accidentally won a victory in the next battle, this battle would only snowball and eventually kill him. When the battle for the field environment failed, the Dark Red Dragon had anticipated this outcome. He had not expected Luo Yun's attack to be so swift and cunning. It could even be said that the appearance of the Cliff Sword came almost without warning. Even his perception failed to immediately detect the problem, yet his usual attack methods seemed to have been studied by Luo Yun, always being met with perfect countermeasures. As for escaping, he had considered it, but at Luo Yun's speed, he had no confidence he could escape the Netherworld Valley, which had only one exit. For the Nether Crimson Dragon, known for its indifferent emotions, the decision to go all out was not difficult. Roar! Cliff Sword. Having recovered his energy, Luo Yun aimed another Cliff Sword at the falling Nether Crimson Dragon. But this time, the Nether Crimson Dragon, prepared, endured the excruciating pain of his wounds, turned around and exhaled to meet the Cliff Sword that had broken through the ground. Using the recoil of his breath, he twisted his body in midair, then, with a resolute gesture, swooped down towards Luo Yun below. Roar! Ah! The two behemoths collided once more, their bloodthirsty gazes etched on them. The battle, thought to have reached its limit, escalated further, its aftermath rippling across the entire Netherworld Valley. Thai crystal energy surged everywhere, countless lasers flew through the air, slicing through the surrounding rocks. The already shaky upper reaches of the Netherworld Valley cracked, and huge boulders fell continuously. Retreat! Retreat from the valley! The commander-in-chief acted decisively, not even considering supporting the blazing Sun Dragon. He prioritized saving the hunters. The energy fluctuations throughout the region spread along the depleted earth veins, even affecting the neighboring new continent. For a moment, massive waves surged along the outer coast of the Dragon Crystal Land. For ordinary monsters, the chaotic earth vein energy made them feel a little uncomfortable, and a sense of inexplicable fear emerged in their hearts. However, for the ancient dragons and some creatures capable of sensing earth energy, the commotion caused by the two forbidden creatures unleashing their full power sent a chill down their spines. They all slowed down their movements, cautiously observing the unfolding battle. For a moment, both the New World and the Demon Gathering Land fell into a strange state of calm. In the icy region of the Demon Gathering Land, a group of diabolical hedgehogs huddled in a comfortable corner, their eyes fixed on the trembling ice cones before them. The icy region was too close to the Netherworld Valley, and compared to the other ancient dragons, Mimi could perceive the movements there more clearly. Originally, he was delighted to sense Luo Yun's energy fluctuations. Following behind a good brother brings meat. Just as he was about to go over to help, the battle there escalated rapidly. Luo Yun and the Nether Crimson Dragon no longer concealed their presence. The aura of life that transcended the entire ecosystem, and the energy fluctuations that could even affect the entire world immediately put an end to his thoughts. The enemy Luo Yun faced was simply beyond his ability to resist. Forget serving as a tank. Even if he simply watched from the sidelines, the aftermath would have killed a bloodthirsty beast like him instantly. Quack! Quack! I'm dying, quack! Xia quacked. She had originally thought she was perfectly prepared. Even if the hunters failed, she could escape unscathed from the Netherworld Valley. But no one had predicted the full force of the taboo, the noise it could cause. She was truly afraid that Luo Yun would fail to defeat the Netherworld Crimson Dragon, allowing it to escape from the valley. Then, she'd probably just chew on her like a roadside snack. Outside the Netherworld Valley, the Commander-in-Chief wiped the sweat from his forehead and downed a cold drink, finally feeling more relaxed. Looking at the Netherworld Valley behind him, where flames shot up into the sky, it was likely to have already turned into a magma field. The blazing Sun Dragon's natural disaster side was truly terrifying. Commander-in-Chief, look. At this moment, a double sword wielder handed over his weapon, a look of disbelief lingering on his face. What's wrong? What's wrong with the knives? The Commander-in-Chief took the double swords in disbelief. The blades were thick and sharp. From the outside, they looked flawless, save for some battle wear. But this was precisely the biggest problem. If he remembered correctly, this blade should have been a water-attributed double blade, but at this moment, the alchemical inscriptions symbolizing the water attribute on the blade were very dim. Even after channeling his internal fighting spirit and swinging the blade, he still couldn't unleash the water energy within the blade. It was as if water energy no longer existed in the world. Everyone try! The Commander-in-Chief frowned. This was a catastrophic situation. The lack of one energy attribute meant that the entire underlying structure of the world was flawed. Thankfully, with the hunters' attempts, they found that, aside from water energy, all other energies were only significantly suppressed. Even the power of fire energy was far greater than before, doubled. Everything was fine during the battle with the Red Dragon, but after the blazing Sun Dragon arrived, it became like this. The Grand Commander gazed worriedly at the nearby ravine, thinking to himself, "Old friend, what happened to you?" Chapter 558. At this moment, the canyon wasn't filled with lava as the investigation team had suspected. In terms of power, the Land of Ending far surpassed Sunlight's destructive power to the ecological environment. After all, its trait was so powerful that it could completely expel even the water-attributed energy in the air. But Luo Yun's control over this trait also far surpassed Sunlight's. His body's energy structure, after undergoing a worldwide transformation, was incredibly compatible with the Land of Ending. Therefore, while flames blazed skyward in the Netherworld Valley, flickering flames everywhere, the damage to the earth wasn't significant. At most, some charring and crystallization occurred. Amidst the blaze, two massive balls of red and blue light clashed frantically. Each collision generated energy fluctuations far exceeding the limits of living organisms, the ripples even creating long, fiery waves in the air. The sheer force of this blast alone rivaled the ultimate attacks of some ordinary ancient dragons. Not to mention, these two magical creatures were compressing their energy, making their attacks more penetrating and aggressive, thereby minimizing the noise of any energy spillage. The bottom layer of the Taijing realm successfully connected to the earth veins, reducing Luo Yun's energy consumption. Meanwhile, within the earth veins, which should have been depleted, a surge of energy from deeper underground surged forth, temporarily restoring some energy supply. This energy from the earth's core traveled along the earth veins into the Taijing realm, where it was rapidly converted into the new Taijing energy Luo Yun needed, feeding back into his body. This energy replenishment wasn't much, but it was just enough to cover Luo Yun's battle expenses. Even with only half of his energy reserves, Luo Yun managed to fight at full strength. In contrast, the dark red dragon, deprived of the earth vein energy to replenish its vitality, was constantly weakened in this battle. As one side gained strength, while the other gained strength, the balance of power tilted increasingly in Luo Yun's favor. Another cliff sword strike. Although the dark red dragon's genes contained no information on how to counter a creature like Luo Yun, as the battle wore on, he finally, with the immense computing power within his brain, figured out Luo Yun's fighting style and developed corresponding countermeasures for his most common moves. While it wasn't a perfect response, at least Luo Yun's attacks, including the cliff sword, no longer dealt the same level of damage as they had initially. A kind of energy barrier blocked the initial impact of the cliff sword, giving the dark red dragon enough time to adjust while establishing an energy countermeasure, thereby mitigating the final burst of damage from the cliff sword. Seeing that the cliff sword merely pierced the opponent's wings, causing a brief moment of flight interruption, and lacking the intended effect, Luo Yun didn't feel sorry. Instead, he took advantage of the moment of distraction while the opponent struggled to adjust its position in midair. The entire dragon reached maximum speed, leaping to the side of the dark red dragon with a super leap. Dazzling Thai crystal energy flickered on the wing membrane, the extreme light instantly transforming the entire valley into a white world. Even with the dark red dragon's resistance, it couldn't help but feel dizzy when faced with such a flash of light. Luo Yun also closed his eyes tightly, relying on his initial calculations. Without seeing, he bit somewhere on the dark red dragon's neck. With incredible force, his sharp fangs pierced through its scales and sank deep into its flesh. Instantly, scalding, highly concentrated life energy poured into his throat like sulfuric acid. With rapid swallowing, relying on his extremely active internal energy and a digestive ability that surpassed that of any living being, he swiftly digested the liquid, which was indistinguishable between blood and life energy. The dark red dragon's screams reached his ears. Closing his eyes, the world reflected by his mind's eye revealed with uncanny clarity the dark red dragon's panic reaction to this sudden attack. His winged claws precisely intercepted the opponent's two forelimbs. While wrestling, he greedily devoured the dark red dragon's flesh and blood. Luo Yun had never been so ferocious as he was at that moment. Seeing he couldn't break free with brute force, he felt the energy and blood being devoured frantically through the ruptured veins. Luo Yun's bite had hit the dragon's vital point, and twisting his neck was no way to bite back. The dark red dragon made a decisive and mad decision. Its neck thrust reversed, forcing Luo Yun to tear off a large chunk of flesh. With a breath, it pushed Luo Yun back, and the two dragons distanced themselves once again. Luo Yun swallowed the lump of flesh, emitting a blue glow. His charred wings healed rapidly under the influence of regenerative power. His crimson eyes gazed at the dark red dragon, which was still gushing blood, its wound so deep that the bones of its neck were visible. Their eyes were filled with a lust and greed for flesh and energy. The trachea was ruptured, and blood gushed out like a giant water gun. Such an injury would have been fatal even for an ordinary ancient dragon. But for the dark red dragon, this level of injury was still tolerable, at least better than being drained alive by Luo Yun. At this moment, under the intense battle, and in danger of his life, the dark red dragon completely entered a state of energy activation. If the dark red dragon's normal state was closer to a living being, then at this moment, its life form was closer to the energy body of its dark light dragon period. Ignoring the energy loss, the hideous wound on its neck quickly healed. Although there was no time to regenerate the muscles, it at least no longer affected the remaining battle. Two loud dragon roars rang out again. After each took the opportunity to adjust their state, they resumed a new round of battle. However, Luo Yun sensed something amiss during this renewed clash. The dark crimson dragon was now far too calm. So calm, it hardly resembled a creature that had just suffered near permanent damage. Moreover, during the battle, it had even reduced its defensive frequency, preferring instead to trade wounds with Luo Yun. This was not right. Even though his energy depletion had given him the upper hand over his savage nature, Luo Yun's inner rationality still made him wary. The sun set, the moon rose above the branches. But the Netherworld Valley remained as bright as day. From the outside, the two taboos, having battled all day, appeared to be in peak condition, each still at their peak. But if one could withstand the absolute heat, and the life energy, so dense it could suffocate a living being, a closer observation would reveal something. Both the dark crimson dragon and Luo Yun bore numerous wounds, often inflicted before these wounds had healed. This battle had undoubtedly reached its most perilous phase. Chapter 559. Outside the Nether Valley, despite Xiaoguoguo's flight, most hunters hadn't received any new medical treatment, and could only hastily drink healing potions while their injuries healed. Elite warriors like Darren, who were in better physical condition, attempted to re-enter the Nether Valley after recovering their strength. Unfortunately, the Nether Valley was now filled with gases, as hot as the calamity flames. The friction generated by even the most basic movement could ignite a flame. Such an environment was no longer suitable for ordinary creatures to survive, nor could cold drinks temporarily withstand the heat. Even with his Taijing armor and maximum energy resistance, Darren only managed to stay in the Nether Valley for 5 minutes, longer than the others. Without the Pterosaur's assistance, his feet alone couldn't support him deep into the Nether Valley, let alone land on the battlefield to participate in the battle. There was no other choice. After a discussion, the hunters mustered their energy, forcing themselves to rush through exhausted bodies as they deployed defenses outside the Nether Valley, striving to intercept the Crimson Dragon once it appeared. Time flew by, the moon rising and setting, and the scorching heat forced many exhausted or seriously injured hunters to evacuate early and return to their camp in the demon gathering grounds. Inside the tent, The commander-in-chief gazed at the tally on the wooden table, his face cold. His clenched fists dug deep into his flesh, yet he remained unaware. The usually carefree captain remained silent, and the calm dragon hunters even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. In this battle, over 50 hunters were unable to recover even the bodies they had lost. Over 100 were so severely injured that they could no longer pursue the hunter profession. Hundreds more were receiving treatment in the rear, likely suffering from residual illnesses that would profoundly impact their lifespan and future strength. This dramatic loss occurred despite Kasumi Guagua's emergency treatment. Without her, the survey team's losses would have been even greater. Most crucially, the majority of these lost hunters were promising young men. They were the backbone of the New World hunters for decades to come. This loss truly pained the top brass to the very core. "How's the battle going? Still unable to enter the valley?" The commander-in-chief's voice rasped. The clerk beside him shook his head and said hesitantly, "We still haven't been able to break through the blazing sun dragon's heat field, but hunters on the front lines report that the temperature inside the Nether Valley seems to be dropping, and the captain of the 5th Regiment has been able to advance a little further." The commander-in-chief breathed a sigh of relief. At least things hadn't reached their worst. The blazing sun dragon remained as powerful and reliable as ever. After so long, it had still pinned the monster down in the valley. This way, even if the blazing sun dragon didn't achieve ultimate victory, at least the investigation team had a greater chance of completing this subjugation campaign. Inside the Nether Valley. At this point, the battle between the two sides was no longer the reckless waste of energy they had at the beginning. In this relentless battle, the Nether Crimson Dragon's energy consumption had reached an incredible level. Converted to that, it was probably equivalent to the entire Earth vein energy contained in an entire Earth vein branch. The kind that, thrown into a new continent, could cause a continent-wide invigoration. Without external energy supply, he could only rely on his own internal energy circulation to replenish it. With his vitality constantly dwindling, his energy recovery was far less than his energy loss. He knew his chances of victory were slim to none. From the corner of his eye, through his mask, he saw the shattered cocoons reduced to ash in the intense heat. The charred black, the shed skin that could be blown away with a single breath, all of which spoke of his failure. At this moment, even the usually indifferent Nether Crimson Dragon felt a tinge of regret well up in his heart. In the past, to fight for this hidden valley, he had gone to great lengths to wrest ownership of it from his brothers and sisters, born with him, and expel those defeated little Nether Light Dragons from the valley of the Nether Realm. Those shattered cocoons were a token of his honor, reserved for himself, but under the intense flames of the taboos of a young man not even recorded in Luo Yun's genes, all of this past glory was reduced to ash and dissipated. There's no way out. The complex emotions lasted only a moment before the Dark Crimson Dragon regained its absolute rationality. He rapidly calculated the remaining energy within his body, staring at the Crimson Dragon charging towards him in the flames. He sensed the mysterious crystals surging from the ground, tightly wrapping around his limbs and delaying his escape. He understood that the other party felt the time was ripe, the perfect opportunity to finish him off. The wound in his chest, torn by the cliff sword, had left his barely visible heart without its greatest defense. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have missed such a good opportunity. Hide? Of course he could, but the dark red dragon didn't want to. He was exhausted after fighting this long. This hopeless battle was over, and he didn't want to continue any longer, so... Roar! Luo Yun transformed into a crimson light and approached the dark red dragon. His crimson eyes reflected the dragon's tattered scales, and those eyes, devoid of emotion, eyes that even death couldn't frighten him. Hidden within his heart, nurtured by this perpetual motion machine core, the purest and uniquely Luo Yun's Taijing energy rapidly converged under his control. Each divine beast possesses its own unique ultimate move, a manifestation of its own power. Luo Yun also realized this after completing his transformation. The cliff sword was indeed useful, but the most powerful killing move was this unique power. Broken Meteor. A pure white crystal needle shot from Luo Yun's mouth, piercing the air at a speed too fast for the naked eye to grasp. Wherever it passed, it absorbed all the Taijing energy. The convergence of these Taijing energies resembled a multicolored meteorite, instantly darting towards the dark red dragon's chest. It easily shattered the opponent's energy barrier, then vanished the moment it made contact with the scales. The dark red dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. The life energy within him was gathering at an incredible speed in his chest. The terrifying thing was, he wasn't mobilizing it. Suddenly realizing the true effect of Luo Yun's attack, he released the energy he had been using to sustain the wound without hesitation. Even as he allowed his blood to spurt out, his heart instantly activated, mobilizing the energy he had secretly stored. He forced a drop of blue liquid directly through the wound, forcing it to form. Red Emperor Sansheng. Let's die together roar. Chapter 560. The glowing blue droplet had barely appeared when Luo Yun, as if forewarned, not only stopped charging but even, seemingly panicking, twisted his body, drifting, and escaping in the opposite direction using all four limbs. The Nether Crimson Dragon, with its upper body raised to lure Luo Yun into attacking, had a glint of madness in its cold, vertical pupils, a hint of mockery flashing in its eyes at Luo Yun's flight. Trying to escape at this distance? Too late. From the moment he suspected his own defeat, he had been secretly accumulating energy, even exposing the fatal wound on his chest to lure Luo Yun into attacking, all for this moment. At this distance, even Luo Yun couldn't escape the attack range. This would be the most powerful Red Emperor Blue Star attack he had ever struck. Even if they couldn't both perish together, he would inflict wounds on Luo Yun that would be difficult to heal even after 1,000 years. However, although even the Nether Crimson Dragon couldn't control the Red Emperor Blue Star once it left his body, he could still sense it. For example, right now, the energy in that final blow, which he had hoped would lead to mutual destruction, was vanishing at an incredible speed. And Luo Yun's attack, which had previously vanished, reappeared in that instant. A swirling nebula swirled before his chest, and at its center, the brilliant crystal, like a black hole, continuously devoured all surrounding energy, absorbing the energy dissipating from the Red Emperor Blue Star. Then, something even the Nether Crimson Dragon found unbelievable occurred. The Red Emperor Blue Star, a form of extremely concentrated, special life energy, could compress energy to this degree, demonstrating its inherent density. But in that brief moment of falling, a small portion of the water droplet was forcibly detached. This phenomenon unfolded like a domino effect, the entire Red Emperor Blue Star abruptly disintegrating, shattering and scattering like an ordinary water droplet before being absorbed by the nebula. The ball of light, originally only the size of the Dark Crimson Dragon's head, instantly transformed into a massive sphere of light with a radius of tens of meters, firmly suppressing it. The entire Dark Red Dragon felt as if it were being rammed and crushed, every cell in its body aching with a crushing pain. But Luo Yun's attack was clearly a close-range one, wasn't it? And at first, it had only caused a slight sting. Why had it become like this? The Dark Red Dragon was puzzled. Luo Yun had even used the turbojet, wishing he had 2 more legs. The Dark Red Dragon didn't know what was going on. Didn't the instigator know? As the product of the purest forces of 2 worlds, the pure energy accumulated within Luo Yun's heart when he was transformed into a bridge of communication might not be as aggressive as dragon energy or other energy attributes. However, it possessed a remarkable ability to integrate and absorb. The shattered meteor, developed based on this property, could forcibly absorb all surrounding energy into pure Tai crystal energy, thereby amplifying the attack power. The nebulae that moved with the shattered meteor crystals were the embodiment of the energy attracted by them. When this attack impacted the opponent, its unnatural absorption properties would forcibly absorb the opponent's energy, weakening it while simultaneously strengthening itself until Luo Yun's energy, either through active detonation or absorption, reached the crystal's limit. To put it another way, the more energy the opponent possessed, the greater the damage. The exact power could be determined by the final size of the meteorite. But Luo Yun hadn't expected this very first use to go awry. The Dark Crimson Dragon, possessing no defense, coincidentally chose to perish alongside Luo Yun at this very moment, creating an incredibly energetic, disembodied Red Emperor Blue Star. This object was essentially highly concentrated, compressed earth vein energy, not a single element of energy. For the shattered meteorite, this was a perfect feast. In a mere second, it was transformed into nutrients and absorbed, causing it to reach the crystal's energy absorption limit and launch its final attack, uncontrolled by Luo Yun. The pure energy attack made no distinction between friend and foe. The moment Luo Yun realized the shattered meteor was beyond his control, he turned and ran, but he was still a step too late. A blazing white light illuminated the sky and earth. Countless Tai crystal fragments flew in the explosion, sinking deeply into the impact point. Then, in an instant, transparent Tai crystal flowers sprouted. These Tai crystal flowers exploded again, ejecting countless more fragments. This cycle of explosions continued uninterrupted until the energy was completely depleted. This was the most terrifying third stage of the shattered meteor. It inflicted horrific damage to both living things and the surrounding environment, unleashing apocalyptic destruction. The continuous explosions caused the entire Netherworld Valley to expand. The first and second layers, already shrunken from the battle between them, vanished, and the ground covered by the Tai crystal was also completely wiped out. A huge rift spread beyond the valley, and in the snowy area adjacent to the Netherworld Valley, large swathes of ice shattered. A small earthquake shook the entire demon-gathering land. The commander-in-chief held onto the pillar until the tremors completely subsided, then let go and hurried out of the camp. Just as he was about to issue an order, he saw several hunters already riding pterosaurs towards the valley. At this moment, the flames that occasionally appeared above the Netherworld Valley seemed to have dissipated with the white light and the earthquake. The battle that had lasted for many days within was likely over. Scorching Sun Dragon. Granite was blown away with a powerful wingspan. Luo Yun's scale shattered, and the numerous lacerations on his back and wings looked terrifying. Miraculously, not a single drop of blood flowed, only a faint crimson energy emanated from the wounds. He had underestimated the shattered meteorite, or rather, the energy of the Nether Crimson Dragon's final Red Emperor Blue Star, to such an incredible degree. Even with his TIE crystal armor as a primary layer of protection, he was still severely injured by the same TIE crystal energy. He had truly been careless. With heavy steps, his swift wind wings dispersed the dust-like TIE crystal fragments. From afar, he could see the Nether Crimson Dragon's shattered body collapse helplessly into a deep pit. Giant, transparent TIE crystal flowers, as if at its funeral, blossomed beside it, fueled by the earth energy that flowed along with his blood. Luo Yun flapped his wings and soared above the dark red dragon, landing lightly beside it. He looked down at its pupils, now dimmed but still fixed on him. Even at this point, the dark red dragon showed no fear of death. Perhaps for a creature like the dark red dragon, life and death are nothing to fear. Puff. Giant crystal claws tore through the tattered scales on the dark red dragon's back. Its heart, still pulsating slightly and constantly generating new energy, laid bare before Luo Yun. The hunger, temporarily suppressed by the battle, surged back into his brain. Before the dark red dragon's eyes could completely dim, he bit down on the heart, which hadn't sustained much damage even in the shattered meteorite. As the dark red dragon's eyes widened, Luo Yun began to devour the purest energy and life force at the core of its perpetual motion machine. Now, it was time for the victor to enjoy the spoils. Chapter 561. The heart, the core of the perpetual energy machine, appears to be no different from an ordinary heart, but in reality, its defense and energy resistance far surpass any other part of the body. Even after the dark red dragon's death, the heart continued to diligently restore energy, but this little energy was insufficient to replenish the dark red dragon's fading vitality. As Luo Yun swallowed, the dark red dragon's energy circuits, like blood vessels, flickered. Streams of light converged in the heart as energy flowed back, being consumed by Luo Yun. Luo Yun's injuries, meanwhile, rapidly healed with this pure energy. The energy circuits, previously hidden within the blood vessels and muscles due to a lack of permanent energy, began to regenerate, like long-dried branches suddenly replenished by rainwater. Energy infused from the heart, they began to regenerate. The intense hunger subsided as he continued to devour. Finally, after the dark red dragon's heartbeat grew incredibly weak and most of its energy circuits withered, Luo Yun finally felt full. Releasing his teeth from gnawing at his heart, he squinted at the shrunken, lifeless body of the dark red dragon, curling up its hind legs in a somewhat tangled manner as it squatted on the ground. Unlike creatures within the ecosystem, after forbidden death, only the converted life energy within the body quickly dissipated. However, the solidified energy that formed the perpetual motion machine would not dissipate easily. Even if it fell into the Earth's veins, it would take years to digest. After all, the solidified life force contained within it had already surpassed the limits of what any creature in this world could achieve. Putting aside other things, consider this heart, which Luo Yun had absorbed most of, yet still beat faintly. If a civilization possessed superior biotechnology, and could create a body capable of housing such a heart, it might truly be possible to create a taboo. Regardless of whether this taboo's power was at the bottom of the list, its lower limit remained at the taboo level. Luo Yun was currently struggling with the question of what to do with the remaining permanent energy within the dark crimson dragon's heart. He had already consumed his fill, and all existing energy circuits were already full. Unless he could quickly establish a new energy circuit from the heart to other areas of the body, continuing to absorb would merely satisfy his consuming urges, with minimal gains in strength. But he couldn't bear to give it to the earth veins. He had finally risen from an employee to a partner, and now he was fully entitled to enjoy the profits alone. But during the recent battle, the energy surging from the earth veins had indeed provided him with great assistance. Regarding interpersonal relationships, Luo Yun scratched the itchy spot on his head, which had just healed, with his wing claws. His peripheral vision swept over the completely transformed Netherworld Valley. The blooming Taijing flowers, and the ubiquitous Taijing pillars had transformed the Netherworld Valley into the Taijing Valley. Though it wasn't intentional, the valley, transformed by their battle, now quite suited Luo Yun's aesthetic. Wait! Luo Yun rose and flapped his wings lightly, soaring into the air. Taking in the entire valley, an idea occurred to him. The Netherworld Valley had already been completely drained by the Dark Crimson Dragon, leaving only a few earth vein branches struggling to support it. From an ecological perspective, it was already a dead place abandoned by the world. Left unattended, it would eventually collapse with the shifting of the continental plates. And wasn't Luo Yun's reason for coming to the demon gathering land to find a new habitat and await his transformation? Now that his transformation was complete, rather than having to find another place to drive out other creatures and rebuild his own ecological environment, it would be better for him to simply occupy this secluded valley, saving him the trouble of expelling other creatures. As for the missing earth vein energy, not to mention that Luo Yun's Taijing energy wasn't particularly dependent on it, wasn't the corpse of the Dark Crimson Dragon, with its still beating heart, the perfect source of energy. He did it, and with a thought, Luo Yun descended quickly. With a movement of his mind, the Taijing crystals slowly enveloped the Dark Crimson Dragon's remains, completely sealing it into a crystal fossil. Then, accompanied by a faint earthquake, it slowly sank into the ground. When they reached the junction of the remaining earth veins and the Tai crystal domain, Tai crystal tentacles extended out, enveloping the specimen crystal like a spider web, forming a unique energy cocoon. At the heart of the dark red dragon, Tai crystal spikes pressed against its surface. The energy restored by each heartbeat was immediately drawn and transmitted throughout the Tai crystal domain. While maintaining the domain, excess energy could be dissipated into the valley for Luo Yun's daily consumption. Satisfied with completing the feat of returning the dark red dragon to its original form, Luo Yun wandered around the valley, scanning for any repairs or modifications that needed to be made, and began to build his future lair piece by piece. The hurried hunters landed on a horizontally growing Tai crystal pillar, staring blankly at the completely altered terrain below. How could such a vast valley be transformed into this after just one battle? Seeing Luo Yun leisurely strolling through the valley, as if inspecting his territory, he bore no trace of battle. But they had clearly rushed over immediately after the unsettling movement. Was the battle already over? Where was the body of the Nether Crimson Dragon? Had the monster escaped in another direction? In the crowd, the Grand Commander carefully observed Luo Yun's current condition. When the sense of danger subsided, he breathed a sigh of relief. He swung the rope in his hand and, before the hunters could stop him, swung quickly towards Luo Yun. Now, every movement within the Nether Valley was undetectable to Luo Yun. He had noticed the hunters from the investigation team the moment they arrived, but he was exhausted from the excitement of the battle, and didn't particularly want to pay attention to them. But as the dragon watched the old man descend before it with a heroic gesture, a headache began to set in. "Hey, old friend. Roar!" Before the Grand Commander could finish his words, a furious dragon roar echoed from the sky. A massive shadow enveloped them. The Grand Commander's eyes widened, and he dodged quickly to the side. The rapidly descending shadow struck Luo Yun with unforgiving force, sending him flying dozens of meters, with the piercing sound of scales rubbing against Taijing crystals. The dragon's bloody maw opened, biting mercilessly at Luo Yun's neck. Its powerful hind legs stamped on Luo Yun's wings, forcing him back. Chapter 562. The Grand Commander stood up, brushing off the non-existent dust from his flight. He gazed at the battle between the two behemoths in the distance, his lips curling involuntarily. With a sigh, he swung the rope in his hand and chose to leave. After all, the blazing sun dragon wouldn't be in the mood for the next moment, nor would he have the time to answer his questions. Luo Yun was a taboo, after all. How could he have been suppressed for so long? Moreover, there were a bunch of hunters watching nearby. Didn't he have any respect? With a low roar, his evolved wing claws pushed hard, flipping the female Tyrannosaurus Rex that was pinning him down. Originally, Luo Yun had thought that since he had been in this state, Yaji would at least give him some respect. After all, with other creatures around, especially the hunters from the investigation team, who couldn't be directly eliminated, he didn't believe Yaji hadn't seen it. But he hadn't expected that, just as he stood up, Yaji would pounce on him again. Ouch! Roar! The memory of Yaji's furious expression filled his mind once again, the way she reared up, flapping her wings and roaring, flames lingering at the corners of her mouth, her roar even louder than Luo Yun's. It was clear that Yaji was truly furious this time, completely irritated, completely ignoring Luo Yun's presence. With muffled footsteps, she roared as she charged. Luo Yun's roar instantly dropped an octave under Yaji's suppression, and with its diminished volume came a diminished momentum. Pounced upon once again, he fell to the ground, resigned to his fate. To those unfamiliar with the situation, Yaji's attacks, bites, and even kicks seemed like a pure battle, merciless and aimed for the death. But anyone even slightly familiar with him knew that Yaji's attacks wouldn't even scratch Luo Yun's thick skin, not to mention the constant coating of Thai crystal beneath his scales, making it impossible for Yaji to break through. Perhaps Luo Yun's refusal to resist sobered Yaji, or perhaps it was the conspicuous, recently healed wound on his neck that she happened to notice. The initial biting had somehow transformed into a familiar licking. As Yaji attempted to soothe Luo Yun's pain, drops of dragon tears dripping from the cracks between her scales. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. The hunters, he sensed, had completely retreated from the Netherworld Valley. With a flick of his mind, Luo Yun's vast Thai crystals burst through the rock, enveloping them. After a night of research on how to create a dragonlet at this stage, the next day, when the hunters once again set foot in the Netherworld Valley, they discovered that the dragon patrolling the territory had changed. Yaji glanced at the senior members of the survey team, who had arrived on pterosaurs, but ignored their advances as she wandered along the edge of the deep, crystallized Netherworld Valley. She already knew Luo Yun's plan, and without a trace of worry, she simply put the ancient tree aside and began to acclimate to this future new lair. For Yaji, Luo Yun was the only thing she cared about. Even little Loren, once he reached adulthood, would be nothing more than another dragon with both her and Luo Yun's bloodlines. Thus, she remained deeply concerned about the Netherworld Valley, even though it had long since become devoid of any living creatures. In the crystal palace created at 0 hour, Luo Yun lazily lay in the crystal lair. The battle with the Nether Crimson Dragon had been exhausting, and he felt deeply exhausted. Seeing the members of the investigation team walk in, he simply rolled over speechlessly, trying to improve his image. "Old friend, we..." "Roar! Roar!" The Grand Commander had just begun to speak when Luo Yun decisively answered. He truly didn't have much energy to deal with them right now. "Oh, it's been dealt with. You're truly worthy of you. Are you going to stay here permanently from now on? Then you won't be taking care of the ancient tree anymore? Your Highness probably can't support the ancient tree anymore, right?" Indeed, with the airway open, the two sides aren't that far apart. A pterosaur would only need 10 days to fly over. You nearly scared me to death. The ancient tree is currently experiencing rapid development. If you just gave up, it would be a disaster for the entire New World civilization. Although the Commander-in-Chief and the others didn't understand Luo Yun's dragon roar, they still understood the situation based on the Grand Commander's various reactions. Upon learning of the Dark Red Dragon's complete demise, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't think its death had much to do with them, at least this outcome was worthy of the hunter's sacrifices. However, since the Blazing Sun Dragon has chosen to rebuild its lair in the Demon Gathering Grounds, could we also establish a base there? After the Commander-in-Chief relaxed, his mind raced. Although they had lost a significant number of men this time, the remaining men would be enough to establish another base after Xingchen and Yuechen. The Demon Gathering Grounds were indeed incredibly powerful, and establishing a base there was incredibly difficult. Without the help of the ancient dragons, it would have been truly impossible. Thinking of this, he thought of Xiaoguagua, who had fled and hadn't been seen since, and sighed. Fortunately, although the little Xiao Long was raised a little differently and wasn't as powerful as Xiaoguagua, and he'd love to follow little Loren around and bully him, it was undeniable that he at least had a sense of responsibility. After Xiaoguagua left the Starry Sky stronghold, he responsibly took on the responsibility of defending the stronghold, and slept soundly in his lair in the back mountains. The members of the investigation team came and went quickly. They had already spent quite a while in the Demon Gathering Lands, and operations at the Starry Sky stronghold, and the Moon stronghold far away in the ice fields had been at a standstill for a long time. After handing over some matters, they left a few hunters from the recommended group who were in good condition to stay behind, while the others returned to the Starry Sky stronghold to prepare for the banquet. Although they were sad to have lost many companions in this raid, the survivors also needed a banquet like this to celebrate the resolution of the incident. It was part of the hunter way of life. Little did they know, just as they were holding their banquet, an important directive from the Hunters Guild and the Kingdom of the Old World was being carried aboard this trading ship towards the New World. These days, Yaji had noticed Luo Yun's strange behavior. He would occasionally soar high into the sky, carefully observing his surroundings, as if searching for some creature that might pose a threat. But the valley of the Netherworld was so small, and after the previous battle, it was practically visible from the air. Yaji wondered what Luo Yun was looking for. Luo Yun, on the other hand, was somewhat puzzled. Since the fifth group arrived in the New World, the course of events had deviated slightly due to his presence, but the major events had largely followed the original storyline. But after so many days, he had already killed the dark red dragon, so why hadn't the brilliant black dragon appeared yet? According to the plot, the black dragon, symbolizing creation, must have received a call for cooperation from the consciousness of nature and rushed over to kill the dark red dragon. Luo Yun had been preparing for battle these days. While a fight wasn't imminent, given the black dragon's fiery temper, a fight was likely. But why was there no trace of it at all? Surely a mighty black dragon wouldn't conceal its presence? Deep in the ice, in a vibrant, multicolored divine realm where only elemental energy existed, a sleeping alpaca felt an itch in its nose. After sneezing, it shifted its direction and continued to sleep. A message from the natural consciousness? It received none of it. Chapter 563. After days of vigilance, the Netherworld Valley remained peaceful, leading Luo Yun to suspect a dragon had reborn. It wasn't until he proactively communicated with the newly born natural consciousness in the demon-gathering land that he realized it had been battling wits and courage with the air all those days. When he heard from the somewhat immature voice of the natural consciousness that it hadn't sought help from other forbidden entities, nor had it even made any backup plans aside from itself, Luo Yun nearly blushed. While complaining that this newly born natural consciousness wasn't as sophisticated as the one in the new world, leaving ample margin for error in every event, he flew back to his lair and instantly fell asleep, blocking out the natural consciousness's excuses. Although a natural consciousness normally wouldn't have extraneous emotions, for the sake of cooperation, Luo Yun explained the situation to the dragon, regardless of whether he heard it or not. It was simply that the demon-gathering land, as a newly born continent, couldn't afford the burden of two forbidden entities. After all, taboos are different from other creatures. For other creatures, giving them a little life energy or increasing their energy affinity is already a good reward, but for taboos, they truly must dedicate an area to their lair, even providing a dedicated tributary of the earth vein. Only extremely special taboos, like the Black Dragon, require these requirements. After all, whether it's Luo Yun or the Huang Black Dragon, they are all taboos of nature, symbolizing the final adjustment of nature. The Black Dragon, however, represents the end of human civilization. Simply put, it's a special attack on humans. Only when human civilization reaches a critical stage will it truly strike, destroying everything in that civilization. Although throughout history, human civilizations have mostly been destroyed by their own hands, less than half have actually been annihilated by black dragons. Without the threat of the brilliant Black Dragon, Luo Yun finally felt more at ease, and his days finally began to settle down. Within the Netherworld Valley, the heart of the Dark Crimson Dragon served as a power source. This abundant energy not only met Luo Yun's daily needs, but also provided enough energy to generate some special Taijing crystals for Yaji's food. Life was indeed leisurely, but the downside was that his appetite was bland. Only Yaji would occasionally go to the ice fields to hunt deer to improve his diet. Over time, Luo Yun began to miss the cat's fire dragon meal and the delicious mushroom pork. Once a thought entered his mind, it was truly unstoppable. The Netherworld Valley, which he had once been so content with, now seemed empty. Even with the most gorgeous crystals and beautiful scenery, it still felt a bit desolate when only he and Yaji were there. He scoffed inwardly. His greatest wish since birth had been fulfilled, becoming a taboo as he wished, yet he was actually affected by loneliness. Really? But then again, who says that taboos require a solitary existence, that one must be able to endure loneliness? With endless life and immense power, one must surely live according to one's own will. Otherwise, wouldn't the breakthrough have been in vain? Luo Yun's mind struck a chord, and he successfully convinced himself. Finding Yaji basking in the sun atop a Taijing pillar, they discussed a plan and left the Netherworld Valley, heading towards the New World. In the forest area of the demon-gathering land, Xiao Guogua, with dead eyes, listened helplessly to the sounds coming from below the lair. Ever since escaping from the Netherworld Valley that day, he had retreated to his lair above the hunter's camp, where he remained cooped up for several days. Only after the hunters returned with news that Luo Yun had resolved the red taboo did he resume his activities. Perhaps because he still had some sense of self-respect, he always felt a little guilty when encountering hunters during his daily activities, and thus chose to avoid them. He had thought that life would just pass him by, but for some unknown reason, some of the ancient tree fire dragons that had followed Yaji chose to remain in the demon-gathering grounds. Because the competition for survival here was too fierce, these dragons, accustomed to sticking together, actually chose to cooperate with the hunters, forcibly conquering the territory around the hunters' camp and starting to build their nests there, leaving Xia croaking for days without a good night's sleep. Until today, he could no longer tolerate it. Quack! So noisy, quack! A dragon roar echoed from the top, startling the fire dragons building their nests, and those basking in the sun. Just as they looked up to assess the situation, Xiaoguagua was about to roar twice more, to show these creatures the power of an ancient dragon, when two figures streaked overhead. The familiar pressure and air currents forced Xiaoguagua to stifle her dragon roar. It wasn't that he was afraid of Luo Yun. Even though he had decisively fled the Netherworld Valley, and didn't even offer to support Luo Yun, Xiaoguagua believed that Luo Yun would understand. After all, in a battle like that, he would simply be a victim. But Luo Yun wouldn't care about that. But that unreasonable female Tyrannosaurus would. He didn't want to attract Yaji's attention, and then receive a beating from which he wouldn't even be able to fight back. The ordinary ancient tree fire dragons, however, the moment they saw Luo Yun, expertly lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground, demonstrating their submission to the king. Even though Luo Yun hadn't noticed them. Even though they had already left the ancient tree, this was true. The ancient tree no longer had the bustle of its heyday. After Luo Yun left and Yaji led some ordinary fire dragons to support the investigation team in the demon gathering land, the Yao fire dragons, having lost their two mainstays, showed a noticeable decrease in activity. In particular, the sightings of ancient dragons within their feeding range prompted them to abandon those areas and retreat back to the ancient tree. Thankfully, Little Loren and the Hao fire dragon couple were still present in the ancient tree, providing a sufficient deterrent to the active ancient dragons. Otherwise, even the area beneath the ancient tree would likely be affected. Recently, the cat in charge of the Hao fire dragon couple revealed that the couple seems to be considering relocating to the Dragon Crystal Land to support their newly born cub. Yes, the fire dragon successfully gave birth to and hatched a female cub, but this cub lacks many he-fire dragon characteristics. Instead, it resembles a he-fire dragon that has become crystallized. Its bloodline seems to have reverted to its ancestral roots, possessing the blood of an ancient dragon from birth. This means that when this little creature reaches adulthood, there's a certain chance it will become an ancient dragon, rather than an ancient dragon-level creature. Out of a sense of responsibility unique to ancient tree fire dragons, the Hao fire dragon couple intends to take the little creature to live in the Dragon Crystal Land, where life energy is more abundant. The successive departures of the ancient tree fire dragon senior leadership have caused panic among the people below. Not only are the fire dragons unsure of what to do, but even the villagers of Blazing Fire Village and the Ancient Tree Hunter Guild are somewhat bewildered. Under the influence of these sentiments, the atmosphere within the ancient tree has begun to depress. Chapter 564. Little Loren stood atop the tree, gazing at the lush forest below. Silver scales shimmered in a crystalline membrane. He had been feeling melancholy lately. Possessing considerable intelligence, he naturally sensed the current situation within the ancient tree. The fire dragons were restless. The fire dragon Rathalos of Blazing Fire Village's fire dragon guard were waiting at the shrine for their old father's summons. While they had some respect for him, a second-generation ancient dragon, who hadn't yet fully grown, that was all they had. Overall, it was due to the loss of a core leader. Little Loren had originally thought that, after the events of the past, even if he couldn't replace his old father, he could at least maintain the ancient tree after Luo Yun's departure. However, this harsh reality dealt him a heavy blow. Though he possessed the blood of an ancient dragon, he was merely an ordinary blazing sun dragon. Facing the elder ancient dragons outside the ancient tree's area, he didn't possess much of an advantage. His azure eyes narrowed slightly, gathering his energy. Ending today's weakened sunlight, Little Loren crouched, gazing at the magnificent palace behind him. He wondered when he would finally be able to move in. Perhaps only then could he truly lead his tribe forward. Master Tonkatsu, meow, is there still no news from the Star Stronghold? Will the fire dragon boss return? A young fire dragon guard cat asked worriedly, as Tonkatsu, who was exercising with a massive millstone, raised his hand. Some of the hunters previously recruited by the Star Stronghold had returned to the ancient tree, bringing news of sightings with the fire dragon boss in the Gathering Lands. They learned that he had already chosen a new lair there. The cats, once incredibly excited, began packing their belongings, carrying the Taijing plating that the dragon scholars had painstakingly developed, ready to await Luo Yun's call. But day after day passed, and not only was there no movement, not even the returning fire dragons had any news. In this state of anxiety, the cats couldn't help but speculate, wondering if they had been abandoned, or why the fire dragon boss hadn't come to retrieve them yet. As the backbone of the fire dragon Rathalos, Tonkatsu was less impatient. He always had complete trust in the fire dragon boss. Since the fire dragon boss had promised to bring a group of cats, who could adapt to the new environment once the new nest was established, he was certain he would keep his word. What it needs now is to strengthen its own strength, acquire a stronger ability to adapt to the environment, and withstand new evolutions. Over the years, cat scholars have returned from the old world one after another after completing their studies, and they have finally summarized a set of rules. The greater the potential of a cat, the more likely it is to receive divine gifts as its body grows and its strength increases. Whether it's crystallization or ordinary fire enchantment, it is far stronger than ordinary cats. Amidst this gloom, the ultimate warning hidden deep within the genes of all creatures in this world suddenly appeared. The air pressure on the entire ancient tree dropped instantly, and even the Halwood dragon couple, who would not show much emotion when facing ancient dragons, trembled slightly under this pressure. Unbeatable. This was the sole thought of every creature on the ancient tree at this moment. The ancient tree fell silent in an instant, its creature's instincts deterring the normally active fire dragons from making even the slightest movement, until flocks of luminous crystal butterflies flew out of the canopy, dancing in the wind. The block sunlight illuminated the ancient tree with a magnificent beauty, as if welcoming something. It must be said that while luminous crystal butterflies, as insects, do not occupy a very high ecological niche when considering only their individual abilities, their perception is unparalleled. While all creatures on the ancient tree were intimidated by the forbidden aura, they were able to detect Luo Yun's presence in such a short time from that tiny aura. The luminous fire dragons, their symbiotic companions, only reacted when Luo Yun drew closer and his presence became increasingly noticeable. One after another, fire dragons soared into the sky, fluttering through the sea of crystal butterflies, excitedly welcoming the king's return. This overwhelming momentum shattered the ancient tree's silence, as if sweeping away even the previous doldrums. With the king's return, a core of support had been found. With the king's return, their survival is more secure. Whether it's the hunting grounds they lost or the space they squeezed into, they can reclaim them all. Eat well, drink well, have a safe nest where they can raise their offspring in peace, and even better still, grow stronger. This is the dream of most monsters in this world. A slight shift in scenery, especially with his striking pair of wings and claws, Luo Yun and Yaji streaked through the sky. The Yao crystal butterflies instinctively swarmed around him, and the Yao fire dragons quickly made way for a path through the air. Like guards, they watched excitedly as Luo Yun landed atop the ancient tree. The breath subsided, and a familiar, resounding dragon roar echoed, drawing the resonant echoes of countless fire dragons. The branches of the ancient tree swayed in the waves of sound. For a moment, even cats accustomed to the loud voices of fire dragons had to wear earplugs to prevent their ears from being heard by the resonance. Little Loren stared blankly at Luo Yun's wing claws, which supported the ground for shock absorption. The lifelike crystal claws were so vivid that even the blood vessels were clearly visible. He then looked at his own wings, which still had only one thorn. He felt a little dazed. Even the good mood of knowing his father had returned was gone. The news of Luo Yun and Yaji's return was like a bomb, exploding in the ancient tree. From the Hao Fire Dragon couple to the shrine staff, the Blazing Fire village leaders, and the Ancient Tree Hunters Guild, they all rushed to assess the current situation. Just as the ancient tree was ablaze with activity, not long after the banquet, the Starry Sky Stronghold, which was redistributing personnel to several strongholds, welcomed a messenger wearing the armor of the Kingdom Guard. The commander-in-chief looked at the envelope in his hand, feeling the thin paper weigh 1,000 pounds. Black Dragon. As the end of civilization, he existed only in myth and legend among the common people, even among hunters. Even the historical records in the Great Library only record that he destroyed the ancient city of Shulad, bringing that once mighty civilization to an end. The royal city, arguably the pinnacle of civilization, was consumed by flames overnight, forcing the vast kingdom to be abruptly divided into the present-day East and West kingdoms, with the ruins of the ancient city serving as the dividing line. His existence had always been recorded only in written records, and the guild diligently concealed his presence. Therefore, only a few high-ranking human beings knew that he had actually been dwelling in the ruins of the ancient city of Shulad, now known as the Black City. To this end, the human leadership repeatedly organized elite forces to investigate the Black City, but almost all of the investigators vanished without a trace. Even the most elite hunter team suffered heavy casualties, and the few survivors remained silent about what transpired within the ruins of the ancient Shurd kingdom. A few powerful and fortunate hunters managed to obtain the materials shed by the ancient dragon, and used them to craft Black Dragon armor. However, whether due to the Black Dragon's residual power or simply because such equipment simply cannot exist in this world, everyone who donned the Black Dragon armor experienced strange hallucinations, ultimately suffering mental breakdowns amidst endless nightmares, ultimately disappearing or going mad and dying. At this time, this creature, known only as legend, was once again spotted. Its every appearance signaled the end of an entire civilization, causing panic among the higher-ups. The kingdom and the guild considered that the hunters on the investigation team had extensive experience battling ancient dragons and, thanks to the alchemy of the ancient tree dragons, possessed a vast supply of Thai crystal jewelry. Their overall strength, in terms of equipment and perspective, far surpassed that of most other hunter groups. What's more, the investigation team is composed of elite troops with unlimited potential drawn from various forces. Therefore, they hope that the investigation team can lead the hunters back to the old continent, go to Shuhei City, and work together with the kingdom troops and the elite troops of other forces to expel the Black Dragon, retake Shuhei City, and open up a passage between the two divided kingdoms. Chapter 565. The commander-in-chief's fingertips turned white from the strain he exerted on the letter, his brow furrowed in a deep frown, his expression stern. The soldier who delivered the letter stood by, breathless. As a messenger, he naturally knew the letter's contents. After all, he was responsible for providing the commander-in-chief with relevant information on behalf of the general, who had personally led the charge to investigate the defenses of ancient Shurad City. The commander-in-chief put the letter down, sat down heavily, leaned back, and slowly exhaled. He rarely acted so impolitely in the presence of outsiders, but now he was truly exhausted. The Black Dragon was an absolute taboo in human history, and its power was unquestionable. Furthermore, the letter mentioned that the Black Dragon observed was very likely the same one that destroyed ancient Shurad City 1,000 years ago. How terrifying must the power of a taboo creature that has lived for at least 1,000 years be? If it were the commander-in-chief before the battle against the Dark Sacred Dragon, he would probably be already considering how many hunters to send to the old world to participate in this campaign. But after the battle against the Dark Sacred Dragon, he had already gotten a glimpse of the terrifying nature of this taboo creature, which scholars describe as transcending the ecological chain, in a large-scale encirclement and suppression operation led by top hunters wearing ancient dragon armor. He still easily inflicted such devastating damage on the hunters. Had the Blazing Sun Dragon not arrived, the enemy would have even escaped unscathed. Not to mention the various strange phenomena caused by the subsequent battle with the Blazing Sun Dragon, which far exceeded the manifestation of natural disasters. At this moment, the commander-in-chief began to doubt whether humans could truly defeat the Black Dragon. No, the idea of a subjugation is simply too arrogant. Or rather, can humans expel it? Will those large machines they boast of, capable of inflicting immense damage to ancient dragons, truly be of any use to them? The answer to that question is truly unknowable. At least one thing is certain. After research by scholars at the Ecological Research Institute, they have concluded that the large machines currently available in the New World are no longer very effective against the Blazing Sun Dragons used during the previous Molten Mountain Dragon Subjugation War. Within that level of terrain destruction, immobile large machines are nothing more than easy targets. Go and rest. I need to think this over. Think about it. How many hunters could the survey team mobilize without affecting Blazing Village and the Star Stronghold? If there were no Blazing Village and no ancient tree civilization, the commander-in-chief wouldn't be so concerned. Death during a hunt is not unacceptable to hunters, so even if the entire survey team, having completed their primary exploration mission, the secrets of the ancient dragon crossing, were brought back to the old world, there wouldn't be any problem. But many hunters have completely assimilated into the ancient tree civilization. Their newborn children are about to grow up and consider themselves villagers of Blazing Fire Village, hunters of the New World. They have firmly established roots here. This is their home. Ah! A deep sigh drifted away on the sea breeze from the command podium. Atop the ancient treetops, the patrolling cats would glance back into their nest every 2 steps, confirming that the magnificent figure was still there, before continuing forward with peace of mind. Then, out of fear and worry, he turned his gaze away again. Although the Detels were catorcs, their loyalty and bond leaned more towards the dogs. The disappearance of Luo Yuan and Yaji had left them traumatized. Fearing being abandoned again, they could only find peace of mind in this way. In the lair, little Loren, his body ablaze with calamity flames, roared and charged at Luo Yuan again. The massive flaming dragon chariot, accompanied by fluttering crystal butterflies, slammed fiercely into the languid figure ahead. Bang! The crystal claws suddenly condensed a massive amount of energy, enlarging several times. They forcibly pierced through the calamity flames and grasped little Loren's slender neck with a firm grip. With an exaggerated and extraordinary force, little Loren's dragon chariot came to an abrupt halt. The entire dragon was pinned to the ground by the immense brute force, unable to move. After becoming taboo, Luo Yun habitually abandoned many of his flamboyant fighting styles. Facing an ancient dragon of little Lauren's caliber, he could easily crush it with his sheer physical prowess. To strike him, one claw is enough. Whoosh, whoosh. Little Lauren's nostrils erupted in bursts of flames at his furious breathing, but ultimately, unable to escape Luo Yun's clutches, they were silenced. Tonkatsu and his children, observing the battle, breathed a sigh of relief as little Loren gradually calmed down and the flames subsided. Little Loren lay on the ground, his eyes glassy, his halberd-like tail unconsciously slapping the ground. The dragon lay there in silence, the world darkening in its presence. He was nearing adulthood, and these years had been the peak of his physical development. Whether it was his muscles or his energy organs, he saw a daily improvement. During this period of activity in the New World, he had frequently left the ancient tree region to battle the ancient dragons in order to maintain the stability of the ancient tree. He had his wins and his losses, but at least he could sense the gap between himself and these veteran ancient dragons. As he grew, it narrowed. He even predicted that he would surpass most of them in the future. However, in front of his transformed old father, he was no longer as balled up as before. Other than that, he still felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Crack, crack. Just as little Loren was doubting his dragon life, he suddenly felt an itch on his heel. He tilted his head, freeing himself from Luo Yun's wing claws, and looked down. A large head, with large, sparkling eyes, and small, yet-to-open wings, was marked by a dark gold dragon hatchling with a few crystals. It was grinding its teeth on the Taijing crystal on its heel. When she noticed little Loren looking at her, she even managed to let out a gurgling sound, as if in greeting. Luo Yun had noticed the little creature's presence before little Loren did. It was precisely because she saw the little creature running towards her on its still unsteady legs that she didn't give little Loren any face, instead using this very confidence-destroying method to forcefully pin him down. She was afraid that the aftermath of little Loren's fight would affect the other party. Little Loren, watching the little creature open its mouth again, about to grind its teeth, truly wanted to kick it away. But when she thought about the possibility of a double-team attack from the fire dragon couple, she instinctively chose to avoid it. For some reason, this little creature, barely out of its eggshell and newly learned to run, actually preferred to cling to little Loren over its more familiar parents. Chapter 566. Gaw gaw. Little he fire dragon chased from behind, little Loren in front. Despite the huge difference in size and power, little Loren felt like he was fleeing in panic. I don't know if it was because of the fearlessness of a newborn calf, or because little he fire dragon simply wasn't afraid of little Loren. It allowed little Loren's pressure to sweep over it, its short hind legs unwavering. The whole thing charged with a clear purpose, aiming for little Loren's heels. Roar, roar, roar! A low, trembling growl emanated from its throat. Little Loren bared his teeth, lowering his head and roaring threateningly at the little creature. Jie? Wugga! Seemingly frightened by little Loren's intimidation, the little he fire dragon froze for a moment, then suddenly spread its tiny wings, barely sized for its massive head, and unleashed a childish roar so immature that Luo Yun almost wanted to roll it into a ball. Not only the watching cats from the fire dragon guard, but even little Loren was filled with disbelief. Looking at this tiny creature bearing its fangs and claws before him, a creature no bigger than his own head, the kind he could devour with a single bite. It even dared to roar back at him with such fury. He was truly being too shameless. Even clay figures can get angry, let alone little Loren, who had just been dealt a blow. After being humiliated by little he fire dragon, if he didn't teach it a lesson, would he still be a true fire dragon? Little Loren bared his teeth. Just as he moved, he felt 3 dangerous gazes fixed on him. Forget about my old father, who likes to watch the fun and never mind getting involved. He probably just didn't have enough fun, so he stared at me with such a dangerous look. The remaining 2 sights came from outside the nest. It was obvious that they were the Hal fire dragon couple. They had finally produced this one offspring, and there was no telling if they would be able to produce another in the future. After all, they were only ancient dragon-level creatures, not ancient dragons. While their lifespans were slightly longer than those of ordinary monsters, they were still far shorter than those of any ancient dragon. Therefore, they cherished their only offspring, the little he fire dragon, immensely. He was already feeling uneasy because the little creature was getting closer to little Loren, and now little Loren had the nerve to yell at him. Even if Luo Yun were there, if little Loren dared to touch little he fire dragon, the couple would rush in and beat him up. Finding him with 3 deathly gazes, little Loren suddenly felt lonely, as if he'd been abandoned by the world. He hadn't even been treated like this when he was little. Why did this little creature get so much attention? He also wanted it to experience the life of a childhood curled up in a ball, little Lauren's body trembled slightly, his heart in turmoil. His wings, ready to move, twitched, moving briefly, and then releasing again, repeating over and over again. Little he fire dragon tilted its head, looking at the gnashing little Lauren with a puzzled expression. Jia Wu? Seeing that little Lauren didn't react, it assumed its intimidation had worked, and immediately howled twice more. Finally, little Lauren succumbed to the little creature's intimidation, helplessly lying flat on his back, his wings covering his head, his frustration venting on the dirt beneath his feet. Gaw! Sensing victory, the little he fire dragon excitedly took short steps, straining to climb along Lauren's tail all the way to his back. He held his head high, chest puffed out, and tried to steady himself against Lauren's breath, quacking proudly. Until a certain cinder moon dragon, its scales increasingly vibrant, returned. Under Yaji's seemingly indifferent glance, the fearless little he fire dragon, like a quail, folded its wings, lowered its head, and quietly slid down from little Lauren's tail. Noticing that Yaji's gaze was no longer fixed on it, it hurriedly pushed aside little Lauren's wings and slipped beneath them, seeking a little comfort in the enclosed, warm space. Crack! At the entrance to the nest came the sound of a Tai Jing bud being bitten, the approval of an elderly father who had a child in his old age. After Yaji returned from her walk, the little he fire dragon dared not act rashly again, and having no time to look at Du Luoyuan, it finally stood up, stretched, and headed outside to discuss something with the Hal Fire Dragon couple, who had been hiding nearby. The Hal Fire Dragon couple would take the little he fire dragon to the Dragon Crystal Land, and Luo Yun's return would not change that. Regardless, the ancient tree's location is still inferior to the Dragon Crystal Land, which is more suitable for the growth of the small he fire dragons, known as the Great Fire Seeds. Luo Yun quite agrees with this. The number of Yao Fire Dragons has already reached a point where they need to spread outward, and the new world's current carrying capacity is more than capable of supporting the migration of large numbers of Yao Fire Dragons of the top ecological niche. Since the Great Fire Dragon couple intends to travel to the Dragon Crystal Land, why not bring along those Yao Fire Dragons that have reached old age and are beginning to decline in strength, and form a colony there? This way, those Yao Fire Dragons who, due to their age, have been eliminated by younger and stronger Yao Fire Dragons and thus have a new destination. At the same time, they can also attempt to become even more powerful individuals in the energy-rich region, extending their lifespans while returning to the ancient tree to reclaim their own nests, thus creating a new cycle of virtuous competition. As for the stability of the ancient tree, not to mention that little Loren is nearing adulthood and is now as powerful as an average ancient dragon, far stronger than Luo Yun was at the same age. Furthermore, there's Blazing Fire Village, the Ancient Tree Hunter Guild, and various defensive fortifications. For example, Luo Yun's nest is now filled with Tai Jing crystals imbued with his aura. Back then, the steel dragon simply used it as a foothold, which was enough to deter creatures living in the ancient tree from reaching its summit. This goes even further for Luo Yun, who is now considered a taboo. Even among the ancient dragons, every one of them, as long as they aren't taboo, will desperately stay away upon sensing Luo Yun's presence, fearing they be too late and become prey. The only reason to worry is the development of the ancient tree civilization over the next few decades, or even centuries. While Luo Yun was planning the future development of the ancient tree, several meetings were held back-to-back at the Starry Stronghold. Every senior leader had their own opinions. Even Darren, who rarely participated in high-level meetings, expressed his own thoughts. Like the commander-in-chief, everyone agreed to send personnel back to the old world to participate in the Black Dragon investigation. The only disagreement was over the personnel. Aside from a few opinions, the remaining groups were roughly divided into two camps. Led by the commander-in-chief, they planned to have the Grand Master and the Sword Master lead a group of 400 hunters, armed with ancient dragon-slaying spears restored through ancient tree alchemy, to provide support, while the remaining young people would remain in the new world to develop their careers. Darren, on the other hand, believed that the Grand Master and the veteran hunters had toiled their entire lives in the new world and deserved a good rest. Therefore, he would lead the recommendation team back to the old world to conduct the initial investigation. The remaining personnel, in addition to the young people who had already settled in the new world, would gather another 300 or 400 people to carry out the subsequent major battles. To put it bluntly, it's simply a conflict between the older generation's love for the younger generation and their understanding of their hard work. As for the proposal to seek assistance from the Blazing Sun Dragon against the Black Dragon, it was rejected from the outset. The Blazing Sun Dragon's existence is crucial to the stability of the new world. Moreover, the impact of a conflict between taboos is too great, potentially disrupting the ecology of the old world. Both public and private, This is a private matter for humanity, and should not involve the blazing sun dragon. Chapter 567. After several days of deliberation, Darren's younger faction ultimately gained more support. Especially after word of the meeting spread, none of the young hunters from the 5th Regiment backed down, all coming out in support of Darren. There's no such thing as a wall that's impenetrable. The mobilization of 500 men, especially for a long voyage back to the old world, required the ancient tree's support for food, clothing, and other expenses. Thus, word of this reached the ancient tree. The leader of the 2nd Regiment, who had long since returned from the ice fields to the New World to research upgrades for the blazing sun dragon suit, heard the news in the ancient tree's workshop and sat in meditation for the entire night. The next day, set after set of his own weapons and armor, along with original blueprints, were packed into boxes and delivered to Blazing Fire Village. Among them was even a hunting cat equipment set and subsequent upgrade ideas. The leader of the 2nd Regiment used these hidden blueprints to exchange for a large amount of Yahweh Dragon materials, and the Luo Yun couple's latest Taijing materials. That day, the fire in the forge burned brightly, the incessant clanging of metal never ceasing. With the help of a few cats, the short alchemist, Grandma, diligently refined the alchemical inscriptions according to the requirements of the 2nd Phase team leader, neglecting even to eat. In the lair, Luo Yun quietly listened to Tonkatsu's report. He had already learned everything that had happened at the Starry Stronghold, and the thoughts of the investigation team's leaders had reached Luo Yun. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the investigation team hadn't come to him for help regarding the Black Dragon, so he hadn't caused any trouble. The battle for territory between the taboos was said to be a planetary-level battle, and that was no exaggeration. If the Dark Crimson Dragon hadn't been trapped and killed in the Netherworld Valley, a place where the Earth's energy had been nearly drained, preventing it from receiving further energy replenishment, Luo Yun would have paid an exorbitant price in the demon-gathering land to defeat it. The Black Dragon, however, was different. It didn't rely on Earth's energy, and was the most alien-like creature in the world. Its strength was also among the highest in the Forbidden Realm. Luo Yun had no reason to engage in a full-scale battle with it, and nature wouldn't allow a fight between them. Furthermore, this was a test for humanity. Humanity's current technological development had reached a bottleneck, and the Black Dragon had occupied ancient Shurd City for far too long. It was time to return it, and allow human civilization to enter the next stage. This was an unavoidable battle. Two streams of burning air emanated from his nostrils. After a moment of reflection, Luo Yun's chest lit up with a crimson glow. Soon, a pure white Taijing crystal was expelled, followed by 2 massive, scaly crystals. Give these to the forge, and consider it a small contribution from me. The original plot is already a mess. The investigation team isn't the super combat group capable of a 3-fight, forbidden battle in the original game. They're simply ecological guardians who, facing the sacred Nether Dragon, risked their lives without a single flinch. A true group of monster hunters. While Luo Yun couldn't personally help them fight the Black Dragon, he could certainly lend a hand in that tiny possibility. Gaining a forbidden friendship like his, and thus obtaining a certain degree of assistance, didn't violate the laws of nature. Time flew by. With the arrival of the final batch of supplies, the 2 survey team ships were already ready. When Darren received the heavy armor, composed almost entirely of crystal, from the 2nd Corps leader, he felt the unprecedentedly powerful energy emanating from it. His gaze drifted far toward the ancient tree, his hands tightly gripping the edges, as if he could see the azure vertical pupils of the giant crystal dragon. Was he watching too? The ruins of ancient Shurd City. The raging fire, with its all-consuming power, consumed the 1,000-year-old fortifications. Behind the flames, Darren and his group of hunters, clad in top-tier Yahweh Dragon Tai crystal armor, rushed out of cover and launched another attack on the Black Dragon, which had descended for unknown reasons. Amid the luminous Tai crystal energy, the shadow of a gigantic crystal dragon appeared behind Darren, wielding the burning wings, ablaze with pure white flames. With unstoppable momentum, he seized the opportunity his companions had created for him at the cost of their own lives, and desperately delivered this final blow. Spring gave way to winter, and in a flash, more than half a year had passed. In the demon-gathering land, countless Yao crystal butterflies fluttered through the Netherworld Valley. Hunting cats clad in Tai crystal armor, weapons in hand, patrolled the valley's periphery. Occasionally, Yao fire dragons flew through the sky, eventually landing on the cliffs at the edge of the valley. For the past 6 months, everything had gone according to Luo Yun's plan. The elderly Yao fire dragon, along with the Hao fire dragon couple, had successfully settled in the Dragon Crystal Land. Thanks to their unpredictable fighting style and various attributes far superior to those of ordinary fire dragons, they had forged a considerable community within the Dragon Crystal Land. And with the Hal Fire Dragon couple in charge, no ancient dragon would be so reckless as to cause trouble. Among the Yao Fire Dragons, those in their prime, the strongest of the Fire Dragon Guard, accompanied Luo Yuan to the Demon Gathering Land, bringing with them some of their Fire Dragon Detels to make their home. This would be the final resting place for the ancient tree's strongest fire dragons, Detels, and Yao Fire Dragons. Overall, the ancient tree's ecological saturation had been largely resolved. Aside from the occasional clash between little Loren and a young Nergigant, life was peaceful. All creatures carried out their duties within the tree, and civilization was steadily progressing. Until today, Luo Yuan, who had been a homebody in the crystal nest for the better part of 6 months, received a piece of news. There was news of the hunters, who had traveled to the old continent to participate in the Black Dragon Subjugation War at the beginning of the year. There were 500 of them when they set out, but only a little over 100 remained upon their return. The loss of manpower was significant, but the outcome was positive. The Black Dragon, the end of civilization, was successfully repelled by a mere 500 elite members of the survey team before the kingdom and the Hunters Guild's main forces could even assemble. 500 hunters accomplished a battle that would have required the combined strength of an entire nation. This was a victory worthy of being recorded in history. Darren sat in the cabin, carefully wiping the broken blade lying flat on his thigh. This weapon, his most fitting, had fought to the bitter end in that brutal battle, its own rupture leaving an indelible scar on the head of the inky dragon of disaster. Wait a little longer, old friend. We fix you soon. Outside the window, the sound of waves crashed, but Darren's heart had already drifted back to his long-absent home. 20 years later. Governor Noah of Starport listened to his assistant's report, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the former Starbase's circulation area, now the port's commercial district. His parents, long absent from him, had finally completed their work in the old world and chosen to settle in the new world for the rest of their lives, likely on this very ship. Atop an ancient tree, the legendary hunter, holder of the new world's highest honor, the Azure Star, the legendary Taijing swordsman, Darren, was drinking with the white-bearded, long-retired Grand Master, celebrating their recent victory over a mist-hood dragon that had sought a vacation. Atop the tree, a majestic, ice-blue dragon, radiating a technological aesthetic, stood on the palace rooftop, listening to the resounding roars of dragons as it radiated the light and warmth of its power. The former arrogance and immaturity in his eyes had completely faded over the past 20 years, leaving only composure and the serenity of restrained strength. A vibrantly colored he-fire dragon, adorned with Taijing patterns, landed beside Loren, its eyes filled with undisguised fondness and possessiveness. This male blazing sun dragon, whom she had reserved since childhood, was hers for life. In the Demon Gathering Land, within the Dawn Stronghold, Xia Guogua desperately devoured one datura plant after another, next to her rebellious son, now so fat he no longer looked like a Xia dragon. Why didn't this rebellious son stay in the New World? He had actually come here to live off his parents. Decades later, why were Luo Yun's descendants becoming increasingly reliable, while his rebellious son was still thinking of living off his parents? How unfair. Meanwhile, within the Netherworld Valley, Luo Yun lay quietly on the ground, before him a very, very small spatial passage. An ordinary stone slab rose and fell within the passage, as if conveying some message to Luo Yun. Luo Yun simply listened quietly, without any clear response. He would occasionally look up through the transparent crystal dome, observing Yaji, whose dark aura grew increasingly intense. The balance in his heart slowly tilted. The beings on the other side of the passage weren't in a hurry either. For those with infinite lifespans, time wasn't particularly important. So, after another unsuccessful invitation, he closed the spatial passage again before nature's consciousness noticed, awaiting the next opportunity to contact Luo Yun. Ignoring the exaggerated ripples of the Earth's veins beneath the Netherworld Valley, Luo Yun rose and exited the crystal nest. The changes in Yaji were the sincerity of another world, and if she wanted to achieve greater success, she would have to journey to another world. However, there was no rush. Both he and Yaji had plenty of time to make a decision. The sun blazed brightly in the sky, and everywhere she looked was filled with light.